Chapter 1, The Sky Collapses, the God Tomb Descends. Flamesummer Empire. Tianyu City. Awakening Square. The national exam is in 3 days. May my third uncle's spirit in heaven bless me to awaken S-grade beast master talent. Not buddy, your third uncle's 7th day hasn't passed yet, you're asking him for help this quickly? Too eager. I awakened D-grade talent, weak demon. It's over. Hey mom, hurry up and give me a little brother to train as my side account, it's really urgent. I awakened B-grade talent, holy light, I can heal my beast. The noisy sounds, both sad and happy, woke Pei Xingye's consciousness. I stayed up late developing a game program yesterday, don't remember when I fell asleep. Wait, where am I? When Pei Xingye opened his naturally crimson eyes, the surrounding environment felt so unfamiliar. It hurts. Pei Xingye's soul memories gradually fused with the soul of this crimson-eyed youth. The background and structure of this world slowly appeared in Pei Xingye's mind. Apocalypse, disaster, evolution, beast masters. So I've crossed into a world where everyone is a beast master. Over 1,000 years ago, this planet called Blue Star experienced a catastrophic disaster. All living beings mutated in this disaster, starting a crazy evolution, and began feeding on the humans of Blue Star, overturning the food chain rules of this planet. These monsters born in the disaster are collectively known as demons. The battles between beast masters and demon beasts are the main theme of this dark age. Theoretically, no matter the nationality or bloodline, every human child, once they reach the age of 18, has the chance to awaken different beast master talents. Every 18-year-old boy and girl eagerly hopes to awaken a popular talent before the national exam, then enter their ideal Beast Master Academy to become an outstanding Beast Master. With the fusion of 2 lifetimes of memories, Pei Xingye gradually adapted to this world. This is the Flamesummer Empire, one of the 7 great empires of the human race. Normally, the bloodline genes of Flamesummer's descendants are black hair and black eyes. This made Pei Xingye, with his natural, white hair, and crimson eyes, look like an outsider. This body's so weak. Malnutrition from birth, enduring hunger for years, often beaten and humiliated, this is why Pei Xingye's body is so weak. At this point, the memories from both lives perfectly fused. Pei Xingye's gaze swept across the crowd, locking onto a tall, arrogant young man of the same age. This young man was enjoying the admiration and worship of the crowd, his eyes filled with arrogance. No wonder he is the eldest young master of the Pei family. He indeed awakened A-grade talent, Blood Demon, which allows him to absorb the enemy's blood and convert it into his own beast's blood. With eldest young master Pei's talent, he will definitely be the head of the Pei family, and the leader of the Scarlet Blood Guild. Congratulations, eldest young master Pei. Pei don't lie, my bastard cousin. Pei Xingye muttered his name. According to the new memories, Pei don't lie was his cousin, and the sickly body he now inhabited was the result of Pei don't lie's family. Pei don't lie noticed the gaze Pei Xingye cast on him, a trace of viciousness and amusement flashing in his eyes. He walked up to Pei Xingye's side, sneering, "Oh my dear little brother, you're here for the awakening ceremony too?" Pei Xingye remained unmoved. Every adult who turns 18 in the country has the right to participate. Did my participation in the awakening ceremony bother you? Pei don't lie was stunned for a moment, feeling suspicious. This useless person took the wrong medicine today? How dare he look at me with that gaze? And speak to me in this tone? After a moment of confusion, Pei don't lie, in his usual manner, decided to humiliate Pei Xingye in front of the public. Yes, you've turned 18, you indeed have the right to participate in the awakening ceremony. Then let me ask you, do you think you will awaken a popular talent? Pei Xingye, don't forget, in this world, what talent you awaken. It is usually determined by bloodline inheritance. So? Pei don't lie mocked with a tone of disdain, you will only awaken the lowest, most obscure, and useless necromancy talent, just like your dead mother. The boys and girls around who were participating in the awakening ceremony nodded in agreement. Pei Dasha's words are rough but not unreasonable. Pei Xingye's mother was a necromancy beast master. So Pei Xingye is very likely to awaken the necromancy talent. If it was 18 years ago, awakening the necromancy talent was a glorious thing. But it's not 18 years ago anymore, times have changed. The heated discussion among the crowd spoke of how times have changed. The necromancy talent, since its birth, had always sat at the top of the list of the 100 greatest talents. Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, was a necromancy beast master. She had once made great contributions to the Yanxia Empire, her hands stained with the blood of countless magical beasts, and her mounts were all ancient bloodline necromantic divine beasts. Unfortunately, this woman passed away at a young age, dying in the Star Whirlpool War 18 years ago, a battle that changed the world's landscape. This left Pei Xingye, who was just under a month old, as a complete orphan, with neither father nor mother. His mother had died in battle, but his father was. No one knew who Pei Xingye's father was. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools. Without his mother, Pei Xingye's life in the Pei family was unimaginable. Now, he had become the family's abandoned child, with so-called uncles, cousins, and relatives, all offering nothing but ridicule and abuse, even attempting to seize all the inheritance left by his mother. Only his cousin Pei Xingye treated him like a real brother, and this was the only warmth Pei Xingye had in terms of family. In short, after the Star Whirlpool War, the world was cursed by some strange force. From then on, any beast master who awakened necromancy talent would be tormented by the curse. Among the many curses, the most malicious one was the Fate Curse. As the name suggests, this curse greatly shortened the lifespan of necromancy beast masters, hence they were mockingly called short-lived ghosts, with most of them dying violently before the age of 20. Or they would be plagued by illness, surviving as useless beings for a few more years, living a life worse than death. This led to necromancy beast masters completely entering an era of decline. So for the past 18 years, necromancy talent had always ranked last on the list of the 100 greatest talents, from being the answer to becoming a forgotten relic, from glory to the abyss. Next student, Pei Xingye. It's your turn to awaken. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Pei Xingye walked to the center of the awakening plaza to undergo the awakening ceremony. Announced the awakening result. Pei Xingye, awakened E-class talent, necromantic slaughter. As Pei Xingye's awakening talent was announced, the entire place burst into the expected sighs and mockery. As expected, he inherited his mother's talent. Necromancy talent, the lowest of all talents, ha ha ha. This short-lived ghost is definitely going to suffer from the fate curse, he'll be dead in 2 years at most, tsk, how tragic. The crowd looked at Pei Xingye as if they were staring at a corpse. Pei Donglai's eyes were wild with excitement, and he secretly rejoiced, cursed. Pei Xingye, it won't be long before you join your mother in hell. Everything of the Pei family will be mine. Hiss, I need to grow some brains? Pei Xingye suddenly felt dizzy, and after a moment of vertigo, a game panel appeared in front of him, visible only to him, like a holographic projection, spreading across his vision. Ding! System awakening detected. System successfully bound with the host. God Tomb system activated. Pei Xingye's stiff body surged with heat, his blood boiling, and his crimson pupils trembled violently. This familiar feeling, this familiar formula. Isn't this the system plugin I developed for the game protagonist in my previous life? So, when I transmigrated, I brought the system with me. In his previous life, Pei Xingye was a gold medal game planner. He developed more than 10 wildly popular online games worldwide. At this moment, Pei Xingye awakened the God's Tomb system that was bound to him, which was an in-game cheat he personally designed. Ding! Newbie login gift pack has been issued. The gift pack is being opened. Rewards obtained, Death God's Domain, plus, God's Hand, plus, King of Hell's Blood Shadow. Death God's Domain, the hosts can summon different levels of undead graveyards, and immune to undead damage. God's Hand, the host's left arm can overturn graves and dig up tombs, contracting with undead. King of Hell's Blood Shadow, the host switches to shadow form, greatly enhancing soul power for a period, while forcibly increasing beast mastery level. These data and information were nothing new to Pei Xingye, because they were all coded by him in his previous life, one line of code at a time. Pei Xingye stood under the gaze of the crowd, the corners of his crimson lips curling up slightly. Mother died in battle, father is unknown. Cursed entangled, the world collapses from the start. Looks like this is the final ultimatum from the god of time. Let me reverse this disastrous situation in the shortest time. And turn it around. Chapter 2, Ancient Myth Bloodline, Contracting with the Black Phoenix. Awakening Square. Pei Xingye heard sharp mocking laughter in his ears. Ah ha ha ha. Little brother, you really did awaken the undead talent, just like your dead mother. Undead execution, the enemy's health drops to 10%, triggering a guaranteed instant kill. Sounds pretty powerful, right? But, under the curse of Doom's curse, how long can you live? It's fine, for these 2 years, our Pei family will take care of you. We won't mind one more pair of chopsticks, since raising a dog or raising you is equally easy. In fact, from Pei Donglai's tone and words, it was clear that he often bullied Pei Xingye. He only called Pei Xingye little brother but actually treated him like a servant in the family, using and humiliating him at will. Otherwise, how would the 18-year-old Pei Xingye's body be so weak? Just as Pei Donglai was about to continue humiliating Pei Xingye, he suddenly collided with Pei Xingye's blood-red, savage death stare. The undead power in his body began to boil, and Pei Xingye's expression became cold. His powerful aura immediately suppressed Pei Donglai. Having lived 2 lives and with his soul fused, as a transmigrator, Pei Xingye's mind caused the aura of this weak body to soar, easily overwhelming his peers. Pei Donglai, remember this. Pei family is where it is today, and the Scarlet Guild is one of the top 100 national guilds, all thanks to my mother who fought for that glory alone. Without my mother, Pei family wouldn't even be a fart. Pei Donglai wanted to retort, you. What? Am I not speaking the truth? My mother worked hard for the Yanxia Empire, hunting demons, earning countless military achievements. You and your father are nothing but blood-sucking, ungrateful wolves. Without my mother, where would Pei family be today? Everyone present, including those who had previously flattered Pei Donglai, seemed like they suddenly turned into mute idiots. The entire place was silent. Pei Chuzhuang, though dead, her reputation still lingered in this world. Pei family is my mother's Pei Chuzhuang's Pei. Everything my mother left me, I will take it back. As soon as his words fell, Pei Xingye turned and walked away, his figure elegant. This guy must have taken the wrong medicine today. You wait, Pei Xingye. Wait until I get into Chaos Academy, and you are left to wander the streets. Even if you kneel and beg, I'll make your life worse than death. Pei Donglai stared at Pei Xingye's back, his eyes filled with malice and venom. The grudge between the two was destined to be played out in the national examination 3 days later. Tianyu City. Suburbs of the suburbs. Pei family's abandoned mansion. This mansion was a dilapidated house abandoned by the Pei family 10 years ago. After dusk, nightfall descended, and the thick darkness draped over this old, falling-apart mansion, giving it a tragic, desolate look. Ha he he. Pei Xingye arrived at the gate of the mansion. Looking at the rusty iron gate, which was practically useless, it confirmed that when a person is speechless, they really just shrug and give a cold laugh. I, the discarded child of this family, seemed to be a perfect match with this abandoned Pei family's house. The first step to turning the situation around is to establish a good, optimistic mindset. Living in a place where even wild birds don't come to shit is just temporary humiliation and burden. Only 3 days left until the national exam. I must quickly contract a necromancy-type beast. Entering the cold and lonely living room, Pei Xingye sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, and whispered, "Death God domain, open." This was the first time Pei Xingye activated the Death God domain. When he opened his eyes again, within his sea of consciousness, he summoned a god tomb filled with decay, coldness, the stench of corpses, and an ancient atmosphere. Inside the god tomb, there was no concept of heaven or earth, it was as if it was a massive chaos. In the murky air, shattered stars floated around. Within these fragments of rock, it seemed as though countless undead souls were buried, like tombs scattered across the stars, causing Pei Xingye's soul to shudder. What a terrifying concentration of undead! Pei Xingye groped through the chaos, suddenly seeing 9 eerie, green candle flames glowing at the end of the darkness. As Pei Xingye approached the candle flames, the scene before him deeply shocked him. The 9 eerie green candle flames illuminated 9 pitch-black coffins. Vertical coffins? Coffins, which are used to display corpses, are usually placed lying flat. But these 9 ancient and mysterious coffins were placed in a position that was visually uncomfortable, standing upright. They looked similar on the outside, but the runes and totems carved on the surface were different. Especially the spell written in blood on the coffin lids. Although Pei Xingye couldn't understand it, just staring at it for too long would give him goosebumps, as if his soul was about to fall into it. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. For the first time activating the Death God domain, successfully summoning the God King level Ancient Tomb, Great Wasteland God Tomb. With the host's current soul power reserves, you can use God's Hand to open one of the 9 black coffins and contract the undead inside. Pei Xingye became interested and muttered while stroking his chin, 9 choices at the start, isn't this just like opening a blind box, so thrilling? I've decided, it's you. Pei Xingye raised his left hand, a purple gold glow flowing down his entire arm, looking like a devil's hand, selecting the leftmost black coffin of the 9. The core function of God's Hand was to flip coffins, dig tombs, and contract undead. The darkness inside the god tomb was instantly dispelled by the soul-burning sea of undead fire. The boy's red eyes were the only splash of crimson in the sea of undead fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Open for me. Open. The black coffin shook violently. With the boy's roar, the god's hand erupted with great power and suddenly flipped the coffin. Pei Xingye's vision went temporarily blind, and his ears rang with the sharp and sorrowful cry of a phoenix. When his vision returned, Pei Xingye looked up and saw the candle flames in his pupils flickering from deep shock. Phoenix, Phoenix. A majestic and beautiful phoenix shadow circled above the shattered black coffin, its body burning with an unquenchable fire of the undead. Although it was just an undead form, the aura and pressure the phoenix exuded explained what the true, ancient myth, bloodline was. The ancient myth bloodlines are already extremely rare, and the rarest of them are the top 3 ancient myth bloodlines led by pure-blood dragons, pure-blood phoenixes, and pure-blood Qilins, collectively known as the 3 sacred beast bloodlines. The Empire of the Flame Summer is extremely strict and harsh with the use of the word sacred, so the value of the 3 sacred beast bloodlines is undoubtedly immense. Pei Xingye, with excitement in his heart, raised his trembling god's hand and gently touched the tail wing of the phoenix undead. A dense stream of data information immediately appeared before his eyes. Indeed, it is truly the bloodline of an ancient myth, the pure-blood phoenix tribe gene. Moreover, this phoenix, before its fall, had reached the level of heavenly king body. Black Absolute Phoenix King. When the hand of the god of destruction touched the phoenix, besides being able to read its basic data, it could also peer into the phoenix's memories and battle records from its lifetime. In front of Pei Xingye, such a grand and magnificent scene unfolded. Blood flowed like rivers, and the battlefield, piled high with white bones, was being ravaged by a demon beast army in the chaotic, disorderly world. The Black Absolute Phoenix King flapped its wide wings, releasing sharp wing strikes, letting out a battle cry that surged with intense fighting spirit, standing alone as a heroic figure, fighting to the death against the endless wave of beasts. Even when covered in wounds, even if its body shattered into pieces, it would rely on its indomitable will to be reborn again and again in the fire of nirvana, regardless of the cost, continuing the battle, fighting to protect humanity. When its number of nirvana rebirths reached its limit, when powerlessness became its downfall, its towering figure was ultimately engulfed in the endless demon beast wave, bowing out in a tragic manner, stepping toward death with unwavering will. A lifetime win rate of 99.99% is your glory. The failure of your final battle is also your unwillingness. Then, at this moment, follow me in your undead form. Become my beast of taming. I can guarantee, under my command, your battle record win rate will only be 100%, with no defeat. Pei Xingye's aura deeply touched the soul of this phoenix. The young man's red eyes and the phoenix's undead gaze locked, creating a moment of soul resonance. Drip, drip. Pei Xingye bit his finger, and a drop of blood seeped into the phoenix's black bone. The blood contract was successfully formed, and Pei Xingye obtained his first beast of taming. Due to Pei Xingye's current strength, after the contract was formed, the Black Absolute Phoenix King's level temporarily dropped from the Heavenly King body to a juvenile form. Black Phoenix Undead Form. After all, it was a new beast of taming combining both the undead and phoenix systems, an unprecedented evolutionary path, which required Pei Xingye to start from scratch in nurturing it. In the national exam 3 days later, let's use a dimensional strike to make a stunning debut. The young man's mouth curled into a sinister smile, about to embark on a passionate journey. Chapter 3, Cousin Pei Xingye. Closing the Grim Reaper's domain, Pei Xingye's consciousness withdrew from the great wilderness god's tomb and returned to the real world. Gulu. It was getting late, and Pei Xingye was hungry. Pei Xingye found that the old fridge only had some expired milk, and the box of instant noodles in the corner had already been devoured by a few little Jerry mice, leaving only. Haha, the mice here are actually quite honorable, they ate the noodles and left me the seasoning packet, thank you. Pei Xingye gave a self-deprecating smile. Faced with such a dilemma, he realized that eating a full meal was a luxury, no wonder his body had symptoms of malnutrition. Pat, pat, pat. At this moment, light footsteps came from outside the door. Pei Xingye instinctively became alert, but the one who entered the door was actually a tall, elegant, older sister-type beauty. This beauty stood around 175 centimeters tall, with a slender and graceful figure. Her black shoulder-length hair framed a standard and exquisite oval face, her skin smoother and whiter than the first snow of winter, with a gentle and intellectual aura. Xiaoya, you haven't eaten yet, right? Sister brought you roast chicken from Copper Coin Alley. Oh, and some clean clothes and bedding. This woman seemed to have entered her own home, even picking up a broom to clean. Xiaoya, why are you just standing there? The roast chicken should be eaten while it's hot, before, whenever you saw roast chicken, you would gobble it down. Pei Xingye stood in a daze for a moment, and based on the new memories he had merged with, he recognized the identity of the beautiful woman in front of him. Pei Xingye, 175 centimeters tall, 25 years old, a 6th-tier beast tamer, currently a gold medal mentor at one of the 4 major academies in the Yanxia Empire, Chaos Academy. At the same time, she was adopted by the head of the Pei family, Pei Shan. This woman was nominally Pei Xingye's cousin. In fact, there is no blood relation between the two of them. 25 years ago, Pei Xingye, as an abandoned baby, was saved on the battlefield by Pei Shan. In truth, Pei Shan always favored sons over daughters, and if it weren't to create a public image of being kind and great, with his cold-heartedness, he would have likely let the abandoned Pei Xingye die, let alone kindly take her in as an adopted daughter. Moreover, after Pei Shan took in Pei Xingye, he rarely cared for her, it was Pei Chuzhuang who gave Pei Xingye a warm childhood. So, Pei Xingye's care for Pei Xingye was also in gratitude for Pei Chuzhuang's nurturing love. Xingye, why do you seem so strange today? Pei Xingye walked up to her younger brother, only to realize that Pei Xingye was different from usual, especially his eyes. In the past, Pei Xingye, because he was often bullied, would always lower his eyes, avoiding gaze, looking timid and making people feel sorry for him. But today, in the dimly lit room, Pei Xingye's red eyes were especially dazzling, like stars in the sky, standing out as if stained with blood. Then, Pei Xingye enjoyed the remaining warmth of the roasted chicken while listening to his cousin's nagging. By the way, Xingye, I heard that you participated in the awakening ceremony today and awakened the undead talent, Undead Slaughter. After all, it's inherited from my mother. Pei Xingye rested her chin in her hand, looking at her younger brother with a compassionate gaze. Sigh, if only it were 18 years ago. Everyone knew that 18 years ago, the undead talent was the strongest beastmaster talent in the world, and it created the glorious #1 rank. Looking at Pei Xingye eating so heartily, Pei Yingru once again recalled Pei Chuzhuang's voice and smile. She was a rare and unparalleled woman, combining beauty, elegance, nobility, and wildness in one. Her short life was brilliant and dazzling, full of glorious military achievements. Even after her fall, she left many mysteries, including unsolved questions about the undead beastmaster profession. Xingye, next month is Aunt Pei's death anniversary. Let's go visit her grave together. Okay, cousin. In our Pei family, besides me, you are the only one who cares about my mother's death anniversary. Thank you. You little brat, don't be so formal with your sister. You deserve a beating. In Pei Yingru's eyes, although the one who adopted her was Pei Shan, her so-called adopted father, she had always regarded Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, as her real mother. So she was the only person in the entire Pei family who truly cared for Pei Xingye. After finishing the roasted chicken, Pei Xingye suddenly became serious and said, "Cousin, I want to ask, how many admission spots does Chaos Academy have for our Tianyu city this year?" Pei Yingru answered honestly, 4. Then she added, "Actually, the admissions to Chaos Academy are mostly decided after an early assessment. As for our Tianyu city, the ones meeting the standards for Chaos Academy are only Situ Shui from the Situ family, Huangfu Boyi from the Huangfu family, Qin Yanlin from the Qin family, and then there's our Pei families." Her words stopped abruptly at this point. A flash of guilt passed through Pei Yingru's eyes. "I know, the fourth one who meets the Chaos Academy's standards is my big cousin, Pei Donglai." The more calm Pei Xingye's tone became, the more uncomfortable Pei Yingru felt inside. In fact, Pei Yingru knew very well that everything the Pei family had now was all built by Pei Chuzhuang. After Pei Chuzhuang died, Pei Xingye had become a discarded child in this family. And those so-called relatives only thought about how to seize the empire Pei Chuzhuang had built, while seeing Pei Chuzhuang's only son, Pei Xingye, as a hidden threat, so they constantly targeted him, suppressed him, and even considered eliminating him directly. If it weren't for Pei Yingru secretly protecting him, whether Pei Xingye could live to 18 was uncertain. So, from childhood to now, all the benefits and resources of the Pei family would be unconditionally tilted toward Pei Donglai. Even the beast that Pei Donglai contracted was an epic bloodline obtained by relying on the resources and connections left by Pei Chuzhuang. If there were no variables, it would be a sure thing for Pei Donglai to enter the Chaos Academy. And the abandoned child, Pei Xingye. Looking at history, the cruel answer has already been given. Every abandoned child in a family cannot escape such a tragic fate. The fridge only has expired milk, there's no air conditioning in this hot summer, and the bed is so hard. This child has had it so tough, every time I see his weak body, how could I not feel heartache? Pei Ma, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Xiao Yi. After all, I'm just the adopted daughter of the Pei family, there's so little I can do for Xiao Yi. While Pei Yingru silently blamed herself, Pei Xingye suddenly showed a simple and honest smile. "Cousin, if I can get into Chaos Academy in the national exam in 3 days, will I be able to see you every day?" "Huh? What are you talking about? You want to get into Chaos Academy?" Pei Yingru looked at her little cousin in shock. "Cousin, you didn't hear wrong, I want to get into Chaos Academy." If it were the old Pei Xingye saying these words, he would definitely be out of his mind. "Xiao Yi, it's good to have big ambitions, I'm glad. But there are only 4 spots, with your necromancy talent, I'm afraid." Pei Yingru had already said it in a very tactful way. "Cousin, I'm serious. I will knock Pei Donglai out in the national exam in 3 days and get into Chaos Academy, do you have a problem with that?" At this moment, Pei Yingru couldn't help but gasp, secretly sighing, why does Xiao Ye's gaze suddenly carry such strong aggressiveness? It makes my face burn. This confidence, I haven't seen even in those young geniuses from the Imperial City. Is this still the Pei Xingye I know? Times have changed. Your cousin is still your cousin. But your little cousin is no longer your little cousin. At this moment, in the Pei family's abandoned mansion, there was no little cousin, only a future master of methods. Chapter 4, National Exam, the Genius Ready to Pounce. Late at night, the wind and rain outside the window stirred, driving away the heat and restlessness of the summer night. Pei Yingru had already left, and the large, desolate Pei family mansion was left with only Pei Xingye. Lying in bed, Pei Xingye looked at the membership gold card left by Pei Yingru, recalling the scene from just now. 5 minutes ago. "Cousin, which beast taming shop's membership card is this?" In this era where beast taming is popular, the industries of all 7 human kingdoms revolve around the profession of beast tamer. To provide a place for beast tamers to buy and sell all kinds of beasts, materials, and equipment, beast taming shops are spread across every city of the 7 empires. This is the membership gold card for Tingyu Pavilion. You know, I'm very familiar with the owner there. According to the new memories he had merged, Pei Xingye's mind conjured up the image of a seductive beauty who only wore kipeos all year round. Lan Tingyu, the owner of the 3-star beast taming shop Tingyu Pavilion. She was also Pei Yingru's best friend. Xiao Yi, in this era, necromancy talent has completely declined. So most beast taming shops nationwide have long abandoned business related to necromancers. I asked Tingyu for help, and she managed to get you a necromantic beast with a bloodline quality of rare. There are 3 days left before the national exam. When you have time, go to Tingyu Pavilion, use this card to buy a beast, then contract it and become a real necromancer. At that moment, Pei Yingruo's voice was as gentle as could be, and even though Pei Xingye had 2 lives and was mature and steady, his eyes still reddened, filled with gratitude. At this moment, Pei Xingye adjusted his emotions, looking out at the rain outside. Cousin is so good to me. She asked Sister Tingyu to get me a rare bloodline necromantic beast. She must owe Sister Tingyu a great favor. Although necromantic talent has declined, with a necromantic beast of rare bloodline, getting into a third-rate beast tamer academy shouldn't be a problem. But I, Pei Xingye, will only apply to one of the 4 top universities, the Chaos Academy. Inside the Yanxia Empire, the 4 top beast tamer academies are Tao Tai Academy, Chaos Academy, Xiangqi Academy, Wu Academy. The names of the 4 beast tamer academies are derived from the 4 great ferocious beasts. According to the strength of their faculty, Tao Tai Academy is ranked first among the 4 academies. Chaos Academy is ranked second. So why is Pei Xingye so determined to join the second-ranked Chaos Academy? Because Pei Donglai wants to apply to Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye's goal isn't to attend the best academy, but to take Pei Donglai's spot and seek revenge for the unfairness he suffered in the Pei family for the past 18 years with his weak body. Cousin, I can only disappoint your good intentions. Pei Xingye placed the membership gold card for Tingyu Pavilion in the drawer, letting it gather dust. He didn't intend to follow Pei Yingruo's arrangement, nor did he need a rare bloodline beast. Because in Pei Xingye's eyes, a rare bloodline beast was too ordinary. After all, at this moment, he had already contracted with an ancient mythological bloodline, the Black Phoenix. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. The Yanxia Empire welcomed the most important day of the year. The National Exam Day. Latest report, the Yanxia Empire welcomes the annual national exam. Millions of candidates will enter various exam halls across the country to start the Beast Tamer examination. We wonder how many genius Beast Tamers will emerge in this year's exam. Let's wait and see. Tianyu City. The exam hall. Early in the morning, the exam hall was packed with people, with young faces filled with anxiety and anticipation. With my B-grade talent, plus my beast, the Fire Soul Silver Fox, I should have no problem getting into Qilin Academy. As long as I perform normally, I will definitely get the acceptance letter from Tianju Academy. What's happening? Why is my beast acting up right now? It's messing up at such a crucial moment. Big brother, please, stop, don't pull it anymore. As the exam approached, some beasts had big accidents, while others had small ones. That's how the national exam was, all kinds of bizarre and abstract things happening. For most candidates in Tianyu City, their goal was to get into a third-rate or second-rate Beast Tamer Academy. As for the 4 top Beast Tamer Academies, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of them. In the vast exam hall, the examination areas were divided by different Beast Tamer Academies. The examination areas for second-rate and third-rate academies were crowded and bustling. While the examination areas for the 4 top Beast Tamer Academies had only a few scattered figures. This era was like a massive wave, sorting through everyone based on their talent. Chaos Academy, Examination Area. The invigilator in charge of monitoring the exam was the gold medal beauty instructor from Chaos Academy, Pei Yingru. At this moment, her delicate and beautiful face was filled with concern. As long as Xiaoyi follows my advice and contracts a rare bloodline undead-type beast from Tingyu Pavilion, getting into a third-rate academy like Qilin or Tianju should be no problem. Just then, a frivolous voice interrupted her thoughts. Pei Donglai, hands in his pockets, walked up to Pei Yingru. Sister, do I still need to take the exam as a predetermined genius? Pei Yingru was stunned for a moment, then regained her usual seriousness and said sternly, I am not your sister right now, I am the invigilator. Watch your words, Pei Donglai. Alright, respectful invigilator, although I am a predetermined genius of Chaos Academy, I am willing to go through the process, and I will participate in the exam to prove my strength. Pei Donglai's face was full of arrogance, as he activated his beast seal and summoned a giant tiger beast, its body wrapped in lightning, with fangs like sharp swords. The Thunder Sword Tiger, an epic bloodline, at the juvenile stage. This beast quickly became the center of attention, attracting the admiration and flattery of the other candidates. Just when Pei Donglai was ready to show off his skills, the arrival of a crimson-eyed boy in the exam hall stirred a wave of mocking discussions. Yo, isn't that the useless one from the Pei family? To be exact, he's a short-lived ghost. A short-lived ghost who awakened the necromancy talent, and he still dares to take the national exam? White hair, crimson eyes, these were the most prominent features of Pei Xingye. He ignored the mocking around him and walked straight into the assessment area of the Chaos Academy, his crimson eyes filled with the suppressed fire of necromancy. Wait. Did I see that wrong? This guy actually walked into the Chaos Academy assessment area. He wants to apply to Chaos Academy? Impossible. Unless he's gone mad. When Pei Xingye saw Pei Xingye, her eyes lit up, but she also showed a confused expression. Xiao Yi, you. Examiner, I want to apply to Chaos Academy. When Pei Xingye said this, the entire crowd was shocked. This useless one really wants to apply to Chaos Academy. Crazy. He's really gone crazy. The crowd looked at Pei Xingye as if they were staring at a lunatic. Pei Donglai froze for a moment, then raised his hand and placed it on Pei Xingye's shoulder, sneering sarcastically, "My dear little brother, has your head been kicked by a donkey? You've awakened the lowest level necromancy talent, and you still have the nerve to apply to Chaos Academy? Do you even deserve it?" Pei Xingye faced Pei Donglai directly, his cold gaze briefly flicking over the Thunder Sword-biting tiger. The epic bloodline Thunder Sword-biting tiger, the data isn't bad. Pei Donglai, this Beastmaster is something you and your father used, relying on my mother's connections and resources to exchange for, right? Pei Xingye hit the nail on the head. Pei Donglai instinctively felt guilty and stammered in a flustered manner, "Nonsense. I contracted this beast with my own abilities, and it has nothing to do with your dead mother." Pei Xingye snapped, "Pei Donglai, watch your words." After glaring at Pei Donglai, Pei Xingye looked at Pei Xingye, confirming again and again. "Pei Xingye, are you really sure you want to apply to Chaos Academy?" "I'm sure. Let me make it clear first, applying to the 4 top academies, if you fail the assessment, there will be no opportunity for transfer, and you won't be accepted by any other academy." "Are you really?" Pei Xingye stopped wasting words and directly pressed his handprint to confirm his application to Chaos Academy. Seeing this, Pei Donglai couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. "Pei Xingye, you crazy fool. How could a prestigious institution like Chaos Academy accept a short-lived ghost who won't live long? You're currently cursed with the fateful curse, and in everyone's eyes, you're already a corpse 2 years from now. Besides the trash academies that need to fill quotas, who would accept you?" Pei Donglai used filthy insults to reveal the cruel truth. Beastmasters who awaken the necromancy talent usually don't live past 20. So no high-level Beastmaster Academy would choose to admit someone cursed as a soon-to-die person. Pei Xingye's lips curled slightly into a smile, but he remained silent. Before summoning the Black Phoenix, he couldn't be bothered to say another word. Pei Xingye took a deep breath. She was feeling very confused inside, but she had to do her job well. Current candidate, Pei Donglai, begin the assessment. Next candidate, Pei Xingye, please prepare. Pei Donglai shot Pei Xingye a disdainful glance. "Oof, next, I will make you understand the gap between us." Chapter 5, The Gate of the Underworld opens. Chaos Academy Assessment Area. Pei Donglai began the official assessment. The national exam uses a unified assessment standard, which is to compete for the number of primordial demons hunted. Primordial demons are the lowest level monsters. The classification of monsters, like Beastmasters, is divided into 9 sequences, from lowest to highest. Juvenile body, mature body, complete body, metamorphosis body, overlord body, king body, heavenly king body, emperor body, star god body. In the center of the assessment area, the cage opened, releasing the first primordial demon, a cold glowing armored lizard. The face was grotesque, the posture twisted, emitting a harsh, ear-piercing howl. The armored lizard was a juvenile beast, one of the weakest types of attributeless beasts in the world, and the first challenge every novice beastmaster must face. Pei Donglai revealed an arrogant posture, releasing his soul power, commanding Thunder Sword-biting tiger, launching a swift attack on the armored lizard. Charge! Thunder bind! Thunderstorm Thunderstrike! In the assessment area, the power of thunder rolled recklessly, the first armored lizard was scorched to death and collapsed, gasping for breath. The crowd around marveled. Thunder Sword-biting tiger, truly deserving of its epic bloodline, its bloodline strength is impressive. And Pei Donglai's talent is Blood Demon. When Thunder Sword-biting tiger attacks the armored lizard, it can absorb the lizard's blood, converting it into its own health. Blood Demon provides powerful battle sustainability. Pei Donglai could probably kill 20 armored lizards. Not to exaggerate, but to speak honestly, Pei Donglai does have some talent. As the assessment progressed, he had already killed 13 armored lizards. Achieving a 2-digit kill count was already a great accomplishment. This was thanks to his Blood Demon talent and the bloodline strength of Thunder Sword-biting tiger. Beastmaster bloodlines, like Beastmaster levels, are divided into 9 sequences. Normal, Extraordinary, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Demigod, Mythical, Ancient Mythical, Super Ancient Mythical. The armored lizard's bloodline was only normal quality, while Thunder Sword-biting tiger's bloodline quality reached epic. Under the bloodline suppression, Pei Donglai's assessment process went smoothly. Gradually, Pei Donglai's breathing became rapid, his soul power nearly exhausted. Thunder Sword-biting Tiger was also panting, unable to continue fighting. Thud. The 25th Armored Lizard fell in a pool of blood. At this point, Pei Donglai, drenched in sweat, finished the assessment, and his results were finalized. Pei Xingye announced, Pei Donglai, 25 Armored Lizards killed. This was Pei Donglai's limit. At the same time, the large screen behind Pei Xingye displayed the results of all the candidates who had participated in the Chaos Academy assessment up to that point. Sita Shui, 41 kills. Huang Fuboyi, 33 kills. Qin Yunlin, 30 kills. Pei Donglai, 25 kills. These were the top 4 candidates on the leaderboard. According to the Chaos Academy's admissions system, only the top 4 from the Tianyu City test zone would be accepted. So this list was exactly as everyone had expected. Everyone knew that these 4 geniuses had already been pre-selected by the Chaos Academy before the assessment, and participating in the assessment was just a formality. Other candidates with mediocre qualifications mostly had kill counts ranging from 1 to 8. This was the gap in talent. Pei Donglai smiled confidently and walked up to Pei Xingye to show off. Little brother, how did I do? This is the effect of combining an epic bloodline and an A-grade talent. Thunder Sword-biting Tiger, epic bloodline. Blood Demon, A-grade talent. There was no denying that Pei Donglai had some talent, but not much. To the onlookers, the situation seemed settled. Pei Donglai had already secured his acceptance letter from Chaos Academy. After all, no one believed that Pei Xingye, this waste with a necromantic talent, could push Pei Donglai out of the top 4. Next candidate, Pei Xingye. In Pei Xingye's eyes, there was worry and nervousness as she looked at Pei Xingye facing the first vicious, bloodthirsty armored lizard, and she couldn't help but sweat for him. No one had any hope for Pei Xingye, because necromantic talent was the worst talent of this era, without a doubt. Beastmaster talents were divided into 8 grades, from low to high. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Pei Xingye's awakened, necromantic slaughter, was a bottom-tier E-grade talent. The reason was well known, the necromantic talent came with the short life, curse of misfortune. As long as Pei Xingye summons a beast to fight, the curse will intensify, accelerating the consumption of his life, devouring his vitality. Tisk, I'm really afraid this guy won't even manage to kill a single armored lizard before. Just die in the exam room, thinking about it is unlucky. I really don't understand, knowing that I'm a short-lived person, yet naively applying for Chaos Academy, it's like daydreaming. The cold mockery from the crowd not only belittles Pei Xingye, but also devalues the necromancy talent. Pei Xingye raised his blood-red eyes, his gaze as cold as death, locking onto the iron-armored lizard before him. The only unchanging thing in this world is change. The times have changed. Then I will prove from this moment that the necromancy talent is the world's #1 talent. Pei Xingye's voice was low and heavy, his necromantic aura spreading wildly. Gate of the underworld, open. A crimson glow flickered from the mark on Pei Xingye's wrist as he activated the beast summoning technique. In an instant, the space behind Pei Xingye twisted and shattered. From the black mist that poured like a tide, an ancient and heavy stone door opened. Around the stone door, faces of unspeakable ghosts surrounded it, with magma from hell gushing out from the door and splashing everywhere. In that brief moment, the chilling necromantic aura enveloped the entire exam room. So cold. What's happening? How did Pei Xingye summon a door? Is this door his summoned beast? I think it's called the Gate of the Underworld? The people who had never seen such things were astonished and looked at each other in disbelief. But those who had seen the world. Pei Xingye's pupils shook, and she couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Gate of the Underworld. It's really the Gate of the Underworld. Only when a necromancy beastmaster summons a necromantic beast with a bloodline of mythical quality will the Gate of the Underworld open. For ordinary beastmasters, the summoned beasts always open summoning formations. The summoning formations are all similar, usually just 5-pointed star totems. But the Gate of the Underworld is a unique summoning effect for necromancy beastmasters. Moreover, the conditions for opening the Gate of the Underworld are extremely harsh. The summoned beast's bloodline must reach mythical quality. Everyone was shocked, and discussions erupted. Did Pei Xingye contract a necromancy beast with a mythical bloodline? Impossible, in this age, even necromancy beasts with semi-god bloodlines are on the brink of extinction. Pei Xingye, a short-lived person, how could he have such good luck? At this moment, Pei Donglai looked up at the towering, magnificent Gate of the Underworld, his face pale, gritting his teeth. That's right, how could he have such good luck? He couldn't have contracted a mythical bloodline necromancy beast, it's impossible. In an instant, a deafening phoenix cry came from behind the Gate of the Underworld, tearing apart the sky of Tianyu City. This is the cry of a phoenix? Could it be a phoenix? A huge black shadow burning with necromantic fire rushed out of the Gate of the Underworld and hovered above Pei Xingye's head. When the thick fog cleared, the beast revealed its majestic figure, delivering an overwhelming visual impact to the onlookers. Its pitch-black bones were like ink stains. The force of Nirvana surged violently. The phoenix wings, like a death god's scythe, stirred with deadly ripples. Each piercing, ruthless phoenix cry collided with the heavens and earth, echoing with the destruction of all life. The giant, handsome body was covered with phoenix feathers made of necromantic fire, and in its eye sockets were deep, blood-red phoenix eyes. The moment the black phoenix appeared, the suppressive force of the ancient mythical bloodline directly caused the iron-armored lizard in front of Pei Xingye to bleed from its 7 orifices, convulsing and twitching uncontrollably, even losing control of its bowels. This pressure, purebred phoenix. The phoenix, one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire? So Pei Xingye didn't contract a mythical bloodline, but an even higher-level ancient mythical bloodline. Pei Yingru, shocked, suddenly had a spark in her mind and analyzed in an excited tone. I understand. Purebred Phoenix bloodline possesses Nirvana power. Nirvana power can immune all life-based curses. This means that Pei Xingye, who contracted the Black Phoenix, is immune to the Curse of Doom. Then his talent, Necromantic Slaughter, will be. Yes. That's right. When the Curse of the Death Spirit talent was ineffective against Pei Xingye, the Death Spirit talent will inevitably rise to its peak again, reclaiming the throne of the world's strongest talent. Pei Donglai kept shaking his head, instinctively stepping back, unwilling to believe the facts unfolding before him, but the truth could not be avoided. Impossible. He's a useless waste, how could he possibly contract the pureblood phoenix of the ancient mythical bloodline? Pei Xingye's cold peripheral vision swept over the trembling, stunned Pei Donglai, like a judgmental gaze upon a mere dog. All these years, I've called you cousin, but did you really take me as your little brother? Chapter 6, A Genius? It's just his threshold. On the exam field, Pei Xingye, summoning the Black Phoenix, became the center of everyone's attention. Those who once looked down on Pei Xingye were now dumbstruck, their hearts filled with deep shock, and in their eyes, jealousy, fear, and even worship began to rise. In this era, the strong are revered. When Pei Xingye displayed an unparalleled, unprecedented talent, who would still dare to look down on him? The exam began. Pei Xingye stirred his soul power, with the master-servant bond in soul resonance. Kill. The Black Phoenix flapped its wings, a fire of death spirits mixed with the fierce wind descended from the sky, like the judgment of death, instantly killing the terrified iron-armored lizard. Even its bones were annihilated in the death spirit fire, leaving not a trace of ash. Pei Yingru saw this and couldn't help but praise, the attack value of the Black Phoenix is too high. Against the iron-armored lizard, it doesn't even trigger the death spirit kill effect. Death Spirit Kill, when the enemy's health is reduced to 10%, the next attack will ignore any shields and defenses, triggering a 100% instant kill, completing the harvest. This was the Death Spirit talent awakened by Pei Xingye. However, in this actual battle, the Black Phoenix, with its ancient mythical bloodline, didn't need to use any skills. Its simple, unadorned basic attack was enough to crush the iron-armored lizard. Its health bar was emptied in an instant, without even triggering Death Spirit Kill. Next, Pei Xingye transformed into a beast master, controlling the Black Phoenix, killing one iron-armored lizard after another, conquering the entire field with strength and talent. Phoenix bloodline, truly terrifying. What? What is this? Health bar disappearance technique. Another instant kill? Too fast. Pei Xingye has already killed 25 iron-armored lizards. The green death spirit fire burned brightly, and Pei Xingye's red pupils were the only splash of crimson in the fire. This splash of crimson, how domineering! How brutal! This splash of crimson emanated the oppressive and murderous aura of a death god's arrival. This splash of crimson pressed down on those so-called children of the heavens, making them unable to lift their heads, blending them into the crowd. At this moment, genius? It's just his threshold. Pei Donglai's face alternated between iron gray and pale, his clenched fist, dripping with cold sweat, trembling, his heartbeat becoming erratic. This guy has already killed 25 iron-armored lizards. If he continues. The crowd gasped. The 26th. 27th. 28, 29, 30. Oh heavens, it's already the 50th. Sima Shui's score was 41, so Pei Xingye is already first. In a flash, Pei Xingye, controlling the Black Phoenix, forcefully killed the 50th iron-armored lizard. This dazzling achievement had already claimed the first place in the Tianyu City exam region. Among the crowd, a purple-haired girl, more beautiful than a work of art, lifted her deep, profound eyes, her gaze falling on Pei Xingye. Before this, she was the first place in the Tianyu City exam region. She was a rising star of the Sita family, one of the 4 major families of Tianyu City, Sita Shui. In the exam, she killed 41 iron-armored lizards, which was enough to amaze the entire field. If not for the appearance of this monster Pei Xingye, she would have received the Tianyu City Top Scholar title and the admission letter to Chaos Academy. Sitishwe stared at Pei Xingye. No one could guess what was going on in her heart. It was certain, however, that this heaven-defying girl had now been reduced to a supporting role beneath Pei Xingye's super godlike performance. Pei Xingye did not stop. The Black Phoenix was still slaughtering. This meant that Pei Xingye's test score was still increasing. The 60th one. 70th one. This is impossible, it's too fake. 80th one. The crowd's gaze, from the initial shock, slowly turned into dazedness. The scene in front of them was so unreal, like a dream. Pei Xingye was excited, but she still kept a rational mind. No, this isn't right. The bloodline suppression is one thing, but what's going on with his soul power reserve? Beastmasters use their soul power to control beasts in battle. Even if the Black Phoenix's bloodline strength was excessive, continuously killing 80 iron-scaled lizards would undoubtedly consume a huge amount of Pei Xingye's soul power. But at this moment, Pei Xingye's breathing was even, his expression calm, not even a hint of fatigue on his face. This was completely against common sense. Pei Xingye, who had been supervising exams for many years, had never seen a genius with such high soul power concentration as Pei Xingye in the national exams. In fact, Pei Xingye's soul power was twice that of others his age. Soul power can be seen as a person's spiritual strength. This strength increases with the Beastmaster's age, experience, and battle encounters. Pei Xingye was a transmigrator. With 2 lives in one body, a dual soul, naturally, he had double the soul power. So, theoretically, in terms of continuous battle ability, any Beastmaster of the same rank would be completely crushed by Pei Xingye. With the boost of double soul power, Pei Xingye manipulated the Black Phoenix, like a bloodthirsty and merciless killing machine, unfolding a slaughter feast on the exam field. Every exam area in the national exam had its own live broadcast. At this moment, 99% of the country's internet users rushed into the Tianyu City exam area, live stream, eager to witness the brilliance of this genius boy. The bullet comments flooded in. Pureblood Phoenix bloodline? A once-in-100 years occurrence. This performance is terrifying. He's already killed 90 iron-scaled lizards, he's so close to breaking the historical record. This red-eyed boy, is he really going to break the record? The highest record in the history of the national exams was 99 iron-scaled lizards killed consecutively. And right now, Pei Xingye was getting closer and closer to breaking that record. The whole country was focused on Pei Xingye, including the highest ruler of the Yanxia Empire. Yanxia Imperial City. Dragon Soul Palace. This was the highest power hall of the country and the residence of the ruler. The woman on the throne was noble and graceful, unparalleled in beauty, with a dragon's reverse scale, gleaming like jade, growing in the center of her forehead. A golden dress as thin as a cicada's wing trailed on the ground, and beneath the dress, her beautiful legs were partially visible, but the aura of authority she radiated made any man dare not harbor any impure thoughts toward her. Report. Your Majesty, the latest news, there's a monstrous genius in Tianyu City for this year's national exam. Tianyu City? Dragon Lord Ning raised her brows, and the deep eyes recalled a memory. Your Majesty, as of now, this young man has already broken the historical record of the national exam, killing 100 iron-scaled lizards. Pei Xingye, the creator of the latest historical record in the national exam. This record has been standing for a long time, and someone has actually surpassed it. So, who is this young man? Report, Your Majesty, his name is Pei Xingye. Pei? Yes, he is Lord Pei's son, the one who fell years ago. You held him once when he was just a baby. Dragon Lord Ning instinctively activated her black and white dragon eyes, falling into deep thought, and a baby with white hair and red eyes appeared in her mind. Times are changing. However, the child of an old friend, he's truly the child of an old friend. This influential figure was none other than the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire, known as the Empress of Yanxia, Dragon Lord Ning. Pei Xingye's sudden rise had finally caused the Phoenix clan to once again expose in the Dragon clan's sight, after 18 years. What was bound to happen had arrived. 18 years ago, in that great battle. It's actually far from over. Or rather, it was just the beginning. Chapter 7, the strongest national top scholar in history. Incredible, 100. This guy, truly broke the historical record. Pei Xingye, he's a monster. The world loves to use the word genius to define those with extraordinary talents in the younger generation. And monster, that's the word geniuses use to describe Pei Xingye, whom they can't even reach. By now, Pei Xingye had already killed 100 armored lizards in a row, and the exam hall was in a frenzy. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. Pei Xingye, as the exam supervisor, looked in shock at her brother in the center of the exam hall. In her eyes, this brother suddenly became so unfamiliar, yet so powerful. 3 digits. Pei Xingye, my brother, he has raised the highest score of the national exam to 3 digits. Before Pei Xingye's rise, the highest score in the national exam had always been a 2-digit number. The number 99 had been considered the genius limit for many years. And at this moment, Pei Xingye broke this limit. But he didn't just break the limits of those past geniuses, he hadn't even reached his own limit yet. Because, under everyone's gaze, this white-haired, red-eyed young man, although he had already stopped, voluntarily fixing his score. But there was no sign of his breathing being out of rhythm. Standing tall with elegance and composure, under the sharp eyes of the media reporters, his youthful but still handsome face showed not a single drop of sweat. The crowd repeatedly exclaimed in amazement, and some even speculated. 100, is that really his limit? No. It's not. Look at his face, it's not even flushed or sweating. Could it be he still has residual soul power? Pei Xingye, is he even human? When people even began to question whether Pei Xingye was human, it meant that the shock he had brought to this world had already transcended the shackles of human genes. Among the crowd, Qilin raised her hand, sweeping the messy purple hair from her temples behind her ear, revealing a bright and exquisite face. While gazing at Pei Xingye, she muttered to herself. This score of 100, it's just to break the national exam's historical record. This score is not his limit. While he's revealing himself, he's also trying to suppress his talent, not exposing all his strength, especially his trump card, to the public. So he is a genius monster with a brain. And I need such a partner. This is Qilin evaluation of Pei Xingye. Even though Pei Xingye's appearance caused her to lose the title of top talent in Tianyu City, once making her a mere supporting role, she still objectively evaluated him, with no personal emotions involved. After Pei Xingye's score was fixed, the national exam was nearing its end. The testing process in all major exam zones sped up, and as soon as the last candidate finished, this year's national top scholar was immediately announced. There was no doubt, Pei Xingye, this supernova rising slowly in the endless night, became the strongest national top scholar in history. A small city like Tianyu could never produce a genius monster of this level. In the exam hall, Pei Xingye looked around, and he could feel that every burning gaze directed at him was filled with admiration and respect. In an era that revered martial strength, the strong, the geniuses, or the genius monsters, should enjoy this kind of treatment. If your talent is weaker than others, they will ridicule and look down on you. If your talent is just a little stronger, others will envy and hate you. But if your talent is so strong that others can only look up at your dust, they will worship and submit to you. Salutes, applause, cheers, flowers. Pei Xingye became the dazzling star that everyone in the nation focused on, and the title of the strongest national top scholar echoed through every inch of the Yanxia Empire. Even gaining fame overseas, landing on the news headlines of the other 6 human nations. How could this be? By what right? I have known him for 18 years. He has always been a useless person. Why suddenly? Pei Donglai held his head in his hands, his expression twisted, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. On the big screen, the rankings of the exam candidates from Tianyu City were displayed. Pei Xingye, kill count 100, national first. Qilin, kill count 41. Huang Fuboyi, kill count 33. Qin Yanlin, kill count 30. Pei Donglai, kill count 25. Wow, everyone quickly look at the score report, this is fun. Pei Xingye is the national champion. So Pei Donglai's ranking has dropped to 5th in the city. According to the enrollment rules of the Chaos Academy, our Tianyu City only has 4 admission spots, so Pei Donglai has been eliminated. And he was pushed out by his brother, Pei Xingye. In the national exam venue, a legendary scene of familial killing was born for the first time in history. The younger brother eliminated the older brother. Pei Xingye personally pushed Pei Donglai out of the enrollment rules of the Chaos Academy. The heated discussions around made Pei Donglai panicked. He hurriedly rushed in front of Pei Yingru, smiling more terribly than crying. Sister, you are my sister. Can you talk to the dean about making an exception this year to admit me too? I beg you, sister. Pei Yingru shook her head seriously, her face veiled in frost, filled with solemnity. First of all, this is the examination venue, I am not your sister, I am the invigilator. Secondly, the enrollment rules of the Chaos Academy will not break for anyone. Pei Yingru handled her duties impartially and announced the admission list on the spot. Qilin, Huang Fuboyi, Qin Yanlin. And Pei Xingye, the above 4 students have received the admission notice from the Chaos Academy. At this moment, in the sky above, cranes cried out. Qingluan flew. Bats fluttered. 3 major figures riding different flying beasts descended upon the examination site in Tianyu City. They are the Dean of the Taotai Academy, Zhuge Qingfeng. The Dean of the Qianqi Academy, Li Jinyan. The Dean of the Wu Academy, Lin Sunhai. 3 of the 4 top beast master academies in the Yanxia Empire appeared at the same time. Their purpose was obvious. To poach people. The three deans were highly respected figures. Their lifelong efforts were not spent on the battlefield but on discovering and cultivating the young talents of the Yanxia Empire. Just as the thoughts ended, the three deans had surrounded Pei Xingye, their eyes kind yet fiery. Good, really good, this talent is too wonderful. No wonder he is the strongest national champion in history, truly a gifted person. Consecutively slaying 100 armored lizards while maintaining such composure, his eyes are calm yet profound, who among his peers can compare to this serene and concealed sharpness? At this moment, someone in the crowd muttered. The way these three deans look at Pei Xingye is just like how the elders in martial arts novels view the young prodigies of their sect, isn't it? Chapter 8, The Beginning of Revenge, the younger brother crushes the older brother. In this era, genius is the hardest currency. As soon as genius flows into the market, it is bound to be snatched up crazily. Pei Xingye is a hot commodity in the eyes of the big figures. And those who are stepped on by genius will only become a disregarded clown. Pei Donglai seemed to have lost his soul, collapsing to the ground. Watching his brother standing confidently among the three deans, polite and composed, even casually stating some unique insights about beast evolution paths, causing the three deans to praise him over and over again. The world watched, and the three deans expressed their favor and affection for Pei Xingye, naturally tossing out lucrative olive branches. Li Jinyan said, Pei Xingye, as long as you are willing to give up Chaos Academy, the doors of our Qiangqi Academy will be wide open for you. Lin Sanghai said, at Wu Academy, we can offer you the highest scholarship, and we will arrange an independent villa apartment for you, and also. Zhuge Qingfeng said, Pei Xingye, I will be straightforward, among the 4 academies, our Taotai Academy has trained many excellent necromancer beast masters. So our academy's resource library still holds many evolution materials for necromantic beasts, you understand? Pei Xingye had an awkward expression, faced with the enthusiastic invitations from the three deans. He hadn't had time to say anything when suddenly, a huge black-skinned wild boar charged in, pushing through the crowd. Move aside, make way. On the back of the wild boar, as tall as a hill, sat a middle-aged man with a big head and ears. This wild boar had only one eye and emitted a violent aura of the overlord level. The one-eyed boar king, the master of this beast, was none other than Wang Defa, the dean of Chaos Academy. At the same time, he was also the most abstract among the 4 deans. The one-eyed pig bulldog came to a sudden stop, and Wang Defa fell off the pig's back, landing face-first in the dirt, an image hard to admire. Such a grand entrance starkly contrasted with the dignified appearances of the other 3 esteemed deans. Wang Defa got up from the ground, disregarding his dusty look, and firmly held Pei Xingye's hands. Pei Xingye, nice to meet you for the first time. I am Wang Defa, Dean of Chaos Academy. Hello, Dean Wang. Pei Ingru walked over, her attitude respectful. Dean, why are you here? Instructor Pei, of course I'm here to personally award our national top student with the admission notice. At this point, the 4 heads of the top beast master academies gathered together, all vying for the genius Pei Xingye. Zhuge Qingfeng frowned and said, Wang Fatty, your Chaos Academy has no resources related to necromantic beasts. How will you train Pei Xingye? Wang Defa puffed out his cheeks and swore on the spot, I guarantee that as long as Pei Xingye enters our Chaos Academy, I, Wang Defa, will exhaust all my wealth and resources to gather precious and rare necromantic materials from across the nation and even the globe for Pei Xingye. This is an era where necromancer beast masters have completely fallen. Thus, the resources used to cultivate necromantic beasts can be described as depleted. Pei Xingye is indeed the national top student, but everyone knows that training this genius is not an easy task. Just the resources needed for the Black Phoenix's growth would be enough to give Wang Defa a headache. But no matter what, he would not let go of such a good seedling as Pei Xingye. Folks, after all is said and done, it all comes down to Pei Xingye's own choice. The 4 deans looked at Pei Xingye simultaneously, their burning eyes revealing deep expectations. At this moment, Pei Donglai's heart, which had plunged into an ice cave, ignited hope again, thinking to himself. Taotai Academy is the best among the 4 major academies. Moreover, Dean Zhuge also said that Taotai Academy's warehouse still holds some old-era necromantic materials. If I were Pei Xingye, I would definitely choose Taotai Academy. As long as he chooses Taotai Academy, I can. Pei Donglai became excited. As long as Pei Xingye chose Taotai Academy, then Chaos Academy would also include him, the 5th place in Tianyu City, in their admission range. I choose Chaos Academy. The moment Pei Xingye made his choice, Pei Donglai's rekindled hope was instantly extinguished, feeling as desolate as ashes. No way, Pei Xingye actually insists on choosing Chaos Academy? Taotai Academy is the best among the 4 major academies. The genius monster truly lives up to its name, its mind works differently from normal people. Pei Xingye's choice left the dean of Chaos Academy, Zhuge Qingfeng, puzzled, but he could only show respect. Wang Defa was emotional, once again grasping Pei Xingye's hand, his face quivering from excessive smiling. Student Pei Xingye, thank you so much for giving us Chaos Academy a chance. Rest assured, I represent Chaos Academy and guarantee we will do our utmost to nurture you. But speaking of it, why did you choose our Chaos Academy? This was a question everyone was curious about. Because there is a dog that does not deserve to enter Chaos Academy. Everyone instinctively looked at the trembling Pei Donglai. Within Tianyu City, the relationship between Pei Xingye and the Pei family was known to all, as was the enmity between Pei Donglai and Pei Xingye. I understand now. Pei Xingye chose Chaos Academy not for any other reason, but to push Pei Donglai out. He is seeking revenge. Revenge is a path Pei Xingye follows with his beast taming. The national examination was just his first move, his retribution against the hypocrites of the Pei family was only just beginning. Because Pei Xingye pushed Pei Donglai out of the rankings, Pei Donglai had failed the exam, and according to the rules, he had lost the chance to apply to other beast tamer academies. Pei Xingye held the admission notice of Chaos Academy, walking up to Pei Donglai. Cousin, don't you love to grin at me? Why aren't you smiling now? Is it because of your inner agony? With a calm tone and a scornful gaze, Pei Xingye's crimson eyes swept over Pei Donglai like a god looking down on a grass dog, cold and merciless. The older brother is a failed candidate, and the younger brother is the national champion, so who is the real younger brother? I don't need to say, those who understand will understand, ha ha ha. Pei Donglai has bullied Pei Xingye a lot. Given the enmity between these two, Pei Xingye's actions are not excessive, even considered merciful. Not to mention the past, now this pair of brothers' situations are really worlds apart. Indeed, Pei Donglai is no longer qualified to annoy Pei Xingye. From this moment on, they are no longer people of the same world. Pei Donglai became a clown, and ridicule and slander came from all around. He could no longer face staying here. Pei Xingye, I must make you pay. I will. In his heart, Pei Donglai silently roared, filled with killing intent. The situation turned against him, so he could only temporarily endure, escaping through the crowd, disappearing into the sunset-lit streets, his sinister and venomous face vanishing into the shadows. He dialed a phone number. Hello father, Pei Xingye. On the other end of the line. Don't lie, I know everything. I am your father, I know what you are thinking, but this matter must be planned for the long term. After all, Pei Xingye is the national champion now, we cannot act lightly against him. Pei Shan, Pei Donglai's father, is also Pei Xingye's own uncle. At the same time, he is the acting president of the Crimson Guild. His voice was heavy and serious. He knew that the moment Pei Xingye became the national champion, their situation had begun to worsen. Father, I understand, let's discuss it in detail after we meet. Now the Pei family was a den of wolves and tigers, except for Pei Yingro, everyone else stood against Pei Xingye. They were all bloodthirsty white-eyed wolves, wanting only to seize and consume the inheritance left by Pei Chuzhuang. Pei Donglai, making you fail the exam and being scorned by everyone is just the beginning. You, your father, I will not spare a single one. I will reclaim everything my mother left behind. In this moment, Pei Xingye's scarlet gaze looked in the direction of the Pei family, the power of the undead within him boiling with rage. Chapter 9, The Upgrade of the Hand of the Fallen God, the Hidden Data of the Black Phoenix. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dean of Chaos Academy, Wang Defa, and the national champion Pei Xingye shook hands once more. In the future, the world will sigh, this is a precious group photo. Because no one ever expected that the Chaos Academy would create incredible glory and legendary miracles with the joining of this talented young man. Pei Xingye, thank you once again for choosing Chaos Academy. See you in the new semester. See you in the new semester. Pei Xingye walked out of the examination hall, and media reporters swarmed around him, like a terrifying zombie siege. Countless microphones were shoved in front of his mouth, and the camera flashes flickered like stars in the deep night, dazzling and blinding. Reporter, Pei Xingye, can you please tell us how you became the national champion? Can you share some experience? Pei Xingye raised his left arm, and the divine hand lit up with a purple and gold glow that ordinary people could hardly see. How to become the national champion? The answer is simple. Just have hands. Pei Xingye was not showing off, he was just stating a fact. For him, indeed, just having hands was enough. What a great just have hands. This guy can show off more than my second uncle's Wuling Hongwang on the highway. Who can blame him for showing off? After all, he is the strongest national champion in history. Not to mention, when he shows off, even I, Wang Peng, have to avoid his brilliance. Damn. I, Li Fei, am also slightly inferior. Pei Xingye ignored the discussions of the crowd, walking through them and disappearing at the end of the sunset. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Pei Xingye's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the honor achievement of National Champion. Achievement reward given, Divine Hand Upgrade Card, plus, Golden Phoenix Tree Seed. Rewards have been delivered to the warehouse, please check, host. Pei Xingye stopped, enveloped in the depths of dusk, as if draped in golden armor. Thought swirling, Pei Xingye entered the system warehouse and first used the upgrade card. Upgrading Divine Hand. Upgrade successful. Added third function, Beast Diagnosis. Detail analysis, touching any beast with the Divine Hand can diagnose all difficult ailments and hidden injuries, as well as retrieve the best treatment plan. By now, the Divine Hand had developed 3 functions. First function, coffin lifting and grave digging. Second function, data reading. Third function, beast diagnosis. Each function greatly enhanced Pei Xingye's operational limits. The corner of the young man's mouth lifted slightly in the afterglow of the sunset. Beast diagnosis, this function should allow me to become a golden tier beast healer, unlocking my second profession to quickly establish my network in this age of beast tamers. As for the golden phoenix tree seed, the purebred phoenix clan has a significant characteristic: they need to reside on phoenix trees to accelerate their evolution. So Pei Xingye needed to find a unique private land to plant and cultivate the golden phoenix trees. Private land is not something money can buy but requires connections. Late at night, Pei Xingye returned to the dilapidated Pei family estate on the outskirts of Tianyu City. Now he was the national champion, so why didn't he choose to return to the Crimson Guild in a high-profile manner and slap Pei Shan and Pei Donglai in the face? Now is not the best time to return to the Crimson Guild. Pei Shan, just wait for me. I won't make you wait long, soon you'll be bowing and asking me politely to return to the Crimson Guild. At this moment, Pei Xingye had already devised his second chess move. Interestingly, Situ Shui, who entered Chaos Academy along with him, had been obsessed with chess since childhood. Tianyu City. City Center. Situ Mansion. In the bathtub, a purple-haired girl with a graceful, fair body was hazily emerging in dreamy bubbles and warm mist. Next to the bathtub was a chessboard set up with a deadlock. At this moment, an electronic display screen hanging above the bathtub was playing current news. The national examination has concluded today, and national champion Pei Xingye has topped the headlines of 138 media outlets. Topic: popularity reaches a historic high. The 2-month summer vacation is about to arrive. Recently, the Fire-type Beast Legion has been harassing our border, and the Meteorological Bureau has officially issued a red high-temperature warning. 18 gold medal evolutionists from across the country jointly analyzed and released the data panel for the Black Phoenix. Please see the details. Beast name, Black Phoenix Undead Form. Level, Juvenile Body, Stage 1. Bloodline, Ancient Mythical Bloodline. Attributes, Undead Type plus Fire Type. Talent 1, Force of Nirvana, Immunity to all life-type curses, reborn from the shell within 3 seconds after death, regaining 50% health, while being granted a 3x defense shield that lasts for 10 seconds. Talent 2, Undead Fire, ignores enemy defense shields, causing true burning damage to the enemy's body. Talent 3, Undead Body, immunity to all physical attacks. Skill 1, Phoenix Breath, charge to spit out an undead fireball, causing high amounts of burning plus explosion plus penetrating damage to enemies in its path. Skill 2, Falling Phoenix Slash, wings of the Phoenix Cross, unleashing a cross-shaped slash. Skill 3, Overlord Phoenix Roar, emit a powerful sound wave to intimidate enemies, showcasing bloodline suppression, causing fear, dizziness, weakness, and other negative states to the enemy. This is the data of the Black Phoenix. The national exam has just concluded, and the so-called experts have comprehensively analyzed this rare purebred phoenix that appears only once in a century. Situ Shui browsed the data panel, then opened the comments section, where she saw some negative hot discussions. I have to say, Pei Xingye, this national champion, is inflated with credit. Ironclad Lizard, belonging to the attributeless beast, can only unleash physical attacks, while the Black Phoenix can immunity to all physical attacks. Isn't this a bug? I don't deny the strength of the Phoenix bloodline, but this national exam, Pei Xingye definitely benefited from special treatment. When the Black Phoenix faces non-physical attacking beasts, it's probably not so powerful. What's the use of ancient mythical bloodline? Isn't there a weakness? Seeing these negative comments, Situ Shui pondered. The strongest national champion in history, this honor is too dazzling. The more dazzling it is, the more people will study every detail under a microscope, examining and discovering your potential weaknesses. Everyone is jealous of you, everyone wants to defeat you. Pei Xingye, I wonder if you can escape this deadlock. Negative comments about Pei Xingye continue to ferment online. Pei family's abandoned mansion. The old radio was also broadcasting these hot news. Pei Xingye smirked charmingly, resonating with the Black Phoenix. Phoenix, many people are questioning you, questioning me. Those experts confidently analyzed your data panel. But those foolish guys can only analyze your basic data. And your hidden data, only I can see. Pei Xingye had already planned the evolutionary path of the Black Phoenix. This would be an evolutionary path that subverts everyone's understanding of the Phoenix bloodline. Chapter 10, Sister's Best Friend, Crimson Will. 2 months flew by quickly. The summer vacation was ending, and the nation welcomed the annual back-to-school season. Due to the harassment of the Fire-type Beast Legion, this summer in the Empire of Flames was hotter than ever. In Black Lin City, temperatures reached the point where eggs could be fried on the ground. This city, closely related to the Qilin, is home to the 4 top academies. It was rumored that a completely black Qilin, stained like ink, once appeared in this city, trampolinifying the clouds for miles and dispelling the beast virus from the city. But rumors remain just rumors, unverified. On the bustling streets, a boy with white hair and red eyes blended into the crowd. His outfit was too plain, mismatched with the city's vibe, but his face was purely handsome. So, the core of a man's outfits isn't about status, but about looks. At the crossroads, Pei Xingye paused for a moment. He held a map of Black Lin City in his hands. The 4 academies are distributed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the city. The location of Chaos Academy is in the east of the city, by the sea. Highland City is a typical port city, facing the sea in the east and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Pei Xingye glanced at his phone's lock screen. There are 2 hours until the opening ceremony, so I might as well browse the beast shop nearby. Before school starts, Pei Xingye needs to buy some materials to prepare for the evolution upgrade of the Black Phoenix. The money in his hand comes from the top scholarship awarded by Chaos Academy, a whopping 500,000. This can be considered the first pot of gold in Pei Xingye's life. 10 minutes later, Pei Xingye arrived at a bustling commercial street. The shops along the street all engage in businesses related to the profession of Beast Master. Beast Shop, a trading place for buying beasts and materials for beast evolution. Beast Clinic, a hospital for diagnosing and treating beasts. Evolution House, an expert establishment that customizes the best evolution route for different beasts. Pei Xingye walked while looking around, unable to help but sigh. A big city truly deserves its name. Just this street alone has a plethora of 4-star beast shops. In Pei Xingye's hometown Tianyu City, there are no more than 10 3-star beast shops. In comparison, the gap in city levels is quite clear. After all, the top 4 academies are located here, gathering the nation's exceptional youths, and the country naturally invests heavily in developing this city. The funding needs no further mention. 4-star beast shops must have high prices, but I can get some good ice-type beast crystals. Pei Xingye suddenly stopped, his glance captivated by the ancient-style pavilion nearby. Wait! This familiar ancient decor. Could it be? It really is Tingyu Pavilion. Pei Xingye lifted his head and saw the sign of this ancient-style beast shop, boldly inscribed with the 3 characters Tingyu Pavilion in elegant cursive. It must just be a coincidence. Pei Xingye murmured softly. At that moment, a familiar scent wafted into Pei Xingye's nostrils. A beautiful figure stepped out of the door of Tingyu Pavilion with graceful strides. The woman was tall, dressed in a black cheongsam with pear flower designs, the slit revealing her snowy long legs, her slender fingers holding an ancient-style folding fan. This woman's appearance exemplified what it means to be a beauty in the bones and not just in the skin. Her bone structure was the mark of classical beauty, as if she had walked out of a painting from another dynasty, creating a strong contrast with this era of beast masters. The woman smiled at Pei Xingye, her eyes like crescent moons, charming yet pure, making one feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Oh, isn't this the national champion? Welcome to Tingyu Pavilion. Sister Tingyu, how come you? That's right, I moved Tingyu Pavilion from Tianyu City to Highland City. And the shop level has been upgraded from 3 stars to 4 stars. Lan Tingyu, the owner of Tingyu Pavilion, is also Pei Yingruo's close friend. Pei Xingye lost his mother at a young age, with his father's identity unknown and whereabouts a mystery. The entire Pei family was against him, and he made it through relying on the care of Pei Yingru and Lan Tingyu. After some casual talk, Lan Tingyu suddenly showed a look of anger, hands on her hips, questioning, "You little brat, you stood me up, huh?" "Sister Tingyu, let me explain." "No need to explain. Although Yingru asked me for help, I worked so hard, pulling strings and connections, just to get you a rare undead beast." As Lan Tingyu spoke, she raised her hand and gently tapped Pei Xingye's head. "But you contracted an ancient mythical bloodline Black Phoenix, a rare bloodline naturally doesn't enter your eyes." Pei Xingye's face was filled with embarrassment. "Alright, don't use tactical head scratching to ease the awkwardness. You came here to look for beast evolution materials, right? Come in and have a look, sister will give you a discount, a huge discount." "Thank you, Sister Tingyu." Pei Xingye walked into Tingyu Pavilion, and Lan Tingyu handed him a Supreme VIP card directly. "All items in the store are 20% off." In fact, with the relationship between Pei Yingru and Lan Tingyu, even if Pei Xingye didn't have enough money, Lan Tingyu wouldn't make it hard for this younger brother. "Xingye, this side is the shelf for fire attribute beast crystals, feel free to look and choose." The core property of the Phoenix bloodline is fire, so Lan Tingyu instinctively introduced fire attribute beast crystals to Pei Xingye. Beast crystals are the crystallized cores that are diluted from the decayed bodies of tamed beasts or magical beasts after they fall. They store corresponding attribute power, which is used for tamed beasts to consume, thus accelerating their evolution. In theory, what the Black Phoenix needs is indeed fire attribute beast crystals. However, Pei Xingye shook his head. Tingyu sis, I need ice attribute beast crystals. What? Ice attribute beast crystals. Besides the Black Phoenix, do you have a contract with an ice attribute undead tamed beast? Currently, I only have a contract with the Black Phoenix. Lan Tingyu frowned slightly. Xingye, the Phoenix bloodline is naturally fire, and it repels ice attributes. I know. You know yet. My Phoenix is different from other Phoenixes. Pei Xingye's serious expression made Lan Tingyu stop talking nonsense, so she simply took Pei Xingye to the second floor. The shelves here are all ice attribute beast crystals. Thank you, Tingyu sis. Pei Xingye stretched out his left arm, and the fingertip of the reigning hand touched the beast crystals on the shelf. Beast crystals are classified into different levels according to purity: low, medium, high, fine, and top quality. After carefully picking, Pei Xingye filled the shopping cart. After the discount, it's 530,000. Tingyu sis, I only have 500,000. You called me sister, how could I make things difficult for you? Lan Tingyu only collected 500,000, and Pei Xingye felt grateful in his heart. But soon, his gratitude surged out of his chest. Tingyu sis, this is a storage ring. It's a gift for you, as a present for getting into the Chaos Academy, and also your 18-year-old gift. The storage ring is a product developed by the top mechanical beast taming group Tianlong Technology of the Yanxia Empire. This product is equipped with space-folding technology, used for beast tamers to carry various materials, supplements, and sundries. It should be noted that the cheapest storage ring has a market price of at least 1 million, which is not something an ordinary beast tamer can afford. Tingyu sis, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it. I'm just like Ingru, I am your sister. If you are polite with me, I will get angry, you know. Pei Xingye showed a grateful smile and accepted the storage ring with both hands, not wanting to let go. Tingyu sis, I still have to attend the opening ceremony. When I have time, I'll treat you to dinner. Okay, sister will wait for your meal. Watching Pei Xingye leave, Lan Tingyu's eyes changed subtly. She walked to the office on the top floor of Tingyu Pavilion, locked the door, took out a second mobile phone from the drawer, and dialed a number. I have settled in Highland City. I just had contact with the prince, he bought some ice attribute beast crystals from me. I was also curious and asked, his explanation is, his phoenix is different from other phoenixes. Also, so far there are no signs that the prince has awakened the Crimson Will. I will continue to observe. Don't worry, the prince won't suspect my identity. I hide it very well. Lan Tingyu was very confident in her acting skills. Over the years, she had never revealed anything in front of Pei Xingye, and her concern for him was always just right. Unbeknownst to her. After leaving Tingyu Pavilion, Pei Xingye touched the storage ring on his right little finger, and besides gratitude for Lan Tingyu, he also had deep doubts. Sister Tingyu has a close relationship with my cousin, they call each other best friends. It's reasonable for her to be so good to me. However, her publicly known identity is very ordinary, and her deceased parents were not prominent figures, so where did she get the resources and connections to move Tingyu Pavilion from Tianyu City to Highland City just like that? Moreover, this beast shop's rating jumped directly from 3 stars to 4 stars. Such a large-scale renovation in a short time might not just be solvable with money. Sister Tingyu's identity. It seems there is something hidden, and it's not simple. Chapter 11 4 Geniuses, Scarlet Team, established. 9:50 a.m. There are still 10 minutes before the opening ceremony of the Chaos Academy's orientation. At the entrance of the academy, there is a sea of people. Every new student checking in is exceptionally talented. They are full of vitality, filled with hope for the future, the backbone of the Empire of Yanxia. In the crowd, a slender boy with his head down seems to have no presence. In the hot weather, he is the only one with a thick, dense mane of long hair, almost covering half of his face, revealing only a timid right eye. Huangfu Boyi, the young master of the Huangfu family, one of the 4 great families of Tianyu City. He clearly has such a powerful name, but he suffers from severe social anxiety, has been reclusive since childhood, lacks any social skills, and has a mild stutter. Actually, the Huangfu family does not have excessive demands on him. The family does not expect him to become an excellent beastmaster in the future, they just hope that during the next 3 years of his college life, he can improve his social skills and adapt to society. Before leaving, Huangfu Hongya, as the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Boyi's father, repeatedly advised him. Son, when you are outside, learn to talk more, express yourself more, and make more friends. Slowly, you won't stutter anymore. Only through tough experiences can your social anxiety improve. Of course, if someone bullies you, don't be cowardly, you must know how to fight back. Dad will teach you a few insults. If someone bullies you, you can greet their whole family. The family values a certain floral language. In fact, such special education is indeed suitable for guiding a socially anxious and reclusive boy. Teaching according to the individual is the right way. In the crowd, a tall figure squeezed past Huangfu Boyi. Crash. Huangfu Boyi stumbled as he was bumped into, and the white jade bracelet gifted by his father shattered on his wrist. In such a noisy and chaotic environment, Huangfu Boyi clenched his fists. He was very scared, but remembered his father's teachings. So for the first time in his life, he gathered courage, imitating his father's tone, and shouted, "Your mom." "Pei Xingye, my mom passed away. I am so sorry." Huangfu Boyi was already stuttering. With social anxiety and shyness, Pei Xingye's reply directly rendered him speechless. Pei Xingye picked up the shattered bracelet and looked apologetic. "Classmate, sorry, how much is this bracelet?" "I will compensate you." No need to compensate. I didn't know you're your mom." "It's okay, my mom passed away before I was even a month old." Sorry." Huangfu Boyi was close to tears. He had mustered his courage with great difficulty but received a lifelong inward result. Even at night when he went to sleep, he would toss and turn, silently saying to himself, "I really deserve to die. Classmate, don't go, leave a contact number. I will definitely compensate you for the bracelet." Huangfu Boyi's mental state cannot face Pei Xingye. He lowered his head, using his long hair to cover his face, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Pei Xingye held the broken bracelet, chuckling to himself, "I spent all my scholarships on buying ice attribute beast crystals. Where would I get money to compensate for this expensive bracelet? I now even have no money for the cafeteria card." Ding! Pei Xingye took out his phone, receiving a refund text message. "Tingyu Xian refund, 100,000 yenxia coins." Immediately after, Pei Xingye received a private message from Lan Tingyu. "Silly boy, all your scholarships are with me. What do you usually eat and use? Take this 100,000, I won't let you go hungry." "Thank you, Sister Tingyu." Although Pei Xingye has some doubts about Lan Tingyu's identity, his gratitude towards this older sister friend is heartfelt. In this world, Pei Yingru and Lan Tingyu are the only two people who treat Pei Xingye the best. At this moment, the welcome ceremony of Chaos Academy officially begins. The process of the ceremony is simple. First, the Dean Lang Defa comes to the stage to speak, saying some official remarks. The second part is to award the new students the badge of First Level Beast Master. The profession of Beast Master is divided into 13 ranks. The first 10 ranks range from 1st level to 10th level. The last 3 ranks are huge turning points, which are Beast King, Beast Emperor, Beast God. Beast Masters at these 3 ranks have physiologically and genetically surpassed the human category. At the same time, Beast Masters at these 3 ranks are the core combat forces of the human race against the beast race, forming the foundation upon which humanity relies for survival. The first level Beast Master is the threshold of this profession. Any young man or woman who passes the national examination and gets into the Beast Master Academy can receive the badge of First Level Beast Master at the opening ceremony. "Mom, I officially became a Beast Master." Pei Xingye gently touches the badge on his chest, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, missing his mother. The next step is just Dean Lang Defa inviting Pei Xingye to the stage to say a few words. After all, Pei Xingye is the national top scholar, and since he stepped into Chaos Academy, he has been the focus of attention from all the teachers and students. After the opening ceremony, the class assignment list is posted on the bulletin board. Without a doubt, Pei Xingye is placed in the so-called top class. Talent class. This class is a gathering place for geniuses among geniuses. Pei Xingye's red eyes scan the class assignment list and see 3 familiar names. Situ Shui, Huangfu Boyi, Qin Yanlin. These 3, along with Pei Xingye, all come from Tianyu City. The 4 big talents of Tianyu City are all assigned to the talent class and are seen as promising candidates worthy of significant cultivation. At lunchtime, Pei Xingye is preparing to go to the cafeteria to recharge his card when he receives a message from an unknown number. When Pei Xingye follows the address in the message to a high-end restaurant on the back street of the academy, 2 boys and 1 girl are already seated in the box. "Classmate, it's you." "Yes, I'm sorry, I really didn't know you your mom." The slender boy with long hair covering his face, suffering from severe social anxiety, is Huangfu Boyi. The other boy is handsome, with flirtatious peach blossom eyes and a faint hint of perfume, looking like a playboy who often mingles in bars. "Qin family, Qin Yanlin." The only girl in the box is the one who sent the message to Pei Xingye. With a graceful figure dressed in a custom high-end JK uniform, her knee-high black stockings make her already perfect legs even more eye-catching. The absolute domain between the hem of her skirt and the top of her stockings exudes a charm that no boy can resist. Her purple hair cascades like a waterfall over her shoulders, while her exquisite features showcase the elegance of a noble young lady, perfectly embodying the wealthy family's big sister from a novel. Situ family, Situ Shui. Thus, the 4 big talents of Tianyu City gather together. Situ Shui raises her slender finger and lifts a glass of chilled orange juice. "Since we are all from the same hometown, let's be casual about this meal, no need to be formal." Pei Xingye feels curious. Situ Shui proactively set up this meal, seemingly for another purpose. Because they all come from Tianyu City, after a casual chat, everyone becomes more familiar. Huangfu Boyi stands out as the only one who feels out of place due to his social anxiety. Huangfu classmate, I will definitely compensate you for your wristband. Really no need. Huangfu Boyi doesn't dare to look up at Pei Xingye, he is still deeply immersed in guilt. As the meal approaches its end, Qilin finally gets to the point. Everyone, for the next 3 years of our academy life, we will be classmates fighting side by side. According to the rules of the Chaos Academy, the assessments, trials, and tasks for the next 3 years will all be conducted in teams. So you should understand the purpose of this dinner gathering, right? Qin Yanlin smiled and nodded. Qilin, you mean, the 4 of us will form a team? Qilin gently nodded and looked at Pei Xingye beside her. Top student of the country, what do you think? I have no objections. Classmate Huangfu, what about you? I. Pei Xingye interrupted, what he means is, I'm okay with it. Huangfu Boyi nodded vigorously, looking at Pei Xingye with grateful eyes. This socially anxious boy with a stutter now has a thoughtful spokesperson. Pei Xingye is the one who understands him best. Qin Yanlin leaned back with crossed legs, taking a small sip of red wine. So what name should our team take? Qilin pondered for a moment and said, the core of our team is naturally Pei Xingye, after all, he is the top student of the country, so how about we name our team? Scarlet Team? The most noticeable feature of Pei Xingye is his pair of scarlet eyes. Since no one disagreed, the Scarlet Team was officially formed. Qin Yanlin then asked, so who will be the team leader? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the top student. Pei Xingye smiled and shook his head. The role of team leader needs strong cohesion and leadership. So whoever set up this gathering should be the most suitable to be the leader. Qilin pressed her red lips together. Pei Xingye, are you really going to give the leader position to me? It's not about giving, it's about you being more suitable to be the leader of the Scarlet Team than I am. We just met. How do you know me? I don't know. Then how do you know I'm more suitable? Intuition. A flicker of interest sparkled in Qilин's eyes as she developed a deeper curiosity for the white-haired boy with red eyes. In the future, whenever people mention the leader of the Scarlet Team, they will sigh and say, don't forget, she was chosen as the Scarlet Team leader by Pei Xingye's intuition. At this moment, a great beast master team was born in the small private room. The way this team was formed seemed very hasty and lacked a dramatic storyline. It was merely 4 locals from the same city having a meal together, and the team named Scarlet was formed mysteriously. From this moment on, the story of 4 geniuses growing together slowly opened a grand prologue. Chapter 12, Pei Xingye and Qilin, planning late at night. After lunch, there was still an hour of rest time. On the way back to his villa apartment, Pei Xingye found that he and Qilin were heading in the same direction. They both performed brilliantly in the national examination, so they could enjoy dormitory accommodations in standalone villa apartments. Their villa apartments happened to face each other, separated only by a cobblestone path. What a coincidence! Yes, it really is a coincidence. The two turned around at the same time, ready to go back to their respective rooms. Pei Xingye had just opened his door when he heard Qilин's voice from behind. Are you satisfied with the team structure I proposed? Of course I am satisfied. Tell me more. Pei Xingye turned around, looking into Qilин's eyes, calmly analyzing. Huangfu Boyi, his talent is, retrace, in team battles, he can provide significant healing for beast tamers, increasing sustainability in combat and improving error tolerance. Qin Yanlin, his talent is, refraction, after a beast unleashes an attack, it can refract between multiple enemy units, just like lightning, causing wide area damage. You, Qilin, your talent is, petrification, your beast is the dark shadow spider, which has the ability to, cocoon, enabling powerful double control. I have the talent of, undead execution, which can reliably finish off weakened enemies in battle. At this point, Pei Xingye paused briefly, staring into Qilин's slightly surprised eyes, and continued, healing, area damage, double control, efficient execution, with such a team. Naturally, it can only be described as perfect. Qilin smiled and nodded, then questioned, with your brain, you can also be the captain of the Scarlet Team, so the same question remains, why give it to me? I said at the beginning, intuition. Is your intuition always correct? At least in choosing you as the captain of this team, I believe my intuition will not be wrong. You are an interesting person. Captain, if you have nothing else, I will go back to my room to rest. Pei Xingye, you. Qilin was momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at Pei Xingye for a moment. She suddenly realized that she had been accustomed to the admiration of all the males her age around her since she was young. Pei Xingye's indifference made her a bit uncomfortable. Women are all the same, they tend to doubt their own charm in such moments. Especially beautiful women. Qilin took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said seriously, I need to remind you that according to past practices, in a week, you will represent our Chaos Academy to participate in the Tianyun rankings. The Tianyun Rankings is an event organized by the 4 top academies. This event targets every year's new students and is very prestigious. The competition usually takes place a week after school starts, where the 4 academies select the best students from the national exam to sign up for the competition. Among the new students of Chaos Academy, the one with the best national exam results, of course, is Pei Xingye, the national champion, so he will represent Chaos Academy in the competition. C2 Shue's reminder was understood by Pei Xingye. I understand, I have seen the online discussions too. Many people are questioning if I have taken advantage of the national exam. However, Captain, you don't need to worry, I will get first place in the Tianyun rankings. Although Pei Xingye said so, C2 Shue still had some concerns. After all, the national exam is somewhat like a human machine test, and the Iron Armored Lizard is the lowest level of non-attribute magical beast, also known as mindless magical beast. When Pei Xingye participates in the Tianyun rankings, he will face genius opponents who possess strategic intelligence. The human machine match and ranking match are, after all, 2 completely different concepts. Pei Xingye, since I am the captain of the Scarlet team, I naturally need to take care of every team member. If you have any needs, just say it, I can help you. The C2 family behind C2 Shui is the top of the 4 great families in Tianyu City and the richest in Tianyu City, with extremely rich resources and connections. Pei Xingye currently needs a piece of private land to plant the seeds of the golden phoenix tree. If he just speaks up, C2 Shui will definitely help him. However, Pei Xingye hesitated for a moment and still smiled, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain. I don't have any needs for now." Pei Xingye returned to his room while C2 Shui stood there in a daze. Just now, his expression showed a hint of struggle. He clearly has areas where he needs help, but he won't ask me. In the adult world, it emphasizes the exchange of interests. He thinks he can't create benefits for me at the moment, so he won't raise needs with me. By temporarily keeping his distance from me, he won't provoke my dislike. In fact, I might even develop some good feelings for him. This person really is not simple. Pei Xingye is not simple, but neither is C2 Shui. During the lunch break, Pei Xingye took a shower, dried his hair, and went to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. In a week, it will be the Tianyun rankings. If I get first place, I will get a rich reward jointly issued by the 4 academies. This week, in addition to accelerating my training, I also need to quickly find a piece of private land where I can plant the golden phoenix tree. It's not appropriate to directly ask C2 Shui, she is not my girlfriend. The need for the phoenix bloodline to control beasts is like fish cannot live without water, so this matter is urgent. After thinking for a moment, a complete plan began to take shape in Pei Xingye's mind. He opened his phone and searched for top 10 Beast Masters guild list in Blackscale City. Building connections and obtaining resources is most directly achieved by developing a secondary career. In the villa opposite, C2 Shui sat on the sofa, a black shadow suddenly appearing beside her. With C2 Shui's family background, it was natural for her to have a bodyguard by her side. "Miss, this is the information you asked me to investigate." Huangfu Boyi, weakness social anxiety, he cannot adapt to crowded environments, and is afraid of loud noises, suffering from severe communication barriers. Qin Yanlin, this person is quite a flirt, likes to visit foot massage shops and nightclubs, purely a creature thinking with his lower body, women are his biggest weakness. As for Pei Xingye, I still haven't investigated his weaknesses clearly. C2 Shui said calmly, "It's okay, continue investigating in the dark." "Miss, you collected the weaknesses and soft spots of these 3, is it to better manage them and establish the authority of the Scarlet Squad leader?" C2 Shui gently shook her head. "Hearts, they are my team members. I analyzed their strengths to formulate a perfect team battle strategy, maximizing their potential. At the same time, only by understanding their weaknesses and soft spots can I protect them at crucial moments." The black shadow suddenly understood, admiringly exclaiming, "So that's it. Miss is truly far-sighted, Hearts has learned a lot." C2 Shui, a born talent, not a general. She possessed powerful cohesion and leadership, she deserved Pei Xingye's intuition. After the black shadow left, C2 Shui came to the balcony, looking at the villa opposite. "Pei Xingye, do you really have no weaknesses or soft spots?" When a woman develops a persistent curiosity about a man, it can actually be quite troublesome. Chapter 13, Black Wing Guild, Hand of the Overgod, Pulse Diagnosis. The setting sun fell, dusk descended. The school bell rang, Chaos Academy shrouded in blood orange afterglow, a white-haired, red-eyed boy left through the back gate. Half an hour later, Pei Xingye arrived in front of a magnificent building. The stone statue at the entrance was a huge eagle, spreading its black wings, appearing to soar into the sky. Black Wing Beast Master Guild, the 3rd-ranked guild in Blackscale City, it was large and well-reputed. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, it was almost equal to the 2nd-ranked Greedy Wolf Guild. At the entrance of the guild, there was a notice recruiting miscellaneous workers. Pei Xingye entered the hall, approached the front desk, and after a brief exchange with the receptionist, picked up a pen to fill out the job application form for a miscellaneous worker. Although there are countless students working part-time, could this national top scholar really be just applying for a miscellaneous worker's position? Just as Pei Xingye was filling out the form, a noisy conversation arose behind him. Old Jean, do you really have no other treatment options? President Xiao, I have done my best. Currently, there are no cases in our country that have cured the blood plague. Furthermore, I am only a silver-level healer. Why don't you go to the Imperial City and hire a golden-level healer? Pei Xingye glanced at the two with his peripheral vision. The sturdy, resolute-looking, dark-skinned middle-aged man was the president of the Black Wing Guild, Xiao Dingtian. At 7th level Beast Master rank, he was well loved by the people in Black Scale City. Beside Xiao Dingtian was a white-haired old man, the best silver-level healer in Black Scale City, Jin Lawu. Xiao Dingtian looked helpless. In our country, there are not even 100 golden-level healers, most of them are supporting the front lines. How can I possibly hire one? Even if Black Wing Guild has strong financial resources, hiring a golden-level healer is almost impossible. Just as Xiao Dingtian was feeling helpless, a teenager's voice came from behind. President Xiao, I can cure the blood plague. Xiao Dingtian turned around to look at Pei Xingye from top to bottom. Young man, you are. I am Pei Xingye. No wonder you look familiar, you are this year's national top scholar. This time was the height of Pei Xingye's popularity, making it easy to be recognized and the perfect moment to build connections. Classmate Pei, you are here too. I am here to apply for a laborer position, to earn my tuition, Pei Xingye added, but just now I overheard you talking about blood plague, so I came over. Old Jean, a silver-ranked beast healer, stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, you just said you can cure blood plague? Haha, you should know that even the gold-ranked beast healers from the Royal Academy wouldn't dare to say they can completely cure it. You probably don't even know what blood plague is. Blood plague, a disease prevalent among beasts that have battled at sea for years. Due to the sinking of a large number of monster corpses in the depths of the ocean, the monster virus spreads through the water, infecting the beasts. Symptoms include skin rotting, decreased physical abilities, and a significant drop in defense values. After Pei Xingye finished speaking, old Jean displayed a look of astonishment. Hey, you kid know quite a lot. Pei Xingye had investigated beforehand that 80% of the commission orders the Black Wing Guild handled required going out to sea. Moreover, with the recent rampage of fire-type monster armies and the rising global temperatures, the corpse release of monsters from the ocean floor has intensified the spread of the virus, so the beasts raised by the Black Wing Guild must be among those highly infected with blood plague. Everything was within Pei Xingye's calculations, so he was not actually there to apply for a laborer position. President Xiao, I truly have a way to cure blood plague. Seeing Pei Xingye's serious expression, Xiao Dingtian frowned. As the saying goes, to cross industries is to climb a mountain. Even if Pei Xingye was this year's national champion, his profession is still Beast Master, not Beast Healer. However, what Pei Xingye said next ultimately moved Xiao Dingtian. President Xiao, you just said that it's very difficult for you to hire a gold-ranked Beast Healer currently. I believe that those beasts suffering from blood plague are in worsening conditions, and their illness cannot be delayed for too long. Why not let me give it a try, as a last resort? It wouldn't hurt you to let me try. Xiao Dingtian pressed his dry lips together. Classmate Pei, come with me. Old Jean followed as well. He didn't believe Pei Xingye could cure blood plague. In the closed-off beast training ground of the Black Wing Guild, over 100 weak beasts lay there. Their skin was severely rotten, bleeding, and oozing pus from their wounds, rendering them incapable of battle. Pei Xingye took a look around and murmured, indeed, it's blood plague, and it's very severe. Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Classmate Pei, how do you plan to treat them? I need to take their pulses. Old Jean, surprised, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What? Taking pulses? Classmate Pei, are you joking with me? You're using the old Chinese medicine method to treat beasts? After taking their pulses, are you going to needle them too? Have you watched too many silly stories? President Xiao, I think this kid is just making a fool of himself. Xiao Dingtian's expression gradually darkened. Cough, cough, Classmate Pei, the beast's hide is thicker than a winter blanket. How can you sense the pulse of the beast? I have to say, from a normal person's perspective, saying that Pei Xingye wants to take the pulse of a beast sounds utterly ridiculous. President Xiao, doubt those you use those you don't doubt. You, fine. Just based on what you said, Classmate Pei, please go ahead. Having come this far, Xiao Dingtian naturally understood how to identify talent. Even though it was his first meeting with Pei Xingye, he recognized through Pei Xingye's speech that this young man had a bright future. Even if this kid fails to cure blood plague in the end, I still want to recruit him. Taking advantage of Pei Xingye's youth, Xiao Dingtian planned to make a move ahead of time and recruit this national champion into the Black Wing Guild. Pei Xingye came to a soul-rending sea lion. This beast was the one in the worst condition. Its skin had completely rotted away, and it lay there, struggling in pain. Though it couldn't die, living under the torture of blood plague was worse than death. Such a beast. Unable to return to battle means daily consumption of a large amount of medical expenses, while waiting for slow death, which is also a burden for the Black Wing Guild. Pei Xingye reached out his divine hand, gently touching the throat of the soul-splitting sea lion with his fingertip. The blood plague only spreads between beasts and does not infect humans, so it was not a problem for Pei Xingye to handle it directly. But in reality, he couldn't feel any pulse at all. The so-called diagnosing the pulse was just to trigger the third function of the divine hand, beast diagnosis. A layer of golden-purple fluorescence flowed over the surface of the divine hand, barely visible to the naked eye. Pei Xingye closed his eyes, relying on the sensitivity of his fingertips, envisioning the best treatment plan for the blood plague in his mind. 5 minutes later, Pei Xingye opened his eyes. President Xiao, I have a treatment plan. I need you to provide the corresponding quantities of medicinal materials according to my prescription. And a medical cauldron. Old Jean stood by, unable to help but express doubt. Kid, different fields are like mountains apart, do you dare to casually write a prescription? The consequences. I will take all consequences. Pei Xingye's tone was firm, and Xiao Dingtian nodded. Pei, since I've chosen to trust you this once, I will trust you completely. Come. Pei Xingye opened the prescription, listing a dense list of medicinal materials. Old Jean peeked over and couldn't help but gasp. Kid, among the medicinal materials you've prescribed, 4 of them are highly toxic. Every medicine has some toxicity, it all depends on how it's used and mixed. I promise, this is the best prescription to cure the blood plague. With the financial resources and assets of the Black Wing Guild, they quickly gathered the medicinal materials Pei Xingye needed, as well as a refining cauldron. Under Pei Xingye's guidance, a total of 27 medicinal materials were added to the cauldron in different measurements, simmered on low heat. In this process, Pei Xingye focused on a very special detail. Every period of time, he would instruct the staff to inject different doses of Scorpion King's blood into the cauldron. The Scorpion King's venom ranks within the top 10 of toxic beasts. Old Jean watched the entire process of Pei Xingye refining medicine, his furrowed brow never relaxing. 4 kinds of toxic medicinal materials, plus the venom from the Scorpion King, this kid's approach to refining medicine is truly too crazy. The refining process lasted a full 2.5 hours. As night fell, the midsummer night breeze was hot and restless. High heat to concentrate the liquid. After 2.5 hours of refining, Pei Xingye extracted about 100 milligrams of essential medicinal liquid from the cauldron. The medicine presented a strange rose-purple color, emitting a unique stench. This color, this smell, Pei, are you sure this is proper medicine? President Xiao, facts speak louder than words, let the soul-splitting sea lion take it. Everyone accompanied Pei Xingye from dusk to dark, and now there was no turning back. Holding onto the mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, Xiao Dingtian instructed his subordinates to pour the essential medicinal liquid from Pei Xingye into the soul-splitting sea lion's mouth. In just 3 minutes, the medicine began to take effect. This. Incredible. This medicine really can cure the blood plague. At this moment, a medical miracle was unfolding. Chapter 14, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone, Control in Hand. In 3 minutes, the wounds on the soul-splitting sea lion healed rapidly, sprouting fresh meat buds. In 5 minutes, the wounds scabbed over and stopped bleeding. In 10 minutes, the soul-splitting sea lion had regained its movement, letting out an excited howl. 15 minutes later, old Jean was already dumbfounded. How is this possible? Prior to this, there had been no successful cases of curing the blood plague in the Empire of Yanxia. Old Jean was a silver-ranked beast healer, he poured all his medical knowledge and could only slow down the onset of the blood plague. Pei Xingye made a slight move, using an unfathomable prescription, directly conquering the century-old problem of the blood plague. This was a small step for Pei Xingye, but a great leap for the medical career in the Empire of Yanxia. President, according to instrument checks, the soul-splitting sea lion's various physiological indicators have all returned to the passing line. The symptoms of the blood plague have completely disappeared, just need to rest a little more, and in less than half a month, you'll recover and be combat ready. Looks like the prescription provided by this young man is truly miraculous. What an amazing young lad. Xiao Dingtian stared blankly for a long time, and when he looked at Pei Xingye again, admiration was hard to hide from his eyes. Student Pei, thank you, I really appreciate it. I didn't expect you, the top student in the country, to be skilled in healing techniques. You can even cure chronic diseases like the blood plague. Old Jean also sighed from the side, the new generation pushes the old, the youth is formidable. Pei Xingye remained calm, saying indifferently, President Xiao, as long as you provide enough medicinal materials, I can refine enough potent healing elixirs to cure all the beast tamers here suffering from the blood plague. That's great. Student Pei, how about this, you join our Black Wing Guild. It won't affect your studies at the academy, and whatever resources you need, our Black Wing Guild will spare no effort to assist you. After you graduate in 3 years, we can work together and manage the guild. Xiao Dingtian extended a sincere invitation, adhering to the golden rule of heroes seek not from whence one comes, merit is not judged by age. Although Pei Xingye was young, he was highly skilled. With the talent of a national top student and the potential to become a gold medal healing master, such a talent is nowhere else to be found in the country. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that at this moment, in Xiao Dingtian's eyes, even if Pei Xingye picked his nose with his bare hands or cracked walnuts with his butt, it all looked so pleasing, so impressive. Pei Xingye smiled and shook his head. President Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Old Jean teased with a sorrowful tone, kid, President Xiao just meant to recruit you as a future partner of the Black Wing Guild. Are you going to give up such a good opportunity? Pei Xingye explained, after graduation, I will inherit the Crimson Guild left by my mother. Xiao Dingtian was slightly taken aback, Crimson Guild? Your mother? Oh, it's Lady Pei. Old Jean squinted, pondering, Lady Pei, that legendary beast master from the old era. Pei Chuzhuang, this was a big figure who only lived in legends, the times had changed. About her history and achievements, only the tip of the iceberg was revealed, and public opinion about her was mixed. Other information about Pei Chuzhuang and her performance in the Celestial Star Whirlwind battle 18 years ago remained the highest national secret, not disclosed to the outside world. Student Pei, since you are unwilling to join our Black Wing Guild, how can I thank you? This favor was too great, Xiao Dingtian couldn't afford it. President Xiao, I want to do some business with you. Only then did Pei Xingye reveal the purpose of his visit. Oh, what kind of business? Pei Xingye spoke smoothly. Although I will not join the Black Wing Guild, I can act as the healing consultant for the Black Wing Guild. Not just for this blood plague, I will also provide treatment plans for all the beast tamers in the Black Wing Guild for their old injuries. Beast tamers often fought for years, and lingering injuries typically had no cure, thus affecting their battle effectiveness. As soon as Pei Xingye said this, Xiao Dingtian's eyes lit up. In exchange, I hope President Xiao can provide me with a piece of private land. The location, just in the backyard of the Black Wing Guild, how about that? You only need a piece of land? No problem, this business is settled. The two shook hands and exchanged smiles. Late at night. With a strong smell of alcohol, Pei Xingye walked out of the Black Wing Guild's main door. Xiao Dingtian had treated him to a meal, and during the dinner, they had a great time chatting, deciding to call each other brothers in the future. The undeveloped land in the backyard of the Black Wing Guild is yours. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Brother Pei, if you need my help in the future, just speak up, I will definitely help you out. Alright, let's get drunk together another day. And so, Pei Xingye obtained a piece of private land to plant golden phoenix trees. Blacklin City was a port-type city, ranking among the top 10 beast taming guilds in the entire city. Half of the guilds are suffering from the plague of blood disease. In Pei Xingye's plan, why did he specifically choose the Blackwing Guild of Xiao Dingtian? If the map of Highland City is seen as a map of the 5 elements, the position of the Blackwing Guild is at the southern end of the map, belonging to the element of fire. And the phoenix can only mature quickly when the parasol trees are planted on the land of the fire position. This is the detail that Pei Xingye has mastered. He even included feng shui in his calculations. On this day, Pei Xingye reaped great rewards. First, he befriended Xiao Dingtian, the president of the Blackwing Guild, establishing his first network. Second, he acquired a piece of private land, and the planting and cultivation of the golden parasol tree was put on the agenda. So was this a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone? No. This operation was actually killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The next morning, the third arrow revealed its sharpness. The name Pei Xingye unexpectedly made the headlines of over 300 media platforms. Shocking. The century-old medical problem blood disease has been conquered by the national champion Pei Xingye. 8 gold medal beast masters praised Pei Xingye for his miraculous prescription after a joint discussion. Heroes have always emerged from youth, the 18-year-old genius can both heal and fight. The gold content of this year's national champion is still rising. After the national exam, Pei Xingye once again set the internet ablaze, becoming famous throughout the land. This time, what made him famous was not combat, but medicine. During a media interview, Xiao Dingtian revealed the process of his acquaintance with Pei Xingye in front of the live camera. Pei Xingye's miraculous medical skills spread across the nation overnight. At the same time, Pei Xingye received invitation letters from dozens of top beast master guilds across the country. Xiao Dingtian admired Pei Xingye and wanted to recruit him into the Blackwing Guild, so how could the other guild leaders not be tempted? Have you heard? The Sky Dome Guild, within the Imperial City, has invited Pei Xingye to join. Not only that, the beautiful president of the Night Guild, Ji Wangyan, promised that as long as Pei Xingye joins, she would make him the vice president and even said she wants to arrange a marriage. In short, the top-ranked guilds on the king-level gold list are throwing olive branches at this national champion. What do you think, who will Pei Xingye choose? Wait. Isn't Pei Xingye backed by the Crimson Guild? Buddy, you're too outdated. After Lady Pei Chuzhuang fell, the Crimson Guild was taken over by several ungrateful snakes from the Pei family. Those people only bully Pei Xingye, doing whatever it takes to drive him out of the Pei family and the Crimson Guild. This is Pei Xingye's third arrow. In the evening, the school bell rang. At the entrance of the Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye was about to go to a roadside stall for a bowl of spicy hot pot when a crowd rushed toward him just as he stepped out of the school gate. They came from the Crimson Guild, facing Pei Xingye, speaking in unison. Good day, second young master. Pei Xingye raised his lips slightly. Second young master, that's such a strange title. From the crowd, a middle-aged man, who looked decent but was morally duplicitous, stepped forward. He displayed a friendly fake smile, walked to Pei Xingye's side, and started to ask about him. Xiaoya, uncle came to visit you, bringing some living expenses and materials for beast evolution. Are you adapting well to life in the Chaos Academy lately? Uncle, long time no see. Pei Xingye's smile sent chills down Pei Shan's spine. This is Pei Donlai's father, the acting president of the Crimson Guild. By blood relationship, he is Pei Xingye's biological uncle. At the same time, he is also the person who wants to kill Pei Xingye the most. In this era, familial ties are often powerless in the face of profit. Chapter 15, The Young Master of the Crimson Guild. Why did Pei Shan travel thousands of miles to Highland City? Was it just to ask Pei Xingye how he was doing? The uncle and nephew stood in opposition, and more onlookers gathered. The discussions made Pei Shan feel hot and guilty. Ah, I despise such ungrateful wolves. I heard that this Pei Shan has been suppressing Pei Xingye just to seize the Crimson Guild. Is that true? He is Pei Xingye's own uncle. In this profit-driven era, do you believe in blood relations, or do you believe I am Emperor Qin? Your Majesty, can you elaborate? This Pei Shan, along with his son Pei Donlai, has been targeting Pei Xingye, swallowing up the inheritance left by Pei Xingye's mother. It proves that when a person becomes powerful, the whole world speaks for him. Everyone chimed in, exposing the misdeeds of Pei Shan and Pei Donlai, this father and son duo. But if Pei Xingye wasn't the top scholar in the nation and didn't possess the miraculous medical skill to easily conquer the blood plague, who would stand up for him? So Pei Shan is such a beast. For profit, he doesn't even spare his own nephew. I also heard that the inheritance rights of the Crimson Guild have already been given to Pei Donlai. What bad luck, forget it, at least Pei Xingye has at least 100 top guild invitations. That's right, if I were Pei Xingye, I would transfer to another guild. The Crimson Guild is too small, I wouldn't look at it. This public pressure was all under Pei Xingye's control. You all shut up, this is our Pei family's business, it's not for you outsiders to discuss. Pei Shan, old dog, you allow yourself to bully Pei Xingye but won't let us stand up for the top scholar in the nation? Beast. No, you misunderstand. The inheritance of the Crimson Guild has always belonged to my good nephew Pei Xingye. Pei Shan had no choice. On the way here, he had prepared the contract for the inheritance of the Crimson Guild, changing Pei Donlai's name to Pei Xingye. At this moment, Pei Shan announced the inheritance document and swore an oath in front of the public. I, Pei Shan, as the acting president of the Crimson Guild, hereby declare. The inheritance of the Crimson Guild belongs to my nephew, Pei Xingye. When Pei Xingye graduates in 3 years, I will step down immediately. This was Pei Shan's only way to quell this farce, he had no second choice. Even if he guessed that Pei Xingye designed this trap, he had to jump into the fire pit. Having reclaimed the inheritance of the Crimson Guild, Pei Xingye has achieved a remarkable threefold victory. In front of many eyes, Pei Shan approached Pei Xingye, lowering his voice with a tone of flattery and pleading. Xingye, let the past be the past. We had misunderstandings before, after all, I am your own uncle, right? Don't leave the Crimson Guild, it will be yours in the future, and Donlai and I will support you. Looking at this hypocritical uncle, Pei Xingye revealed a cold smile like the Grim Reaper. My good uncle, you call what you have done to me in the past a misunderstanding? Then let this misunderstanding continue. Pei Xingye, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment wine. Pei Shan, do you believe that if I publicly sever ties with the Pei family and withdraw from the Crimson Guild, I can put you and your son on the peak of the storm with no way to retreat? Many times, the intimidation of taking life is not as effective as striking at one's heart. As long as Pei Xingye does this, Pei Shan will not be able to bear the consequences. While gritting his teeth, Pei Shan had to lower his posture. Pei Xingye, what do you want me to do? First, from now on, anyone from the Crimson Guild who sees me must call me young master. Second, rebuild an independent ancestral hall for my mother and offer incense and worship every day. All right. I promise you. Pei Xingye showed a satisfied smile. I want to go eat a bowl of spicy hot pot, you all can go back. Second young master, we. What do you call me? With blood-red eyes, tainting the night. Young master, we will withdraw. At this moment, this young man, who had suffered a lot, finally reclaimed the identity of the young master of the Crimson Guild. As the night deepened, the moon shone bright and the stars were few. Pei Xingye enjoyed a bowl of spicy hot pot and returned to the villa apartment. Just as Pei Xingye walked to the villa door, in the courtyard of the opposite villa, Satukshu sat in the rocking chair and called out to him. Pei Xingye. Captain, is there something? Your move in this game is brilliant. What game? This move of reclaiming the inheritance of the Crimson Guild. Pei Xingye smiled awkwardly. Captain, you are so concerned about me? Don't forget, our Situ family and your Pei family are both part of the 4 great families in Tianyu City. I naturally understand the internal grudges of your Pei family. I just don't understand your move. Pei Shan has no power to resist. You should not just reclaim the inheritance of the Crimson Guild. Pei Xingye smiled lightly and raised an eyebrow. So, Captain means I should take the opportunity to force Pei Shan to step down and personally sit in the position of the president of the Crimson Guild? Satukshu nodded. It seems like the captain is skilled at playing chess but not at understanding human nature. Pei Shan is the kind of person who will become desperate when cornered. The identity of the acting president of the Crimson Guild is his last trump card. If I force him to give up this card now, he will do anything to target me, even if it means mutual destruction. Dealing with him cannot be rushed. After all, right now, Pei Xingye knew that he was not strong enough yet. In the end, he was just a first-level beast master, while Pei Shan had reached the 7th level. Before mastering absolute force, Pei Xingye's way of being a beast master was play it safe and don't take risks. After hearing Pei Xingye's analysis, Satukshu's curiosity about this young man doubled again. She got up from the rocking chair, propping her chin with one hand, looking at the red-eyed youth in front of her and asked with a smile, Pei Xingye, is your maturity, stability, and wisdom really only 18 years old? If the captain has no other business, I will go back to my room. Wait a moment. Satukshu walked in front of Pei Xingye and handed over an exquisite gift box. What is this? Open it and you will know. Pei Xingye opened the gift box. Inside was a pyramid-shaped crystal emitting a chilling aura, shining with a brilliant gold and blue glow in the night. Top-grade ice attribute beast crystal. Pei Xingye exclaimed in astonishment and then said seriously, this gift is too precious, I cannot accept without merit. Pei Xingye, I am the captain of the Crimson team, and I also prepared gifts for Huangfu Boyi and Qin Yinlin, not just for you, so just take it. Wait. How did you know I needed ice attribute beast crystals? Pei Xingye's contracted beast was the Black Phoenix, which theoretically needed fire attribute beast crystals. I investigated, and you bought a large number of ice attribute beast crystals at the Listening Rain Pavilion, betting all your scholarship. You admit so easily that you investigated me? Don't worry, I investigated you to better understand you. Pei Xingye, you are my team member, and I hope you can trust me unconditionally. At the same time, I will trust you unconditionally. This was the first time Pei Xingye carefully examined the woman in front of him. Satukshu's regard for the Crimson team exceeded Pei Xingye's imagination. I once thought this rich young lady called for the formation of a beast master team was just a whim, just for fun. But now it seems she seems to have some obsession with this team. Everyone has their own privacy and obsession, and Satukshu is no exception. Captain, then I will accept this generous gift, thank you. Pei Xingye, as far as I know, since the era of universal beast masters began, there has never been a pureblood phoenix beast awakened with ice attribute talent. So what do you want to express? I want to say, I believe you can cultivate an unprecedented ice and fire dual cultivation phoenix. When a wine meets a true friend, even 1,000 cups are too few. Pei Xingye smiled slightly. Satukshu, as long as the Crimson team exists, I will always acknowledge you as the captain. Satukshu smiled brightly, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her thriving ambition. Pei Xingye, just thinking about us joining forces to do something great in the future excites me. The relationship between the two transformed from ordinary friends to soulmates with a mysterious understanding. She understood Pei Xingye, and Pei Xingye understood her too. Back at the villa, Pei Xingye received a call from Pei Yingru. Hello, cousin. Xingye, next week, you will represent our Chaos Academy in the Tianyun Rankings qualification match. Tomorrow's study session, I'll be your practice partner, trying to help your Black Phoenix evolve to its juvenile form, stage 2, before the match. It's worth mentioning that after Pei Xingye was admitted to Chaos Academy, Pei Yingru immediately applied for a transfer. She is currently serving as the mentor of the first-year elite class, which makes her Pei Xingye's class teacher. During the day, they have a teacher-student relationship, and at night, they are siblings. Chapter 16, Talent Duel, Battle of the Tianyun Rankings. The next morning. Self-study session. All the other students in the elite class, except for Pei Xingye, are studying theoretical knowledge in the classroom. In this era where everyone becomes beast tamers, brutes have no future. Pei Yingru's expression was helpless. She smiled and nodded, deciding to change the subject. Okay, I won't interfere with the beast training. But this information, please study it when you have free time. What is this? Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you will never be defeated. This document contains information on the other 3 competitors in the Tianyun ranking battle. The competitors' information was publicly available nationwide, it was not a secret. Taotai Academy, Sang Wei. Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. Xiongji Academy, Lin Chen. Wu Academy, Li Tianxi. These 4 competitors were the best among the freshmen in their respective academies this year. Time flew by, and there was only 1 day left until the Tianyun ranking battle. News about the 4 competitors frequently topped the national trending searches. Tomorrow is the Tianyun ranking battle, I can't wait. A showdown of the 4 geniuses, it will surely be exciting. Have you heard? Among these 4 competitors, only Pei Xingye's beast has not yet evolved to its juvenile form, stage 2. No way. The lower the level of the beast, the faster the evolution. Just feed the Black Phoenix a few fire attribute beast crystals, and it can easily evolve to juvenile form, stage 2. The problem is, Pei Xingye is feeding the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals. Ice attribute beast crystals? Is this guy crazy? In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye's way of raising the Black Phoenix was nothing short of wasting resources. Late at night. In the villa apartment. In the courtyard, Pei Xingye was feeding the Black Phoenix the top-grade ice attribute beast crystals sent by Sita Shui, weakening the power of the necromancer's fire once again. Phoenix, tomorrow's battle, let's create an unprecedented miracle together. The emerald green necromancer's fire transformed into a few strands of phoenix feathers, circling around Pei Xingye, just to embellish his pair of crimson eyes. The Black Phoenix was the first beast contracted by Pei Xingye, and the master and beast shared an extremely similar bond. Both the master and the beast were treading a blood path that no one had walked before. After a night, dawn cleared the haze. The sun was shining brightly, the skies above Highland City were clear and bright. At the north of the city, Qilin Mountain was the venue for the Tianyun ranking battle. At the summit, the stage for the genius duel was already set up. Around the stage, there were seats for spectators that could accommodate up to 100,000 people, viewed from above like a giant egg that had just cracked. An hour before the match, the audience seats were already filled with people. The camera flashes from media reporters almost blinded the passing birds. The whole nation was focusing on this event. And the focus of this event was naturally the strongest national champion in history. Hello to the audience present, and all the netizens watching the live stream. I am Luing, the host of this Tianyun ranking battle. For this event, our invited chief judge is Mr. Lei Qianzhong, a gold medal evolutionist from the royal city. In the center seat of the judge panel sat an elderly man with an eagle-hooked nose. He looked to be over 50, but his eyes were still sharp and he exuded an arrogance earned through strength. Lei Qianzhong, from the royal city of the Yanxia Empire, was a gold medal evolutionist. All professions in the world stem from beast masters. The role of a healer is to restore the beast's injuries and treat diseases. The role of an evolutionist is to research and develop stronger evolution routes for the beasts. Lei Qianzhong's appearance looked aloof and indifferent, a reflection of his achievements in the field of evolutionists. He had participated in the writing of The Evolution of Beasts and personally developed the best evolution paths for hundreds of beasts. This man's name often appeared in the textbooks used by the 4 main academies. Thus, it was clear that Lei Qianzhong was worthy of the title of chief judge of the Tianyun ranking battle. Before the competition officially starts, let's interview the chief judge of this Tianyun ranking battle. Luing walked to the judges panel and handed over the microphone. Old Lei, you have been the chief judge for 3 consecutive years. I have a sharp question for you. Who do you think will be this year's Tianyun champion? Which contestant will it be? Lei Qianzhong answered without hesitation, speaking in a plain tone, who is the top of the Tianyun ranking, it's hard to say. But I can say for sure, Pei Xingye from Chaos Academy must be the last in the Tianyun ranking. Luing was taken aback, revealing a bitter smile. Old Master Lei, Pei Xingye is this year's champion of the national exam. Your prediction that he will be last, this. Lei Qianzhong showed no mercy, directly criticizing Pei Xingye in front of the public. The national exam is essentially a battle of man versus machine. The Black Phoenix is an ancient mythical bloodline. Even if you change to another beast master, it can still kill 100 iron-armored lizards. So this title of national champion only proves that the bloodline is superior, not Pei Xingye. At this point, some audience members echoed in agreement, the live chat filled with doubts and noise. Old Master Lei is right, the superior one is the Black Phoenix, not Pei Xingye. If I contract the Black Phoenix, I could even slay 200 iron-armored lizards. In the upcoming competition, this national champion will surely show his true colors. Among the audience, there were not a few experts looking down on Pei Xingye. They believed their analysis of Pei Xingye was thorough, especially highlighting his major mistake in beast cultivation, leading them to conclude that Pei Xingye would fail on the Tianyun ranking platform. Before the official start of the competition, the giant electronic screen above the arena displayed the 4 contestants and their respective beast data. As expected, the beasts of the other 3 contestants have all advanced to the juvenile stage, level 2. Only Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix remains at the juvenile stage, level 1. Each major level in a beast's evolution path can be divided into 3 minor levels, which is the 3-stage advancement. Juvenile stage beasts grow the fastest, only needing to eat a few corresponding attribute beast crystal to advance in a very short time. A week has passed since the start of school, and most new students' cultivated beasts have advanced from juvenile stage, level 1, to juvenile stage, level 2. Only Pei Xingye's beast, the Black Phoenix, has not moved at all, stuck in place. Judging panel. Lei Qianchong explained in a stern tone. The Black Phoenix remaining at juvenile stage, level 1, is due to Pei Xingye's ignorance in feeding the Black Phoenix too many attribute-crushing ice attribute beast crystals. I guess this so-called national champion wanted to pave a new evolutionary path, to amaze everyone. But he made a common mistake of youth, arrogance. He knows nothing about the special nature of the Phoenix bloodline. The beautiful host Lu Ying questioned, Old Master Lei, is there any possibility that Pei Xingye could cultivate the Black Phoenix into a beast that masters both ice and fire? Absolutely impossible. A person of Lei Qianchong's stature rarely makes an absolute statement in public. His boldness in saying this means he has absolute confidence. I would stake my career as a golden-ranked evolutionist on this conclusion. All pure-blooded phoenixes in the world, no matter how they are cultivated, can never develop the dual attributes of ice and fire. Phoenixes are naturally of the fire attribute, and can only be of the fire attribute. Lei Qianchong's conclusion gained the support of most audience members. After all, looking back at the long history, any phoenix beast, from birth to demise, has never awakened an ice attribute talent. The public's doubts about Pei Xingye set the tone for the Tianyun ranking contest. Dear audience, the competition is about to begin. According to the draw results, the first match will be between Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. His participating beast is the Black Phoenix. Xiongqi Academy, Lin Chen. His participating beast is the Lightning Griffin. The big screen displayed the basic data information of the 2 beasts. The data of the Black Phoenix has long ceased to be a secret. Recently, Pei Xingye's popularity has soared. All data analysts across the country are analyzing the Black Phoenix. Ancient mythical bloodline. One of the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire. Such an extraordinary bloodline strength only brings envy and jealousy. Lu Ying, please invite both contestants to the stage. Dressed in black, Pei Xingye walks onto the arena. White hair, crimson eyes, a unique image exuding a mysterious aura. On the other side of the arena stands a man with a few freckles on his profile and narrow, elongated eyes. Lin Chen, the strongest freshman of Qiongqi Academy. As the host whose main task is to stir up excitement, Lu Ying shows a smile that delights in the drama, her tone rich with implication. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, student Pei Xingye is this year's national champion. But it is worth mentioning that before the national exam, over 100 professional analysts voted, believing that student Lin Chen would be this year's national champion. Therefore, this duel is destined to be a clash, bound to spark excitement. With Lu Ying's words, along with the audience's embellishments, even though this is Pei Xingye and Lin Chen's first meeting, the invisible tension begins to spread wildly. Pei Xingye, although my beast taming bloodline strength is not as good as yours. But for a beast master, technique and awareness are the true paths. In the upcoming battle, I will show you what ultimate agility is, and what artistic control means. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, he activated his beast seal, and in a flash of lightning, summoned a majestic griffin from the magic circle. With a lion's body and a vulture's wings, wrapped in violet lightning, it emits a piercing cry, its eyes seeming to hide a bloodthirsty toxin. This is Lin Chen's beast, the Lightning Griffin. Its bloodline quality is legendary, and in terms of bloodline strength, it is far inferior to the Black Phoenix. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, there is not a shred of fear towards Pei Xingye. Instead, his heart burns with unwilling anger. If it weren't for Pei Xingye's emergence, he would be this year's national champion, the center of everyone's attention. When he learned that Pei Xingye had slain 100 armored lizards in the national exam, breaking the historical record, his mind went blank, still unable to accept this fact. At this moment, the Tianyun ranking tournament is his best opportunity to prove he is stronger than Pei Xingye. The referee urged, "Please, student Pei Xingye, summon your beast." Pei Xingye raised the corners of his crimson lips, his voice chilling as if it came from the depths of hell. Gate of the underworld, open. As a necromancer, the summoner has the most impressive summoning effect in the world, unmatched by anyone. On the arena, dark mist swirled. In an instant, ghostly faces danced, and a frenzy of demons clamored. In the depths of the dense fog, a thick, decayed black stone door opened. From within the stone door, a phoenix enveloped in burning ghostly flames, its stark black bones exposed to the air, suddenly burst forth. This is the second time the Black Phoenix has appeared before the world since the national exam. the divine beast descends, and the audience buzzes with chatter. I have to say, at the moment the gate of the underworld opened, it was stunning. Everyone, look closely, the ghostly flames on the Black Phoenix have indeed weakened a lot compared to the national exam. That's right, just as Elder Lei said, this is due to Pei Xingye feeding the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals. This fool really thinks of himself as a top-tier evolutionist, wanting to open a new evolution route? Ha, the Phoenix bloodline cannot possibly dual cultivate ice and fire. Pei Xingye's erroneous nurturing method is a desecration of the Phoenix bloodline, a waste of resources. As the doubts grew louder, Pei Xingye became more excited. Crimson eyes like blood, vertical pupils akin to swords, ready to shatter all shackles of worldly conventions. Under the nation's attention, the referee blew the whistle, the match begins. Chaos Academy Pei Xingye vs Qianqi Academy Lin Chen. The outcome of this battle is destined to reveal who is the true national champion. Chapter 18 Beastmaster Technique, King's Prediction. The battle has begun. The first to attack is Lin Chen. So fast. His lightning griffin is like a bolt of lightning. On the large arena, the audience's eyes cannot capture the real body of the lightning griffin at all. Everyone can only see a flash of purple lightning, circling around the Black Phoenix, drawing cold phantom trails. As the chief judge, Lei Qianchong analyzes with great authority. The lightning griffin belongs to the electric attribute beast, its strongest point is speed. It possesses extremely high mobility, and all skills come with movement effects. At the same time, the faster it moves, the quicker the attack speed. Lin Chen urges his soul power, completely focused on controlling the lightning griffin, quickly gaining the upper hand with its terrifying speed and attack rate. Pei Xingye, this level of speed and attack rate is the limit of the lightning griffin. But I, as a beast master, can make it surpass its limits. Around Lin Chen, a subtle white cyclone suddenly appears. Immediately afterward, the movement speed of the lightning griffin doubles in an instant. Its performance on the stage is like a lightning bolt riding the wind, explaining what true speed is. The movement speed of the lightning griffin has suddenly doubled. Almost forgot, Lin Chen's talent is S-rank talent, Swift Shadow. Swift Shadow, S effect is simply perfect for the lightning griffin. On the big screen, the details of this talent are introduced, drawing gasps of admiration from the audience. S-rank talent, Swift Shadow. 1. Greatly enhances beast movement speed and attack speed. 2. The lower the beast's health, the higher the bonus to movement and attack speed. When a beastmaster's talent perfectly matches the beast's ability attributes, it will show an effect of 1+1 greater than 2 in battle. The combination of S-rank talent, Swift Shadow, and Lightning Griffin is just such an example. Lin Chen, once viewed as a strong candidate for the national champion, is not without reason. As the chief judge, Lei Qianchong should be objective, but every word sounds biased toward Lin Chen. Or perhaps he has a deep prejudice against Pei Xingye. This prejudice lies in Pei Xingye's way of training the Black Phoenix. Lei Qianchong had once conducted research on the Phoenix bloodline, and through countless investigations, he confirmed that the Phoenix bloodline cannot awaken ice attribute talent. But Pei Xingye tried to train the Black Phoenix into a dual attribute beast of ice and fire, which is equivalent to challenging Lei Qianchong's authority, undermining his career. On the arena, the trend of the battle is completely one-sided. Lin Chen controlling the lightning griffin launches a series of powerful attacks, and the spectators can only see purple lightning and pure white gusts intertwining and darting around. While the Black Phoenix under Pei Xingye's control is solely on the defensive, unable to launch even a single counterattack, leaving it in an awkward position. The beautiful host, Luing, can't help but ask, "Old Lei, it's been 5 minutes since the match started, why hasn't Pei Xingye launched a counterattack yet?" Lei Qianchong stroked his beard with a cold smile. Counterattack? The movement speed of the lightning griffin is like lightning, and under Lin Chen's control, the griffin moves nimbly and unpredictably, making it impossible to grasp. I'm afraid Pei Xingye's eyes cannot even clearly see the real body of the lightning griffin, so how can he control the Black Phoenix to launch a precise counterattack? With S-rank talent, Swift Shadow, the flying speed of the lightning griffin is comparable to thunder, and human eyes cannot capture its real body, but instead be misled by remarkably lifelike afterimages. The movement speed of the lightning griffin is too fast. Pei Xingye does not dare to counterattack recklessly because he knows that if he does, it will be futile and expose greater flaws. However, to only defend delays the inevitable loss of the match. In the end, he will still lose. So this national champion is indeed inflated. When facing an opponent who understands movement and pulling techniques, he is helpless. It seems this guy can only rely on the strength of his Beastmaster bloodline to play around in the arena. Based on the performance in the ring, the audience is becoming increasingly disappointed in Pei Xingye. Below the arena, in the coach's area, Pei Yingru crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes showing not a hint of worry. For the past week, Pei Yingru has been acting as Pei Xingye's sparring partner. She knows how terrifying her brother's skills and awareness can be. "Xingye, it's time for you to show your beast mastery," Pei Yingru silently thought, filled with confidence in her brother. Pei Xingye, is this your true ability? Holding the ancient myth bloodline beast, yet you don't dare to strike back at all. You truly disappoint me. Lin Chen thought this would be an exciting duel. He had prepared thoroughly, but judging from Pei Xingye's current performance, he felt that Pei Xingye wasn't worthy of being his opponent. Since you won't fight back, I'll quickly end this boring match. Lin Chen frantically urged his soul power, trying to crush Pei Xingye. The speed and attack speed of the Thunderbolt Griffin rapidly increased, leading to continuous cheers from the audience. This movement and pulling technique, superb. So the bloodline gap of beast masters can really be made up by exquisite skills. In terms of beast mastery alone, Pei Xingye is no match for Lin Chen. Lin Chen is the true national champion. In a dire situation, Pei Xingye raised his bloodshot eyes and suddenly unleashed his soul power. The Black Phoenix, which had been silent for 10 minutes, suddenly launched an attack. The fire of the undead transformed into a sword-like flame beam, accurately piercing through the left wing of the Thunderbolt Griffin. As blood spurted forth, the arena echoed with the Thunderbolt Griffin's mournful cries. What? This is impossible. The Black Phoenix's slow and steady normal attack actually hit the high-speed moving Thunderbolt Griffin. Oh my, this scene is truly unbelievable. The movement speed of the Thunderbolt Griffin was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Yet the casual normal attack from the Black Phoenix precisely hit the Thunderbolt Griffin's left wing. This unbelievable moment concealed Pei Xingye's extreme skill. Lu Ying, pale-faced, said, "Old man Lei, please explain what just happened." Lei Qianzhong's expression changed greatly, his eyes widened as he stared at Pei Xingye in the arena. In that last round, Pei Xingye did indeed succeed in counterattacking. But logically, with the Black Phoenix's attack speed, it should be impossible to catch the Thunderbolt Griffin under the effective shadow shift. So there's only one possibility. Lei Qianzhong harbored deep bias against Pei Xingye, but on the stage of the Tianyun ranking match, he had to analyze rationally in front of a national audience. Pei Xingye predicted the Thunderbolt Griffin's movement trajectory. Lei Qianzhong's analysis instantly ignited the crowd. What? Predicting? Pei Xingye can predict the Thunderbolt Griffin's movement trajectory? That's unbelievable. Impossible, it must be a lucky hit. That's right, it has to be a coincidence. In the next second, Pei Xingye fiercely slapped the audience in the face with his actions. The Black Phoenix howled to the sky, its wings waving, and once again released a flame beam, piercing through and burning the Thunderbolt Griffin's right wing. At this point, both wings of the Thunderbolt Griffin were severely damaged, crashing down in the center of the arena, filling the air with the smell of charred flesh and the Griffin's painful whimpers. Lin Chen instinctively took a step back, his resolute face showing shock and panic for the first time. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. The greatest advantage of the Thunderbolt Griffin was its lightning-fast speed. Combined with Lin Chen's S-rank talent, shatters, it could display an ethereal and graceful movement in battle, creating a limit-pulling tactic with the enemy. However, this advantage had vanished in an instant. If the first time was a coincidence, then what about the second? Since the battle began, Pei Xingye has only countered twice, and both times he struck the enemy's weakness with precision. The wings are the most important tool for flying beast masters. At this moment, the Lightning Griffin's wings were heavily injured, unable to sustain flight, struggling even to get back on its feet. The Black Phoenix completely shattered the Lightning Griffin's combat ability with just 2 ordinary attacks. This undoubtedly reflects an extraordinary bloodline strength. But among the audience, who could emulate Pei Xingye, directly predicting the Lightning Griffin's movements? On the judges' panel, Lei Qianzhong's expression darkened, and he had to reassess Pei Xingye. The cold wind howled fiercely, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Hiss, it's so cold. My bottle of water has frozen. Isn't it summer? How did the temperature suddenly drop below zero? A chilling aura enveloped the entire Qilin mountain. The ground of the arena suddenly formed a thick layer of frost. Where did this mysterious and strange coldness come from? It's the Black Phoenix. Incredible. Everyone, look, above the Black Phoenix's head. The ice crown. All eyes in the crowd were deeply attracted by the tall and handsome figure of the Black Phoenix. In every pair of wide and bloodshot eyes, the same shocking scene was reflected. Above the Black Phoenix's head, a crown made of ice was formed, magnificent and brilliant, powerful yet elegant. And the mysterious coldness that lowered the temperature of the entire mountain below zero was coming from the breath of the Black Phoenix. Lu Ying nearly lost her composure, almost dropping her jaw. The Black Phoenix has awakened the ice ability. At this moment, the temperature around the arena fluctuated dramatically. The audience felt as if they were switching back and forth between winter and a furnace. The cause of this anomaly was the awakened Black Phoenix. When the Black Phoenix exhaled, the world became a furnace, and the flames of the dead boiled and burned, causing the temperature to rise. When the Black Phoenix inhaled, it seemed to draw out all the heat, making the surrounding world freezing cold, snowflakes swirling, feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. breathe fire, inhale ice. The phoenix breathes, mastering both ice and fire. Luing completely forgot about her composure, her beautiful face twisted, her brows trembling. So, classmate Pei Xingye has raised the world's first phoenix that masters both ice and fire. The black phoenix hovered above the arena, spreading its wings dominating the sky, the flames of the dead and the frost of the dead intertwining, releasing thick black steam, wrapping Pei Xingye's tall and standing figure in a layer of mysterious black mist. At this moment, how should one define this history's strongest champion? Pei Xingye's shocking performance overturned everyone's perception, like throwing a bomb into the audience. Suddenly, the audience erupted. Oh my goodness, it's like ice and fire together. The Phoenix bloodline can actually awaken the ice ability? Is this a dream or reality? Old Master Lei said that the Phoenix bloodline could never awaken the ice ability. How could it be? People must pay for their words and the facade they've put on. At the judges' table, Lei Qianchong looked astonished, his eyes widening like two bloodstained copper bells, and his hands trembled as if he had Parkinson's. Every move he made, including the changes in his facial expressions, was so exciting. Impossible. In the past, my team and I studied the bloodlines of the three holy beasts. My understanding of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins must be the most authoritative in the world. Phoenixes are born of fire, they cannot awaken the ice ability. But this? The facts lay before him, leaving no room for Lei Qianchong to argue. The ice and fire dual cultivating black phoenix soared high above, the intertwining of the flames of the dead and the frost of the dead seemed to offer a grand and loud salute for the birth of a king. Pei Xingye maintained a confident and stylish standing pose, his crimson eyes shining like dazzling stars, sharp and unstoppable. A flash of scarlet light suddenly locked onto the startled Lei Qianchong. Lei Qianchong's chest trembled, his heartbeat missed a beat, and he heard Pei Xingye's polite greeting. Old man, the times have changed. My phoenix can master both ice and fire. Your understanding of the phoenix bloodline is less than 1/10,000th of mine. And don't forget, I am a necromancer, and my phoenix is a necromantic phoenix. At this moment, this white-haired boy with red eyes not only dominated this arena but also stood above this revered elite evolutionist. Coaching area. Pei Yingruo's beautiful face was also filled with shock and joy. She looked up at her brother's back. The heart stirred with turbulent waves. In this era, the necromancer beast masters have utterly declined. So people always unconsciously overlook the value of the words undead. Even though Lei Qianchong is a gold medal evolution master, the phoenixes he studied were just ordinary phoenixes. But the black phoenix is the world's first phoenix in its undead form. And the undead attribute is the source that stimulates the phoenix to mutate and awaken its ice element talent. No wonder Xiaoyi has been feeding the black phoenix ice attribute beast crystals from the very beginning. So we have to admit that everything, absolutely everything, is under Xiaoyi's control. Pei Yingruo looked at her brother's back, feeling both familiar and strange at the same time. Gradually, Pei Yingruo's hot tears blurred her vision, and in the hazy distance, Pei Xingye's shadow gradually overlapped with Pei Chuzhuang's. Pei Mom. Your son is becoming more and more like you. The crimson will of the old era will surely inherit through bloodlines. The phoenix breathes, merging ice and fire. The young man raised his gaze, scarlet as blood. This scene deserves to be forever frozen in time. This painting ought to be named The Birth of a King. Chapter 20, The Sense of Oppression from the Grim Reaper's Harvest and the Undead Slaughter. Hidden data, Ice Element Talent, Undead Frost. Awakening method, continuously feeding ice attribute beast crystals, resisting pressure in battle, and applying stimulation to physiological functions. Side effects, weakens the undead flame to a certain extent, slows down beast evolution speed. Awakening effect, dual cultivation of ice and fire, opening up a brand new evolution path, further enhancing overall strength. The data panel of the Black Phoenix has long been revealed to the world. But what people can see are only the basic data. Yet, when Pei Xingye's hand of the Overgod first touched the Black Phoenix, he immediately read the hidden data within the Black Phoenix. So the dual cultivation of ice and fire is not a coincidence, but an inevitability. The audience murmured, and those who were late to realize began to line up to apologize to Pei Xingye. No wonder he started feeding the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals from the beginning, everything was planned by him. This guy has cultivated the world's first ice and fire dual cultivating Black Phoenix, using action to slap Lei Qianchong's face in our faces. The facts prove that in this round, we are on the first floor, and Pei Xingye is in the atmosphere. The national champion truly deserves the title, with not a hint of falsehood, it's too pure. I apologize for my extreme remarks just now. I apologize too. The audience had few strengths, but being skilled in Sichuan opera face-changing was one of them. When the ice and fire dual cultivating Black Phoenix dominated the arena, even the leader of Pei Xingye's haters had to kneel and bow, shouting awesome. In fact, the battle was not over yet, but what difference did it make? The heavily injured Thunderbolt Griffin, faced with the ice and fire dual cultivating Black Phoenix, was as weak as an ant. Lin Chen in front of Pei Xingye felt as inconsequential as a passerby. Despair approached, and Lin Chen had only a last shred of courage left. His face twisted, he roared at the Thunderbolt Griffin. We can't give up. Let's fight one last time. Fly up. Increase speed, increase attack speed. Lin Chen could accept failure, but he must burn out the last ounce of his soul power. He respected this arena, he respected this duel, and he also respected this incredibly strong opponent before him. Lu Ying held the microphone, passionately commentating. Lin Chen has not given up. In the field of Beastmasters, people often say, when the body reaches its limit, the will can lead you to break through the encirclement. At this moment, Lin Chen is still igniting his will. But under the huge gap in strength, the power of will becomes negligible. The undead frost released by the Black Phoenix covered the Thunderbolt Griffin in a thick layer of ice crystals. As the cold air entered its body, the Thunderbolt Griffin trembled all over, its speed once again significantly reduced. The ice talent awakened by the Black Phoenix has a powerful slowing effect. This is detrimental for the Thunderbolt Griffin. Hold it back tightly. This battle has no suspense anymore. Lin Chen has lost. Hearing the audience's discussion, Lin Chen felt unwilling. He continued to release his soul power, clenched his teeth tightly, and silently recited in his heart. My talent is Swift Shadow. The lower the health of the Thunder Griffin, the higher the speed boost I grant it. This must offset the slowing effect of the frost power. I still have a chance to turn things around. I can definitely turn it around. As the Thunder Griffin's health continued to drop, the effect of Lin Chen's talent, Swift Shadow, grew stronger. Gradually, the acceleration from Swift Shadow could almost offset the slowing effect of the undead frost. Just when Lin Chen saw a glimmer of hope for a comeback, the cruel reality gave him a sudden blow, pushing his soul into an endless icy abyss. The referee blew the horn, signaling the end of the match. The match is over. The winner is Chaos Academy Pei Xingye. Lin Chen was stunned, unable to accept this result. No. My soul power has not burned out yet. My beast can still fight. Referee, why did you stop the match? The referee did not explain, but raised his hand and pointed to the top of the Thunder Griffin's head. Lin Chen twisted his stiff neck, and the scene that came into view made his pupils shrink again and again. This is E-grade talent, Undead Execution. At this moment, a phantom of death hovered above the Thunder Griffin's head. The Reaper held a blood-colored scythe, its sharp blade resting against the Thunder Griffin's neck. The Reaper's eyes burst with a scarlet light, signifying the judgment of the Supreme Order. With a mere thought from Pei Xingye, the Reaper's scythe would mercilessly reap the life of the Thunder Griffin. Indeed, this was the lowest, most unpopular, and most criticized E-grade talent, Undead Execution, in this era. With the arrival of Undead Execution, there was no need to continue the match. If it continued, Lin Chen's beast would die on the stage, cruelly harvested by the Reaper. Letting things end here, the victor was already decided. In the audience, the leader of the Scarlet Team, Shui, sat elegantly with her long legs crossed and a slim waist upright, her gaze calm as she softly murmured. When the enemy's health drops to 10%, the next attack triggers Undead Execution. Undead Execution ignores all shields and defenses of the enemy and has an absolute hit rate of 100%. This talent, thanks to Pei Xingye, has returned to its peak. Just looking at the detailed introduction of this talent, how powerful, how against the heavens, how unreasonable it is. But why, in this era, is it defined by worldly views as the lowest E-grade talent? It's simply because of the curse that comes with this talent. Everyone knows that beastmasters who awaken undead talents will suffer from the curse of ill fate, leading to a shortened lifespan, usually not living past 20. But the Black Phoenix that Pei Xingye contracts is a pureblood phoenix lineage, possessing a passive talent that immunizes against all life curses. This means that for undead beastmasters all over the world, undead talents are indeed the lowest talent. But for Pei Xingye alone, undead talents can return to a peak, reach the strongest talent in the world, and reclaim the glory from 18 years ago. Is this Undead Execution? So shocking. This is the first time I've seen it. 10% health, ignores all shields and defenses, 100% execution judgment. Is this the power of the strongest talent from 18 years ago? So from now on, anyone who fights Pei Xingye will lose 10% health before the match even starts? That's outrageous, truly outrageous. The strength of the undead talent was confirmed through Pei Xingye. After experiencing 18 years of Era of the End, undead beastmasters, because of this youth's emergence, rose again. Lu Ying picked up the microphone, her loud voice trembling slightly from excessive excitement. This exciting duel has come to an end. But like the audience, I am still entranced by the charm of Undead Execution. As long as you face Pei Xingye, even before the battle begins, your beast will only have 90% of its health left. The judging panel was buzzing with discussion. Pei Xingye, truly the strongest national champion in history. The mechanism of Reaper's Cut is utterly exceptional. This talent will limit many monsters' operational limits on the battlefield. Indeed, the beast race possesses strong healing abilities and terrifying defensive shields. These monsters often escape with low health and can even counterattack our beast tamers. However, Reaper's Cut naturally restrains them. Once a monster's health drops to 10%, it has no chance to perform miraculous maneuvers in front of Pei Xingye, becoming nothing but a soul trapped under Reaper's Cut. What an incredible dual talent! What a formidable Reaper's Cut! Everyone, we seem to be witnessing an unprecedented genius rise on our Yin Summer Empire's land. Lin Chen stood on the other side of the ring, looking at Pei Xingye with despair in his eyes. What a terrifying genius! In the audience, Situ Shui pursed her red lips. A monster-like genius, my insight was correct. In the coach's area, Pei Yingru had a dazed look. My genius brother. Pei Ma, if you were still here, you would surely be proud of Xiao Yi. On the judging panel, the embarrassed Lei Qinzhong sincerely stated, a genius among geniuses. No. The word genius cannot even begin to define this guy. The world is vast, and heroes gather. In this era of beast taming, there has never been a shortage of passionate, talented youths. They step onto the stage of human history with their brilliance, achieving great feats in monster hunting, singing the praises of beast taming techniques. However, champions come and go every year, but there is only one Pei Xingye. Geniuses appear as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Countless heroes emerge from the masses. So who exactly is this Pei Xingye? Well, let me put it this way. The geniuses in your eyes simply call him genius. If heaven did not give birth to me, Pei Xingye, the path of beast taming would be like a long night. The story of this crimsonite youth is just beginning. As for the rest, stay tuned for the next episode. To be honest, in the future, storytellers under the bridge will also be making a living buying cars and houses with just the 3 words Pei Xingye, like fish crossing the river, gushing endlessly. Chapter 21, The Girl Who Doesn't Seem Human, Sangwui. The birth of a king always accompanies the fall of its entourage. Once seen as the #1 candidate for national champion, Lin Chen walked off the stage with his head down, lost and disoriented. His ears were filled with the audience's praises and cheers for Pei Xingye. In this duel, he had displayed impressive strength and unyielding will. But in the face of absolute talent, these were insignificant, and no one cared. Lin Chen stopped and turned to look at Pei Xingye, who was enjoying the spotlight. For a moment, he felt a kind of trance, as if gazing up at a mountain that could never be climbed or surpassed. Although he lost the match, Lin Chen was still unwilling to accept it. Young and passionate, this is the nature of youth. They cannot accept defeat or let go. His eyes gradually filled with blood, fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. In his eyes, jealousy, anger, and hatred grew. At that moment, he vowed in his heart that no matter the cost, he would surpass Pei Xingye. Just then, a broad hand landed on Lin Chen's shoulder. Dean. It was a kind-faced elderly man, slightly hunched. Li Jinyan, the dean of Qiongqi Academy. Lin Chen, I can sense that you've developed a hatred for Pei Xingye. Dean, don't feel shame or regret, this is human nature. Li Jinyan did not blame Lin Chen for losing the match, nor did he specifically praise or scorn him. He just spoke heartfelt words that could change Lin Chen's life. Lin Chen, what is your purpose in becoming a beast tamer? Answer me. Dean, I want to hunt more monsters. Guard our territory of the Yanxia Empire. Li Jinyan nodded in satisfaction, speaking in a calm tone. National top scholar, top prediction, dual cultivation of ice and fire, slaying of the undead. Without a doubt, Pei Xingye, a genius among geniuses, his brilliance blinds his peers. On the arena, Pei Xingye is your opponent, you cannot defeat him, and for this you feel frustrated and pained, even cultivating jealousy and hatred towards him. But 3 years in the academy, like a fleeting glance, after 3 years, on the battlefield, he is not your opponent, but your comrade. He, like you, is a beast master of the Yanxia Empire. He, like you, became a beast master to hunt magical beasts. One day, when faced with a legion of magical beasts, having such a powerful comrade by your side, guarding our country together, is that not a blessing? Lin Chen fell into a daze, his gaze locking onto Pei Xingye's back, and the hatred slowly dissipated. After a moment, the bloodshot veins in Lin Chen's eyes disappeared, and his emotions regained calm. Dean, I understand. I apologize for the terrible emotions I just had. Li Jinyan patted Lin Chen's shoulder again. Young man, your path is still long. Do not forget, the original intention of becoming a beast master is not to surpass anyone, but to slay more magical beasts and protect those you wish to protect. In this era, there are always so-called experts who propose abolishing the academic schools and dissolving all beast master academies nationwide. They believe that 18-year-old youths should be thrown directly onto the cruel battlefield to train, speeding up their growth. They think that beast master academies can only cultivate flowers in a greenhouse. But those experts do not understand the purpose of the beast master academies. Aside from teaching children to become qualified beast masters, they also teach them to be upright humans. At this moment, Li Jinyan's few words, combined with a gentle smile, pulled a boy who was nearly on the path of darkness back onto the right track of life. In the audience, the captain of the Crimson Team, Qilin, sat with two other members. Qin Yanlin shouted excitedly, "Second Master is amazing!" As a patient with social anxiety, Huang Fuboyi found it hard to adapt to such a noisy environment, but he still tried to clench his fist, murmuring quietly, Second Master, 1-1, so great." The title Second Master is because Pei Xingye is, in name, the second young master of the Pei family. As Qin Yanlin cheered, he glanced sideways at Qilin. "Captain, Second Master won the first match, why are you so calm?" "I knew he would definitely win." This is the reason for Qilин's calmness. She unconditionally believes in Pei Xingye, even when what he does is an impossible miracle in the eyes of the secular world. The next duel is Taotai Academy, Sang Wuyin vs Wu Academy, Li Tianxi. In the audience, Qilин's expression shifted subtly. Sang Wuyin. She opened her crimson lips, murmuring this name. As the captain of the Crimson Team, Qilin pays special attention to her team member Pei Xingye. So she had researched the identity of other participants in advance. According to Qilин's investigation, there is indeed some special connection between Sang Wuyin and Pei Xingye. And this connection stems from the previous generation. Please invite both contestants onto the stage. Li Tianxi from Wu Academy, a remarkably talented young man, has the lowest score among the four contestants. And his opponent, Sang Wuyin, when she appears, immediately captures the attention of the entire audience. This girl, is she the daughter of Sang Xian? That's right, it's her. She directly skipped the national exam and was accepted by the Taotai Academy, the top among the four major academies. With her strength, defeating Li Tianxi is as easy as eating and drinking. Wait. If Sang Wuyin wins this qualifying match, then she and Pei Xingye. The competition for this year's Tianyun rankings will soon begin. I almost forgot, Pei Xingye is the son of Lord Pei, so 18 years ago. Strictly speaking, before the Tianqing Whirlpool War, which changed the world's structure, broke out. The Yanxia Empire had two incredibly powerful god-level beastmasters, known as the twin heroes of a generation. With their combined strength, they maintained the Yanxia Empire's position as the strongest among the 7 human kingdoms. At that time, the Yanxia Empire was at its peak, and the other 6 kingdoms had to avoid its power. The twin heroes of a generation were the father of Sang Wei, Sang Xian, and the mother of Pei Xingye, Pei Chuzhuang. The fame of these two god-level beastmasters spread worldwide, and within the Yanxia Empire, the saying North Sang Xian, South Chuzhuang became a classic catchphrase. It is no exaggeration to say that these two supported the most glorious era of the Yanxia Empire. And this glory was extremely short-lived. Because both of them perished in the Tianqing Whirlpool War 18 years ago. The cause of their deaths is classified as the highest state secret and has never been made public. At this moment, Pei Xingye temporarily returned to the audience area, sitting together with the 4 members of the Crimson Squad. Qin Yanlin first congratulated Pei Xingye for winning the first match, then lowered his voice and asked, "Second Master, do you think Sang Wei is more beautiful, or our captain?" Although Qin Yanlin lowered his voice, Sima Shui's ears were no less sharp. Her gaze naturally fell on Pei Xingye. On the stage, Sang Wui's silver hair danced in the wind, and her graceful figure was wrapped in a slim-fitting, elegant ice blue dress. She was a cold, stunning beauty, and in her sparkling eyes, there wasn't a trace of human warmth. At the same time, her aura was vastly different from girls of the same age. You could feel a primitive wildness emanating from her, a presence that could awaken the deepest fears buried in human genes. Pei Xingye glanced at Sang Wei and then turned his gaze to Sima Shui. These two were different types of beauties, and they couldn't be compared at all. Qin Yanlin, loving the drama, urged, "Second Master, quick, tell me, who is more beautiful?" Sima Shui also stared at Pei Xingye, seemingly waiting for his answer. Pei Xingye's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "I'm faceblind, I can't tell who's more beautiful." "Second Master, if you had to choose one to marry, who would you pick?" At this point, Pei Xingye had murderous thoughts toward Qin Yanlin but could not lash out. He could only force himself to say, "I'm not interested in women, they just slow me down when I draw my sword." Without women in my heart, my sword draws swiftly, he thought. Sima Shui snorted coldly, "Looks like our second master has already seen through the chaos of the mortal world." "Impressive, truly impressive. Captain, actually, you're very beautiful today." "So, I wasn't beautiful yesterday?" "Ahem, forget what I said. Let's just watch the match." Pei Xingye's lips twitched, and he muttered inwardly, "Women. The most difficult creatures to please in the world, more terrifying than beasts." Chapter 22, Half-God Bloodline, Giant-Type Beast Master. On the stage, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. The battle between Sang Wei from Taotai Academy and Li Tianxi from Wu Academy was about to begin. Both of them activated their beast seals and summoned their respective beasts. Li Tianxi's beast was a scorpion covered in venom. It crawled out of the summoning array, its sharp tail dragging across the ground, raising a cloud of toxic sand and wind. Luing once again grabbed the microphone to explain the details of this beast to the audience. Desert Toxic Scorpion, Juvenile Stage, Second Tier, Legendary Bloodline Quality. It has both sand and poison attributes, making it a dual-element beast. The strength of this beast lies in its ability to inflict continuous poison damage on its enemies during battle. And the toxin's effects can stack up to 7 layers. The power of 7 layers of poison. It only takes 1 second to poison an armored lizard. In the audience, the Scarlet Squad of 4 watched the duel together. Qizhuang turned to ask, "What do you think about the Desert Scorpion?" Pei Xingye pinched his chin with one hand, analyzing rationally. To be honest, Li Tianxi's beast, both in bloodline and operational limits, is not low. Moreover, Li Tianxi has an S-grade talent called Backlash. Whether the Desert Scorpion actively attacks or passively endures pain, it will inflict toxin stacking on the enemy. However, Pei Xingye's analysis was abruptly cut off, as he was deeply touched by the beast summoned by Sangwei. The huge arena shook violently, and the audience was surrounded by hot steam, making the entire mountain feel as if it were soaked in magma, hot and burning. In the depths of the black flames, a giant figure rose from the ground. The entire audience looked up at the same time, as this beast's form was extremely exaggerated. The world's only demigod bloodline, a giant beast. Seeing is believing, this is the Phantom Cry giant summoned by Sangwei. The textbooks state clearly that giant beasts are the largest beasts, but only by witnessing it can one feel what it means to be a behemoth. In the center of the arena, a giant engulfed in black ghostly flames appeared. Its skin was completely burned away, revealing blood-red muscle fibers, perfectly illustrating the smooth lines of violent aesthetics. Its black long hair could only cover half of its face, while the other half, exposed, looked like a skull's head, eerie yet dominating. To what extent was the form of this giant beast exaggerated? In the juvenile form, its size and tonnage data surpassed Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix. In this era of beast mastery, whether it be beast or monster, they are classified within 9 major bloodline sequences. Ordinary, extraordinary, rare, epic, legend, demigod, myth, supreme ancient myth. Dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, these 3 races belong to the ancient myth bloodline. But their form cannot compare to the giant of demigod bloodline. From this perspective, the secrets hidden within giant beasts seem to be no less than those of the 3 sacred beasts. In the audience, everyone was gasping, immersed in the shock of admiring the Phantom Cry giant, except for the white-haired, red-eyed boy beside Qizhuang, who appeared to have some special physiological reaction. Qizhuang saw clearly that when Sangwei summoned the Phantom Cry giant, Pei Xingye's skin turned blood red. Sitting next to Pei Xingye, Qizhuang felt that his body was boiling with heat, even affecting the surrounding temperature. In the depths of his red eyes, violent waves surged. "What's wrong with you?" I'm fine." Pei Xingye was pulled back to his thoughts by Qizhuang's voice, and he silently thought, "Why does my blood boil when I see a giant beast? It's difficult to control my rationality." Among the 9 major bloodlines, only the demigod bloodline has one type of beast, which is the giant beast. In other words, if the giant beasts were to become extinct, then the demigod bloodline would completely disappear, and the 9 major bloodline sequences could be changed to 8. In this world, when something, regardless of strength or weakness, can be called unique, there must be hidden mysteries behind it. This was Pei Xingye's first time seeing a giant beast, and the special physiological reaction he experienced was uncontrollable, an instinctive response etched in his bloodline genes. But for now, Pei Xingye knew very little about giant beasts. Is there a possibility that the giant beast of demigod bloodline is also related to the Battle of the Celestial Swirl where Mom fell? Pei Xingye, Pei Chuzhuang's son. Sangwei, Sang Xian's daughter. 18 years ago, 2 unmatched heroes fell simultaneously in the poorly understood stellar whirlpool battle. Today, 18 years later, their descendants have forged a close bond, just like their ancestors. Pei Xingye inherited Pei Chuzhuang's will and became a spirit beast trainer of the undead. Sangwei also inherited Sang Xian's talent, contracting a giant spirit beast with demigod blood. At this moment, on the big screen, the basic data panel of the Wailing Giant was displayed, stunning the audience. Spirit beast name, Wailing Giant. Level, Juvenile, Stage 2. Bloodline, Demigod Bloodline. Attributes, Giant System plus Azura System. Talent 1, Heart of the Giant, extra life value bonus, with far higher health than spirit beasts/demons of the same level. Talent 2, Power of Azura, one of the 6 paths power, any attack and skill hitting an enemy may trigger a critical hit effect, with a maximum critical multiplier of 8 times. Talent 3, Wailing Flame, can cause continuous burning damage to enemies with black flames, with power potentially adding critical hit effects. Skill 1, Giant's Hammer, bringing hands together, it falls from the sky in the shape of a giant hammer, dealing 300% critical damage to enemies, adding a 3-second stun and knockback effect. Skill 2, Blood Rage Roar, consumes 10% of its own health, releasing the loudest roar, causing soul intimidation to the enemy, weakening their attack and defense. Skill 3, Deity Falls from Heaven, with powerful jumping ability, leaps into the air, forming a large area impact on enemy units, triggering a 100% 8 times critical damage. Pei Xingye carefully browsed through this data panel, feeling doubtful. Demigod Bloodline, possessing such outstanding data? In the 9 bloodline sequences, the Demigod Bloodline ranks just after the Mythical Bloodline. And the Black Phoenix is an ancient mythical bloodline, equivalent to 2 levels above the Demigod Bloodline. But looking only at the basic data panel, the Wailing Giant is not much inferior to the Black Phoenix, which is a mystery Pei Xingye cannot unravel at the moment. I must find a chance to investigate the hidden data of the giant spirit beasts. Pei Xingye's hand of the Overlord stirred, needing a chance to touch the Wailing Giant with his fingertip. Chapter 23, Pei Xingye vs Sangwui. The match began. The pressure Li Tianxi faced was the first lesson of his life transformation. When facing Sangwui, any spirit beast trainer of the same rank would feel hair standing on end or soul-trembling instincts. Because Sangwui's aura did not feel like that of a human. The primal wildness emanating from her was like a fierce beast from ancient times. In the duel between spirit beast trainers, the clash of gazes is usually the decisive factor in the match. Li Tianxi did not even dare to look directly into Sangwui's eyes, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Should I strike first? Or should I wait defensively for her to reveal a flaw? Hesitation is a battlefield taboo. To hesitate is to be defeated. Li Tianxi made an irretrievable mistake right from the start. He hesitated for just 1 second, and Sangwui had already summoned her soul power. The Wailing Giant's steps shook the ground, surprising Pei Xingye. He never expected this giant spirit beast, the biggest in the world, to be more agile than some wind and electric attribute spirit beasts. In an instant, the Wailing Giant grasped the scorpion tail of the desert scorpion with one hand. The terrifying giant power forced the desert scorpion to let out a painful screech, the sound of its tailbone breaking sharply, piercing the air. Not good. Li Tianxi's mind was in chaos, but he was still a top talent among this year's freshmen at Wu Academy, quickly regaining composure and releasing an endless flow of soul power. At the same time, his S-rank talent Rebound also began to stabilize and exert its power. Lu Ying furrowed her brow, her commentary filled with tension like the audience. Sangwui gained the upper hand. The desert scorpion is being single-handedly grasped by the Wailing Giant. Apply absolute control. But this battle won't end so easily. The venom of the desert scorpion, combined with Li Tianxi's Rebound talent, can partially counteract the crying giant. The desert scorpion is starting to accumulate layers of toxins. The desert scorpion's body releases a thick, green poison. Li Tianxi grits his teeth, maximizing the effects of Rebound. The crying giant's palms show clear signs of poisoning, blood vessels in its arms bulge, and the originally bright red blood becomes a shocking purplish green. The layers of toxins accumulate rapidly, reaching 7 layers. 7 layers of toxin can deplete the health of an armored lizard in just a second. But 10 seconds pass, and the crying giant appears to be completely unaffected. How can this be? Li Tianxi is completely panicking. 7 layers of toxin were his trump card. The judge's table. Lei Qianchong squints his eyes, analyzing seriously. Without a doubt, the desert scorpion is doing significant continuous damage to the crying giant, but the problem is that the crying giant has the thickest health bar among all beasts and magical creatures of the same rank. The audience area. Pei Xingye is also carefully analyzing this duel. The extra health of giant beasts is indeed exceptional. Situ Shui comments on the side, so your Phoenix Bloodline's Nirvana power isn't exceptional? How can you criticize others as being excessive? Pei Xingye watches the match closely and concludes, the 7 layers of toxin from the desert scorpion represent continuous damage. They lack high burst damage, which will be completely restrained by the crying giant's extremely thick health bar. Unless something unexpected happens, the match will end in 3 seconds. In the next 3 seconds, the story unfolds exactly as Pei Xingye described. Sangwui once again channels his soul power, gripping the desert scorpion's stinger, and repeatedly strikes the arena floor. The sound of bang 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 reverberates through the audience's ears. After 3 seconds, the desert scorpion is thrown into disarray, suffering multiple fractures and internal bleeding. It has completely lost the ability to fight. The referee shouts loudly, "Match over." The winner is Sangwui from the Glutton Academy. Li Tianxi loses the match without a hint of anger. He knows the gap between him and Sangwui is not trivial. This duel lasted less than a minute in total. Lu Ying sighs, a blatant crushing. Lei Qianchong shows an appreciative look. Sangwui's crying giant has an incredibly thick health bar. It fears opponents who deal continuous damage the least. Only high burst damage can threaten it. However, Sangwui's SS level talent, Rage, hasn't even been used yet. Among the 4 contestants in this Heavenly Cloud ranking competition, only Sangwui possesses dual S-level Beast Master talents. Of course, Pei Xingye's undead execution is defined as an E-level talent in this era, but it was once regarded as an SSS-level talent during its peak. Thus, the following duel promises to be the wildest battle of this event. Dear viewers, the next match is the battle for the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Glutton Academy's Sang Wui versus Chaos Academy's Pei Xingye. Please let both contestants prepare, the match will begin in 10 minutes. Before the match starts, we invite Chief Judge Lei Qianchong to analyze this peak duel. Luing hands the microphone to Lei Qianchong and asks with a smile, "Old Lei, who do you think will win this duel?" Lei Qianchong reveals a bitter smile. After the earlier embarrassment, his tone is no longer so arrogant, but instead becomes rational and objective. To be honest, in this match, both Sang Wui and Pei Xingye have chances of winning. From the analysis of beast bloodline strength, the Crying Giant is indeed inferior to the Black Phoenix, that's undeniable. However, the higher the strength of the beast bloodline, the greater the soul power consumption for the beast master. If Pei Xingye cannot secure victory within 5 minutes, it is highly likely that he will lose to Sang Wui. On the contrary, Sang Wui must drag this match into a 5-minute endurance battle to enter his comfort zone. Luing smiled teasingly. Old Master Lei actually analyzed the two contestants in such an objective and cautious manner. This isn't your style. Lei Qianchong smiled, looking more like he was crying. Isn't it just being scared after getting slapped in the face? In the following days, Lei Qianchong had continuous nightmares, with phoenixes mastering both ice and fire flying around him. 10 minutes later, the match was about to begin. Sang Wui and Pei Xingye both took the stage simultaneously. The audience erupted into heated discussions, each expressing their opinions. The battle for the top of the Tianyun ranking is surely going to be thrilling. Who do you think will win? I put my bets on Pei Xingye. I believe the Black Phoenix exceeds the Ghost Cry Giant. I think Sang Wui can win, because if he can hold on for 5 minutes and play the endurance game, Pei Xingye's soul power will surely dry up first. On the stage, two of the youngest prodigies of the new era face off. This guy is the first among my peers to dare to look me in the eye. This woman's aura really doesn't feel human. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui locked eyes from a distance, making those seasoned beast masters from the old era reminisce about the legendary duo of that year. In their prime, who was stronger, Pei Chuzhuang or Sang Xian? This question has no answer because the two had never fought each other. But at this moment, their descendants stand on the stage of the Tianyun ranking contest. Their bloodlines will determine the victor in this battle. Chapter 24, is Pei Xingye facing adversity? The referee blew the whistle. The match officially begins. In this showdown, both players chose to strike at the same time. The first round is crucial in battles between beast masters. Some prefer to strike first and take the initiative. Some excel in defensive strategies, waiting for the enemy to reveal a flaw. However, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui both chose the former. This means that both beasts on the stage unleashed their skills simultaneously. In the previous round against Lin Chen, Pei Xingye won easily. The Black Phoenix didn't even release a single skill. But in this showdown, the moment Pei Xingye activated his soul power, the Black Phoenix launched a simple and brutal signature skill Drop Phoenix Slash towards the Ghost Cry Giant. Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped slash. This is the definition of Drop Phoenix Slash. This skill is the trump card of pureblood Phoenix Beast Masters and possesses terrifying explosive damage. At the same time, as Sang Wui released his soul power, the Ghost Cry Giant stomped on the arena floor, splitting the ground and unleashing a roar that burned the heavens. Drop Phoenix Slash vs Blood Rage Roar. What? The Ghost Cry Giant unleashed Blood Rage Roar 3 times in a row. Sang Wui's maneuver is too bold. Blood Rage Roar consumes 10% of its own health, emitting the loudest roar to stun the enemy's soul, weakening their attack and defense. This is the core combat skill of giant-type beasts. Each release means the Ghost Cry Giant has to expend 10% of its own health. However, this was only the first round of their duel, yet Sang Wui commanded the Ghost Cry Giant to unleash Blood Rage Roar 3 times in a row. To the audience, such extreme and reckless actions were genuinely outrageous. On the stage, thick smoke billowed as emerald green undead fire and pitch black Ghost Cry flame intertwined and collided, producing continuous explosions. As the thick smoke gradually cleared, the Ghost Cry Giant reappeared in the crowd's view. The Ghost Cry Giant clearly took damage from Drop Phoenix Slash, yet it can still move normally. The power of Drop Phoenix Slash is lower than we imagined. The outsiders watch the excitement, while the insiders watch the essence. Judging panel. Lei Qianchong showed a shocked expression, his emotions stirred as he quickened his analysis of the battle situation. In the first round just now, Sang Wui's operation details are fully loaded. She knows very well that compared to the Ghost Cry Giant, the bloodline strength of the Black Phoenix is inferior. So she chose to start by letting the Ghost Cry Giant release the Blood Rage Roar 3 times in a row, even if it consumes 30% of its health, in order to weaken the Black Phoenix's explosive attacks. In the audience, Tu Shui's gaze moved back and forth between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, murmuring to herself. In the first round, both sides have clear strategies. Pei Xingye wants to take advantage of the Black Phoenix's high explosive attack values, trying to suppress the opponent with a single blow of the falling Phoenix Slash. Sang Wui's plan, however, is to use 30% of the Ghost Cry Giant's health to weaken the Black Phoenix's explosive attack, aiming to prolong the match and drag it into a war of attrition, where the advantage will return to her. Qin Yanlin clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Wow, it's only the first round, and both sides are already focusing on details? It's so thrilling." In the following battle, the clash between the giant and the Phoenix shocked the entire arena. In an instant, they fought up close, the black bones of the Phoenix and the iron fists of the giant clashing violently, creating a whirlwind of air ripples. In the blink of an eye, both sides pulled back, the flames of the undead and the flames of the ghost cry entangled across the distance, triggering deafening explosions. The match was so intense that the audience held their breath, completely focused on the billowing smoke in the arena. Lei Qianzhong gripped the microphone, his voice trembling. Though the Ghost Cry Giant's health percentage is low, its health bar is thick enough that the Black Phoenix's attacks can't deal explosive damage, so there isn't much threat to the Ghost Cry Giant. As the duration of the duel increases, the match will only become disadvantageous for Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye needs to break the deadlock. With flashing red pupils, Pei Xingye uttered a deep voice like the judgment of death, Bafeng Ming. The Black Phoenix soared into the sky, roaring angrily at the Ghost Cry Giant from a high vantage point. The entire audience covered their ears, feeling as if their organs were about to shatter. Under the influence of Bafeng Ming, the red light on the Ghost Cry Giant dimmed instantly, its aura weakened by 2/3. Lei Qianzhong spoke quickly in commentary. Bafeng Ming, a powerful sound wave emitted by the Phoenix-type Beast Master, intimidates enemies with its roar, showcasing bloodline suppression, causing fear, dizziness, and weakness in opponents. It's clear to see that under the suppression of Bafeng Ming, the Ghost Cry Giant has shown signs of temporary dizziness and its mental state has become weak. This is the excessive strength of the ancient mythical bloodline. Once Bafeng Ming is unleashed, the bloodline suppression becomes tangible. No matter what, the ancient mythical bloodline will always be 2 levels higher than the demigod bloodline. Luing exclaimed, "The power of Bafeng Ming completely shatters the effects of the Ghost Cry Giant's 3 consecutive blood rage roars, allowing Pei Xingye to regain the upper hand." Lei Qianzhong shook his head seriously and said in a deep voice, "No. Pei Xingye's operation is also very risky." Bafeng Ming did indeed directly negate the blood rage roar's effects, and it imposed great mental pressure on the Ghost Cry Giant. But the Bafeng Ming skill consumes the Beast Master's soul power based on a percentage. This move, Bafeng Ming, directly consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's soul power. No matter how high Pei Xingye's soul power concentration is, once Bafeng Ming is unleashed, it will consume half of his soul power. Lei Qianzhong continued analyzing. So in this match, both players are competing in details. They dare to make bold and crazy moves. Their strategic choices are risky yet decisive, indicating their absolute confidence in their operations and awareness. No matter the outcome, they are the strongest first-class beast masters of the Empire of Yanxia. Their talents are the hope for the future of the Empire of Yanxia. The talents displayed by Pei Xingye and Sang Wui left their peers in the dust, just like their parents did, astonishing the entire era. Although Bafeng Ming consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's soul power, but he regained the advantage. As the Black Phoenix, following Pei Xingye's will, prepared to unleash the falling Phoenix Slash once again, Sang Wui did not dare to slack off. She directly ordered the Ghoul Cry Giant to utilize agile movement techniques to avoid its sharp edge. Without the enhancement of the Blood Rage Battle Roar, as long as the falling Phoenix Slash struck the Ghoul Cry Giant, it could unleash terrifying explosive damage. This was unacceptable to Sang Wui. Under the bloodline gap, she had no margin for error. However, the first slash missed. At this moment, the spectators still had not realized the problem at hand. Though the Ghoul Cry Giant is massive, its movement is surprisingly nimble. The second slash missed. It dodged again? Is it really just luck? The third slash also missed. After the roar of the Overlord Phoenix, Pei Xingye regained his advantage, but the Black Phoenix's 3 consecutive falling Phoenix slashes all missed, not even grazing a hair on the Ghoul Cry Giant. The situation has taken a new turn. Pei Xingye has missed 3 attacks in a row, and the tide of battle has once again become tumultuous. Luing asked again, "Old man Lei, doesn't Pei Xingye understand how to predict his opponent's movements? Why did the falling Phoenix slash miss 3 times in a row?" Lei Qianzhong's pupils shook. There is only one answer. Sang Wui predicted Pei Xingye's prediction. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted. What? She predicted Pei Xingye's prediction? This woman's battle awareness is terrifying. The duel between genius monsters is simply exhilarating. It seems Pei Xingye is facing a headwind. During the fight, Sang Wui's eyes, filled with wild power, were fixed on Pei Xingye's red pupils. Indeed. She was reading Pei Xingye's gaze. And based on the movement of Pei Xingye's pupils, she precisely deduced his thoughts, thus predicting his prediction. Sang Wui's operation drew cheers and thunderous applause from the crowd. In the audience seats, Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi's hearts raced, both silently sweating for Pei Xingye on stage. Captain, the situation is not good. It looks like the second master is facing a headwind. What's there to panic about? From what I know about him, he is a monster who grows stronger against powerful foes. The next part is where he shines. One must admit, Situ Shui's description of Pei Xingye is quite accurate. Chapter 25. My operation is above yours. The Black Phoenix's 3 consecutive releases of the Falling Phoenix / failed to hit the target, which caused Pei Xingye to waste a large amount of soul power for nothing. As of now, the battle has lasted more than 10 minutes. Sang Wui urged her soul power, controlling the Ghoul Cry Giant to launch a frenzied counterattack. The two sides once again engaged in a clash and tug-of-war, presenting the audience with a thrilling visual feast. The boxing and charging of the giant beast displayed a primal and wild aesthetic of violence. The Phoenix bloodline, combined with ice and fire dual cultivation and necromantic power, remained unreasonable, repeatedly forcing interruptions to the opponent's combos, showcasing bloodline strength, and interpreting the might of the 3 sacred beasts. This battle has entered a heated tug-of-war. It seems both sides are evenly matched, but in reality, the situation is unfavorable for Pei Xingye. Because a prolonged battle is Sang Wui's comfort zone. Lu Ying frowned. In her view, Pei Xingye was highly likely to lose this match. Despite both being first-level beast masters, controlling beasts with higher bloodline strength consumes more soul power and vitality, leading to shorter endurance. Simply put, the longer the battle lasts, the greater Sang Wui's chances of winning. Just as the scales of victory tilted towards Sang Wui, Pei Xingye's red pupils glowed with a sharp cold light. Whoosh! In the thick smoke, a cross-shaped flame burst struck the Ghoul Cry Giant's chest with a thundering crash. Falling Phoenix Slash. It hit. TSK, once it hits, it will deal an extremely high explosive damage. The Ghoul Cry Giant simply cannot withstand it. The strength of the Phoenix bloodline is evident. With one move, just one move, the Ghoul Cry Giant suddenly knelt on one knee, howling towards the sky, letting out a cry of pain. Tick-tock. 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 Before everyone's eyes, the chest of the demon-crying giant exposed a deep, bone-visible cross-shaped burn wound. Deep within the wound, blood surged wildly, and the burning pain of the undead flame continued to press down, causing the demon-crying giant's expression to twist in agony, its hunched body momentarily frozen and dizzy. How could this happen? In the depths of Sang Wui's eyes, a look of astonishment flickered. This was the first time, after stepping onto the stage, that she experienced such a strong wave of emotion. She couldn't understand Pei Xingye's earlier strange move, and a deep sense of confusion showed in her eyes. Lu Ying was especially excited. It hit. This time the Falling Phoenix / finally struck the demon-crying giant. In the audience, as everyone was shocked by the explosive damage of the Falling Phoenix /, confused expressions appeared on their faces. Wait. Didn't Sang Wui predict Pei Xingye's predictions? Why couldn't this Falling Phoenix / evade this time? That Falling Phoenix / seemed a bit strange. What was strange? Everyone, hurry and look at the big screen, there's a slow-motion replay. Judging panel. Lei Qianzhong's eyes nearly bulged out, filled with disbelief. Incredible, unbelievable. The Falling Phoenix / just now released by the Black Phoenix didn't even have a skill preparation motion. What? No skill preparation motion? Does that mean it started at 0 frames? Wow, a first-level beast master is playing 0 frame start? Is Pei Xingye crazy, or is this world crazy? Pei Xingye's godly operation completely overturned the world's understanding of a first-level beast master. Typically, when any beast master releases a skill, there will be skill preparation and cooling motions, which are the charging action and retraction action. This is a part that low-level beast masters cannot control. Only those at the 7th rank or above can, through rich combat experience and strong soul power concentration, help their beasts reduce the duration of skill preparation and cooling motions, even achieving the so-called 0 frame start. However, Pei Xingye, on the stage, was just a newly debuted first-level beast master. The juvenile-level Black Phoenix also had very little combat experience. Yet the mysterious cooperation between master and servant produced the Falling Phoenix / at 0 frame start. How did Pei Xingye do it? This question hovered in everyone's hearts at this moment. Lei Qianzhong repeatedly watched the replay, finally discovering the clue. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps covered his arms. So that's how it is. I understand now. Lei Qianzhong raised his trembling hands to grip the microphone tightly, his face reddened with excitement. Dear audience, the skill preparation of the Falling Phoenix / is the Black Phoenix's Phoenix wing, making a cross gesture in front of its chest. But everyone, don't forget, when the Black Phoenix assumes a defensive posture, it's the same action. In other words, during the lightning-fast offense and defense between the Black Phoenix and the demon-crying giant, the Black Phoenix could secretly charge the Falling Phoenix / during one of its defensive moves, but Pei Xingye chose to temporarily store this power without releasing it. Then, at the moment when the opponent lets their guard down, unleash the charged falling phoenix / instantly. The audience erupted into animated discussions of realization. Using the defense round to secretly complete skill charging? Wow, such details. Pei Xingye is really meticulous. A charged falling phoenix / naturally cancels the skill preparation when released. The person who thought of this move is truly a genius. Of course, this genius is the strongest national champion in history. So that's it, this is the secret behind Pei Xingye's zero-frame start. The battle was not over yet. Sang Wui attempted to fight back. She stared intently at Pei Xingye's red pupils, trying to predict Pei Xingye's prediction. Swish! A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by flames burning the heavens. Once again, a zero-frame start falling phoenix / struck. The demon-crying giant could not evade it and received the full explosive damage of the falling phoenix / again. Puff! The demon-crying giant spat out blood, shifting from a single knee to kneeling on both knees. It looks even more miserable than before. 2 consecutive hits of the falling phoenix /. This damage is way beyond the limit. It seems the health of the ghost cry giant is already close to 10%. Once it reaches 10%, it's Pei Xingye's killing line. The terror of the undead kill talent always makes people feel blood boiling at such moments, while making enemies feel fear and despair. Lei Qianzhong wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to analyze. Pei Xingye's zero-frame initiation, the most terrifying thing is that even if you see through its principles, you can't defend against it. Because you don't know when the Black Phoenix completed the charge for the falling phoenix / during its defense. At the same time, you also don't know at which moment he will choose to command the Black Phoenix to unleash the falling phoenix /. Classmate Sang Wui has strong predictive abilities, but she can never predict the falling phoenix / initiated in 0 frames. At this point in the match, we have to admit, Pei Xingye's operation is above her. The Beastmaster profession has developed to today, with skills, techniques, cooperation, and awareness being developed into hundreds of different operations. This is the essence of human Beastmaster civilization. In this year's Tianyun ranking tournament, the 4 players showcased different operations. Whether it's top-notch prediction or body movement. But all of these are nothing but underlings in the face of zero-frame initiation. Zero-frame initiation, the operation of genius, the technique of a king. At this moment, Pei Xingye is only 18, yet he has already revealed the potential to become a generation technique emperor. Chapter 26, Dragon. Phoenix. Qilin. Giant. In the center of the arena. The ghost cry giant knelt on both knees, in immense pain, letting out sorrowful groans. Above its head, the black phoenix spreads its wings and hovers, the power of the undead surging like a spring. With each breath of the phoenix that shakes mountains and rivers, it releases the duality of ice and fire, pressing down on the ghost cry giant so it cannot lift its head. Having suffered 2 consecutive zero-frame falling phoenix slashes, even if the ghost cry giant has thick health, it is now in a desperate situation. Sang Wui, usually cold as ice, finally showed signs of panic on her face. She knew the health of the ghost cry giant was getting closer and closer to 10%. Once the health touches 10%, it is the Black Phoenix's killing line. The oppressive feeling of the undead kill talent is coming. At the judging panel, Lei Qianzhong sighed deeply and said, "It seems that the winner of this peak showdown is destined to be Pei Xingye." The audience started to murmur. Zero-frame initiation, a beast control technique not belonging to this tier, has been used by Pei Xingye, and Sang Wui naturally has no power to withstand it. The health of the ghost cry giant dropping to 10% is merely a matter of time. Sang Wui can last at most 10 seconds before losing to Pei Xingye. The battle is about to end. However, this duel, which will later be recorded in history and talked about endlessly by future generations, will not end so easily. At this moment, Sang Wui was bearing the pressure of the Phoenix bloodline, and her consciousness gradually became chaotic, her heartbeat quickening. A mysterious special power suddenly erupted from the trembling depths of her soul. An angry roar resounded through the sky, shattering the heavens. What? The ghost cry giant actually stood up. What is going on? Is there a possibility for a comeback? In this sudden turn of events, the seemingly doomed ghost cry giant, sensing a certain will released by Sang Wui, surprisingly stood back up against the pressure of the Black Phoenix. Sang Wui has activated her SS-level talent Fury. No, if it were just the enhancement of Fury, it shouldn't reach this effect. At the judging panel, experienced Lei Qianzhong noticed something was off at a glance. Breakthrough. At that very moment, the level of the ghost cry giant advanced from the juvenile stage, Tier 2, to the juvenile stage, Tier 3. The seemingly conclusive situation always tends to change unexpectedly in a moment. Once again, a wave of reversals rises. Sang Wui's beast, the wailing giant, unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough in rank just at the moment of impending defeat. In the audience seats, Situ Shui instinctively furrowed her brows, her cherry blossom-like lips slightly twitching. It's extremely rare for a beast to break through during battle. Is Sang Wui really this lucky? In this world, all coincidences and chances stem from the inevitability set by the god of fate. It's not that Sang Wui is lucky, it's the suppression of the Phoenix bloodline on the giant bloodline that triggered a certain awakening. On the arena, Pei Xingye's eyes showed a hint of confusion. A breakthrough? Interesting. At this moment, he didn't know about the special relationship between dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and giants. Dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins all belong to the three sacred beasts, the representatives of ancient mythical bloodlines, and the totems of the Yanxia Empire. Whereas the giants are merely demigod bloodlines, 2 levels lower than the three sacred beasts. However, when the giant bloodline encounters the three sacred beasts, it unexpectedly unleashed unprecedented power in a moment of crisis. At this moment, the wailing giant was fully standing, straightening its back under the pressure of the black phoenix, roaring towards the sky, its body steaming with boiling blood. Pei Xingye's attention was soon drawn back to Sang Wui. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, solemnly saying, "Sang Wui, are you okay?" In the next second, Pei Xingye realized his question was unnecessary because Sang Wui's appearance and mental state were clearly not okay. At the moment the wailing giant broke through to its juvenile form, rank 3, Sang Wui lost her sanity and could not control her body. On her fair skin, countless blood vessels bulged. These blood vessels squirmed like a frenzied centipede, as if the hot blood flowing inside could erupt at any moment. In the exploded vessel form, Sang Wui looked like anything but a pure human. When Sang Wui raised her gaze again, Pei Xingye felt an indescribable hostility. This hostility came from the archenemy. My body is also out of control. Pei Xingye had no time to react, his crimson eyes burst forth with brutal killing intent. His reason was also controlled by a certain will. At this moment, on the violently shaking arena, it could be said that it was not just a confrontation between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, but rather the phoenix bloodline of one of the three sacred beasts, staring down the demigod bloodline of the giant. Between the two, there seemed to exist deep and complex ties of enmity. Thunder Qianchong grasped the microphone once more. For a beast to break through during battle is an ultra-low probability event. The wailing giant has now advanced to juvenile form, rank 3, although its bloodline strength is lower than that of the Black Phoenix, the fact is. Currently, the level of the Black Phoenix is only juvenile form, rank 1. Relatively speaking, level is the biggest disadvantage of the Black Phoenix. After all, Pei Xingye chose to lead the Black Phoenix down the ice and fire dual cultivation path, which made its evolution slow. Dear audience, this duel is not over yet. Until the last moment, we cannot determine who will be the final winner. But perhaps. Next, it will be the final round of confrontation between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui. Their choice is exactly the same. Both. Only attacking, not defending. During the past period, both Pei Xingye and Sang Wui showcased their exceptional beast mastery, executing one stunning move after another. She could predict his predictions. He could start with 0 frames, shattering her predictions. Between them, the details were maxed out, the execution was maxed out. But in the final round of confrontation, both sides chose to abandon defense. In this round, there were no techniques, both poured their all, injecting soul power into their respective beasts, just to deliver one last attack. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Black Phoenix descended from the sky, her cry echoing through the clouds, as the mouth of a volcanic crack opened wide, spewing a duet of ice and fire, showcasing the power of bloodline and mastery over both. The arm of the giant, muscles bulging like a bowstring drawn to a crescent moon, moved, causing the entire body to quiver, and with a mighty punch, unleashed a column of fiery aura, containing terrifying Shura power. Boom! In the moment of collision, a natural phenomenon erupted. The audience momentarily fainted, losing consciousness. The originally clear sky quietly turned to night, as if a dark curtain from the underworld enveloped the chaotic heavens in an instant. Above the night sky, 2 blood-red full moons appeared. Is this a double moon in the same sky? Or is some creature opening its eyes, gazing at the myriad of lives in the floating world? These 2 shoulder-to-shoulder blood moons looked strikingly like Pei Xingye's naturally red eyes. So what does this eerie crimson hue signify in this world? At the same time, Pei Xingye's consciousness seemed to fall into a dream full of twists and turns. His eyelids felt heavy, and his thoughts were muddled. An ancient beastmaster's mournful roar echoed in his ears. This is the cry of the phoenix. This is the roar of the Qilin? This is the dragon's chant. In an instant, Pei Xingye heard the calls of the 3 holy beasts together. Besides this, he also heard thump, thump, thump. This sound was like thunder clapping in the depths of dark clouds, each step heavily pounding on Pei Xingye's boiling heart. This is the sound of giant footsteps. Chapter 27, Pei Chuzhuang and the Crimson Lord. Chaotic consciousness. Blurry vision. Is this a dream? An illusion? My head hurts. Pei Xingye struggled to open his heavy eyelids, unable to tell if the scenes before him were reality or illusion. In any case, the strange phenomena occurring in front of him began from the moment the Black Phoenix clashed head-on with the giant. Pei Xingye could confirm one thing: whether it was the three holy beasts or the giant, these four great bloodlines hid some unknown stories behind them. Heaven and earth seemed to have just opened, war raging and chaos swirling. Pei Xingye felt as if he had fallen into a decaying war ruin, looking up to see countless shattered star fragments, while below him lay corpses everywhere, blood flowing like an ocean. What era's battlefield is this? How could it be so bloody? Even if Pei Xingye's vision was blurry, he could still vaguely discern that the bodies buried on this battlefield were all high-level beastmasters and high-level monsters. Each monster body here, if taken out alone, once had the power to destroy a city or even severely injure a human kingdom. Yet their skeletal remains, bleached in white, were merely a puzzle piece in this information-deficient battlefield, lost amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. In this sea of corpses, the king bodies were as numerous as dogs, and the emperor bodies walked everywhere. An uncontrollable tide surged within Pei Xingye's heart, and a heavy question surfaced in his mind. What kind of war is this, that even these king and emperor-level monsters only qualify to become cannon fodder and a backdrop in a battle of gods? At that moment, Pei Xingye heard the calls of the three holy beasts and the giant's footsteps again. He turned to look back, and in that moment, he saw a giant dragon glowing like the stars. He saw the phoenix reborn from the ashes. He saw the Qilin stepping on auspicious colorful clouds. He also saw the towering giant surrounded by the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin. Due to unclear vision, Pei Xingye could only see the outlines in black and white. At that moment, he heard the conversation of two human beast masters. Master Pei, we lost this round. Even if we can't win, I have a way to preserve the flame of hope for humanity. Pei Xingye's blood vessels instantly heated up, his soul trembled uncontrollably, and his brain buzzed. Master Pei. It's Mom. This is the battlefield where my mom once fought. Is it possible that? Pei Xingye rubbed his dry red eyes hard, trying to see more clearly, but all he could make out was a blurry silhouette. It was a graceful woman in red. She also had a pair of naturally red eyes. She was Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang. The vision was too dim. Whether it was a dream or an illusion, Pei Xingye could grasp very little information right now. He could not see who the man speaking with his mother was. He also did not know what role his mother played in this battle. Lord Pei, I know what you are planning, don't. Someone has to do this, and it must be me. Lord Pei. I have made up my mind, no more persuasion is needed. Pei Xingye's consciousness grew increasingly blurry. He could vaguely see the woman in red riding dragons and phoenixes, stepping on Qilin and auspicious clouds, aided by giants, soaring into the sky. The scene changed, the cold ruins, the flames extinguished, bones scattered everywhere, like countless tomb mountains. Above the ruins stood a towering statue of a goddess. The statue was charred, but its eyes sparkled with eerie scarlet. Lord Pei. The Lord of Scarlet, the Lord of Scarlet, the Lord of Scarlet, this is my fate, and the only answer. But your son is not even a month old. My path ends here. What road he will take is for him to decide. Pei Xingye stretched out his hand, trying to touch that unreachable scarlet statue. Mom. Suddenly, everything went black, and Pei Xingye returned to the real world. Mom. Pei Xingye's consciousness, still immersed in the recent illusion, was suddenly pulled back to reality. Unable to adapt immediately, he instinctively shouted Mom towards the sky in a broken voice. It turned out, whoever shouted would be embarrassed. A low, cold female voice, like the tinkling spring water during early spring, stimulated Pei Xingye's eardrums. Look closely, I am not your mom. At that moment, the arena was swirling with fiery clouds. Two massive and powerful dragons coiled around each other, simultaneously extending a black and a white claw, lifting a stunningly beautiful woman high in the clouds, commanding all from all around. The woman wore a golden long dress and a crown inscribed with the words Yinxia, her skirt fluttering in the wind without revealing a hint of her figure. Her gaze held the majesty of one who looked down upon the world. Her stance evoked an image of invincibility. Your Majesty. Is the sky blind? Am I dreaming? The true form of your Majesty actually descends on the scene of this Tianyun ranking battle. This is the first time I have seen the real person, more stunning than on TV, truly deserving to be Yinxia's #1 beauty. In this moment, Long Junqing opened her bright dragon eyes, looking down at Pei Xingye deep in the ruins of the arena. Red eyes collided with dragon eyes. Strictly speaking, this was Pei Xingye and Long Junqing's second meeting. The first time was when Pei Xingye was just born. She had held this child. As the saying goes, seeing a thing reminds one of a person. Long Junqing looked at Pei Xingye's red eyes and recalled an old friend from the past. Pei Chuzhuang, time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye, your son has grown up. But he is indeed your son. Even in this era where the necromancer beastmasters are in decline, at just 18, he has gained fame in this way and stirred the nation. Long Junqing murmured to herself, a nostalgic look on her face. In the ruins of the arena. Sangwui knelt on one knee, his body weak to the extreme. Pei Xingye stood calmly, his breath slightly irregular. The arena has collapsed, this match can be declared over. Pei Xingye and Sangwui, a tie. This year's Tianyun ranking has 2 champions. This was the announcement of the highest ruler of the Yanxia Empire about the match result, who would dare to disagree. Lei Qianchong, acting as the chief judge, stood up and deeply bowed to Long Junqing, then took the microphone. Congratulations! In this year's Tianyun ranking battle, our Yanxia Empire has produced 2 champions. 18 years ago, the parents of these 2 geniuses created a myth of unmatched heroes. So we have reason to believe, and hope, that the current Summer twins will create their own myth in the future. This was a draw decided by the Empress of Summer. This was also the first time in the history of the Tianyun ranking competition to award the honor of double champion. Pei Xingye and Sangwui are both at the top of the Tianyun ranking. But in reality, only as opponents do they know who the real winner is. I lost. Sangwui knelt on one knee, her eyes downcast, revealing a trace of defeat and loneliness. She knew she had lost. The platform collapsed, and the Empress descended. Long Juning seemed to uphold the principle of just enough, announcing the result as a draw. But Sangwui was clear that the soul power within her was completely drained. Meanwhile, Pei Xingye, still standing tall, clearly had strength left. If the match continued, Pei Xingye would definitely win. However, Pei Xingye did not question the result of the draw, because the result was not important to him. What mattered was. So, what secrets are hidden between the dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and giant? The illusion I saw just now likely triggered the spirit communication. Those images should be from the Tianqing Whirlpool War 18 years ago. That was also the battle in which my mother, Pei Chuzhuang, fell. And also, what does the Crimson Lord mean? These questions were what Pei Xingye was most concerned about. As for the strange phenomena that just occurred, like 2 moons in the sky and moon stained with blood, the audience did not see them, as if they had never happened. But Long Juning's dragon eyes saw them. And because of this, she chose to descend upon Qilin Mountain, declaring the match a draw, thus ending the battle between Pei Xingye and Sangwui. Chapter 28, Empress of Summer. Long Juning, Dragon Spring Blood Sea. The match had ended, and Sangwui looked up to find a hand reaching out to her. She hesitated for a moment and chose to grasp that hand. Under the gaze of the public, Pei Xingye pulled the weak Sangwui up from the ground. The two stood together, their eyes meeting, the fate between them beginning at that moment. Friendship first, competition second. They were both beastmasters of the Summer Empire, and after healthy competition, they should not become enemies, but rather friends who appreciate each other. One was the son of Pei Chuzhuang, the other was the daughter of Sang Xian. The unmatched heroes of the old era had already sunk to the depths of historical tides. And the new era's Summer twins, at this moment, were full of ambition, setting sail. With determination, Pei Xingye's red eyes looked up again, gazing at Long Juning, held high by the black and white dragon claws. Long Juning, this woman, the leader of the Summer Empire, possesses one of the 7 SSS-level talents of humanity, the Dragon Spring Blood Sea, with a rank of Royal Beast Master, and is also the world's #1 Dragon Master. Although the detailed information about the Tianqing Whirlpool War 18 years ago was jointly sealed by the top officials of the 7 nations and not disclosed to the public. But some trivial information has long been leaked and made public. The Tianqing Whirlpool War reshaped the world pattern. What specifically happened in that battle remains unknown. But it is no secret that Long Juning participated in the Tianqing Whirlpool War. That's right. This woman is one of the few survivors of the Tianqing Whirlpool War. Her SSS-level talent, Dragon Spring Blood Sea, is exceedingly extraordinary. Dragon Spring Blood Sea provides unlimited life value for pure-blood dragon beastmasters. This talent's definition could be expressed in this one short sentence. But every word of this sentence declares how terrifying the strength of this talent is. Dragon Spring Blood Sea, also known as the Immortal Body, equates to infinite health. Long Juning, with this talent, simply cannot die. Her being a survivor of the Tianqing Whirlpool War is certainly well within reason. But what kind of relationship does she have with my mother? Does she know the reason why my mother died in battle? Or perhaps, she witnessed my mother's death on the battlefield. With limited information, Pei Xingye shook his head, knowing that random speculation was meaningless. With my current strength, I have no right to question this woman about the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool and my mother. Moreover, I cannot be certain whether this woman is friend or foe to me. Pei Xingye, calm down. Only by getting stronger quickly can I have the capability to uncover those secrets and truths. Pei Xingye understood deeply that in this world, some secrets and truths were as dangerous as an abyss. Attempting to touch those dangers without sufficient strength would only lead to a bottomless abyss, self-destruction. As for the illusion Pei Xingye just saw, it was a unique ability of the Necromancer Beast Master, called Spirit Communication. When a Necromancer Beast Master encounters a special stimulus, there is a certain probability of triggering spirit communication, seeing the dead or fragments of the war images experienced by the dead. For Pei Xingye, the figure of Pei Chuzhuang, the ruins of the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool, and the Crimson Statue were the war replay he saw after triggering spirit communication. As for the special stimulus Pei Xingye experienced, it was undoubtedly the fierce clash between the Black Phoenix and the Ghost Cry Giant. In this battle, Pei Xingye gathered 3 pieces of information. First, the relationship between the bloodlines of the 3 holy beasts and the giants must be closely related to the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool. Second, the core keyword of the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool is Crimson Lord. Third, Pei Chuzhuang's fall is closely related to Crimson Lord. Next is the award ceremony. Pei Xingye and Sangwei are the double champions born from this Tianyun ranking tournament, tied for first place. Based on combat performance, Lin Chen is second, and Li Tianxi is third. In comparison, Lin Chen and Li Tianxi were turned into bystanders by the 2 monsters who tied for first place. At the award ceremony, the Black Phoenix spreads its wings and cries, hovering above Pei Xingye's head. This painting is called Phoenix. The Ghost Cry Giant kneels on one knee, breathing hotly, eyes resolute, guarding Sangwei like a loyal dead servant. This painting is called Giant. At the top of the sky, the Dragon Monarch controls the dragon, looking down with a pair of deep and mysterious dragon eyes, the depths shimmering with countless ghostly lights, a beautiful face full of memories. This painting is called Dragon. On the top floor of the Listening Rain Pavilion, in the owner's tea room, Lan Tingyu, dressed in a light blue qipao, is preparing tea for a mysterious man. The man has long white hair, handsome features, and his skin is free of any blemishes or flaws, looking almost unreal. Lan Tingyu softly said, "The battle for the Tianyun rankings is over. His Highness and Sang Xian's daughter are the double champions, tied for first." The man nodded gently. The duel between the Phoenix and the Giant will surely be stopped by that woman, declaring a draw. Everything was as expected for this man, who understood Empress Long Jun Ning of Yanxia very well. From this perspective on the top floor of Listening Rain Pavilion, opening the window reveals Qilin Mountain, where the Tianyun rankings was held. Qilin Mountain has no Qilin. In this Black Qilin city, there is no Qilin either. Or, since the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool, among the 3 holy beasts of the Yanxia Empire, only the Qilin bloodline has completely perished. The Qilin beast now remaining in the world is a mixed-blood Qilin, with an impure bloodline. However, at this moment, a jade-green Qilin rune appeared on the right hand of the white-haired man. This jade green is very much like the Necromancer's undead flame. At the same time, it also resembles exquisite jade. Jade is not a rare treasure and is everywhere. But within the Qilin clan's bloodline, jade holds a special definition. Because the king of the Qilin clan is a slightly incomplete jade. The Qilin clan uses jade green as a representation of their king. Lan Tingyu asked, "My king, when do you plan to meet his highness?" Suddenly, a fierce wind rose outside the window. Fallen leaves swirl. A leaf floated into the tea room, not landing on the man's shoulder, but passing through his body and gently falling to the ground. The tea on the table went from hot to cold and then cold to hot. The man did not drink the tea for a long time, because his body could not touch anything in this world. "Lan, don't forget, 18 years ago, I was already abandoned by this world. Even if I stand before that child now, he cannot see me, nor can he hear my voice, right?" Lan looked at you, her eyes filled with deep sadness. Memories were like a bottle of slow-acting poison, not fatal, but constantly tormenting. "Wang, what are your plans next?" "One word, wait." "Wait for what?" "Wait for him to grow up, wait for him to turn this terrible situation around." The man gazed out the window, a tear of Qilin blood trickling from the corner of his eye. "Zhuanger, our child has grown up. This painting is called Qilin. From then on, in this city, Dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, and Giants." It was as if 4 puzzle pieces lay scattered on the ground, repelling and tearing apart each other because of fateful shackles, unable to reunite. Good news, Pei Xingye has grown up, and the human race has hope. Bad news, the human race only has Pei Xingye left. This is the best of times, and also the worst of times. Chapter 29, The Upgraded Shadow of the Underworld King, the Greatest Trump Card. Welcome to the evening news. Today the highly watched Tianyun Bang War has successfully concluded. This year's Tianyun Bang competition has produced the miraculous scene of the first ever double champions in history. 18 years ago, the Yanxia Empire stood at the peak of humanity, shining brilliantly due to the existence of the unparalleled twin heroes. Today, 18 years later, the emergence of the Yanxia twin stars seems to indicate that our country is about to return to its former glory. That night, Pei Xingye and Sang Woi's fame skyrocketed like a lake rising wildly in a torrential rain, sparking heated discussions across the country and even the world. Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian once led a legendary era. Regardless of how they are viewed now, they created an unparalleled greatness. Their strength and achievements in life are unquestionable. Unfortunately, after their downfall, when you look over the 7 nations of humanity again, it is not hard to find that the rule of the Yanxia Empire has long lost its former might. The apparent unity of the human race among the 7 nations is, in reality, full of hidden motives. Bloodlines can mutate. Therefore, for beast tamers and beasts, mutant species will emerge in special evolutionary routes. However, the one thing that does not change in bloodlines is inheritance. The bloodline of the unmatched twin heroes has been inherited in this era. Now, their descendants are stepping into the eyes of the world. They are bestowed with the honorary title of Yanxia Twin Stars. This causes every Yanxia citizen to be filled with imagination, looking forward to these 2 geniuses growing up quickly, one day reviving the splendor of the Yanxia Empire. Chaos Academy. Villa Apartment. Pei Xingye had just taken a shower, his upper body bare, and his body was clearly much stronger than before, the lines of his abs faintly visible under the soft light and the undried water droplets. In the living room, there were piles of exquisite gift boxes, like a small hill. These were the honor rewards Pei Xingye received for ranking first on the Tianyun Bang. Among them were high-quality necromancy beast crystals and specially provided beast training liquids and enhancement pills from the royal family. Ding! The system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tianyun Bang First honorary achievement. Honor rewards issued, Underworld King Blood Shadow upgrade card, plus, Beaching Sweet Dew. Rewards have been issued, please check, host. Pei Xingye focused his thoughts and entered the storage section. The realm of the Grim Reaper, the Hand of the God, and the Blood Shadow of the Underworld King, these 3 aids are currently Pei Xingye's core gear. The realm of the Grim Reaper can summon toons of different levels. The Hand of the God is used for digging graves, reading data, and diagnosing the injuries and illnesses of tamed beasts. And as for the Blood Shadow of the Underworld King, Pei Xingye has not used it yet. Because the Dark King's Blood Shadow belongs to the forced enhancement of one's own strength, it is a life-saving trump card used for critical moments to fight across ranks. Host has successfully used the Dark King's Blood Shadow upgrade card. Dark King's Blood Shadow. Upgrade. Pei Xingye's crimson eyes sparkled with a chilling and sinister glow, as detailed data of the upgraded Dark King's Blood Shadow appeared before him. Dark King's Blood Shadow, after switching to shadow form, can forcibly contract any bloodline and any level of undead beasts. Enhancement effect 1 Dark King Ruler, while in shadow form commanding the beasts to fight, the beasts maintain ruler body status at all times, ignoring any control type skills, and releasing skills will not be interrupted. Enhancement effect 2 Dark King's Fury, when anger accumulates to 18 layers, it increases the beast's attack value by 100%. Side effect 1, the higher the bloodline and level of the contracted beast, the shorter the duration of shadow form. Side effect 2, after leaving battle, shadow form reverts to the original body, which falls into a faint and weak state, with the duration of fainting determined by combat load, starting from a minimum of 3 days. Pei Xingye carefully browsed the data panel of the Dark King's Blood Shadow, his eyes shining in surprise as he analyzed seriously. The upgraded Dark King's Blood Shadow truly counts as my real trump card. But this trump card comes with enormous side effects. If I want to use this trump card, I must be fully prepared, leaving no chance for mistakes. At this stage, Pei Xingye's own rank was too low, and his strength insufficient, so the side effects of using the Dark King's Blood Shadow were great. Every time he used it, he had to faint for at least 3 days, and if he was even slightly careless, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Having a trump card is optional, but not having one is unacceptable, that's the meaning of a trump card. So, the Dark King's Blood Shadow cannot be treated as a regular weapon or excessively relied upon. Currently, the most important thing is to quickly enhance my own real strength, that is the true path. Pei Xingye did not develop any dependence on the Dark King's Blood Shadow, he was only focused on how to grow stronger and improve himself. After all, from the overall data of the Dark King's Blood Shadow, this thing was truly a double-edged sword. Then, Pei Xingye extracted a palm-sized white jade porcelain bottle from the storage section. Green Mist Dew, used to accelerate plant growth speed, greatly shortening the plant growth cycle. Without a doubt, this bottle of dew was born for cultivating the golden phoenix tree. Pei Xingye was very satisfied with this system reward. Time passed swiftly, and the eager students of the Chaos Academy welcomed another weekend. The sunset in the dusk resembled a chilled orange soda, alleviating the stifling heat of summer. Blackwing Guild. Backyard. This plot of land, comparable in size to a high-end villa area, was the private land gifted to Pei Xingye by Xiao Dingtian. For Pei Xingye, this was a land of fortune. In the center of this land, in the damp muck, a sprout the size of a baby's finger emerged, and with a gust of wind, faint golden light particles danced around. A week has passed, and the golden phoenix tree's seeds have just sprouted. At this rate of growth, I'd have to wait ages. Luckily, Pei Xingye bent down and extracted the small porcelain bottle from the storage ring. He opened the porcelain bottle and splashed the verdant dew onto the frail little sprout. This sprout suddenly began to grow wildly as if it had awakened as a plant-type beast, shooting up like bamboo after rain, unstoppable. This is the effect of the green mist dew. The sprout of the golden phoenix tree, after being watered and blessed by the green mist dew, grew at a visibly fast pace. 5 minutes later. Filled with joy, Pei Xingye extended a hand to touch the sapling that had grown taller than 1 meter, reading the data info. Golden phoenix tree growing, green mist dew effective, growth cycle greatly shortened, expected to mature within 3 months, reaching the standard for a phoenix to roost. At this moment, the mark on Pei Xingye's wrist slightly warmed, and the cheerful phoenix cry of the black phoenix rang in his mind. Phoenix, I know you are anxious, but please don't rush. Be patient, in just 3 months, you will be able to rest on the golden phoenix tree and sleep peacefully. The black phoenix is now both fiery and icy, and as a necromancer beast master, its evolution speed is extremely slow. To improve this disadvantage, the golden phoenix tree is crucial. The setting sun slants to the west, and night falls. Brother Pei, don't worry, just focus on your studies at the Chaos Academy. This young phoenix tree, I will send someone to help you take care of it, and ensure nothing goes wrong. Pei Xingye showed a grateful smile. Brother Xiao, thank you very much. Do we need to say thank you between us? Hahaha brother Pei, stay for dinner tonight, and let's not leave until we are drunk. Today, I can't. I have a dinner appointment. Tonight's dinner is specially prepared by Pei Yingru and Lantingyu for Pei Xingye to celebrate him winning the top spot on the Tianyun list. Chapter 30, Dungeon Trial, Scarlet Team sets sail. A rainy night. Blacklin City is shrouded in dark clouds, with the dim yellow streetlights flickering weakly amid the storm. The rain mixed with beastly scents flows along the extensive streets, like veins connecting to the heart of the city, where toxins lie dormant in the intertwined blood vessels, eager to stir. Listening Rain Pavilion. The three siblings gather together to celebrate Pei Xingye winning the championship trophy of the Tianyun list with a homemade spicy hot pot. Lantingyu, dressed in a sexy qipao, radiates a faint fragrance, her graceful figure reminiscent of a classical beauty whose every smile and frown brings to mind the charming figures beside ancient emperors, completely out of place in this era of beast masters. Pei Yingru raises her glass, looking at her brother with a comforting and affectionate gaze. Xiao Yi, congratulations on being crowned the top of the Tianyun list. I am happy for you, and I believe Mother Pei in heaven is even more delighted than I am. Lantingyu leans in next to Pei Xingye, not caring about the differences between men and women, boldly wrapping her slender arms around his neck, her fragrant lips close to his ear. National champion, top of the Tianyun list, Xiao Yi, I really underestimated you before, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. Sister Tingyu, you flatter me. You handsome and talented guy, have you ever considered being my boyfriend? Well. Pei Yingru couldn't help but roll her eyes, pretending to be angry and saying, Lantingyu, don't go too far. I take you as a close friend, but you want to be my sister-in-law? Lantingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she teased, Sister Xiao Yi and I are true love, please support us. Pei Yingru ground her teeth in mock anger, don't make me hit you, Lantingyu. Pei Xingye's handsome face turned red, he knew that Lantingyu was just teasing him on purpose. Gurgle. Pei Xingye tactfully sipped water to hide his embarrassment. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, night deepens, and the 3 siblings enter a tipsy state. It is not an exaggeration to say that Pei Xingye was raised by these 2 women. So in Pei Xingye's eyes, Pei Yingru and Lantingyu are his true family. As long as he is with them, Pei Xingye feels a sense of home. And a significant part of Pei Xingye's obsession with becoming stronger is to better protect these 2 sisters. Once they've eaten and drunk enough, Pei Yingru lifts her hand, gently touching Pei Xingye's white hair, helping him smooth the messy bangs from his forehead. Xiao Yi, next week, it's time for your class of freshmen to start the first dungeon trial. You need to prepare well. Pei Yingru's tone becomes serious. Pei Xingye nods, I checked the schedule. The trial location is Moonlight City. That's right, it's Moonlight City. The dungeon trial is an essential part of every student's 3-year college life. For the Beastmaster Academy students, apart from learning theoretical knowledge in the classroom, they also have to follow their mentors in intensive training, and participate in practical assessments outside. In real combat, it is the fastest catalyst for a young Beastmaster's growth. The dungeon trials are one of the ways for practical assessments in the field. In this world, the era of Beastmasters has lasted for over 1,000 years. In the 7 human kingdoms, countless wars have been fought with the Beast Camp, with victories and defeats. In the wars lost by humans, countless cities and civilizations were destroyed under the iron hooves of beasts. These dead cities have sunk deep into the ground over time, forming the dungeon world. As the name suggests, dungeons are located underground, they retain the basic appearance of cities but are devoid of life, and many beasts choose these places as their breeding grounds. With the development of the times, humans utilize these dungeons as arenas to test young beastmasters. The so-called young beastmasters make up the largest group, like Pei Xingye, who is an academic type. Every year, major Beastmaster academies organize students to enter dungeons of varying difficulty levels to hunt beasts, thereby enhancing practical experience and speeding up their growth. The beasts dwelling in different dungeons vary greatly in bloodlines, levels, and numbers. Thus, based on the trial difficulty, dungeons are categorized into 4 levels. Beginner level, elite level, nightmare level, hell level. Moonlight City is the beginner level dungeon with the lowest trial difficulty. This level of dungeon usually targets newbies like Pei Xingye, who is a first-year student at the Beastmaster Academy. Cousin, don't worry, I will achieve good results in the Moonlight City trial and give you some face. Fool you, the national top scholar plus Tianyun first place, have already earned enough face for me. Pei Yingruo's smile was filled with affectionate warmth, and then she added, in any case, this trial is a great opportunity for you. After all, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is too slow, and the experience gained from hunting beasts in real combat is incomparable to any competitive matches or rigorous training. I understand. Even without Pei Yingru saying it, Pei Xingye knew it well. For a beast, the 3 essential elements for growth and evolution are 1. Eat, which means consuming beast crystals, nutrient solutions, evolution pills. 2. Train. Beast masters controlling their beasts, sweating in the training grounds. 3. Kill. Hunting beasts in real combat, killing beasts, using the lives of beasts to stimulate the souls of their own beasts. Undoubtedly, the greatest impact on the growth and evolution of beasts comes from the 3rd element. The principle is just like in gaming, the more monsters you kill, the faster your experience level grows. And the dungeon trials are undoubtedly the best way for young beastmasters to enhance their beasts' levels. Xiao Yi, seize the opportunity. I hope this time in the dungeon trials can help your Black Phoenix break through to the juvenile stage, level 2. Cousin, I will. Fun fact, so far, in the 4 top academies, Taotai, Chaos, Xiongqi, and Wu, only Pei Xingye's contracted beast is still at the juvenile stage, level 1. Who told Pei Xingye to choose the hardest evolutionary path for the Black Phoenix? Ancient mythological bloodline plus undead system plus dual cultivation of ice and fire. With 3 major buffs stacked, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is destined to be slow. Pei Xingye looked out at the rain curtain, his scarlet pupils flashing with determination. Before the Golden Phoenix matures, the dungeon trials are the best opportunity to raise the Black Phoenix's level. Juvenile stage, level 2? Not enough. This time in the trial, I want the Black Phoenix to break through to the juvenile stage, level 3. Chapter 31, Counterattack Academy, Sibling Affection. After the meal, the heavy rain outside stopped. Now that the rain has just passed, the ground is wet and the road is slippery, you 2 siblings should walk slowly and be careful. Lan Tingyu stood at the door of the Tingyu Pavilion, waving until he watched the Pei siblings disappear from sight. On the way back to the Chaos Academy, the siblings walked side by side, strolling under the hazy streetlights. The cold wind at midnight tousled Pei Yingruo's hair, and she suddenly felt another layer of warmth around her. It turned out that Pei Xingye had taken off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Though it was just a small gesture, it sent a wave of warmth through Pei Yingruo's heart. She realized that her beloved younger brother had truly grown up, beginning to learn how to care for others. Cousin. Is there any news about the Pei family lately? Pei Xingye was now the young master of the Scarlet Guild, and he had to keep an eye on everything happening with the Pei family, especially the sly and vicious father-son duo of Pei Shan and Pei Donglai. Pei Yingru understood and replied truthfully. After Pei Donglai failed the entrance exam for the Chaos Academy, Pei Shan used numerous connections and spent a lot of resources to send Pei Donglai to the Reversal Academy. Reversal Academy? That's right, it's a monster trainer academy that has only risen in the past 3 years. The academy's purpose is to recruit all the students who fail the national exams each year, promoting tailored teaching and inclusivity. Pei Yingru paused, frowned and added, actually, I've met the president of the Reversal Academy once, and he had a strange aura about him, giving off a gloomy feeling that's hard to explain. Pei Xingye had heard of the Reversal Academy. Compared to other academies, this one did not have a long history, and its instructors were famously strict and brutal. At the same time, the Reversal Academy employed a closed management strategy. Simply put, when parents send their children to the Reversal Academy, they can't return home on weekends. Everything about their daily life is handled within the academy. Strangely, in just 3 short years, this monster trainer academy had indeed cultivated many talents, even able to defeat the top 4 prestigious academies' prodigies in some high-profile competitions, achieving dazzling results. Pei Xingye whispered, the Reversal Academy may have something strange behind it. Pei Shan has gone to great lengths to send Pei Donglai there, so he must have ulterior motives. I need to prepare in advance. 3 days ago. On a stormy night, Pei Shan hosted a banquet for the president of the Reversal Academy in a high-end restaurant, with all the ceremonies in full effect. In the dimly lit private room, the table was laden with mountain delicacies and seafood, sourced from monster meat bones that the state had strictly forbidden for consumption. In the corner of the room, several scantily clad beautiful women danced and sang, occasionally pouring tea and refilling drinks for the guests. Pei Xingye wore a fawning smile, personally standing up to refill a drink for a white-haired old man, his tone full of pleading. "President Han, I haven't neglected any of my duties to honor you during this time, so about my son's enrollment." The white-haired old man was dressed in a black robe, his body frail, looking like a vampire who had long been immersed in darkness, with a face paler than paper. This person was none other than the president of the Reversal Academy, Han Yuan. In just 3 years, he had propelled the Reversal Academy to the 5th position nationwide, second only to the 4 top prestigious academies. He was the god most admired by every student who failed the national exams. On the surface, he indeed helped many children who were once overlooked turn their lives around. But talent does not lie. One must ask, how can an untalented 18-year-old, after entering the Reversal Academy, have such a rapid rise in rank and significant improvement in strength? Who would believe there are no tricks involved? Yet, investigative agencies made repeated visits, and media reporters surrounded the academy, but they found no evidence of any violations or illegal activities there. Therefore, the Reversal Academy is now shrouded in a mysterious and eerie veil. Han Yuan raised his glass and revealed a meaningful smile. "Chairman Pei, don't worry. Although Pei Donglai has failed, he has great talent and is a fine prospect. In the next 3 years, we will help him achieve a comeback at the Reversal Academy." "Even?" Pei Xingye excitedly asked, "Even what?" "Even I can help him surpass this year's national top student, Pei Xingye." As soon as Han Yuan spoke, Pei Xingye showed a look of shock, staring at him for a long time. After confirming that the other party was not joking, Pei Xingye was overjoyed and deeply bowed to Han Yuan. "Thank you, Director Han, for your attention and high hopes for my son. Director Han, rest assured, in the future months, our Pei family will provide free resource donations to the Reversal Academy. I only hope you can cultivate my son more." The two exchanged smiles and raised their glasses to drink. After the banquet ended, Han Yuan left the restaurant. In the dark depths of the rainy night, a shadow rushed past, kneeling on one knee beside Han Yuan. "Director, we have investigated the Pei family thoroughly. Pei Xingye and Pei Donglai father and son have no familial ties with Pei Xingye, their relationship is one of endless enmity." "Very good then next, we can make good use of this foolish father and son of the Pei family to achieve our goals. Director, please give your orders. Quickly arrange for Pei Donglai to enroll, I will personally teach him the Black Prison Beast Control technique." "Yes, Director." In the darkness, Han Yuan's eyes were as sharp as a poisonous snake, with his lips curling to reveal the forked, sharp tongue of a snake. Crash. "Cousin, it's raining again." "It's okay, I brought an umbrella." On the way back to the Chaos Academy, heavy rain fell again. With one umbrella, Pei Xingye held it, deliberately tilting it towards Pei Yingru so she wouldn't get wet. Love is like a tilted umbrella. The warmth between the brother and sister quietly fermented in the cold wind and rain. Looking at her brother's soaked shoulder, Pei Yingru felt both touched and heartbroken. "Silly, as long as we get a little closer, the umbrella can cover both of us." "Cousin." Pei Xingye's face turned red. Unknowingly, Pei Yingru leaned closer and held his arm. The distance between the two was 0, exchanging warmth through their thin clothes. One holds the umbrella while two walk. How deep is the bond between brother and sister? Pei Xingye glanced sideways, looking at Pei Yingru who was holding his arm with a gentle smile, and he couldn't help but smile back. Since ancient times, people have fought to protect those they love. For Pei Xingye, at this moment, the one he most wanted to protect was this woman beside him. "Cousin." I promise, I will protect you for a lifetime." "Silly boy, your sister is a 6th-tier beast master, let me protect you." At this moment, Pei Yingru still did not realize that soon, in terms of strength, she would look up to her brother. Chapter 32, Setting Off for Moonlight City, the 4-person team's debut. Chaos Academy. Elite Class. At sunset, the last self-study class. Pei Yingru walked into the classroom. As soon as she stood at the podium, she transformed into a different person, no longer the gentle cousin to Pei Xingye, radiating a strict aura. The students below sat quietly, not daring to whisper to each other. At this moment, her identity was the top mentor of the Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye sat in the last row of the classroom. As the saying goes, sitting by the window in the back row, the king's homeland. Except for Pei Xingye, no one could settle in this position. "Classmates, tomorrow we will face our first underground city trial. The destination we are heading to is a beginner-level underground city, Moonlight City. The detailed introduction about Moonlight City has been sent to the class group, please review it carefully tonight. Only by understanding every type of monster in Moonlight City, their strengths and weaknesses, can you hunt monsters more skillfully. Also, we are the elite class, so our assessment standards are the highest, obtaining an S-rank score will not be easy. I hope everyone prepares well and achieves good results tomorrow. Pei Xingye opened his phone. The class group had already uploaded the details of Moonlight City. It is a desert city located in the northwest of the Empire of Yinsummer. Once, in the most glorious times, the population was abundant, trade prospered, and it was rich in evolution materials needed for sand-type beast tamers. About 200 years ago, this city was destroyed beneath the claws of a beast legion. It sank deep into the ground, becoming a dungeon in the form of ruins. Moonlight City. Second Master, tomorrow we can finally fight together, just thinking about it is thrilling. At that moment, a handsome man with a faint scent of perfume leaned close to Pei Xingye. Old Qin, did you go to a foot massage shop again last night? Damn. Second Master, how did you know? Pei Xingye flared his nostrils. The smell on you mixes 3 kinds of women's perfume, which means last night, you at least had 3 technicians. Also, Pei Xingye added, your dark circles and thick tongue coating are symptoms of slight kidney deficiency. Honestly, when young, one should treasure energy, when old, cough cough, you understand. Qin Yinlin shrugged helplessly. Second Master, you are a detective. What kind of detective? I can guess you went to the foot massage shop again last night because you didn't even take off your handcard. Captain, Second Master, please leave me some face. Situshui and Huang Fuboi also leaned in, and the 4 members of the Crimson Squad gathered together. This class was a self-study session. During the remaining time, Pei Xingye stopped talking, leaving the students to discuss among themselves. The dungeon trial usually took the beast tamers in small teams as a basic unit. Thus, it trained everyone's ability to participate in teamwork, operation, and coordination. On the battlefield, while individual heroism shines, team battles are more often the main theme between humans and beasts. Situshui crossed her arms and sneered. Qin Yinlin, knowing that tomorrow was our Crimson Squad's first dungeon trial, you still went to the foot massage shop last night, looking all haggard. That's really too much. Qin Yinlin spoke seriously. Captain, I went to the foot massage shop, not to wash my feet, but to wash off all the dust and muck from my body. Pei Xingye laughed, mocking, so your way of taming beasts is foot massage? It was evident that the only member of the Crimson Squad who couldn't resist the charms of beauty was Qin Yinlin. This playboy felt uncomfortable if he didn't chat about life dreams with a technician for a whole day. According to unofficial records, Qin Yinlin once privately funded 18 foot massage technicians for their graduate studies, and even treated diabetes for technician Xiaohong's grandfather. But this tale was truly too wild. The gentle breeze outside blew through Situshui's purple hair, carrying the fragrance of gardenias. As the captain of the Crimson Squad, I will decide the main task for tomorrow's dungeon trial. Our task is only one. That is to fully assist Pei Xingye in promoting his beast, the Black Phoenix, to juvenile form, Tier 2. Situshui's decision received nods of approval from Qin Yinlin and Huang Fuboi. Currently, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed was too slow. Looking at the 4 major academies, only Pei Xingye's beast was still at the juvenile form, Tier 1, level. Captain, you don't need to intentionally help me, and... Pei Xingye, since I was fit to be captain in the beginning, you had no objections. Then now, you must listen to me, right? Situshui's words were rough but not lacking in reason, and Pei Xingye could only smile and nod, while feeling grateful for these 3 close friends beside him. The team spirit of the Crimson Squad quietly took root and sprouted in the little moments of the 4's interactions. Qin Yinlin opened the map of Moonlight City and took a careful look, feeling inspired. It is said that this city is the best place to admire the moon at night in the northwestern part of the Yanxia Empire, so before it became a dungeon, it was named Moonlight City. Situshui replied calmly, after becoming a dungeon, Moonlight City has not seen moonlight again. Pei Xingye nodded, just like there is no wife and a wife cake. Then, the 4 of them began to study the beast guide of Moonlight City together. Under the guidance of Situshui, the hunting strategy was formulated, and tasks were assigned. Suddenly, the 3 of them turned their gazes toward the quiet Huang Fuboi. Under everyone's stare, Huang Fuboi's face instantly turned red, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. Situshui asked, Huang Fuboi, if you feel this uneasy with the 3 of us looking at you, can you still fight normally when hundreds of beasts are staring at you in tomorrow's trial? I. Huang Fuboi wanted to express himself, but he understood his own personality. He knew he might hold back the Crimson team. Put this on. Second Master, this is. Pei Xingye opened his storage ring and took out a white bone mask with a phoenix totem imprinted on it. For a necromancer beast master, making simple objects from bones was as easy as pie. This is a special white bone mask I made for you. The layer inside contains necromantic energy, which can soothe your mind. When Huang Fuboi put on the bone mask, his troubled mind suddenly became as calm as still water. Indeed, Pei Xingye understood Huang Fuboi the best. He knew that this boy, who suffered from severe social anxiety and autism, only needed the disguise of a mask to adapt to this world to some extent. With the mask, it was as if he had a second identity. At least at that moment, while wearing the mask, Huang Fuboi seemed to forget the timid version of himself. Second Master, thank you. Qin Yanlin excitedly said, "Wow, Huangfu, you just spoke without stuttering." "Really? Really?" Huangfu Boyi felt immense joy. It was because of the mask given by Pei Xingye that he was willing to follow Pei Xingye for a lifetime. "Huangfu, I give you this mask not to change you. I simply hope that when you wear the mask and step onto the battlefield, you can forget the terrible past and become a powerful beastmaster." Every word from Pei Xingye brought endless motivation to Huangfu Boyi. "Second master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Captain, Old Qin, Huangfu. Tomorrow is our first collaboration. For the glory of the Crimson Team, let's go. Let's go." The four gathered together, hands stacked on top of each other, looking at one another, vowing in this ordinary and dull dusk, in this noisy and lively self-study class, to push the Crimson Team to the throne of the #1 Beastmaster team in the country. After school, they gathered for a meal. Huangfu Boyi temporarily took off the mask. Second master, shall we eat spicy hot pot, or shall we eat braised chicken? Rice. Qin Yanlin said, "Wow, the Schrödinger mask?" Chapter 33, The Trial Begins, Thousands Compete. The next day. At the Chaos Academy playground. At 10 o'clock in the morning, all the new students gathered here, each wearing combat uniforms emblazoned with the Chaos Academy emblem, their young and innocent faces filled with tension and anticipation. A middle-aged man with a bulging belly walked up to the podium. This unkempt guy was the principal of the Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. As the principal, this person was quite abstract in name, image, and the contract beast he had. Among the other three principals of the four major academies, their contracted beasts were either a green phoenix, a crane, or at least a bat, while Wang Defa's beast was a huge and clumsy pig dog. Students, today is an exciting day. You freshmen are about to start your first underground city trial. Next, everyone prepare yourselves. Once the teleportation array opens, you will go directly to Moonlight City. Remember, do not panic during the hunting process, just exert your true strength, and you will surely achieve good results. Among the crowd, the Crimson Team stood out remarkably. After all, the top student in the country plus the #1 on the Tianyun list, Pei Xingye, was in the Crimson Team. Moreover, Situshue's beautiful appearance and unique aura had already made her the face of the Chaos Academy. So the Crimson Team was the most watched team in this Moonlight City trial. "Are you daydreaming?" Situshue quickly noticed Pei Xingye's strangeness. "I didn't sleep well last night, just lost in thought." Pei Xingye's answer naturally did not convince Situshue. She could feel that Pei Xingye's attention was entirely focused on the teleportation array in the center of the playground. Speaking of array, it inevitably brings to mind a special profession. Array Master. Undoubtedly, in this era of beast taming, beast tamers are the undeniable mainstream profession. But 18 years ago, before the Battle of the Star Vortex broke out, there was a profession called Array Master that created a brief but brilliant glory. As the name suggests, an Array Master can use their hands to form seals and open arrays of different attributes to assist beast tamers in battle. Setting up an array also requires the bones of magical beasts with different attributes and bloodlines, and sometimes even the sacrifice of one's own blood, limbs, or organs. The teleportation array is one of the arrays that array masters excel at, used on the battlefield for long-distance transport of reinforcements to achieve the effect of speed is life. For the Beast Tamer Academy, the establishment of the teleportation array is meant to transport students to and from different levels of dungeons to undertake various trial missions. Situshue's observation skills were very sharp. Pei Xingye was indeed studying the teleportation array underfoot that flickered with a blue aura. According to the records of the arrays, 18 years ago, the profession of array master created many miracles. Moreover, necromancer beast tamers can cross professional boundaries, imitate array masters, and learn to cultivate necromantic arrays. However, in this era, necromancer beast tamers have already declined. The methodologies for cultivating necromantic arrays have long been lost. During this time, Pei Xingye attended class and trained during the day, and at night he would stay up at the library of the Chaos Academy. He did not overlook any type of book. He needed to understand the history of this beast-taming world and the development of all professions. In the books, he had found information about the connection between necromancer beast tamers and array masters. At this moment, when he saw the teleportation array shining with light, his heart inevitably stirred. He wanted to learn to cultivate necromantic arrays. But right now, he couldn't find a suitable master, nor could he find a way. This was the most distressing part of Pei Xingye's journey as a necromancer beast tamer. In this era, if he wanted to carve out a space for himself as a necromancer beast tamer, he could only rely on himself to slowly explore, with no one providing effective help. Soon, the teleportation array activated. Thousands of new students from the Chaos Academy disappeared into the blue light ocean. After a brief moment of dizziness, Pei Xingye opened his radiant red eyes again. Who? The wind howled around him, and dust flew everywhere. This was the northwest region of the Flame Summer Empire, also the sparsely populated wildland. Looking out, the desert smoke rose straight, with high, towering sand dunes like the spines of countless magical beasts, stretching endlessly and looking particularly fierce. Pei Xingye's gaze swept around, and he saw his classmates with confusion written all over their faces. Finally, his gaze fixed on a large opening at the base of a sand dune. The voice of Pei Xingye came through. Classmates, this is the entrance to Moonlight City. Next, I will announce the grading criteria for this trial assessment. Grades are based on teen units. If the total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaches 20, the score will be a passing mark of C. If the total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaches 50, the score is a B. If the total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaches 150, the score is an A. If one of the magical beasts in the team's total reaches the complete form level, the score is an S. This was the assessment standard for this trial. Once announced, even the geniuses from the elite class showed bitter expressions. The 4 major academies indeed live up to their name. Their trial assessment standards are twice as high as those of other second-rate academies. In short, let's cheer up. Our team will definitely pass. Our team aims to get an A rating. Hey, what do you all think? What rating will the Scarlet team get? All eyes turned to the 4 members of the Scarlet team. I have already heard that the leader of the Scarlet team, Qilin, is discussing how to hunt the fully evolved magical beasts with her team. Tisk, it seems the Scarlet team is aiming for an S rating. Who could blame them? They have that genius monster, Pei Xingye, in their team. Fully evolved magical beasts are 2 giant levels above young magical beasts. Even with team coordination, hunting a fully evolved magical beast is extremely difficult, and it means that an S rating is entirely deserved. In the next 10 minutes, freshmen of Chaos Academy entered the cave one after another, heading towards the desert relic buried underground, Moonlight City. Entering the depths underground, the air became thin, and the temperature soared. This underground city retains basic urban construction, but also shows the terrible aftermath of the magical beast legions ravaging. Dust-covered ruins and all kinds of strange flowers and plants appeared everywhere. In the dark shadows, magical beasts of different attributes groaned, stirring the souls of every beast master. Once, Moonlight City was bright with moonlight, picturesque and beautiful. Now, in Moonlight City, there is not a trace of moonlight, only a strong magical beast scent and the terrible stench of magical beast waste. Qilin directly pressed the map of Moonlight City into her mind. Everyone, we first go to the eastern part of the city, the Moon Wolf's lair. After all, hunting the Moon Demon Wolf provides the highest experience boost. The Moon Demon Wolf clan is the magical beast with the highest bloodline quality residing in Moonlight City, reaching epic quality. The main task of the Scarlet team in this trial is to help Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix level up. Hunting the Moon Demon Wolves first is the best choice. Half an hour later, the Scarlet team arrived at the eastern Moon Wolf's lair. In the darkness, the howls of wolves were chilling, and pairs of green glowing eyes blinked, a sight unbearable for those with trypophobia. Besides the howls, Pei Xingye also heard the sounds of fighting. Qilin explained, freshmen from the 4 major academies are all starting their first trial today. It seems the other 3 academies have chosen Moonlight City as their trial location as well. Qin Yanlin held his forehead and laughed bitterly. It looks like this hunt is also a competition. The freshmen from the 4 major academies added together exceed 10,000. The Beast Master teams formed are at least 2,000 strong. Simply speaking, in such a scene, there will definitely be a lot of head-snatching moments. This is a trial, but also a competition. But when it comes to head-snatching, who can compete with this crimson-eyed boy? Chapter 34, Moon Demon Wolf, Elderly and Children, First Move. Moonlight City. Eastern area of the city, Moon Wolf's lair. In the dark, pairs of wolf eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Their upturned lips not only exposed sharp, blade-like fangs but also dripped corrosive saliva. This is one of the few magical beast tribes in Moonlight City with a bloodline quality of epic level. Theoretically, the higher the bloodline quality of the magical beasts hunted by beast masters, the greater the evolution experience accumulated by their beasts. As long as Pei Xingye embraces the Moon Wolf's lair area, the Black Phoenix has a hope of upgrading to a young phase, Stage 2. The wolf howls echoed throughout the darkness, as tides of beasts surged from all directions. Qilin remained calm, quietly ordering, "They are coming, prepare for battle." Huangfu Boyi actively put on the white bone mask given to him by Pei Xingye. Once he wore the mask, he felt like a changed person. He no longer stammered while speaking, and the confusion and cowardice in his eyes were replaced by determination. Three-tailed spirit fox. Huangfu Boyi activated his beast tattoo, and in the 5-pointed star summoning formation, a fox beast with 3 tails leaped out. It was lightweight and agile, with a delicate appearance and pure white fur, swaying in the wind. It is a legendary quality bloodline, a 2-stage young 3-tailed spirit fox. This is the beast of Huangfu Boyi, whose core talent is Fox Ancestral Blessing. Huangfu Boyi channels his soul power, and the 3-tailed spirit fox howls at the sky, surrounding the crimson squad of 4, condensing the phantom of the fox ancestors to form a solid spirit energy shield. That's right, the three-tailed spirit fox is a beast mainly focused on defense. The shield it provides for allies will grow thicker and harder with level upgrades, even developing a function to rebound damage. At the same time, Huangfu Boyi's S-class talent, Retrace, can also make a huge contribution to the team. Therefore, Huangfu Boyi's role in the Crimson Squad is support. He does not need to participate in the offense, he only needs to oversee the situation, refreshing shields for teammates and helping their beasts recover health. Beyond the shield, the pack of wolves bites. Facing the assault of the beast tide, Qin Yanlin's advantages will be maximized. Purple Thunder Unicorn. Qin Yanlin activates the beast seal and summons an extraordinarily handsome unicorn. It has the body of a fierce horse, with wings wrapped in purple lightning growing from its back, and a sharp horn protruding from its forehead. The unicorn bloodline ranks among the top 5 in strength among all legendary quality bloodline beasts. Qin Yanlin enters a combat state, his sharp gaze generating electrical sensation. At this moment, his demeanor is completely different from that of the usual dandy. Thunder Trample. Qin Yanlin releases soul power, resonating with the soul of his beast. The purple thunder unicorn flaps its wings and flies into the air, its body transforming into purple lightning, striking out countless beast hoof afterimages. Each beast hoof afterimage is enveloped in fierce and rapid purple lightning, crashing into the tide of beasts, the cries of the monsters resounding endlessly. At the same time, each lightning current from a beast hoof refracts among the tide of beasts, causing even more terrifying area damage. This is Qin Yanlin's S-class talent, Refraction. Combined with the purple thunder unicorn's thunder attack, which inherently has the effect of transmitting damage, Qin Yanlin's role in the Crimson Squad is mainly to focus on attrition. The large area damage output from the purple thunder unicorn can continuously lower the opponent's health. The pack of moon demon wolves, unable to withstand the power of thunder's paralysis and interference, begins to use agile movements to evade the purple thunder unicorn's lightning attacks. Qin Yanlin excels in attrition battles, but when facing flexible beasts with powerful displacement skills, his advantages will be somewhat weakened. After all, the attack skill preparation time for the purple thunder unicorn is 2 seconds longer than that of ordinary beasts. On the battlefield, changes happen in an instant. A 2-second delay is enough for the enemy to evade the purple thunder unicorn's attack range in advance. At this moment, the captain of the Crimson Squad, Qilin, quietly takes action. Soul power surged, a violent wind suddenly arose. Her purple long hair danced in the wind, her beautiful face revealing an elegant killing intent. Shadow Demon Spider. The ground tore apart as the purple-black shadow power gathered into a heavy thick fog. In the depths of the fog, the figure of a giant spider emerged. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp, long spider silk sliced through the cold air, entangling the muscular bodies of the moon demon wolves. Cocooning. Cocooning is the core skill of the shadow demon spider, possessing stable and highly effective control effects. Any moon demon wolf that encounters cocooning will be ensnared in countless threads, wrapped into a massive cocoon ball, temporarily losing mobility. Hiss. One particularly strong moon demon wolf desperately waved its claw, tearing a hole in the heavy cocoon ball. In the next second, the wolf claw of this moon demon wolf turned to stone. This is Qilin's talent, S-class talent, Petrification. Cocooning plus Petrification guarantees that Qilin can produce an irreplaceable, ultra-long control effect in team battles. Every time the cocoon fails, Petrification will take effect. As the Petrification effect just ended, the enemy was entangled again in a new round of spider silk, falling into a cocoon state. Qilin's powerful control made the moon demon wolf lose its advantage of agile movement. At the same time, Qin Yanlin commanded the purple thunder Pegasus to unleash area damage, with an almost 100% hit rate. It can be seen that the member structure of the Crimson Squad is truly perfect. Super high defense enhances tolerance, super long control restricts enemies, and group damage is a weapon for team battles. Don't forget, at this moment, there is still a member of the Crimson Squad who has not yet taken action. The severely damaged Moon Demon Wolf Pack, after witnessing the power of Qilin, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boyi, showed a look of fear and turned their gaze to the seemingly harmless Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's image is that of a handsome and slender young man. In the eyes of the beasts, this kind of beast master is the easiest to bully. The wolf pack roared, shifting their target, trying to take Pei Xingye as a soft bone to chew. Unfortunately, they chose the most terrifying man in the Crimson Squad as their opponent, also choosing the most tragic way to die. The gate of the underworld. Open. How significant is just the word open? The dark and heavy gate of the underworld descended onto the battlefield. The temperature in Moonlight City dropped instantly, frost spreading across the land. Accompanied by a sharp phoenix cry, the black phoenix spread its wings and flew out of the gate of the underworld, unleashing a burst of attacks that illuminated the darkness with the fire of the undead, erasing dozens of moon demon wolves in the verdant sea of undead flames. Bloodline suppression once again materialized. The surviving moon demon wolf pack, having just witnessed the tragic death of their kind, narrowed their wolf eyes, their souls trembling. The leading Wolf King cannot speak human language. If it could speak, it would say, "Damn, we've encountered a monster. I'll cover old and children first to escape." So who is the monster? The red-eyed boy's lips curved into a cruel smile, like a merciless god of death. This harvester of war god from the Crimson Squad is about to unleash his power. Coming in to harvest, he is a professional. Chapter 35 Situ Shui, why did you provoke him? When the phoenix emerges, who can match it? The Moon Demon Wolf clan, whose bloodline quality is merely epic, has an insurmountable gap compared to the ancient mythical bloodline of the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix perched above Pei Xingye, letting out an angry and powerful cry, making it clear that these formerly fierce Moon Demon Wolves now looked as innocent as huskies. Even though most of these Moon Demon Wolves have reached the juvenile form, 3 segments, under absolute bloodline suppression, their slight level advantage vanished into thin air. Faced with juvenile-level beasts, Pei Xingye's handsome face showed no emotional fluctuations. He commanded the Black Phoenix without the need for any skills, just using simple normal attacks to mercilessly slaughter the swarming wolf pack. Moonlight City is vast, capable of accommodating thousands of young beast masters hunting together. In other areas, you could see inexperienced beast masters being chased away by surging beasts. But in this area of the wolf nest, you can only see an outstanding red-eyed boy, cutting down the tearful Moon Demon Wolves as if chopping vegetables. In the eyes of the Moon Demon Wolves, Pei Xingye is the real devil. The boy's lips held a smile of a devil. Howl. The mournful wolf howl echoed through Moonlight City. Howl. Howl again. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. Phoenix, kill. With a flap of its wings, the phoenix unleashed waves of undead fire and frost, dispersing the dark gloom and illuminating the tears of the enemy. Qin Yanlin's lips twitched. Second Master, is this what you call human language? Isn't this the line of a villain? That's right, at this moment, Pei Xingye resembled a villain. He inherently used a unique aura of evil, fundamentally different from all righteous people. His evil is so strange. His evil is truly wicked. Not a saint, but core goodness. The greatest mercy he shows to the beasts is to kill them instantly, to lessen their suffering. The performance of the Crimson team is incredibly strong. Within just 10 minutes of the trial, the team has hunted 157 beasts. This already meets the standard for an A-level rating, a number that is hard for the other students to catch up to. At this point, the undying fire burning on the Black Phoenix intensified. The ghostly frost swirling around the phoenix's wings became even more suffocating. Indeed, hunting beasts is the fastest way for beast tamers to grow. With each kill of a beast, the tamed beast gains a point of killing aura, further developing its wild bloodline genes. Sima Shui analyzed, at this hunting speed, it's not a problem for the Black Phoenix to evolve into a young form, stage 2, in this trial. Qin Yanlin couldn't help but ask, Captain, let's assist fourth brother and try to see if we can help the Black Phoenix evolve into a young form, stage 3. Sima Shui shook her head in response. The evolution rate of ancient mythical bloodline beasts cannot be that fast. Moreover, Pei Xingye has chosen to let the Black Phoenix cultivate both ice and fire, making the difficulty of evolution reach hell level. In this trial, the possibility of advancing to young form, stage 3, is quite low. Sima Shui's analysis was very rational, and Pei Xingye didn't refute, as he was holding back something big. Next, the Crimson team executed perfect teamwork. Sima Shui was responsible for controlling the beasts, restricting their movement. Huangfu Boyi provided shields for the team, ensuring their combat sustainability and maximizing their margin for error. Qin Yanlin dealt damage to groups, continuously lowering the health of the beast tide. And Pei Xingye only needed to slightly summon a trace of soul power. With the Black Phoenix's exceptional stats, he easily reaped all the injured beasts. Thus, the growth rate of the Black Phoenix soared. They were getting closer to breaking through to young form, stage 2. Fourth brother, it's your turn to strike. Qin Yanlin rode the purple thunder Pegasus, delivering a mighty blow that shattered the spine of a Moon Demon Wolf. The Moon Demon Wolf gasped for breath, and the Black Phoenix merely needed to flap its wings and release a wisp of undead fire to finish the kill. However, just then, a shadow flashed past Pei Xingye. Swish! A sharp leopard claw flashed by, slicing the injured Moon Demon Wolf in half. Damn, what a lack of martial ethics, stealing kills. Qin Yanlin immediately became unhappy, cursing at a long-haired man. The long-haired man had a slender build, a feminine face, and many feminine traits. He wore a battle uniform emblazoned with the Iku Academy logo. He was Sima Xian, a first-year student from Iku Academy. Beside him was a black panther, larger and sturdier than an elephant-type beast, with sleek black fur and 2 fierce leopard heads sprouting from its massive shoulders. The 2-headed black Xian panther was an all-around beast with both attack burst and speed burst. 3 other classmates followed Sima Xian. This group of 4 was the Thunder team from Iku Academy. At this moment, Moonlight City had become a battlefield where thousands clashed. All first-year students from the 4 academies gathered here, hunting in teams for the trial. The more people participating in the trial, the greater the chance of stealing kills. Just now, the captain of the Thunder team, Sima Xian, had seized the opportunity from the shadows and forcefully snatched a moon demon wolf's head from Pei Xingye. Sima Xian wore a provocative smile. "Sorry, Pei classmate, I didn't mean to." Qin Yanlin angrily retorted, "You clearly did it on purpose. Your character truly lives up to your surname." Pei Xingye ignored him and prepared to kill another injured moon demon wolf. Whoosh! A poisonous needle from a giant hornet pierced through the air, snatching away the injured moon demon wolf. This was the second time Pei Xingye was robbed of a kill. Pei Xingye looked around and found many beast tamers from different academies surging nearby. In their eyes burned a surging battle intent, but there was also a hint of provocation. At this moment, on the ground, at the entrance of Moonlight City, dozens of top mentors from the 4 major academies were watching the trial of thousands competing within Moonlight City, through images transmitted by drones. Pei Yingru saw Pei Xingye's predicament and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Damn! The beast tamers from other academies are deliberately making things difficult for Xiao Yi. Pei Xingye, the national top scholar plus Tianyun ranking number 1, his talent and strength almost monopolized all the attention of this year's freshmen. People talked about Pei Xingye, and if they added another name, it would be Sangwei. After all, they were the twin stars of the scorching summer. As for other freshmen this year, no one cared. 18-year-old boys and girls, all in their youthful passion, felt a bit of jealousy towards Pei Xingye. So in this underground city trial, all the beast tamer teams formed by other academies secretly united to target Pei Xingye and Pei Xingye's Crimson team. Sima Xian declared, "Pei Xingye, one shouldn't stand out too much, this is the price for your spotlight." After a moment of pondering, Pei Xingye raised his crimson eyes. "Stealing kills doesn't violate trial rules, does it?" Sima Xian laughed maniacally. "Of course, stealing kills shows capability. What rules are you talking about, huh?" The beast tamer teams from other academies also laughed mockingly at Pei Xingye. C2 Shui sighed softly, "Sai, why are you provoking him?" Ding! Your friend Reaping War God Pei Xingye is now online. Chapter 36, The King's Contempt, no time to waste. Moonlight City. Moon Wolf Denver. In this trial of thousands, a competition for kills was underway. Pei Xingye, who had been in the spotlight recently, became the target of all beast tamer teams. Sometimes, when your talent and strength are too strong among peers or in the same rank, and even reach a top-tier level, you naturally become a target, attracting inexplicable jealousy and hatred. Huang Fu Boyi wore a bone mask, speaking without stuttering, filled with righteous indignation. "Captain, Second Master has no enmity with these people, why are they targeting him so much?" C2 Shui explained, "Think from another perspective, if you were them, could you not feel honored and accomplished by stealing kills from the national top scholar in such a highly publicized underground city trial? It's all for reputation." The freshmen from the academy were all 18-year-old boys and girls, their minds not quite mature, while their aspirations soared high. They were all young prodigies, who would willingly become mere background and extras for Pei Xingye to showcase his talent. As long as they could steal a kill from Pei Xingye, they could brag about it to anyone. One must admit that anything connected to Pei Xingye could gain popularity and a bit of fame. This is the reason why the beast tamer teams from the other 3 major academies united against Pei Xingye. In response, the revenge method chosen by Pei Xingye would be extremely brutal. Roar, roar, roar. More and more beast tamer teams gathered at the Moon Wolf Den. Noise and footsteps attracted the wolf pack deep within the den. In the darkness, a swarm of beasts surged forth again, pairs of bloody wolf eyes bursting with greedy beastly desire. This hunting trial continued. Sima Xian, as the captain of the Thunder team, remained calm. "Everyone, maintain formation, demonstrate teamwork, I'll be in charge of the harvest." The Thunder team was considered a high-quality team among this year's new students at Wu Academy. Each member holding the captain had impressive talent and strength, and their beasts were capable of executing effective tactical formations. In an instant, smoke billowed, blood gushed. "Captain, these 6 moon demon wolves are all severely injured." "Great. I'll come take their lives." Sima Shan urged his soul power, controlling the 2-headed black leopard, and launched a surprise attack on the 6 bloodied moon demon wolves. The leopard-type beast masters possessed extremely high movement speed, and their skill release speed far exceeded that of ordinary beast masters. Thus, Sima Xian played the role of the reaper responsible for harvesting the lives of magical beasts in the team. Just as Sima Xian was confident he could harvest the 6 bloodied moon demon wolves, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Inside Moonlight City, the temperature dropped sharply. Terrifying undead ripples surged in the fierce wind. In an instant, 6 dark shadowy reapers appeared above the heads of the 6 bloodied moon demon wolves. The reaper shadows swung their sides, defying any rules, and forcefully executed the 6 moon demon wolves. This is undead execution. Captain, this is bad. Just a moment ago, Sima Xian led the Thunder team, showcasing superb teamwork to finally bring the 6 Moon Demon Wolves to a bloodied state. In the next moment, Pei Xingye initiated a zero-frame move and directly triggered Undead Execution, completing the harvest first. At this moment, Sima Xian's face turned pale, frozen in place, his mind blank. A flurry of operations like a fierce tiger, but when he looked at the results. The Thunder team, after working hard for half a day, ended up making a pair of wedding clothes for Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye, you just said, stealing kills wouldn't violate the trial rules, right? Pei Xingye's casual remark made Sima Xian's face flush red, leaving him weak to argue. Qin Yanlin beside laughed uncontrollably, haha you fools, stealing kills from my family's second master, get ready for it. In the lair, wolves emerged one after another. Although the various beast master teams displayed exquisite coordination, as long as one moon demon wolf was bloodied, they couldn't even harvest in time before the Reaper's shadow descended, triggering Undead Execution. You must know, Undead Execution can ignore all defenses and shields, disregarding the bloodline quality and rank of magical beasts, with a 100% hit rate, forcefully executing all magical beasts remaining at 10% health. Let alone moon demon wolves, even beasts of the king body or emperor body would perish before Pei Xingye when their health dropped to 10% on the battlefield. The undead talent, after all, was the top beast master talent from 18 years ago, ranked first in the breakage. The dominance and oppression displayed by Undead Execution on the battlefield not only struck fear into enemies but also instilled despair in competitors. In the next half hour, the climax of the Reaper's descent unfolded within Moonlight City. The beast master teams from the other 3 major academies were filled with anguish. No matter how hard they tried, they could not escape the punishment of Undead Execution. Captain, this moon demon wolf is bloodied, quick yet again Pei Xingye took the lead. Another Undead Execution, Undead Execution is really off the charts. This genius monster is as terrifying as a Reaper. At this moment, the young and arrogant talents finally realized how miserable the consequences of provoking Pei Xingye were. In half an hour, all beast master teams in the Moon Wolf Lair area had a score of 0. All the corpses of magical beasts on the battlefield lay beneath Pei Xingye's feet. Moreover, Pei Xingye's soul power had barely consumed, as all his harvesting depended on Undead Execution. The just warmed up Black Phoenix had no place to show its skills, perched lazily above Pei Xingye's head, almost dozing off. Thus, the record of the Scarlet team broke. The 1000 mark. This is Pei Xingye's revenge. As long as he wanted, with Undead Execution, he could steal all the kills from the hands of any Beast Master team with a 100% heavenly probability. Just like Sitter Shui said. Why provoke him? At the entrance of Moonlight City, Pei Yingru witnessed everything happening inside Moonlight City through images transmitted by drones. She couldn't help but inhale sharply, and couldn't help but exclaim, the Scarlet team's first participation in the underground trial, and the total hunt actually surpassed 1000. This created history. It must be said that the talent of killing the undead, in the field of snatching heads, is of the utmost strength. Pei Xingye stood on a hill made of beast bones, overlooking the young talents below. At this moment, these so-called geniuses, once again, were turned to dust by this red-eyed boy. His red eyes, like blood, were cold and emotionless. The smile at the corner of Pei Xingye's lips contained 3 parts indifference, 3 parts bloodlust, and 4 parts nonchalance. He looked down like a king, pressing down on everyone. Pei Xingye, you're addicted to snatching heads. Leave us a way out. Our score isn't even passing yet. In the face of everyone's helpless complaints, Pei Xingye only slightly parted his lips and spoke 3 cold words. Too slow, no way. At these words, all the beast tamers were like eggplants hit by frost, instantly wilted. Who besides Pei Xingye has the right to say these 3 words? Geniuses, in front of this man, will always be suppressed to the point of not being able to raise their heads or straighten their backs. The Moonlight City had no moonlight, but Pei Xingye's red eyes seemed to emit a deathly light that crushed all talents, casting a shadow over everyone's soul. The killing of the undead triggered frequently, the death god scythe harvested the entire field. At this moment, Pei Xingye was like a living king of hell who had walked out from the depths of hell. Chapter 37, The Divine Hand, Double Falling Phoenix Slash. Pei Xingye's words too slow, no way became the midnight nightmare for all the talents tonight. Generally speaking, the talents awakened by beast tamers need to work with their beasts to show real effects. However, the undead talent is fundamentally different from any other beast tamer's talent. Take Pei Xingye's awakened skill, killing the undead for example, it does not rely on any other medium, its outstanding power is an absolute objective truth. When Pei Xingye triggered killing the undead to reap those badly wounded beasts, his beast, the Black Phoenix, did not need to participate in battle at all. So this talent has a unique characteristic, extreme stability. Other beast tamer talents need to meet various conditions to function, requiring perfect teamwork with their beasts, and can fail due to unfavorable conditions. But killing the undead, once triggered, will not have any mistakes, it will eliminate the opponent 100%. At this moment, Pei Xingye himself was like the god of death, making everyone present look up in awe. Master Pei, this is my top quality beast nutrient solution, please accept it. I'm willing to offer a beast crystal of the ice snow eagle, please spare me. Pei Dad, please forgive my trespasses, I apologize. In the Moon Wolf Cave, a splendid drama unfolded as everyone queued to apologize to Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's perfect harvest of wounded beasts made the beast tamers from the other 3 academies feel fear. It should be known that most of the beast tamer teams have yet to reach passing scores. If Pei Xingye continued his previous actions, they would have no chance to harvest even a single wounded beast. Qin Yanlin looked at the dark-faced Sima Xian and coldly said, "Come apologize to my second master." Sima Xian clenched his teeth, his hateful gaze still showed defiance. Just then, a deafening wolf howl shook the ground, sending a wave of bloody ripples through the air. A huge black wolf dashed out of the darkness, coming into everyone's view. This wolf's size and weight were roughly twice that of an ordinary moon demon wolf. The crescent mark on its forehead was in a half-moon shape. Half-moon demon wolf, mature body, 2nd tier. The moon demon wolf clan's growth evolution is marked by the moon mark on their forehead. An ordinary moon demon wolf belongs to the juvenile stage, with a small moon mark on its forehead. A half-moon demon wolf is at the mature body level. The moon mark evolved from a small crescent into a half-moon shape. Everyone, don't rush to attack. If we make a move, the outcome will still be giving the kill to Pei Xingye. As the leader of the Thunder team, Sima Xian ordered his members to take a defensive stance, absolutely avoiding initiating an attack. Everything that just happened clearly showed that as long as the Thunder team worked together to weaken the half-moon demon wolf, Pei Xingye's undead killing would instantly trigger. Captain, even if we don't make a move, what about Pei Xingye? He's coming in. Sima Xian raised his eyes and saw Pei Xingye standing on the back of the Black Phoenix, with the 2 rushing towards them. Everyone, don't panic. Although the undead killing is overpowered, it can only be triggered when the beast's health is at 10%. As long as we don't attack, Pei Xingye can't steal the kill. A timid team member spoke, what if? I'm saying what if? Pei Xingye one-shots the half-moon demon wolf? One shot? Haha, what a big joke. This half-moon demon wolf is at least a mature form, stage 2, while the Black Phoenix is only a juvenile form, stage 1. There's a huge level gap between the two, and the bloodline strength can't make up for this difference. Generally speaking, a mature beast has twice the health of a juvenile beast. With Pei Xingye riding the Black Phoenix, Sima Xian could never believe he could one-shot the half-moon demon wolf. A fierce wind swirled with undead flames, the red-eyed youth stood on the phoenix beast, approaching the menacing half-moon demon wolf with unstoppable force. Captain, let's assist young Master Air, help him lower the half-moon demon wolf's health to 10% to make it easier for him to claim the kill. Qin Yanlin's words meant that even as Pei Xingye's teammate, he internally didn't believe Pei Xingye could one-shot the half-moon demon wolf. Situ Shuadai raised an eyebrow, gazing at Pei Xingye's back, a strong premonition rising in her heart. We have no need to attack now. In the next moment, Pei Xingye activated his soul power, the Black Phoenix initiated its move, unleashing a falling phoenix strike that was unpredictable like a ghost. A cross-shaped fire burst was conjured out of thin air, condensing into a fierce slash, resembling 2 cross sides of death, burning with intense undead flames, striking violently at the half-moon demon wolf's chest. The howls of the beast echoed throughout every corner of Moonlight City. Even though the half-moon demon wolf was a mature beast, it could not catch or predict the falling phoenix strike that initiated at 0 frames. So this slash was 100% guaranteed to hit. Sima Xian thought to himself, one falling phoenix strike to weaken a mature beast? That's daydreaming. But the next second, Sima Xian's face changed dramatically, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes, overturning all his past perceptions. The half-moon demon wolf looked in agony, a cold and terrifying ghostly figure of death appearing above its head. A sharp scythe was already poised over its throbbing neck. The undead killing has triggered. How is this possible? This is too fake. A single falling phoenix strike can turn a mature beast into low health? Pei Xingye must have some kind of cheat, this guy definitely has a cheat. If you report Pei Xingye for cheating, he won't admit it. Because he didn't just start cheating, he just never turned it off. The fact is the fact, no matter how unbelievable, the undead killing triggered at this moment. Swish! The scythe of death showed no mercy, reaping the life of the half-moon demon wolf. Its body and head were severed, blood staining the muddy ground. He really one-shot a mature beast. Sima Xian could not accept the scene, he held his head in his hands, his dilated pupils shaking violently, staring intently at Pei Xingye's back. At the entrance of Moonlight City, the gold medal instructors from the other 3 academies were discussing in a flurry. A stage 1 beast master rides a juvenile beast and one-shots a mature beast? This kind of miracle, I have never heard of it. Cross-dire combat. It was supposed to require teamwork, but this guy, Pei Xingye, single-handedly. A monster, he is simply a monster. Pei Xingye, as the top mentor of the Chaos Academy and also Pei Xingye's cousin, forced herself to stay calm while analyzing the drone footage of the battle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The health of the half-moon demon wolf is twice that of the moon demon wolf. If we say that a single falling phoenix slash can bring a juvenile moon demon wolf down to critical health, I can believe it. But the half-moon demon wolf is a mature one, stage 2. Wait. This detail is... Pei Xingye noticed a crucial detail. When the Black Phoenix unleashed the falling phoenix slash at the half-moon demon wolf, the cross-shaped channel of ghostly flames had an additional almost overlapping afterimage. Afterimage. Overlapping. So that's it. Xingye stored energy for the falling phoenix slash twice in a previous defense round. So the falling phoenix slash that hit the half-moon demon wolf was a double strike. Charging skills and having them at one's command is already a test of a beast master's operational level. And Pei Xingye's operation allowed the Black Phoenix to continuously store 2 falling phoenix slashes, then strike in a zero-frame start, forming an overlapping attack that his opponent could hardly notice or defend against, the double falling phoenix slash. From then on, Pei Xingye created a new battle style called overlapping skill stream. This stunning move amazed many geniuses and gold medal mentors, and it was later referred to as the Hand of God. Chapter 38, The Crimson Moonlight Underground, a crisis looms. Falling Phoenix Slash, the Phoenix-type beast master's most skilled ultra-high explosive attack. When Pei Xingye controlled the Black Phoenix to execute the double falling Phoenix Slash, even a mature half-moon demon wolf would fall to critical health in an instant. And in Pei Xingye's eyes, any beast in critical health, regardless of its lineage or level, would receive the same treatment. Because once the spirit killing is triggered, it means the Scythe of Death is destined to claim the enemy's life. The Black Phoenix slowly landed, its pair of scarlet phoenix eyes standing over the trembling two-headed black mystic leopard with disdain. Pei Xingye stood on the back of the Black Phoenix, holding the crystal beast core of the half-moon demon wolf he had just killed. He simply fixed his gaze on Sima Qian, and though he said nothing, he exerted immense pressure on Sima Qian's mental state. Under this terrifying pressure, Sima Qian couldn't care about his pride and immediately apologized. Great God Pei, oh no. Father figure, esteemed father figure, it was I who spoke disrespectfully just now, it was my fault. Knowing when to yield makes one a wise man. Though Sima Qian's initial provocation of Pei Xingye was detestable, he was quick to admit his mistake. After witnessing Pei Xingye's miracle of instantly killing at a higher rank, his heart completely surrendered. At that moment, every beast master present felt the same deep sigh rising within them. He deserves to monopolize all the popularity and fame of this new batch. We deserve to be reduced to mere passers-by by him. The brilliant arrogance of a genius is always built on looking down on the mundane. When one day, a genius looks up, only to see the soles of another peer's feet, it will inevitably lead to profound defeat, a self-deprecating smile at the corner of their lips, and from then on, they will no longer see themselves as a genius. After all, not one of those present, even if they took banned substances, could hunt down a mature half-moon demon wolf in one move. Pei Xingye's operation once again raised the ceiling for intermediate beast masters, making it hard for others to catch up. At this point, people had no choice but to acknowledge a fact. Currently, the Pei Xingye participating in the underground city trial was, compared to the Pei Xingye who had just reached the top of the Tianyun rankings a week ago, even more powerful. Yes. That's right. In just a week, this genius monster had evolved again. The signs of evolution he exhibited. Even more exaggerated than the evolution of beast tamers? Cinny, is your talent possibly higher than Pei Mama's? The bloodline is being inherited, the bloodline is also evolving. Sister, I am starting to look forward to your growth and your future even more. For this week, every night when Pei Xingye trained late, Pei Xingye quietly watched. But even though she paid so much attention to Pei Xingye, she never discovered that he had developed a divine move called the double falling phoenix slash. Every battle Pei Xingye fought seemed to only show a small part of his true strength to the public eye. This crimson-eyed youth appeared to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist, making it hard for others to see his real power. When Pei Xingye single-handedly defeated the half-moon demon wolf, everyone bowed down, and the other 3 members of the Crimson team felt happy for him and were proud of him. At least at this moment, Qin Yunlin looked at Pei Xingye with more affection than he did for technician number 98, his face filled with admiration. Captain, I plan to follow Second Master next and learn the combat method of overlapping skills. The explosive damage dealt by overlapping skills is just too cool. Sitishue gently shook her head and said flatly, his fighting style is very hard for us to copy. Why? Sitishue gazed at Pei Xingye's figure and analyzed gently. Charging in advance allows the beast to store 2 skills in succession, and by using one move to unleash double damage, it does sound really cool. But to see what lies beneath, when we try to do this, can we really initiate at 0 frames? After inflicting explosive damage, can we stabilize the final blow against an enemy with low health? Old Qin, don't forget, our beast's charging action can easily be detected by the enemy because we can't master a 0 frame start. When the enemy is low on health, if we pursue further, there is always a chance for mistakes, as factors like the environment or psychology could lead to a retreating low health enemy. As Sitishue spoke, Qin Yanlin looked at Pei Xingye in amazement, almost as if viewing a monster. Captain, you're right. The explosive damage of the double falling phoenix slash is certainly off the charts. But what is really extraordinary is Second Master's zero-frame initiation and his undead talent, Undead Slaughter. The half-moon demon wolf, a mature, stage 2, beast, has twice the health of an ordinary moon demon wolf. The reason it was killed instantly is simple. With a zero-frame start of the double falling phoenix slash, even if it were reborn 100 times, it would never escape. When it was low on health, the Undead Slaughter zero-frame trigger. This means that before it was on the brink of death, it had no space to struggle or any opportunity to react. So aside from Pei Xingye, other beast tamers wanting to imitate or copy the combat style of overlapping skills would not yield much success. Sitishue muttered softly, from the very beginning, he has been walking a path that no one has walked before, one that no one can replicate. At this point, who among the beast tamers from the other 3 academies would dare to challenge Pei Xingye? They could only call him Pei Dad or adoptive father. Soon, even the Thunder team led by Sima Xian withdrew gloomily. In the Moon Wolf's den, only the Crimson team remained. The other teams obediently went hunting in other areas. This was a farce sparked by stealing kills, while the underground trial continued. A mighty phoenix cry thundered, as the flames and frost of the undead clashed, playing a high-energy anthem rooted deep within ancient mythical bloodlines. Second Master, the Black Phoenix. Yes, it has broken through. By this point in the trial, the Black Phoenix had harvested a large number of beast lives, its killing intent surged, and its experience skyrocketed, successfully breaking through to the juvenile body, stage 2. This was good news for the Crimson team. The upgrade and evolution of the Black Phoenix had fulfilled the original purpose of the team's participation in the trial. Next, they aimed for an S-level rating. Sitishue spoke, let's continue deeper into the den. Hunting a complete full moon demon wolf together will earn us an S-rank assessment. The 4-member team walked side by side, heading deep into the darkness of the moon wolf's den. Generally speaking, within a gathering place of magical beasts, the deeper one goes, the higher the level of the beasts. Of course, the 4 academies have already surveyed every corner of Moonlight City to protect the students. The highest level of magical beasts is the complete form rank. For beast taming teams, as long as they can demonstrate excellent teamwork, they have a chance to slay one. But today in Moonlight City, is the highest ranking magical beast really just the complete form? Just as the Crimson team delved deep into the Moon Wolf's lair, below the lair, the heavy soil trembled slightly, particle by particle. A scarlet moonlight suddenly surged from the ground, flowing like magma, trickling down. Chapter 39, Sangwui's Nightmare, the Emperor's Corpse Raises the Coffin. As time passed, more and more beast taming teams withdrew from Moonlight City. Each team's goal was different. Some teams only sought to reach a passing C rank, so once they achieved that, they decisively ended the trial. Meanwhile, some ambitious teams remained in Moonlight City, continuing their hunts. When it comes to ambition, the Crimson team undoubtedly took the lead. They vowed not to rest until they achieved the highest S rank. Below the ground, in the Moon Wolf's lair. The undead fire released by the Black Phoenix continuously dispelled the darkness before the Crimson team, pointing the way forward. As they delved deeper into the lair, the number of wolves surged dramatically, and almost no juvenile form moon wolves could be found. The lowest level beasts reached the mature form, rank 2. However, this level of challenge was no different for Pei Xingye than providing the Black Phoenix with a massive boost in experience. Under bloodline suppression and skill restriction, Pei Xingye fought above his level as easily as eating or drinking. Gradually, the mature beasts could no longer satisfy the Black Phoenix's need for advancement. It must be said that the combination of undead and ancient mythical bloodlines is indeed the hardest beast to nurture in the current world. The conditions for growth are extremely harsh. Even if the Black Phoenix harvested a complete form full moon wolf next, it probably would not break past juvenile, rank 3. In short, apart from Pei Xingye's exceptional talent, no other beast tamers had the ability to nurture the Black Phoenix. Along the way, the Crimson team fought in unison, executing perfect teamwork, hunting beast after beast, bravely moving deeper into the darkness. But during this process, Sitishue noticed a detail. Why are you so distracted? Me? Not at all. Pei Xingye vehemently denied it. But Sitishue was like a worm in Pei Xingye's stomach, hitting the nail on the head. Since you entered Moonlight City, you've been looking around a lot. Are you looking for that woman's shadow? What woman? Sangwui. Captain, you. Pei Xingye gazed into Sitishue's beautiful eyes, realizing this woman had an insight far beyond her peers. Indeed, Pei Xingye had been subconsciously searching for Sangwui's figure since entering Moonlight City but had found nothing. This trial in Moonlight City had gathered all the freshmen from the 4 academies this year. Logically speaking, Sangwui should also have been present. However, Pei Xingye had not seen Sangwui at all. Only Sitishue did not know that Pei Xingye's true interest was not Sang Wui herself, but her father, Sang Xian, and the world's only demigod bloodline, giant-type beasts. All of this was intertwined with the battle of the Heavenly Star Whirlpool. It seems that during the Tianyun ranking battle, you developed some special feelings for Sang Wui. Captain, after all, my mother and her father share a deep connection, it's hard for me not to care about her. Sitishue nodded and then said, Sang Wui did not participate in this Moonlight City trial. Did not participate? No wonder I couldn't see her. Sitishue explained again, I sent someone to investigate. Sang Wui took sick leave after the Tianyun ranking competition and has not been to school for a whole week. I don't know the specific illness. Pei Xingye was stunned. Captain, why are you more concerned about Sang Wui than I am? Sitishue's beautiful eyes sparkled, her red lips slightly raised. Pei Xingye, you are my team member. I will pay more attention to what you care about. I can help you investigate the information you need in the future, no charge. For Pei Xingye, Sitishue was a very special existence. The Scarlet team had such a captain, giving people a very reassuring feeling. Her help for team members never carried the intention of charity or exchange of interests, she was sincerely managing this Beastmaster team. She cared about everything regarding each teammate. Since Pei Xingye cared about Sang Wui, she naturally cared about Sang Wui even more. At the same time, Highland City. Sang Mansion. This was an ancient courtyard with a price but no market, one of the legacies left by Sang Xian for his daughter Sang Wui. In broad daylight, the bedroom door was tightly closed. On the bed lay a silver-haired girl covered in cold sweat. In the large mansion, apart from this girl, there was not a single breath of air left. 18 years ago, the Tianqing War turned Pei Xingye into an orphan overnight. But wasn't Sang Wui's fate similar? When Sang Wui was born, her mother died of complications during childbirth. Her father, Sang Xian, and Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, both fell in the Tianqing War not long after, leaving no remains. Pei Xingye still had her loving sister Pei Yingru and Lan Tingyu by her side. But Sang Wui, true to her name, had no one to rely on. For 18 years, she had not even a single friend. Even when she fell ill, she was just alone, locking herself in her bedroom. Cold sweat flowed continuously, and the nightmare kept haunting her. It was broad daylight, yet she lay in bed tormented by nightmares, her silver hair soaked in sweat, sticking to the pillow. When did she start having nightmares? The Tianyun ranking battle. To be exact, it was after her confrontation with Pei Xingye. The fierce clash between the giant crying ghost and the black phoenix in the final round seemed to trigger some cursed taboo. Since then, Sang Wui had nightmares for a whole week, having to take sick leave, giving up the opportunity for this underground city trial. In her dreams, Sang Wui found herself in a hellish place, surrounded by spewing lava, the roar of beasts piercing her soul. She was barefoot, aimlessly fleeing, until she finally fell into the abyss. When she raised her eyes, she saw such a bizarre scene. In a chaotic depth, dragon, phoenix, and Qilin corpses were everywhere. Thump, 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 the footsteps drew near. It was the footsteps of giants. Then, in the reflection of Sang Wui's shrinking pupils, 4 colossal giants appeared, stretching across heaven and earth. The positions of the 4 giants formed a square formation, and on their broad and strong shoulders, they carried a heavy blood-red coffin. This scene would forever be fixed in Sang Wui's memory. Father! Sang Wui suddenly woke up, breathing rapidly. She pulled apart a curtain, and outside the window, the bright sun shone down, while inside the bedroom was only a deathly silence. She raised her hand, clenched her fists, and beat her head hard. Damn it! Again with this nightmare. What does the giant carrying the coffin mean? Father, what exactly happened in the Tianqing War when you fell? Giants carrying coffins? No, no, no. That famous painting of the century is called The Emperor's Corpse Carried in a Coffin. If one were to ask who was the most powerful giant-type beast master in the world, it would be none other than the legendary 4 imperial corpses. Han Ba, Jiang Chen, Ing Go, Ho Cheng. Chapter 40 Scarlet Team vs Full Moon Demonic Wolf. Moonlight City. Thunder Squad, Rating A. Shadow Squad, Rating B. Raid Squad, Rating B. Half a day passed, most Beastmasters teams achieved their goals and chose to withdraw gracefully. This year's new students' talents, overall, were not much different from last year's. The assessment scores for Beastmaster teams mostly floated between B and A. However, the Crimson Squad was still deep in the Moon Wolf's den, not turning back until they achieved an S rating. The most important condition for achieving an S rating was hunting a fully evolved magical beast. This was a challenge as difficult as climbing to the heavens for a first-level Beastmaster. To accomplish this feat, the team's cooperation must reach perfection. Moreover, it greatly tested the strategic awareness of the Beastmasters. In the darkness, a cold, wild wind swept in, pushing the 4 members of the Crimson Squad back 7 or 8 steps. The undead fire burning on the Black Phoenix was weakened a bit by this cold wind. Situ Shuadai frowned tightly and spoke coldly, "It's the full moon magic wolf, prepare for battle." Howl. The furious wolf howl tore the earth apart, and the damp cave trembled violently as a huge black shadow emerged from the darkness before the Crimson Squad. This giant wolf was more than 3 times the size of a half-moon magic wolf. A round moon mark appeared on its forehead. This was a fully evolved magical beast, the full moon magic wolf. When there is a huge level gap, the effect of bloodline suppression is greatly weakened. The full moon magic wolf's gaze swept over the Black Phoenix, showing no fear but revealing sharp fangs, letting out an angry, bloodthirsty roar towards the Black Phoenix. After all, the Black Phoenix was only in its juvenile form, while the full moon magic wolf was 2 big levels higher. Qin Yanlin instinctively felt goosebumps rise on his skin. The aura of a fully evolved magical beast is just too brutal. Huang Fu Boyi adjusted his mask, although he no longer stuttered, his voice carried an uncontainable sense of fear and unease. Our soul power seems to be disturbed by the full moon magic wolf. The 4 members of the Crimson Squad were all first-level beastmasters. When facing a fully evolved magical beast, their soul power would be disturbed, affecting their combat effectiveness. So, to achieve an S rating, how easy could it be? Roar of the Dominator Phoenix. Pei Xingye struck out. As he activated his soul power, the Black Phoenix understood, spreading its wings and soaring, emitting a roar that shattered the night sky. The roar of the Dominator Phoenix directly consumed 50% of Pei Xingye's remaining soul power. At the same time, this roar demonstrated an extraordinary intensity of an ancient mythical bloodline, invisibly weakening the full moon magic wolf's attack and defense. Bold moves, daring actions, this was the confidence and decisiveness that an excellent beastmaster should possess. Once the roar of the Dominator Phoenix emerged, the aura of the full moon magic wolf suddenly dropped. Qin Yanlin's goosebumps quickly faded, and the fear in Huang Fu Boyi's eyes gradually disappeared. Start the battle. Situ Shuadai gave the order, and the 4 members of the Crimson Squad charged together. Qin Yanlin rode on the back of the purple thunder Pegasus, soaring through the air, releasing an afterimage of beast hooves entwined with electricity, shrouding the full moon magic wolf's head. Could a fully evolved magical beast be so easily trapped? The full moon magic wolf's agility and speed were nearly 4 times that of the half-moon magic wolf. With its strong limbs, it easily leaped out of the attack range of the purple thunder Pegasus with a swift turn. "Captain, help me control it." Situ Shuadai began to exert her power, the shadow spider emerging from the ground, launching a sneak attack on the full moon magic wolf's back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tough, thin silk threads crazily wrapped around the full moon magic wolf's limbs and neck. Cocoon transformation. The dense silk threads wrapped the full moon magic wolf into a bloated cocoon ball. Petrify. Situ Shuadai activated her S-level talent, combining cocoon transformation and petrify simultaneously onto the full moon magic wolf, delivering double control. In a team, having a controlling technique beastmaster was of utmost importance. Thunder flashes. Qin Yanlin once again urged his soul power. The unicorn horn on the forehead of the purple lightning Pegasus released a violent electric current beam, crashing towards the petrified cocoon ball. Damn it, Captain, why is your control time so short this time? It's over, it's over. Huang Fu, save me. Roar. The wolf howl shook the ground, the petrified cocoon ball was instantly torn apart by the sharp wolf claws, and at the tips of the wolf claws, crescent-shaped wind blades were released, spiraling towards Qin Yanlin. At the critical moment, the shield activated. Huang Fu Boyi controlled the 3-tailed illusion fox, creating a shield formed by the phantom of the fox ancestor around Qin Yanlin. The shield barely withstood an attack from the full moon magic wolf, then shattered and failed. Qin Yanlin broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Huang Fu Boyi with grateful eyes. Having a good support in the team can improve the overall tolerance. Situ Shui analyzed, after all, it's a complete body magical beast, my control effect on it is very limited. Captain. Situ Shui glanced sideways at Pei Xingye beside her. The two had known each other for a short time, but their soul connection was unmatched. With just one look, Situ Shui understood Pei Xingye's intention. Captain, second young master. Huang Fu Boyi hadn't reacted yet when he saw Pei Xingye and Situ Shui charging towards the full moon magic wolf simultaneously. Spear of Shadows. Situ Shui's soul power surged, the shadow magic spider released silk, forming a purple-black spear that traced a beautiful parabola through the sky. Put. The Spear of Shadows did not hit the full moon magic wolf, but pierced the shadow beneath it. The full moon magic wolf's body temporarily fell into a dazed state, unable to move, only able to clench its teeth and roar. The shadow magic spider belonged to the shadow-type beastmasters. One of the characteristics of shadow-type beastmasters is that all skills can take effect on the enemy's shadow. So as long as the control skill used by the shadow magic spider hits the full moon magic wolf's shadow, it can also produce a control effect. This was unexpected for the full moon magic wolf, although the control effect was extremely brief, it was enough for Pei Xingye, who mastered the zero-frame initiation technique. With the sound of the phoenix, the critical hit struck. The double falling phoenix cut accurately hit the body of the full moon magic wolf, and its mournful wail echoed through the chaotic battlefield. Xin Yanlin exclaimed excitedly, although there is a huge level gap between the black phoenix and the full moon magic wolf, the black phoenix is a necromantic beast. Huang Fuboyi nodded excitedly, that's right. The necromantic flames of necromantic beasts can ignore enemy defense shields and cause real burning damage to the enemy's body. The most significant manifestation of the level difference is the gap in attack and defense values. At this moment, emerald green necromantic flames burned on the wound of the full moon magic wolf, its defensive mechanisms and shield advantages vanished. The full moon magic wolf howled angrily, its fierce gaze turned towards Situ Shui. Complete level magical beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, it understands how to think and knows that among the 4 beast masters in front of it, it must prioritize eliminating Situ Shui. Because Situ Shui was a control-type beast master. Whoosh! The wolf claws danced, the fierce wind thirsted for blood. The full moon magic wolf suddenly closed in on Situ Shui. Oh no, at this distance, I won't have time to provide the captain with a shield. Huang Fuboyi anxiously urged his soul power, but it seemed too late. However, a smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Situ Shui's mouth. Cocoon transformation. Xin Yanlin was excited and encouraged. The captain used cocoon transformation on herself, entering the scene just to draw out the flaw of the full moon magic wolf. Countless silks came from all directions, wrapping and entangling Situ Shui. Cocoon transformation is originally a control skill used against enemies. But if used on oneself, it becomes a defensive skill. Leader Situ Shui of the Scarlet Team is indeed an excellent leader. Little Knight and she will grow faster and faster as partners. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Xingye revealed a satisfied smile. She is the Crimson Captain. And she is the Crimson Captain chosen by Pei Xingye with his intuition. Chapter 41, Crimson Blood, Giant Heartbeat. Sharp wolf claws tear apart the cocoon-like shell. Situ Shui's slender and weak figure is exposed before the full moon demon wolf. Cocoon defense can only withstand the first attack from the full moon demon wolf. At this moment, Situ Shui is only a centimeter away from the demon wolf's fangs dripping with poison. But by getting this far, she has completed her mission. Because Phoenix Breath. Behind the full moon demon wolf, Pei Xingye rides the black phoenix, soul power surging explosively. The phoenix cries, and a huge ball of death fire bursts forth from its mouth, smashing hard into the back of the full moon demon wolf's neck. The back of the neck is the most vulnerable spot of the full moon demon wolf. Situ Shui uses herself as bait in order to make the full moon demon wolf expose its weakness while attacking her. The phoenix breath hits precisely, and the huge ball of death fire explodes instantly, the painful wolf howl drowned in the thick smoke. When the smoke clears, the full moon demon wolf lies in the shattered earth, its neck a bloody mess, the blazing death fire scorching its exposed spine, a horrific injury making it wish for death. This is a complete, stage 1, level beast, yet, under the sole coordination of Pei Xingye and Situ Shui, it has suffered a heavy injury like this. However, this cooperation leaves the onlookers Xin Yanlin and Huang Fuboyi feeling a chill down their spines. Because just now, when Situ Shui was using herself as bait, the full moon demon wolf's fangs were mere inches from her chest. If Pei Xingye had made even the slightest mistake during the coordination, just a millisecond delay, Situ Shui's fragile human body would have been pierced by the wolf's fangs and died. In a matter of life and death, did she have no concerns at all? In fact, this is the charm of Situ Shui's personality. In her eyes, she trusts her teammates unconditionally. She would rather gamble her life than doubt that Pei Xingye would make any mistake. The severely injured full moon demon wolf burned with fury, pouring massive amounts of moon magic power into the wound on its neck, protecting its deadly weakness. Pei Xingye frowned slightly. This complete beast knows better, it won't be as easy to attack its weakness next. Since the full moon demon wolf is deliberately protecting its neck, what follows is a long war of attrition. Deep in the dark wolf lair, the smoke from the battle surges like a tsunami. The Crimson Squad, under Situ Shui's command, executes brilliant combinations again and again. Even though the full moon demon wolf's level reaches the complete stage, it cannot withstand the sustained bleed-out strategy of the Crimson Squad. The sustained bleed-out strategy, as the name suggests, refers to consuming from a distance, avoiding close encounters with the enemy. The core of this strategy lies in the death frost released by the Black Phoenix. On the battlefield, frost flowers dance and ice crystals spread. As the temperature drops, the death frost power recklessly invades the full moon demon wolf's nostrils, pores, and mouth. Its lungs gradually freeze, breathing becomes difficult, movement slows down, and its thinking ability becomes dull. Under the interference of the death frost, the full moon demon wolf's mobility decreases significantly, making it easy for the Crimson Squad to tug at it at will. Moreover, the Black Phoenix, Purple Lightning Pegasus, and Shadow Magic Spider all possess long-range attack skills, making the full moon demon wolf, which only excels at close combat, cry out in agony. No matter how high the level and strong the attack of this beast, if it can't even touch the fur of the summoned beasts, it will inevitably fall into a disadvantage. To deal with beasts at a much higher level than summoned beasts, the sustained bleed-out strategy is the best tactic. Excellent tugging and perfect consumption. The team cooperation of the Crimson Squad has already surpassed that of other squads. Sita Shui, Pei Xingye, this small team has these two core figures, their future is limitless. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Xingye gazed at the live broadcast image released by the drone with admiration in her eyes. The wisdom and composure displayed by Sita Shui and Pei Xingye during the team battle were things Pei Xingye had never seen in any of the new students before. Half an hour later, Qin Yanlin shouted, "Captain, the full moon demon wolf can no longer run." After half an hour of fierce battle, the blood of the full moon demon wolf was worn down to a critical state by the 4 members of the Crimson Squad. But the death strike had not yet been triggered, so this meant that the full moon demon wolf's health was still above 10%. Sita Shui's eyes shimmered with thick killing intent. Let's put in more effort and push the full moon demon wolf's health below 10%. Yes, Captain. The 4 of them surrounded it and the battle continued. However, the full moon demon wolf, being a complete body, could not accept being beaten by 4 novice beast masters. In anger, the full moon demon wolf suddenly erupted, its tail whipping fiercely, and the power of the moon demon surged, ripping apart the ground and forcing the Crimson Squad back. Tick-tock. 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 Second Master, your arm. Huangfu Boyi clearly saw Pei Xingye's right arm seeping bright red blood. Just now, Pei Xingye had used the Black Phoenix to shield his teammates, almost bearing 90% of the moon demon impact damage. Pei Xingye was wounded as a result. Blood dripped and fell into the crack in the ground, as if sliding down a slide, slowly seeping deep into the earth. And deep below the ground, a strange vibration began to form. Thud. 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 This special sound of beating was becoming clearer but had not yet reached Pei Xingye's ears. This sound came from deep beneath the ground. This sound was the beating of a giant's heart. Beneath the desert in the northwest of the Yanxia Empire, there was a moonlight city without moonlight. So what is beneath Moonlight City? Deep underground, a drop of crimson blood flowed into a slightly parted cracked lip. The heartbeat became more agitated, the slumbering undead began to show signs of awakening. The story from 18 years ago was, at this moment, rewritten by a drop of blood, marking the beginning of a new era. Boom. An earthquake? In the Moon Wolf's den, the sudden violent shaking made the entire den feel like it was about to collapse. Above the Crimson Squad, quicksand poured down, at their feet, rocks cracked and collapsed. The full moon demon wolf, it has mutated. Qin Yanlin exclaimed in shock, and Sita Shui's expression also turned grim. Whether it's a beast master or a demon beast, regardless of the quality of the bloodline, there is always a chance of mutation during postnatal growth and evolution. All mutated beast masters and demon beasts are collectively referred to as mutated species, and the biggest physiological feature of mutated species is that their pupils split open, presenting the shape of blooming petals. At this moment, Pei Xingye looked at the full moon demon wolf and saw its eyes, with pupils split into irregular thin cracks, looking like 2 blooming flowers. Not good, the complete body mutated species of the full moon demon wolf. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Xingye saw the scene from the live broadcast and quickly picked up the communicator. Crimson Squad, retreat from the Moon Wolf's den immediately, this is an order. Chapter 42, we unite our minds, shadow falls and phoenix strikes. In the Moon Wolf den. The space here was being compressed due to the sudden collapse. The rushing quicksand continued to accumulate, soon drowning the ankles of the Crimson Squad. The air became thin. In this dim, oxygen-deficient, and humid environment, it was already difficult for beast masters to perform at their normal levels. Furthermore, standing in front of the Crimson Squad now was a complete body mutated species full moon demon wolf. In the headsets worn by the 4 members of the Crimson Squad, Pei Xingye's anxious voice came through simultaneously. Evacuate the Moon Wolf's den as soon as possible, this is an order. Any demon beast, once entering the mutated species mode, the strength will crazily double. The Crimson team is made up of 4 first-level beast masters, and hunting a fully evolved mutated monster is simply impossible, with no prior examples. Most importantly, in such a harsh environment, the remaining soul power of the Crimson team's 4 members is running low. As they watch the Moon Wolf's lair about to collapse and sink, using the remaining soul power to escape is the right way to go. But the full moon magic wolf in front of them is clearly on the brink of death. At this moment, both Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi's faces were filled with distress and hesitation. This trial was so close to earning an S-grade score. No one could predict that the dying full moon magic wolf would mysteriously mutate. Yet on the battlefield, dealing with variables is one of the essential lessons for young beast masters. Continue to fight? Or retreat as soon as possible? This is a question worth considering. Sita Shui did not rush to make a decision, but looked at Pei Xingye beside her. You decide. This leader of the Crimson team handed the decision-making power to the red-eyed boy. In the air, a wisp of pitch-black fur drifted by. This was a strand of wolf fur that had fallen from the full moon magic wolf, slowly landing in Pei Xingye's left hand, triggering the data reading function of the divine hand. The divine hand flashed with a purple golden light, and the data panel of the full moon magic wolf appeared before Pei Xingye's eyes. Beast name, Full Moon Magic Wolf. Level, Fully Evolved Mutated Species, Phase 1. Bloodline, Epic Quality. Attributes, Moon System plus Wolf System. Talent 1, Body of the Full Moon, enhances sustained combat ability, full endurance, able to maintain prolonged high-intensity battles, and reduces the perception ability of pain nerves. Talent 2, Berserker, the lower the health, the higher the attack. Mutated skill, Wolf Fang Storm. Current health, 13%. Pei Xingye's attention was focused on the current health data. After the Full Moon Magic Wolf mutated, its health remained the same as before mutation. After ongoing consumption by the Crimson team, its health bar was left with only 13%. Only 3 percentages away from triggering the death blow. How could Pei Xingye not be moved? He could be sure that as long as they kill this fully evolved mutated Full Moon Magic Wolf, the Black Phoenix would have a great chance of directly advancing to the juvenile phase, Phase 3. Before the Golden Phoenix tree matured, this was a great opportunity to speed up the Black Phoenix's evolution, and if missed, who knows when the next chance would come. However, with Pei Xingye's character, he wouldn't gamble the lives of the entire team for his own benefit. Just one move, as long as we can kill the Full Moon Magic Wolf in one strike, it won't delay our escape from the Moon Wolf lair. Qilin pursed her lips and shook her head. The mutated Full Moon Magic Wolf has already formed a large area of Wolf Fang Storm around it. We cannot guarantee that our attack will accurately hit its neck. Captain, what if we work together and attack its shadow? Pei Xingye, are you saying? A combo attack. Qilin shook her head even more. Beast masters need to practice for a long time to perform a combo attack together. We have known each other for less than a month. Captain, do we still need time to refine our tacit understanding? The smile on the red-eyed boy's face caused Qilin to pause for a moment, and then she also smiled. Partners need time to deepen their bond. But the tacit understanding between partners is often innate. Qilin was the Crimson team leader that Pei Xingye chose instinctively. And Pei Xingye was the ultimate partner that Qilin had chosen at first glance. Before this, they had never undergone dual training together. That is to say, they had never teamed up to execute a combo attack. This sole test of tacit understanding was destined to awaken the team spirit of the Crimson team. By the way, Pei Xingye, even if we successfully cooperate, are you sure the attack power is enough? Rest assured, the triple Fallen Phoenix strike is enough. Triple? You guy. Captain, we unite our minds. In the collapsing, sand-swirling lair of the Moon Wolf, Pei Xingye and Qilin stand side by side. Their youthful and innocent faces are filled with determination of those who achieve great things. Pei Xingye raises his left hand, and Qilin lifts her right arm. The two clench their fists at the same time. Boom! Their fists collide, their minds united. Between beast tamers, soul power is transmitted. Beasts unleash stunning combo techniques. The Shadow Spider releases countless threads, carrying intense shadow power, injecting it into the Black Phoenix's body. At that moment, the fiery spectral flame burning on the Black Phoenix transforms into a purple-black infused with shadow power. Shadow Fallen Phoenix Strike. The layered cross-shaped slash, like a ghostly shadow, tears through the void, heading straight for the Full Moon Magic Wolf. A Wolf Fang Storm forms around the Full Moon Magic Wolf, protecting its nape. However, the true target of the Shadow Fallen Phoenix Strike is the shadow of the Full Moon Magic Wolf. The strike hits the wolf shadow's nape accurately. The effective shadow power is now revealed. Roar! The Full Moon Magic Wolf howls in pain. Although the target was its shadow below, its real nape explodes in an instant, showing a cross-shaped burn scar, bones shattered, flesh jarred. This damage, inflicted on the enemy's shadow, corresponds perfectly to the damage done to the enemy's actual body. Huangfu Boi, Shadow Fallen Phoenix Strike. This is the combo technique of the captain and second master. Qin Yinlin is extremely shocked. This is not right. What level of synergy is this? Have you two been dating? Or have you secretly gotten a marriage certificate? It can't be. Captain, are you pregnant already? The Scarlet team was established for less than a month. Pei Xingye and Qilin have not even trained together once. Yet these two showcased their united minds in actual combat and unleashed a combo technique. The Fallen Phoenix Strike is already instant on start, a move like a ghost. Combining the Shadow Spider's shadow power, they stealthily attack the enemy's shadow, leaving them defenseless. This is the first combo technique developed by Pei Xingye and Qilin. Shadow Fallen Phoenix Strike. A three-layered charged slash, enhanced with shadow power, causing the Full Moon Magic Wolf to crash down, spewing blood. It reveals an angry gaze, trying to rise and fight again. It wants to rip these first-level beast tamers apart. However, a chill envelopes its entire body. A reaper's shadow hovers above the wolf's body. The sharp scythe of death silently rests on its neck. At this moment, the full moon magic wolf, having suffered all the damage from the shadow fallen phoenix strike, has its health drop below 10%. Deathly execution, triggered. Pei Xingye makes a blade across the neck gesture towards the full moon magic wolf with desperate eyes. Whoosh! Deathly execution, the reaper descends. In its last moments, the full moon magic wolf's dilating pupils reflect the smile of death. That is the wicked smile of the crimson-eyed youth. The Scarlet team successfully hunts a perfect body variant beast. This achievement creates a new history for all the rookie first trials. Chapter 43, The Hand of God, Piercing Through Moonlight City. The crumbling lair of the Moon Wolf. The perfect body variant full moon magic wolf falls under the scythe of death execution. All experience gained from killing this transformed magic beast flows into the Black Phoenix's body. Crack, crack, crack. The black bones on the Black Phoenix suddenly twist wildly, joints cracking. This is a sign of evolution for the undead beast. The fully expanded phoenix bone wings are more abundant than before. The crown on its forehead reveals complex and mysterious sigil patterns. The air is filled with the intertwining of spectral flames and spectral frost, colliding in wisps of steam, as if from the breath of the King of Hell. Pei Xingye reaches out with the hand of God, gently stroking the Black Phoenix's bone wings, initiating data reading. Just as I expected. Was promoted to juvenile form, stage 3. In this trial, the Black Phoenix broke through from juvenile form, stage 1, and evolved into juvenile form, stage 3. Everyone knows how high the breeding difficulty of the Black Phoenix is and how slow its evolution speed is. This further proves the terrifying results that Pei Xingye achieved in this trial. Harvesting a fully developed mutated beast is something that no first-level beast master has ever accomplished. When you witness the entire process of Pei Xingye's trial, you will marvel at his astonishing beast control skills. But if you ignore the process and only look at the result, all you see is the shock of the Tyrant Undead Slaughter from the Undead series. Not to mention fully developed beasts, even for transformed, dominant, or monarch-level beasts. No matter the beast level, as long as their health is reduced to 10% in front of Pei Xingye, that is Pei Xingye's killing line. Huangfu Boyi exclaimed, Second Master, after killing this full moon magic wolf, the Black Phoenix has been promoted to juvenile form, stage 3. Xin Yanlin's face turned pale. Everyone, there's no time to celebrate, the moon wolf nest is about to collapse. Situshua decisively ordered, mission accomplished, we retreat. However, retreating now seems to be too late. Boom. At the moment the Scarlet team rushed out of the moon wolf nest, the nest completely collapsed, sinking deeper into the ground with endless quicksand. But just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the scene before them once again raised all their hearts to their throats. Xin Yanlin said, how could this happen? Huangfu Boyi replied, mutated species, all mutated species. Pei Xingye, usually calm, could not help but show a hint of panic in his crimson eyes. The problem was not just the moon wolf nest, but the entire Moonlight City. At this moment, the buried ruins of the city were in a state of collapse, with broken walls and ruins already suffering a devastating blow, turning into dust in the murky smoke. Between the crumbling stones and dirt, bloodthirsty magma seeped out, resembling the veins bulging from a demon's body. The surging and brutal magical energy wrapped itself in a scarlet fog, covering every corner of Moonlight City, suffocating. Young beast masters from the 4 academies cried out in agony under the siege of the beast tide, fleeing in panic. This was supposed to be the underground city trial for the next generation of prodigies. Why did the hunters suddenly become the hunted? It was because all the beasts in Moonlight City had mutated at this moment, entering mutant mode. Mutated beasts have their data panels fully enhanced compared to ordinary beasts. Juvenile mutated beasts are still manageable. But mature and fully developed mutated beasts are nearly impossible for most beast master teams to handle. Moreover, the wave of beasts erupting from Moonlight City was endless in number. They didn't defend at all, using all their strength to attack. They surged forward, stepping over the bodies of their companions, only to devour these young beast masters, satisfying their bloody appetite. Crack! This was the sound of a beast biting off a beast master's neck, crisp and piercing. Put! This was the sound of a beast's sharp claws piercing through a beast master's heart, blood gushing out. The sudden turn of events turned Moonlight City into a hell of flowing blood. News of the chaos in Moonlight City quickly reached the surface. The golden medal mentors from the 4 academies rushed to the entrance of Moonlight City for rescue. These young kids were all gifted talents, the future pillars of the Yanxia Empire. If they died in Moonlight City, it would be a huge loss for the country. Such a loss is unbearable for the female emperor of Yanxia, Long Junqing. The Beast Master army is on the way. Even Long Junqing is also on the way. At this moment, inside Moonlight City, the person she cares about most is. It is the son of an old friend, Pei Xingye. Underground. The ruins of Moonlight City. The inhumane mutation beast disaster continues to unfold. More and more students are dying beneath the fangs of beasts, their bones turned to flesh paste, stuck in the throats of the roaring monsters that expose themselves. The Crimson Squad, after their previous hunting trial, has little stamina and soul power left, and is pushed to the brink in the face of such a large-scale mutation beast disaster. Pei Xingye, he is the top scholar of the nation, he is at the top of the Tianyun list, but in the end, he is just a first-level beast master. The cruel reality is not the world of novels where the heroes have special powers. When the gap between enemy and ally is like an unbridgeable chasm, Pei Xingye can only become a backdrop to this disaster, appearing so small. His messy white hair is covered in dust, blood trickles down from the wound on his forehead. So, where is the so-called protagonist halo? To conquer a mutated full-moon magic wolf, the Crimson Squad needs to execute intricate teamwork, requiring Pei Xingye and Qilin to perform a combined technique, Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash with high soul synergy. However, at this moment, the 4 members of the Crimson Squad are surrounded by dozens of mutated full-moon magic wolves. Qin has a mournful face. What the hell, did all the beasts in Moonlight City suddenly mutate? How are we supposed to fight this? Everyone, let's not resist anymore, just take out your IDs and put them in your mouths for easy identification by family members. Qilin clenches her delicate fists, her voice deep. Do you think these mutated beasts will leave our bodies intact? As it stands, the Crimson Squad can only hold on for 1 more minute before becoming the excrement of the mutated beasts. At this moment, Pei Xingye's ears perk up. Is this the sound of wind? Pei Xingye confirms, this rock wall behind him is hollow. Falling Phoenix Slash. Soul power surges, and the cross-shaped slash breaks through the heavy rock wall. The rock wall collapses, revealing an irregular tunnel. This is the last hope for the Crimson Squad to escape. Rumble. However, the collapse is triggered above the tunnel. Pei Xingye again channels his soul power, and the Black Phoenix unfurls its wings, barely supporting this tunnel entrance. You all go first. In the life and death moment, Pei Xingye's voice is as calm as water. Second Master. Go! Pei Xingye pushes Qin and Huangfu Boi out of the tunnel first. Qilin stands beside Pei Xingye, her gaze unwavering. I am the captain, I cannot leave you behind. The Black Phoenix's physical strength is limited, its bony wings struggle to hold the weight of the collapse, beginning to creak, and the tunnel entrance is growing smaller. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye directly picks up Qilin and throws her with force. Qilин's delicate and light figure flies through the tunnel entrance, staggering afterward, supported by Qin and Huangfu Boi. Pei Xingye, you bastard. This is the first time Qilin has lost her temper at Pei Xingye, but in her heart, she is already filled with worry for him. The entrance shrinks again, and the Black Phoenix cannot hold on alone. In Qilин's vision, on the other side of the narrow entrance, is the lonely and weak back of a boy, facing the siege of dozens of mutated beasts. Boom. The space collapses again, and the already narrow tunnel entrance is completely blocked by rubble and quicksand, airtight. Captain, stay calm, we need to find support. Tick. A tear slips from the corner of Qilин's eye. Is Pei Xingye this selfless? Willing to sacrifice his life to save his teammates? After finally becoming a necromancer beast master. After finally seeing the dawn of turning around his life. After finally stepping onto a path of becoming stronger. Would this red-eyed boy give up his life so easily? Everyone has escaped, so I have no more concerns. The country values the underground city trials highly. Every underground city has been surveyed and maintained by professionals, and it shouldn't have happened like this. Now, with the sudden outbreak of the mutant beast disaster in Moonlight City, it means that underground in this city hides a secret. Pei Xingye faced the massive wave of beasts, his heartbeat quickened, a natural instinct of humanity, and the excitement shining in his crimson eyes, along with the wildness on his face, expressed the unique aura of a born king. I have checked the information in the library of Chaos Academy. The reason for the formation of mutant magical beasts is mainly related to soul stimulation. Such a large-scale mutant beast disaster. It means that under Moonlight City, there is a high probability of being buried with an extremely powerful undead. And I, Pei Xingye, am an undead beast master. The young man raised his hand, wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, his gaze as hot and intense as the surrounding lava. Even if I have to dig through this city, I will unearth that powerful undead. My life, I will save it myself. At this moment, if viewed from a god's perspective, the Moonlight City where Pei Xingye was located looked like the lid of a coffin. Beneath the coffin lid, the decayed undead stirred from their slumber. A streak of blood-red moonlight tried to penetrate the endless mud and rock layers, completing a close encounter across 18 springs and summers with the young man's hand of fate. Thump thump thump. This is the young man's heart beating faster and faster. Thump. 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 This is the eternal heartbeat of the giant. The frequencies of the two heartbeats gradually synchronized. Chapter 44, The limit of the 6th stage is not the sister's limit. Breaking news. Moonlight City has erupted into a large-scale mutant beast disaster, with over 2,500 new students from the 4 major academies trapped in the city, and the situation is critical. The 3rd Army Corps of the Yanxia Army is heading to Moonlight City to provide support. The communication network has collapsed, and it is temporarily impossible to obtain on-site images and footage. Please refer to subsequent reports for details. The Underground City Trial is the most commonly used assessment method for Beast Master Academies to train students. The country attaches great importance to this, spending a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources each year to maintain the order of every underground city and eliminate all safety hazards. Because of this, the sudden outbreak of the mutant beast disaster in Moonlight City caught everyone by surprise. This disaster drew nationwide attention. The students trapped in Moonlight City are now struggling under the clutches of death. Among them, of course, is Pei Xingye. Xingye. Xingye, where are you? If you hear me, please respond. A swift silhouette burst into the crumbling Moonlight City. She is the gold medal mentor of Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye, a 6th stage beast master. The moment she entered Moonlight City, her eyes turned red and her heart sank. What met her eyes was a scene of blood and flesh and ruins. Scorching lava spewed from the torn ground, swallowing one incomplete corpse after another. Sharp ice crystals swirl around, coldness surging, directly freezing the souls of the magical beasts. The Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly, this is Pei Xingye's destined monster. With a bloodline quality of legendary, it has reached the dominance level, 1st stage. Pei Xingye's soul power surged as she commanded the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly, demonstrating the skill level of a 6th tier beast master. Even though the magical beasts before her are all mutated species, they are all at a lower rank compared to the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly. Cold frost surged and spread, with each elegant flap of the butterfly wings freezing a patch of lava and the organs of dozens of magical beasts. Xiaoye, no matter what, I must find you. In search of her brother, Pei Xingye charged recklessly into the depths of the ruins of Moonlight City. Along the way, she saw some trapped students, but she did not stop for a moment. Humans are selfish, she was not wrong, all she wanted now was to save her brother. If saving other students delayed her even for a second, it could lead to a lifetime of regret. Xiaoye. If you hear me, respond. Sister is coming, don't be afraid. Sister will protect you. Pei Xingye spared no expense of her soul power, single-handedly, in the midst of the raging beast tide, she pressed forward, slashing non-stop. Time ticked away, and gradually, Pei Xingye's breathing became difficult, sweat mixed with blood oozed from her wounds. She was human, not a god. In such harsh conditions, the physical quality of humans appeared exceptionally fragile. What's more, the endless mutated magical beasts continued to drain Pei Xingye's stamina and soul strength. Thud. Exhausted, Pei Xingye fell to her knees in a pool of blood, surrounded by the excited roars of countless magical beasts. This was the limit of a 6th tier beast master. But not the limit of a sister. If you don't get out of the way, I will kill my way through you. At this moment, she was not the gold medal mentor of the Chaos Academy, she was just an ordinary sister. In the heat of battle, Pei Xingye's mind was constantly flashing with Pei Xingye's honest and innocent smile, along with those bright red eyes. These memories were like painkillers, allowing her to briefly forget the pain of her wounds. She commanded the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly, fighting through a sea of flames and beasts, carving a bloody path to find her brother. This massive catastrophe of mutated beasts had twisted and shattered the landscape of Moonlight City, leaving it chaotic. Paths turned to chaos, bridges to rubble, everywhere she looked, there were only endless quicksand and debris, making it impossible to tell direction. The map in Pei Xingye's hand lost its meaning, she could only rely on her instincts to feel her way. Moonlight City was so vast, finding one person was like searching for a needle in the ocean. She did not know Pei Xingye's specific location, she only knew she could not stop. As long as these legs could keep moving, there was still hope. Another quarter of an hour passed. Pei Xingye still did not find Pei Xingye's figure. Her expression was filled with anxiety, her thoughts were uncontrollable, instinctively indulging in the worst possible outcomes. Pei Xingye, if you are still alive, respond to me. Don't scare your sister. Sister implores you. At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, Pei Xingye spotted a dark hole in the ground not far away. How can there be a cave? Pei Xingye hurried over, embracing a mindset of giving it a try, commanding the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly as she plunged downwards. Upon landing, Pei Xingye opened her eyes again, first hearing the sound of someone digging with their bare hands, then turning around. The long-awaited gaze of the siblings met, a profound and heavy emotion exploded at that moment. Sister? How did you get here? A familiar voice, a familiar face, Pei Xingye was momentarily dazed, rushing over in leaps and bounds, embracing the dirty, battered Pei Xingye tightly. Xiaoye, so good. You're still alive, still alive. Hot tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string, one by one hitting Pei Xingye's shoulder. The weight of this familial bond. Heavy, it made Pei Xingye's nose tingle, and his eyes seemed to be filled with sand, red veins and mist appearing. Sister, I'm fine, please don't cry. Is it badly injured? It's all blood. I can see the bone. How painful this must be. Sister will first bandage you, then take you out. I will definitely take you out. Seeing Pei Yingruo's tightly knitted brows filled with worry and concern, warmth flowed in Pei Xingye's heart. This woman must be the one who cares about me the most and loves me the deepest in the world. She came alone to find me, which means she has thought of the worst outcome and is ready to die with me. Pei Yingru, my sister, my forever sister. During the bandaging process, Pei Yingru couldn't help but ask, Little Yi, why did you dig such a deep hole? You hurt your hand. At this moment, Pei Xingye was only 50 meters away from breaking through Moonlight City. This meant his reigning god's hand was only 50 meters away from its hand. Only 50 meters left. Chapter 45, one of the four great emperor corpses, Han Ba. Roar. In Moonlight City, deep within the cave. Pei Yingru was bandaging Pei Xingye's wounds when roars of monsters came from above. Monsters have an extremely keen sense of smell for human blood. Even if Pei Yingru hadn't found this place, the mutated monsters would still come rushing in with the scent of blood. Without a doubt, this is a certain death trap. Pei Xingye hadn't answered why he was digging a hole here, but Pei Yingru was no longer in the mood to care about that. Little Yi, pull yourself together, a beast tide is coming, we must leave here quickly. Oh no. There's no time. We are surrounded. Suddenly, a dense and eerie red light lit up above the cave. Those were the eyes of the mutated moon demon punishment scorpions. Their strength is at a higher level compared to the fully formed full moon demon wolves. The venom they carry is enough to kill any beast under the fully formed level within a second. Rustle, rustle, rustle. They moved in groups, their tails soaked in magma, raising sharp toxic hooks as they crazily crawled along the cave walls, rushing down towards the brother and sister. For a 6th-tier beast master, killing a single mutated beast is as easy as slicing through vegetables. Facing the siege of dozens of mutated beasts, they could still fight back and escape without a problem. But at this moment, in the eyes of the brother and sister, the number of moon demon punishment scorpions could be described as an upside-down waterfall. The human eye cannot even gauge their numbers. On the battlefield, when the numbers of the two sides are vastly different, the advantage of strength will vanish into thin air. Pei Yingru, being 6th tier, alone, how could she possibly withstand an entire tribe of moon demon punishment scorpions? The brother and sister fell into despair, as if this dark and damp cave was their imminent grave. But before exhausting the last bit of soul power, Pei Yingru resolutely stood in front of her brother, doing what a sister should do. In this era, everyone has different reasons to become stronger, but in the end, they all aim for the same goal, which is to protect those they deem most important. In Pei Yingruo's eyes, her brother was her everything. She was burning her last soul power, knowing well this was a battle they could never win, yet she did not give up. She would willingly accept death in battle, but if these monsters wanted to devour Pei Xingye, they would have to step over her corpse. Frost Dance. Butterfly Love Blossom Sting. Ice Soul Barrier. She continuously urged her soul power, controlling the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly, releasing wave after wave of powerful skills. The icy frost from the underworld dispelled the intense heat emanating from below, freezing the monsters pouring down from above the cave. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. If one moon demon punishment scorpion cannot break through the Ice Soul Barrier, then 2. 3 over 1,000. The enemy has an absolute numerical advantage, and Pei Yingruo's solitary battle stance becomes increasingly desperate. Gradually, shocking wounds appear on the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly's body, as 7 or 8 moon magic hell scorpions successfully ambush from the shadows, their sharp poisonous hooks viciously piercing its wounds, injecting a continuous stream of venom into its veins. The Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly loses the ability to fly, its once beautiful wings rot and wither from the venom's corrosion. With hearts connected, Pei Yingruo's lips spill a trickle of blood, slowly dripping down her delicate chin. This battle cannot be won. There's not a glimmer of hope to be seen. Above the cave, it has already been shrouded by a tide of beasts. The entire cave has formed a closed prison, and the exhausted brother and sister are like 2 wounded beasts trapped in a cage. Pei Xingye forces himself to stay rational, swinging the god's hand, madly digging through the dirt and rubble beneath him. For Pei Xingye, hope lies beneath his feet. He not only wants to save himself but also protect his loved ones. But in Pei Yingruo's eyes, the flame of hope has already extinguished. Facing such a massive tide of beasts, as a 6th-level beast master alone, she cannot turn back the tide. With barely any soul power left and her physical strength once again exhausted, the Ice Soul Barrier develops spiderweb-like cracks, and the ferocious beasts are determined to devour this pair of siblings. Who? Pei Yingru exhales a breath of stale air, as if she has accepted her fate to die here. Xiaoye, I'm sorry. It's the sister's lack of ability that can't take you to escape. Actually, I am really happy you have achieved what you have today, sister feels comforted for you. But compared to being the top scholar or the first on the Tian Yun list, sister hopes even more that you can be a happy and healthy ordinary boy. Being a necromancer beast master is too exhausting, you always have to prove yourself again and again under the critical gaze of the mundane world. You always have to work harder than your peers to make your way. If sister were strong enough to protect you, you wouldn't have to be so tired. Sister does not ask for you to be an exceptionally outstanding beast master, I just want you to not always be exhausted, hope you eat well, sleep well, be happy every day, and keep bad emotions away from you. It's sister's inadequacy, unable to give you even this ordinary life. These heartfelt words have been building up in Pei Xingye's chest for many years. She feels an overwhelming guilt towards her brother. She attributes her brother's misfortunes entirely to her own lack of strength, believing she failed to protect him well. Crack! The Ice Soul barrier, unable to bear the burden, completely collapses. The Ice Soul Overlord butterfly exhausts its strength, transforming into a ray of light, burrowing back into Pei Xingye's beast seal. Pei Xingye is burned out. The surging tide of beasts envelopes the siblings like an overwhelming tsunami. A deep helplessness is revealed on Pei Xingye's face. She has never felt so resentful of her smallness, blaming her own weak strength as she does at this moment. To be buried together with Xiaoye here is also a kind of good ending. Pei Xingye closes her eyes, ready to accept death. But the stubborn boy with red eyes behind her has not given up. The god's hand swings wildly, powerful fingertips digging through handfuls of dirt and chunks of stone. Digging the earth with bare hands, this is not something a human can accomplish. But Pei Xingye's left hand is not a human hand. As long as the god's hand senses the aura of the undead, it can accelerate the digging speed. Getting closer and closer. What a rich aura of the undead. My judgment is correct, beneath the city of Moonlight lies a powerful undead. In Pei Xingye's eyes, the entire city of Moonlight is just a coffin lid. What he needs to do is to dig through the city of Moonlight, lift the coffin lid, and contract the mysterious undead inside. This is the only way to salvation, this is the only way to protect his sister. Closer. Even closer. The aura of the undead is stronger. The aura of the emperor's body of the undead. Child body, mature body, complete body, transcendence body, overlord body, king body, heavenly king body, emperor body, star god body. This is the 9 levels of beast taming. In the process of digging, Pei Xingye smelled the scent of the emperor's undead body. Buzz. Pei Xingye suddenly fell into a daze, a ringing in his ears. He felt his soul forming a close connection with a powerful soul force. At this moment, Pei Xingye knelt in the deepest part of the cave, his hand of the covered god supporting the hard ground. He had dug through Moonlight City. At this moment, beneath his feet was a vast wasteland, a scorched earth for thousands of miles. At the end of his sight, 5 winding mountain ranges lay dormant deep within the magma, magnificent and grand. What is this place? Thud. 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 The sound of a heartbeat? The heartbeat of a giant. So I now am standing in the palm of a giant's hand. The vast desert land is the giant's palm. The 5 mountain ranges at the end of his sight are the giant's 5 fingers. The covered god's hand closely touched the giant's palm, data readings flashing in Pei Xingye's eyes. Giant system beast taming pinnacle. One of the 4 imperial corpses. The flame emperor's demoness, the drought. Chapter 46, the god of death slaughters the city, the dragon lord condenses in the sky. The collapsed Moonlight City now resembled the lid of a coffin, buried beneath its weight are past secrets and truths. In the darkness, a red-eyed boy dug through this lid with his left hand. At this moment, beneath Pei Xingye's feet was an enormous, boundless palm. If viewed from a god's perspective, the shape of this palm was almost identical to a human hand. In this era of universal beast taming, the number of giant beasts is countless, yet only the half-divine bloodline giant beasts have hands shaped like humans. Pei Xingye knelt on one knee, the surface of his skin glowing with a purple-gold halo, the hand of the covered god supported on the ground, closely connecting with the giant's palm. Drought. This name echoed continuously in Pei Xingye's mind. 18 years ago, the world belonged to the peerless duo. The most dazzling 2 pearls of the 7 kingdoms of humanity were not the 7 kings, but Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian. Sang Xian, the world's #1 giant beast tamer. All of the beasts he contracted in his lifetime were, without exception, half-divine bloodline giants. Drought, Jiangqian, Hoqing, and Ingo were the strongest forces under his command, collectively known as the 4 imperial corpses. Pei Xingye knew that at the moment he dug through Moonlight City with his bare hands, he stood on the palm of Drought's right hand. It's well known that Sang Xian fell in the Battle of the Star Spiral. Why would the giant beast under Sang Xian be buried beneath Moonlight City? Pei Xingye had no time to ponder these questions, his only obsession now was to protect his sister. In the depths of the cave, beast waves surged. Exhausting the last bit of soul power, Pei Xingye, having given up resisting, collapsed and fell unconscious under the violent demonic energy. Looking at his sister who had fallen into a faint, Pei Xingye lifted his blood-red eyes. Who says Moonlight City has no moonlight? At this moment, the boy's red eyes shone like two full blood moons, dispelling the darkness and gloom in the depths of the cave. All misfortunes in the world stem from the insufficient strength of the parties involved. As a first-level beast tamer, I cannot protect those I want to protect. But if these are my limits, then at this moment, I will surpass my limits. Pei Xingye wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips, revealing a sinister smile. He whispered softly. Blood shadow of Hades. On the broken, desolate ground, Pei Xingye's shadow suddenly turned blood-red. Gurgle. Strangely, the blood-colored shadow began to boil, like a pool of burning blood. Shadow form. Switch. As Pei Xingye's words fell, the boiling blood on the ground seemed to come alive, creeping up Pei Xingye's feet. In an instant, blood enveloped Pei Xingye's entire body, arming him with a magnificent and mysterious blood-red robe. This is the effect after the activation of the King of Hell's blood shadow. Pei Xingye's shadow armed his true self, letting him enter the shadow form, immune to all physical attacks. In the shadow form, Pei Xingye, clad in the blood robe, had eyes that seemed to flow with searing lava, and the soul power within him roared like the mighty Yangtze River, unending. The data panel of the King of Hell's blood shadow reflected once more in Pei Xingye's mind. King of Hell's blood shadow, after switching to shadow form, forcibly contract any bloodline and any level of undead beast. Boost effect 1 Yi King Ruler, in shadow form, when controlling beasts in battle, the beasts always maintain a dominating body state, ignoring any control skills, and casting skills will not be interrupted. Boost effect 2 King of Hell's Fury, after stacking rage to 18 layers, increase the beast's attack value by 100%. Side effect 1, the higher the bloodline and level of the contracted beast, the shorter the duration of shadow form. Side effect 2, after leaving battle, the shadow form will revert to the true self, rendering the true self into a faint and weak state, with the fainting duration depending on the battle load, starting from a minimum of 3 days. To reverse this terrible situation at the cost of fainting for 3 days. This deal, blood profit and no loss. Pei Xingye bit his finger, blood pouring out. The hand of the covered god once again touched the giant's palm. With blood as a guide, undead blood contract. Contract. In shadow form, Pei Xingye ignored the constraints of his rank and forcibly contracted the emperor-level beast, the Drought Tyrant, 3-stage, of the giant system. A surge of beast tide filled the cave to the brim. The echoing, fierce roars penetrated this broken underground castle. In such an environment, humans simply could not survive. But at that moment, amidst the thick darkness, a brilliant scarlet light shone. Thud. 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 The giant's heartbeat directly suppressed the souls of countless beasts. The sense of oppression from the emperor's body pierced through the entire Moonlight City. The scarlet light shone even brighter, and the giant slowly rose in the underground city. In the chaos, Pei Xingye's vision became blurry. He could faintly see a female giant, wrapped in chains of hell, gripping the dense beast tide with her bare hands. With just a gentle push from her fingertips, a mound of dead aura and gushing blood formed in her palm. This was absolute tear suppression. The mutated beasts in Moonlight City, at the highest level, could only reach the transformation body. Facing the Emperor's Drought Tyrant, they didn't even have the courage to flee. The hand of the covered god inadvertently brushed against the Drought Tyrant's red hair. Pei Xingye's consciousness was unclear, his body was under immense pressure, and he could hardly make sense of the complex and obscure data panel. But amidst the dense data, he vaguely seemed to see the words invincible. When the giant beast appeared, it would overturn Pei Xingye's understanding. The first time was the Dreadhowl giant summoned by Sangwei. The second time was now. When he awakened the Drought Tyrant from slumber and contracted it as his beast, he realized that the potential and limits of the giant bloodline far exceeded the professional content written by experts in the library. The system notification sounded. Successfully contracted the first Emperor body beast. The host summons the Drought Tyrant for battle, requiring the activation of the King of Hell's blood shadow. The current host's rank does not match with the Drought Tyrant. The maximum duration of shadow form is 30 seconds. Forcibly enhancing strength always comes with severe side effects. Pei Xingye was only a first-tier beast master, while the Drought Tyrant's rank reached Emperor body, and the greater the gap between them, the shorter the duration of shadow form. The next 30 seconds are what I exchanged for 3 days of fainting. I will slaughter through this underground city. The Reaper's 30 seconds were about to unfold. A bloody feast of slaughter quietly began in the dark depths below. The giant's fist. Like a meteor falling from the sky, wherever it passed, the vast beast tide turned into sticky flesh mash. The giant's footsteps were like overturned mountain pillars, crushing countless souls of magical beasts. The battle of the giant and its beast was so unadorned and plain. Pei Xingye watched everything, unable to help but think of how human ancestors hunted for the first time. The most primitive wildness erupted into extreme desire for hunting. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Where did you go? Or rather, who slaughtered you? Long Junning closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a pair of dragon eyes, patterned in black and white yin-yang, scanned every corner of the underground city. There isn't even a trace of battle. The level of destruction. Imperial body. Wait. This is... Long Junning's figure instantly moved to the edge of a cave. Through the cave, the dragon eyes saw scenes that stirred memories from 18 years ago. Damn. Long Junning covered her right eye with her hand, with a bit of blood seeping through her fingers. My lord, are you okay? It's nothing, send someone to call Jiang Muyan over. We must use the Pan Long Chao Tian formation to seal off the ruins of Moonlight City. Yes, my lord. The trials in Moonlight City had already caused a stir, attracting nationwide attention. But overnight, all trending topics about Moonlight City were taken down. From then on, few spoke of this matter again. In the deep of night, the ruins of Moonlight City were shrouded under a solemn and majestic dragon clan formation. Around the formation, countless dragon shadows coiled and hovered, as if creating an indestructible cage to imprison Moonlight City. A sharp dragon bone, as sharp as a sword, was stuck in the cave that Pei Xingye had dug with bare hands, forming a sealing barrier. Below the ground, it seemed that a few different voices were discussing the same thing. That red-eyed boy took a giant away from us. I didn't expect such a special existence among the beastmasters of the human race. No need to worry, don't forget, the giant's memories have already been erased. Red eyes, judging by the aura, he must be that woman's child. 18 years have passed, a new game is about to start, we should lay out a new plan. Everyone, a new era, a new chess game, let us pay tribute to the great Crimson Lord. Crimson Lord, eternal for all ages. Gentle sunlight spilled through the window, casting light on a handsome but slightly weakened face. Pei Xingye woke up from his daze and found himself lying in an extremely luxurious hospital room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the view was pleasant, like a painting of mountains and waters. This was the Royal Health Resort in the Summer Emperor City. A doctor entered the room and smiled when he saw Pei Xingye waking up. Classmate Pei Xingye, I thought you would be unconscious for a week, but you woke up in 3 days. Young people really have great recovery abilities. 3 days? Pei Xingye murmured, lowering his eyes. 3 days of unconsciousness was the cost of using the blood shadow of the King of Hell to control the drought demon in battle. The memories before the coma were vividly clear. With the blood shadow of the King of Hell, he had made the drought demon slaughter all the monsters in Moonlight City. Recalling that 30 seconds of death that felt as long as a century still made Pei Xingye feel a surge of blood boiling within him. Doctor, where is my sister? What happened to my sister? Which room is she in? Please take me to find her. Pei Xingye disregarded his weakened body, leaping out of bed in his loose hospital gown. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the door. Pei Xingye, your injuries aren't fully healed yet, you should behave and not waste the dragon blood pills I'm feeding you. My lord. The last time the two met was at the Tianyun ranking competition. Long Junning walked in front of Pei Xingye, her ethereal voice radiating an oppressive authority. Your sister only fainted for a day and has already regained consciousness. She has returned to Blacklin City, back to the Chaos Academy. And you must stay here until you have fully recovered. With a glance from Long Junning, the doctor understood and left the room, closing the door behind him. From then on, only Pei Xingye and Long Junning remained in the room. The sight of these two together created a strange feeling. Though they were not familiar with each other, every clash of their eyes seemed to be intertwined by fate. What did happen underground while you were at the Moonlight City trial? Pei Xingye guessed that this woman would surely ask this question, because of the Moonlight City incident. As long as you dig deeper, you will discover many illogical doubts. And these doubts naturally all relate to Pei Xingye. I only remember that after the outbreak of the mutated beast disaster, my soul power was exhausted, and then I fainted. What about the rest? I can't remember anything else. Long Junning, who was calm just a second ago, suddenly opened her black and white dragon pupils, staring fiercely at Pei Xingye's red eyes, as colorful dragon scales began to grow on her fair arms. In our Yanxia Empire, you should know the consequences of deceiving the sovereign, right? Aye. I'll give you one last chance. What exactly happened that night, underground? Pei Xingye forced himself to remain calm, putting on an act of being unafraid of boiling water. Your Majesty, when I was facing such a huge wave of beasts, even if my soul power wasn't exhausted, I would still faint from fear. I really don't remember anything. Pei Xingye was tight-lipped. He wasn't afraid of Long Junning's suspicions because it wouldn't help her anyway. After all, on that night, it was a blood-robe man who slaughtered the city, not him, Pei Xingye. In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye was just a first-level beast master. Who would ever think that his shadow could provide him with a second hidden identity? Okay, I believe you. After a brief staring contest, Long Junning retracted her aggressive aura, resuming her usual indifferent demeanor. Rest well if you need anything, just tell the doctor at any time. Your Majesty. Long Junning paused. Pei Xingye furrowed his sword-like brows, his voice hoarse and low. May I dare to ask you a question? What is your relationship with my mother? My relationship with her is very bad. After Long Junning left, Pei Xingye's gaze became vacant, repeatedly pondering Long Junning's words. I heard that this woman held me once when I was born. But this woman always looks at me with a hint of inexplicable annoyance and anger. And I have had a hard time in the Pei family since I was young, yet this woman remains indifferent. Before, I didn't understand why. Now, she said it herself, her relationship with my mother is not good, even very bad. Pei Xingye knocked on his dizzy head, punching the bed, gritting his teeth. The grudges of those big figures from the previous generation are truly complex, but these grudges are probably related to the Star Whirlpool War 18 years ago. Chapter 48, Pei Xingye and the Giantess. Dragon Soul Hall. In the quiet of the night, the dim light illuminated this lonely and desolate figure on the throne. Every time night falls, Long Junning would be alone, staring blankly in the dead silence. 18 years. The Star Whirlpool War has passed for 18 years. As one of the few survivors of that war, Long Junning often couldn't help but recall the experiences of that battle. Especially after visiting the awakened Pei Xingye today, the tide of memories surged again, hitting her consciousness. Damn it! What kind of memory did I lose in that battle? 18 years, no matter how hard I try, I can't find that lost memory. The Star Whirlpool War is a forbidden topic across the 7 nations of humanity. This inevitably leads people to secretly speculate that the survivors of that war must know all the details and truths about that battle. In fact, that's not the case. Long Junning, after picking up a life in the Star Whirlpool, discovered she had lost a segment of her memory. May I dare to ask you a question? What is your relationship with my mother? My relationship with her is very bad. The conversation they had during the day now replayed in Long Junning's mind. As the supreme power ruler of the Yanxia Empire, what kind of hatred exists between her and Pei Chuzhuang that makes her describe their relationship as bad? Only Long Junning knows that she can't even remember why she hated Pei Chuzhuang. After that battle, she lost part of her memory but retained her ability to perceive emotions. So emotionally, she resented Pei Chuzhuang, but if asked why, she simply couldn't answer. She couldn't even remember how Pei Chuzhuang died in the end. She also didn't know why she had somehow survived. The lost memories were crucial. Dragon Junning raised her dragon eyes, gazing at the night sky outside the palace. Looking at the bright moon, she recalled that woman's crimson eyes. Pei Chuzhuang, how exactly did you fall in that battle? Are all the mysteries hidden in your death? At this moment, the desires deep within Dragon Junning and Pei Xingye were the same. Both wanted to uncover the true cause of Pei Chuzhuang's death. One was Pei Chuzhuang's son, and the other was a survivor of the Tianqing Whirlpool War. The puzzles of the old era awaited these two to join forces and dig out the truth. Royal Sanatorium. Pei Xingye, your tests are all fine, rest well tonight. Thank you, doctor. In the ward, only Pei Xingye remained. As night deepened, Pei Xingye's thoughts surged, his soul entering a dark fog. In the depths of the fog stood the eerie and magnificent gate of the underworld. Pei Xingye gently pushed open the gate of the underworld. Behind it was a massive blood contract magical array. This was the internal world of the Imperial Seal. It was the exclusive space used by beast masters to store their beasts. Behind the gate of the underworld, the emotion of the Black Phoenix seemed somewhat tense, its wings tightly folded. What power made the ancient mythical bloodline Black Phoenix show such a constrained side? Little ghost, who are you? A deep female voice pierced through Pei Xingye's eardrum. Pei Xingye took a deep breath, moved, and said, although books record that giant-type beasts, once reaching the imperial body level, will awaken a language system like humans, hearing it in person still feels incredible. The boy raised his eyes, his neck straining to lift, barely bringing the outline of this colossal figure into view. This was a giant-type beast, and she was female. Her veins flowed with blood like magma, pale skin couldn't hide it at all. She had long red hair, slightly messy, naturally draping over her shoulders. In fact, she wasn't wearing anything, blood-red flames steaming mist, covering her private parts. Of course, this giantess had a face that was unreasonably beautiful. When you gazed at her, you would be deeply attracted by her crimson eyes. Little ghost, answer me, who are you? The giantess's voice revealed anger. I'm called Pei Xingye, a necromancer beast master. Now, you are my beast. The giantess carefully recalled, after waking, she had been contracted by this boy before her. However, back then, Pei Xingye had activated the King of Hell's blood shadow, wrapped in a blood-colored robe. His image and aura were vastly different from now. You, a first-level beast master, can contract me and control me? You little ghost, this seems even more incredible. By the way, do you remember who your previous master was? Pei Xingye threw out the first question, and the giantess's crimson eyes flashed with confusion. She had no impression of her experiences before sleeping. Sang Xian, do you remember this name? Never heard of it. He is your former master. No impression at all. The giantess held her forehead with one hand, trying hard to recall, but from her dazed expression, it was clear she found nothing. Pei Xingye had checked the information. The 4 great imperial corpses had all been giant-type beasts contracted by Sang Xian. They had also participated in the Tianqing Whirlpool War. Baba. What? This is your name. Baba looked in pain, still without any recollection. The hand of the god touched the giantess's toes, activating the beast diagnosis. Pei Xingye muttered softly, soul damaged, memory sealed, no wonder you have no impression of everything in life. The gates of the underworld trembled violently, the flames of the dead surged and boiled. Pei Xingye said coldly, Hannibal, you are now my beast of control. Presumptuous. Just a first-level beast master, what right do you have to contract me? Although Hannibal had amnesia, she still remembered her level and the classification of beast masters. She looked down on Pei Xingye, or rather, she looked down on Pei Xingye, a first-level beast master who had not awakened the blood shadow of the underworld king. Hannibal, don't you want to know about your past? Pei Xingye's words stabilized Hannibal's restless mind. My past. Hannibal's red eyes were lonely, her expression dazed. Listen carefully, you have died once. I dug your corpse out with my bare hands from beneath the ground. The way I contracted you is the unique blood contract of the underworld king in this world. If I die, you die too. If you are willing to follow me, I will do everything I can to uncover your past and help you regain your lost memories. Hannibal looked down at this tiny human in front of her, her eyes still filled with vigilance. Just because of you? A weak first-level beast master? Why should I trust you? There was a huge disparity in rank between master and servant, but Pei Xingye was a necromancer who could not be defined by rank. I have a way to gradually repair your damaged soul. Chapter 49, the first array master of the flaming summer, Zhang Mayan. In the beast seal space, behind the gates of the underworld. Pei Xingye raised his eyes, staring directly into Hannibal's crimson eyes. Although there was a huge level gap between the two of them, both were red-eyed. Born out of chance and coincidence, the blood contract of the underworld king seemed to be the best arrangement by the god of fate. You can repair my damaged soul? Deep doubt surfaced in the depths of Hannibal's eyes. It was hard for anyone to believe that a newly initiated first-level beast master could repair the soul of an imperial beast. Then let's give it a try. Pei Xingye extended his hand again, the palm revealing a purple gold emblem with a powerful aura, his 5 fingers touching Hannibal's beautiful face as she leaned down. You little brat, dare to touch my face? This feeling. It's cool. Pei Xingye's expression was solemn, closing his eyes as all his power gathered at his fingertips, pouring a touch of comfortable coolness into Hannibal's body. The function of the divine hand was vast. In addition to digging graves and contracting the dead, it could also support the lingering souls of the deceased, using one's own soul power to repair the gaps in those damaged souls. Hannibal was a beast of imperial body level, her remaining soul was already powerful, making the repair extremely difficult. Although Pei Xingye could not completely repair this remaining soul in a short time, he could awaken some fragmented memories of Hannibal's past experiences to a certain extent. Hannibal's consciousness gradually became hazy, her hands clutching her head, as if falling into a chaotic and disordered battlefield. On the battlefield, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making it impossible to tell where the sky was and where the earth was. Her whole body was stiff, covered in wounds, as past pain surged back to her heart. The battle was over, the temperature on the battlefield suddenly dropped, all things began to petrify, and a layer of desolate frost covered the stark white bones. Hannibal looked up, above her head was a gap, the only hope of escaping the battlefield. 3 different voices echoed below her feet. Quick, escape! Expose this disgusting truth to the world. Hannibal, you are our last chance. Charge out. You must charge out. Hannibal exerted all her strength, her hand almost touching the opening above her head. But she was still a step too late. Countless shattered stones and mud poured down like a waterfall, blocking the escape route, and the battlefield sank into the cold abyss of ceiling at that moment. Hannibal's giant body then fell asleep in endless darkness, buried deep underground. In a daze, Hannibal regained her consciousness, returning to reality. The scenes that had just flashed in her mind were undoubtedly fragments of memories from Hannibal's past experiences. How do you feel? My head doesn't hurt as much as before. The drought goddess suffered from severe headaches after being awakened by Pei Xingye due to losing most of her memories. Currently, the hand of the over-god is weak in restoring the drought goddess's remnants of the soul, but it can ease her headache. Just now I remembered some things from the past. Pei Xingye's eyes sparkled as he asked, what did you remember? The battlefield, a battlefield where the sky and earth were indistinguishable. Many beast tamers and their beasts died. The process of the battle is unclear. In the end, I tried to escape, but I was sealed underground. Pei Xingye murmured to himself, the fragments of the drought goddess's recovered memory should be pieces of the Skystar Whirlpool War. However, with my current strength, the hand of the overgod cannot fully restore her memories. This matter needs to be done slowly, haste makes waste. The master and servant exchanged glances again, and Pei Xingye showed a sunny smile. Now, I should be worthy of your trust, right? Little brat, as long as you can help me ease this headache and restore my memories, I can temporarily follow you. If that's the case, we are partners. Pei Xingye raised his fist to signal a fist bump with the drought goddess. You little brat. The drought goddess curled her lips, her giant fist gently bumped against Pei Xingye's small fist. At this moment, the heartbeats of a giant and a human synced once more. Ding! The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Pei Xingye's mind. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the honor achievement, first contract with Imperial Beast. System rewards issued, Nirvana Crystal, plus, worry-free fruit. Rewards moved to the warehouse, please check them, host. Pei Xingye opened the system warehouse with his mind, a round blue crystal and a strangely shaped fruit came into view. The Nirvana Crystal is the core material for Phoenix-type beast tamers to break through evolution, and it cannot be bought on the market. The worry-free fruit allows a beast tamer to immediately restore 100% of their soul power after consumption. Now, the Black Phoenix's level has already reached juvenile form, 3 sections, which is the bottleneck period before breaking into mature form, presenting a considerable challenge for Pei Xingye. In the following days, Pei Xingye honestly lay in the royal sanatorium to recover as instructed by Long Junjing. A week later. Pei Xingye, the examination report shows no issues, you can be discharged. After taking off the hospital gown and putting on the Chaotic Academy uniform, Pei Xingye walked out of the royal sanatorium and found 2 women waiting for him at the door. One of them was Long Junjing, still showing a lukewarm demeanor, with a trace of disgust for Pei Xingye in her eyes. I have to say, when such a beautiful empress puts on a sour face, it exudes an irresistible charm that no male can resist. Next to Long Junjing stood a white-haired woman. The woman had a pure and gentle appearance, her skin whiter than snow, and she looked quite fragile. Her age was hard to judge. Pei Xingye. The white-haired woman's voice trembled, her emotional state seemed to make her fragile body near collapse. You are? My name is Jiang Mayan, and I was very good friends with your mother, Pei Chuzhuang. Jiang Mayan wanted to say partner, but changed it to friend because Long Junjing was present. After all, Jiang Mayan's partner was no longer Pei Chuzhuang but Long Junjing. Jiang Mayan, the #1 array master of Yanxia. Pei Xingye's eyes widened in shock. He had always held a strong interest in the career of an array master. Array masters can use the bones, fur, or beast crystals of beasts and monsters to form different attribute array formations on the battlefield, providing enhancements for beast battles. Simply put, the relationship between beast tamers and array masters is like main attackers and support. However, in this era, the array master profession gradually declined due to the immense difficulty of skill inheritance. Jiang Mayan was the most powerful array master in the Yanxia Empire. 18 years ago, she was also the best partner of Pei Chuzhuang. The times have changed. At this moment, Jiang Mayan could no longer see Pei Chuzhuang. In front of her was Pei Xingye, who also had naturally red pupils. Senior Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. It's an honor for this junior. So similar, truly too similar. Jiang Mayan saw the shadow of an old friend between Pei Xingye's brows. Long Junning's voice remained as cold as ever. Activate the teleportation array and send this child back to the Chaos Academy. Your Majesty, may I talk to this child? You can chat, I have other matters. Although Long Junning was cold, she was not heartless. She turned and left, giving Pei Xingye and Jiang Mayan time alone. Chapter 50, A Challenge from the Royal Sky Academy. Time flies so fast, you have grown so much. Jiang Mayan instinctively raised her hand to help Pei Xingye tidy up the messy hair on her forehead. In terms of appearance, Pei Xingye perfectly inherited Pei Chuzhuang's genes, especially the uncontainable sharpness in her red pupils, which stirred up swirling memories in Jiang Mayan's mind. On the battlefield, Pei Chuzhuang was always the divine beast master who could turn the tide and support a crumbling empire. And Jiang Mayan was the best partner by Pei Chuzhuang's side. Every time she established a necromancy array, she could help Pei Chuzhuang win those hopeless battles. The times have changed, Pei Chuzhuang has exited the stage of history. Jiang Mayan lost her best partner from the past. The array master suffers huge consumption of their own blood and luck, and after losing a close friend, Jiang Mayan's body has grown weaker over the past 18 years. Especially on the day Pei Chuzhuang died in battle, she cried so much her hair turned white overnight. Senior Jiang, were you very close with my mother? Of course. Then do you know why my mother and your majesty do not get along well? Jiang Mayan shook her head. Pei Xingye saw a hint of confusion in her eyes. No one knew about the grievances between Long Junning and Pei Chuzhuang. Even Long Junning has lost that part of her memory, retaining only an instinctive dislike for Pei Chuzhuang, the reasons for which are still unknown to her. Long Junning, Empress of the Fiery Summer, survivor of the Skystar Whirlpool War. Sang Xian, one of the unparalleled dual heroes, the world's greatest beast master. Zhang Mian, the #1 array master of Fiery Summer, once the perfect partner for Pei Chuzhuang. To this day, Pei Xingye has already made close contacts with many great figures from the old era. And these people are all intertwined with that Skystar Whirlpool War. Next, Zhang Mian told Pei Xingye some stories about Pei Chuzhuang's youth, but did not mention the Skystar Whirlpool. Because the Skystar Whirlpool War is Zhang Mian's greatest regret, at that time, she could not accompany Pei Chuzhuang to the battlefield due to illness. By the time she woke up from her sickbed, she heard the bad news of the two unparalleled heroes falling together. Memories punish every nostalgic person. Fortunately, seeing Pei Xingye today felt like a healing medicine for Zhang Mian's heart wounds. Her complexion has improved significantly, and her smile has become sunny. This reunion was very brief. After all, Pei Xingye needed to return to the Chaos Academy quickly as he had already missed a week's training. Zhang Mian formed seals with both hands and activated a magnificent teleportation array. As expected of the #1 array master of Fiery Summer, just a blink of an eye is all it takes to activate such a large-scale teleportation array, and it even comes with a powerful shield. Senior Jiang, I hope we meet again. After watching Pei Xingye leave, Zhang Mian felt sad. Her recently recovered complexion was wiped away by a decaying cold force. This woman's body has grown weaker, yet she continues to sacrifice her blood to protect the Fiery Summer Empire. This meeting was too hurried. I didn't have time to prepare a gift for this child. Zhang Muyan opened the storage ring and extracted a collection of formation diagrams that she had personally compiled. The pages had already yellowed, because this was the treasure that Zhang Muyan had crafted for Pei Chuzhuang 18 years ago. The Netherworld Scroll. Within the scroll, many profound and unfathomable spirit formation diagrams were recorded. Unfortunately, at that time, Zhang Muyan had not had the chance to give it to Pei Chuzhuang before the Starry Sky War broke out. Chuzhuang, this is the gift I prepared for you back then. This is my regret. But now, I have found an opportunity to make up for my regret. Zhang Muyan decided that the next time she saw Pei Xingye, she would give the Netherworld Scroll to him. Who says that beast tamers and array masters cannot practice together? The Netherworld Scroll is a special formation technique that Zhang Muyan had poured her lifetime wisdom and effort into, specifically for the spirit beast tamers. As for whether Pei Xingye could comprehend and cultivate it, that would depend on his talent and fate. Your Majesty. Zhang Muyan turned around and found Long Junning had appeared behind her without her noticing. Your health is poor, you can only stay in the Imperial City or closely follow me to receive the nourishment of dragon power. So it is almost impossible for you to visit Pei Xingye frequently. Zhang Muyan showed a sad expression. Yeah, I understand. If it weren't for her health issues, how could there have been so many years without visiting Pei Xingye given her relationship with Pei Chuzhuang? It has been proven that the figures of the old era not only carry injuries but also carry chains. The memory-lost Long Junning and the weak-bodied Zhang Muyan stand together. They are the strongest duo of the Fire Summer Empire at present, but the underlying sorrow and bitterness in them both ripple endlessly. They are very lucky to have survived through the old era. They are very tragic, for the most important people around them all died in the old era. Pei Xingye returned to the Chaos Academy, collected her emotions, and prepared for a new beginning. As soon as she returned, Pei Xingye was called to the principal's office by the college head, Wang Defa. Xingye, how is your body recovering? Wang Defa was always kind and gentle in front of Pei Xingye. Principal, don't worry, my injuries are already healed, and I won't miss any training classes from now on. Wang Defa raised his hand and gently patted Pei Xingye's shoulder. Xingye, I have never worried or doubted your training diligence. It's just. Pei Xingye, Principal, say what you need to say, it's fine. Wang Defa opened the drawer and took out a challenge letter printed with cherry blossom totems. This is a challenge letter. Or rather, it is a declaration of war. Huangtian Academy? Isn't it one of the top 3 advanced beast tamer academies in the Eastern Cherry Empire? That's right. The current national examination champion from Huangtian Academy, Zhaitian Chuan, has challenged you, Pei Xingye. Between the 7 human countries, although suspicious of each other, there remains a close connection. In terms of nurturing the younger generation of beast tamers, the 7 countries are united in goal. Any beast tamer academy among the 7 countries can initiate a challenge through mutual sparring. Principal, I accept the challenge. For Pei Xingye, competing in matches is as ordinary as daily life. Xingye, I know you must be willing to fight. But in recent years, our Fire Summer Empire has indeed lost more than it has won against the Eastern Cherry Empire in challenge matches. The last 2 national champions from our Fire Summer Empire lost to the young talents of the Eastern Cherry Empire in the challenges. If Wang Defa's face slightly flushed, embarrassment was evident, as he could only lower his head and stir his fleshy fingers. If Pei Xingye also loses in the challenge, then the third consecutive national champion from Fire Summer Empire will bear the disgrace of losing to the Eastern Cherry Genius. Principal, don't worry, I will win this match for Chaos Academy, and for Fire Summer Empire. Fighting for the country must not be mistaken. If she wins, Pei Xingye will be the hero of the entire Fire Summer Empire. If she loses, she will be like the previous two champions. Tormented by inner demons, bearing the shame, and trapped in an endless abyss. Chapter 51, Pei Xingye vs Chai Tianquanzang. Chaos Academy. Campus Playground. Have you heard? Pei Xingye from the talented class is back after his injury. His team, the Scarlet Squad, scored an S+ rating. After all, the Scarlet Squad successfully hunted a fully evolved mutant beast during the trial. I also heard that Chai Tianquanzang from Dongying Empire's Huang Tian Academy has issued a challenge to Pei Xingye. The news of the challenge spread quickly to every corner of the Yanxia Empire. Chai Tianquanzang, a student at Huang Tian Academy in Dongying Empire, was the top scorer in this year's national exam. And Pei Xingye was the top scorer in the Yanxia Empire's national exam. Both of them are exceptional young talents, with halos of attention above their heads. So, their duel is sure to spark a massive public uproar. During the break, the four members of the Scarlet Squad gathered under the shade of a tree on the playground. Qin Yanlin was especially excited, putting his arm around Pei Xingye's shoulder, saying with enthusiasm, "Second Master, you're back from injury. I have to do something to celebrate. After school tonight, I'll take you to a newly opened foot massage shop. I'll let you have the number 3 therapist." Pei Xingye rolled his eyes, speechless. Huangfu Boyi handed over an exquisite gift box. "Huangfu, what's this?" Second Master, this is a special supplement from the Huangfu family." Without wearing a mask, Huangfu Boyi's ability to express himself was quite limited, and his face turned red. Situ Shui continued, "This is the Huangfu family's top-grade supplement. After taking it, it will strengthen your bones and muscles, ensuring that you won't have any lingering effects from this serious injury." Pei Xingye was full of confidence, saying, "Don't worry, the Lord of the Kingdom gave me a dragon blood pill. It will ensure no lingering injury effects." Qin Yanlin was stunned. "What? A dragon blood pill? My god, what kind of relationship do you have with the Lord of the Kingdom? She was willing to give you such a top-tier supplement?" Pei Xingye smiled bitterly and shook his head, not knowing how to define his relationship with Dragon Lord Ning. "Huangfu, I accept your kindness." Pei Xingye took the supplement, deciding to keep it for later use after using the King of Hell's shadow. At that moment, Pei Xingye's gaze fell on Situ Shui. Situ Shui was leaning against the tree, her long legs encased in over-the-knee black socks, revealing smooth, white skin in her perfect domain. But her expression was slightly displeased. Pei Xingye, feeling guilty, instinctively touched his nose. He knew Situ Shui was still upset with him. "Captain, the situation was critical at the time, I was just thinking about how to get you all to safety." "Pei Xingye, we are a team. When there's danger, we should face it together, not have you bear it alone." Situ Shui's reproach was actually a form of worry for Pei Xingye. "Captain, I was wrong. Tonight, the team will have dinner, and I'll treat." Situ Shui glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. I'll order the most expensive thing on the menu." After the Moonlight City trial, the Scarlet Squad had already awakened their team spirit. These four young beast masters had countless adventures waiting for them in the future. As the night painted the sky, the Scarlet Squad chose a street stall on the back street of the academy. Barbecue and drinks, laughter and cheer. In the midst of their chatter, Qin Yanlin brought up the topic of the challenge. "By the way, Second Master, I heard you've accepted Chai Tianquanzang's challenge?" When does it start?" The dean said next week, and the location is Tinji Island. The Yanxia Empire and the Dongying Empire are very close, separated by only a strait. In the middle of the strait, there is a group of islands known as Tianji Island. To facilitate cultural exchanges on beast mastery between the two nations, Tianji Island hosts various events. Competitions between academies or duels between guilds are all held on this island. Situ Shui set down her glass, her delicate face flushed slightly with a gentle drunken glow. The top scorers from the last two national exams in the Yanxia Empire. We lost all the challenges against the Eastern Cherry Empire. Pei Xingye, so you should understand how immense the public pressure will be if you lose too? Losing in the first match was just an unexpected upset. Losing in the second match was merely due to the players' poor condition. But if we lose in the third match, it would prove that the younger generation of the Eastern Cherry Empire is truly surpassing that of the Flame Summer Empire. In Situ Shui's eyes, the pressure on Pei Xingye for this battle has reached its peak. However, on Pei Xingye's face, all that could be seen was calmness and composure, along with a desire for grilled skewers and drinks. Just as Pei Xingye was munching on chicken wings, Qilin handed over a document. "Captain, what's this?" Inside is the information report on Chiba Kazu, his Beastmaster talent Devouring Curse, and the strengths and weaknesses of his contracted beast, the Iraqi Serpent. I've done a detailed analysis. There's still a week before the match starts, so study it more. Qilin always thinks for Pei Xingye, using all means to help him. But this time, Pei Xingye smiled and pushed the document away from Qilин's hand. "Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can win 100 battles. Are you sure you don't want to know your opponent beforehand?" "Captain, I think it's unnecessary." "Pei Xingye, I know your talent and strength best, but this time your opponent is not to be underestimated. Chiba Kazu, being the first in this national exam of the Eastern Cherry Empire, naturally has an extremely high talent. Moreover, according to Eastern Cherry media reports, in terms of talent alone, Chiba Kazu is the strongest in the Eastern Cherry Empire in the past 18 years. Pei Xingye put down the half-eaten chicken wing and smiled. "Don't worry everyone, no matter how strong this opponent is, my fighting style won't change. I'll defeat him in seconds on the stage." Only from Pei Xingye's mouth can this statement feel completely reasonable. Huangfu Boyi was extremely excited and quickly handed Pei Xingye a meat skewer. "Second Master, I believe in you." Qin Yanlin took a big gulp of strong liquor inside. "Second Master, if you can defeat the Chiba on the stage, it would really give our young Beastmasters of Flame Summer Empire a sense of pride. In any domestic competition, Pei Xingye is too lazy to get serious. Because Pei Xingye knows that in domestic matches, the opponents on the stage are ultimately one of their own. But in competitions with other countries, Pei Xingye will not hold back. Especially against the Eastern Cherry Empire. This nation, inherently insidious and ruthless, has been provoking the Flame Summer Empire's borders for years. They frequently initiate challenges, which are essentially provocations. Now, the people of Flame Summer have yet to witness Pei Xingye's battle against outsiders. So, everyone still cannot guess how brutal Pei Xingye's true strength is. Eastern Cherry Empire. Huangtian Academy. Dean's office. A long-haired youth dressed in a samurai outfit held a document in his hand. The document recorded all of Pei Xingye's history, including the Flame Summer National Exam, the Tianyun ranking competition, and the Moonlight City trial. This youth is Pei Xingye's upcoming opponent, claimed to be the strongest genius of the Eastern Cherry Empire in 18 years, Chiba Kazu. The dean, Chiba Crane, is his father. The dialogue between the father and son is exceedingly arrogant. "Kazu, do you have the confidence to defeat Pei Xingye?" "Father, I have thoroughly studied his battle videos. If he can last 3 rounds against me, I'll consider it a loss." "Very good. Also, if you can directly disable Pei Xingye's contracted beast on stage, that wouldn't be a bad idea." "Father, I understand." The father and son exchanged sinister smiles, already preparing to celebrate a grand victory in advance. Chapter 52, Putting the Future of Flame Summer on His Shoulders. After the skewers and meal were over, Pei Xingye did not return to the Chaos Academy with the team members. Because today he had also arranged to meet Pei Ingru and Lan Tingyu. In Qin Yanlin's eyes, Second Master is a sister con. Moonlight City trial, Pei Ingru's injuries were much lighter than Pei Xingye's, so her recovery was quick. However, the sister did not know that surviving such a dire situation was not a blessing from heaven, but rather her brother had leveled up. Still at the top tea room of Tingyu Pavilion, the three sat together, enjoying late-night pastries made by Lan Tingyu herself. Pei Xingye and Lan Tingyu were chatting and laughing, but Pei Ingru's mood seemed a bit low. "Cousin, are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine." Pei Ingru was clearly forcing a smile, and Pei Xingye could tell, but he didn't press further. Sister obviously has something on her mind. With her personality, she must be blaming herself for the Moonlight City trial. The person who understood Pei Ingru the best was Pei Xingye. His guess was not wrong. Pei Ingru had been immersed in deep self-reproach since the Moonlight City trial. Every night, she would have nightmares about the Moonlight City, even dreaming of holding her brother's corpse, crying in a pool of blood. "It's all my fault, my weakness has put my brother in danger, leaving his life and death to chance. I must become stronger." People often only come to realize things when they are about to lose something. The Moonlight City trial was like a key opening Pei Ingru's desire to pursue the path of becoming stronger. Once, she only wanted to dedicate her life to teaching and nurturing. Now, she had to force herself to become stronger. In her heart, she silently vowed to become a true sister who could protect her brother well. And how could her clever brother not understand his sister's thoughts? At this moment, Pei Xingye's peripheral vision caught Pei Ingru's lonely profile, and he silently thought, "Sister, you don't need to become stronger, I don't need your protection. From now on, I will protect you." For now, the King of Hell Blood Shadow and the Drought Ghost were Pei Xingye's biggest trump cards. With these cards, as long as Pei Xingye avoided getting involved in the disputes of big figures, protecting himself and his sister was more than enough. However, with Pei Xingye's identity, since he had emerged in the national exam, How could his fate not be entangled with those old figures from another era? He is the son of Pei Chuzhuang. His fate was destined to be filled with dangers and hardships. As night deepened, the late-night snack time ended. Pei Xingye and Pei Yingru returned to the Chaos Academy. The top tea room of Tingyu Pavilion was left with Lan Tingyu alone. A cool breeze came through the window, and the rain wet the banana leaves. Inside the tea room, an extra shadow appeared. It was still that mysterious white-haired man. He looked like a soul, ethereal and unworldly, with an unbridgeable gap between him and this world. Lan Tingyu's expression became serious. Wine, this time at the Moonlight City trial, His Highness was really almost. Lan, after this Moonlight City trial, Long Junning will definitely protect Xiaoyi in person. Ah? Relying on Long Junning? The white-haired man's voice was calm, analyzing slowly. The current empire of Yangxia is no longer the empire of Yangxia from 18 years ago. This is a cursed era. The name of the curse is balance. 18 years ago, a battle of the celestial star Maelstrom changed the world pattern. There were 7 countries among the human race, and this war had the furthest reaching impact on the empire of Yangxia, mainly negative. In simple terms, before the celestial star Maelstrom war, the empire of Yangxia was dominant, surpassing the other 6 countries. After the celestial star Maelstrom war, the fortune of the empire of Yangxia declined, and the other 6 countries rose. Now, the empire of Yangxia has lost its former absolute dominance among the human race. There is no need to look at the big picture, even focusing on the minutiae can reveal this point. The East Sakura Empire has challenged the top scholar of the empire of Yangxia for 3 consecutive years, sending the first in the national exam each time. In the first 2 years, the winners were always from the East Sakura Empire. This year is the 3rd year. The Eastern Cherry Empire sent out the super genius Chiba Chuan Song to challenge Pei Xingye. In the Flame Summer Empire, the older generation of beast masters is aging day by day. Even Long Junning still bears the serious injuries left by the Battle of the Star Whirlpool. The top beast master of Flame Summer, Jiang Muyan, turns gray overnight, looking like she is about to run out of light and oil. But the future of the Flame Summer Empire needs the younger generation to support it. From Long Junning's perspective, even if her relationship with Pei Chuzhuang is terrible, she can only choose Pei Xingye to cultivate. Because in the Flame Summer Empire, no one has talents more outstanding than Pei Xingye. Lan, we should believe in Long Junning. No, strictly speaking, we should believe in the Dragon Clan. Lan Tingyu became emotionally agitated. Our Qilin family has suffered a huge loss from the Dragon Clan, should we trust them again? Lan, don't forget, Zhuang has personally verified that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans must work together to support a true giant. After the white-haired man said this, Lan Tingyu's emotions calmed down. Your Majesty, I understand. The rain outside became thicker as night deepened, playing a storm dance on the land of Black Lin City. The purebred Qilin bloodline had already gone extinct 18 years ago. The story of the Qilin clan seemed like a void legend. But in this tea room, the will of the Qilins still burned. The curse called balance shrouded the human civilization. As the power gap between the 7 countries grew smaller, troubles increased, and internal strife escalated. There are always those who want to occupy more land. There are always those who want to swallow more resources. There are always those who want to eliminate the other 6. Sometimes, humans can be scarier than monsters. But if there is someone who can rise to the peak in this chaotic era, stepping on all the strong, then humanity can truly unite, using this person as faith, to begin the real hunt against monsters. Who would this person be? Who knows about the future? Flame Summer Imperial City. Dragon Soul Palace. In the empty hall, there were only Long Junning and Jiang Muyan. Your Majesty, have you made your decision? This is a big gamble, and I will bet everything on Pei Xingye. After speaking, Long Junning looked out the window. The heavy rain drowned a sapling outside the hall. But this sapling stubbornly stood tall against the raging rain. Pei Chuzhuang, I have forgotten why I hated you. But I really hate you. However, now, I can only place my bet on your son. The Flame Summer Empire needs a brand new future. Achoo. In his sleep, Pei Xingye suddenly woke up, groggily asking, who is talking about me behind my back? I'm so sleepy, let me sleep. Chapter 53, The Duel of Talent, a match that cannot be lost. In the following week, Pei Xingye returned to school life. During the day, he practiced hard with the members of the Crimson Squad on the training ground or studied various monster manuals in the library. At night, he would not relax but instead flew alone on the Black Phoenix to the cliffs of Qilin Mountain, silently practicing more. On the long path of beast mastery, while talent is important, effort and perseverance can make this road even broader. Pei Xingye, the #1 genius among his peers. At the same time, his ruthlessness is also the first among his peers. Every beast taming skill requires repetitive practice to reach perfection. In the deep night, by the cliff's edge, with each falling phoenix slash, the young man's sweat and blood were being poured out. The speed of the slashes grew faster. The power of the slashes grew stronger. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Maximum proficiency is often a swordsman's final trump card. During this time, Pei Xingye did not accompany Pei Xingye much. She found the headmaster, Wang Dfa. Wang Dfa looked at her with unexpected eyes. Mentor Pei. Did you not refuse the activities of the 7th level training class? Dean, I have come to understand. I want to take a step further and enhance my strength. Pei Xingye is relatively calm on her career path. But after the trial in Moonlight City, she is deeply aware that her weakness will leave her powerless when her brother is in danger. Therefore, she is determined to become strong. Chaos Academy holds a trainer advancement training class every year. This is Pei Xingye's opportunity. Her goal is to become a 7th level beast master within a year. Wang Defa looks at Pei Xingye with appreciation. Alright, I will help you register for the training. With your talent and unwillingness to give up, I believe that within a year, you will become the best 7th level beast master of our Chaos Academy. Thank you, Dean. In this era, everyone's reason to become stronger is to protect what they love in their hearts. As a beast master of Yanxia, besides loving her family and friends, she also loves the country of Yanxia deeply. The deeper your love for this country, the harder it is to accept its fall from grace. A week later, the Academy Challenge related to the honor of the nation officially begins. Sky Extreme Island. In the center of the island, there stands an arena designed for hosting various large-scale competitions. From a high altitude, its shape resembles a giant bird's nest, accommodating up to 200,000 spectators. The arena, made of special materials, is even harder than the skull of the most dominant magical beast. The audience is packed, with not a single empty seat. Above the arena, an electronic screen displays the information of the competitors in advance. The challenger is Chaitian Chuanzhou from the Eastern Sakura Empire, Huangtian Academy. The defender is Pei Xingye from the Yanxia Empire, Chaos Academy. There are a total of 10 judges, with half from Yanxia and half from Eastern Sakura. In fact, it is almost impossible to have any unfairness in determining the outcome of the match. After all, the battles between beast masters are straightforward, one side defeats the other to the point of incapacity to resist, and that is considered victory. In the audience, the number of Yanxia citizens is nearly 4 or 5 times that of Eastern Sakura people. In terms of national scale, Eastern Sakura doesn't even qualify to provoke Yanxia. But in recent years, Eastern Sakura has indeed surpassed Yanxia in training the younger generation. Pei Xingye is a member of the Scarlet Team, and Sita Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huang Fuboyi have naturally come to cheer for her. The scene is packed with people. Huang Fuboyi can only adapt to such an environment by wearing the bone mask given by Pei Xingye. The noise in the audience is chaotic, with the arrogance of the Eastern Sakura people on full display. The outcome of this match is absolutely without suspense. Yes, our Eastern Sakura's #1 genius Chaitian Chuanzhou will surely crush Pei Xingye. Ah, but I heard that Pei Xingye broke the highest record of the Yanxia Empire in this year's national exam. Haha, didn't the top students of the Yanxia Empire in the last 2 years also shine brightly when they first debuted? In the end, didn't they still fall before Senior Yuxing and Senior Suzuki? In the front row of the audience, sitting under the cheers of the Eastern Sakura people, are a young man and woman. The young man has dark skin and sharp eyes, named Yuxing Song. He was the top scorer of the national exam in the Eastern Sakura Empire 2 years ago and defeated the top scorer of the Yanxia Empire in that year's challenge. The girl has long hair tied up, with narrow eyes that are slightly upward at the corners, her features resembling that of an enchanting fox. She is Suzuki Qianxiang, the top scorer of the national exam in the Eastern Sakura Empire last year, who also defeated the top scorer of the Yanxia Empire. For 2 consecutive years, the top scorers of Yanxia have lost to those of Eastern Sakura. This year is the 3rd year, and Pei Xingye carries the hopes of the citizens of Yanxia to redeem the disgrace, stepping onto the stage. Pei Xingye has appeared. Everyone, let's get excited and cheer for our strongest top scorer in Yanxia history. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye. The louder the audience shouted, the greater the pressure on Pei Xingye. This was a match he could not afford to lose. It concerned the dignity of the Yanxia Empire. Gentle sunlight coated his white hair with a layer of gold. A pair of brilliant, star-like crimson eyes exuded a casual laziness. Dressed in black, the young man stood in a corner of the ring, one hand in his pocket, with a straight posture. Below the stage, the presidents of the 4 major academies of Yanxia were all present to watch the match. Zhuge Qingfeng could not help but praise, in such an important match, one that cannot be lost, and with such a strong opponent, this kid's face shows no signs of panic, this relaxation is simply a talent. Wang Defa wore a proud expression, his chubby flesh shaking violently. Pei Xingye is our Chaotic Academy's pillar, you 3 have no chance of nurturing him anymore. Zhuge Qingfeng sighed, alas, how wonderful it would have been if this child had chosen our gourmet academy. Soon, the opponent stepped onto the stage. Pei Xingye was lost in thought on the platform when a harsh voice reached his ears. Pei Xingye, I admire your courage to accept the challenge. But in the upcoming match, I will show no mercy. Lifting his blood-red eyes, Pei Xingye surveyed the man before him with the gaze reserved for a stray dog on the roadside. The man had long hair, wore a samurai outfit, and his wooden clogs made a squeaky sound, the noise Pei Xingye detested most. Qilin was hailed as the strongest talent in the East Sakura Empire in nearly 18 years. Before the match began, Qilin laid bare his malicious intentions, trying to exert immense psychological pressure on Pei Xingye with humiliating words. Your Yanxia Empire's top scholars are all useless. You have lost to us in the East Sakura for 2 consecutive years. And you, Pei Xingye, will be the 3rd top scholar of Yanxia to suffer a miserable defeat here. Qilin lips twisted into an evil smile as he added, those who know the times are the true heroes. If you kneel and beg for mercy during the match, I can go a bit easier on you. What a true hero knows the times, your accent is really correct. So, I will kill you, Chida. Pei Xingye's crimson eyes flashed with violent killing intent, and the temperature in the arena suddenly dropped, the floor coated with a layer of ghostly frost. Chapter 54, Soul Power Erupts, 0 frame start. The killing intent that Pei Xingye revealed was the anger accumulated from the Moonlight City trial. On that night, deep underground, he switched to shadow form, dressed in blood-red robes, wielding the Emperor's body to command the beast drought, slaughtering all the monsters in the city. At this moment, although Pei Xingye had not activated the Demon King Blood Shadow, the killing aura he had accumulated before had already sunk into his bones, never to disappear. This aura, applied to someone like Qilin, a sheltered flower, was a blatant downward strike. Why does this guy's aura feel so strange? Qilin subconsciously clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Pei Xingye, producing a deep-seated illusion in his mind. As if, next, he was about to fight a monster that was not human. The head of the Gourmet Academy, Zhuge Qingfeng, suddenly frowned, observing Pei Xingye's figure closely from below the stage. Why has this child's aura become so domineering and fierce? If he didn't accumulate a certain number of magical beast lives, he couldn't possibly possess such an aura. What happened to this child during the Moonlight City trial? The match was about to begin. One side represented Chaotic Academy and also the Yanxia Empire. The other side represented Huangtian Academy and also the East Sakura Empire. In the audience, as the winners of the previous 2 challenge matches, Yu Shengsong and Suzuki Chika chatted casually, as if they were having fun. Suzuki, do you think? Yu Sheng, are you asking me who will win? No, I want to ask if you think Chida will incapacitate Pei Xingye within 3 rounds? The two looked at each other and smiled, a smile so wild and arrogant. In their eyes, every top scorer of Yanxia's grand exam was nothing but a worthless weakling. Moreover, speaking only of talent, Shibata Kawazo was above the two of them, so they really could not think of any reason for him to lose this match. On the other side of the audience seats, Qin Yanlin felt uneasy in his heart. Second master said he could finish that little Shibata in 1 strike, but will things really go that smoothly? Satucha rested her chin on one hand, analyzing calmly. Shibata Kawazo's strength is not weak. His talent, Curse Eater, is very powerful, and to some extent restrains a Necromancer Beast Master. Curse Eater, one of the SS-level talents of the Eastern Sakura Empire. This talent could ignore any defense, allowing Shibata Kawazo to command his beast to devour the soul of the enemy's beast step by step, and then transform the devoured souls into his own strength. The mechanism of this talent truly restrained Necromancer Beast Masters like Pei Xingye. At this moment, Huangfu Boyi spoke. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. What matters is that we only need to believe in Second Master. Wearing a white bone mask, Huangfu Boyi spoke the golden words in a smooth tone. Satucha paused for a moment, then smiled in understanding. Yes, sometimes rational analysis simply doesn't apply to a man like Pei Xingye. We just need to believe in him. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle for battle. On the stage, both contestants summoned their own beasts. Shibata Kawazo released soul power far beyond his peers and opened a summoning array shaped like a shrine. Inside the array, a giant snake covered in purple demonic mist suddenly burst out. It had only 1 head, but behind it floated the shadow of 7 more serpent heads. Each time it flicked out its venom-soaked tongue, a blizzard would rise around it. This was Shibata Kawazo's beast, the Iraqi Serpent. On the big screen, the data panel of the Iraqi Serpent appeared. Double mythic blood beast, so domineering. Only the soil of our Eastern Sakura Empire could give birth to such a powerful beast. God Shibata, crush Pei Xingye and bring glory to our Eastern Sakura Empire. Iraqi Serpent, juvenile stage, 3rd rank, double mythic bloodline. To be specific, this beast's body carried the blood of both the Yamato no Orochi and the god of night snow. The strength of a mythic bloodline was below that of ancient myth, but a double mythic bloodline could somewhat narrow the gap between the two. This was the source of Shibata Kawazo's confidence when facing Pei Xingye. As long as the gap in bloodline was not great, Shibata Kawazo firmly believed his Curse Eater talent could completely restrain Pei Xingye. While the Eastern Sakura audience was lost in awe of the might of the double mythic bloodline, the red-eyed boy on the stage parted his red lips softly. Gate of the Underworld. Open. With that opening, it was as if a sword had split the heavens. The prelude to vengeance had begun. The stage quaked, the sky changed color, and thick black fog rolled in, drowning the body of the Iraqi serpent. Within the dark mist stood a giant and majestic stone gate, its surface carved with runes and totems too dreadful to look at directly. The gate of the underworld slowly opened, and emerald flames of the dead gushed out like a spring. A phoenix cried, its bone wings spreading like the scythe in the hand of death. For a moment, ghost faces danced, demons roared, bringing the Eastern Sakura spectators an overwhelming shock to their senses. This is the exclusive summoning array of a necromancer beast master. The gate of the underworld. Such grandeur, it looks just like our Eastern Sakura myth night parade of 100 demons. Pei Xingye only opened the summoning array, yet he created such a grand scene like a night parade of ghosts. The ignorant little brats of Eastern Sakura were deeply shaken, eyes wide in disbelief. Shibata Kawazo's mind wavered, his thoughts disturbed by the power of the dead. He shook his head hard, trying to steady himself. You people of Yanxia Empire have a saying, a fancy pillow that's nice to look at but useless inside. I'll give that saying to you. Pei Xingye. The battle began, and Chabatagawa took the first strike. Below the arena, Chabatake was also watching this duel closely. He had made an agreement with his son to crush Pei Xingye within 3 rounds and incapacitate Pei Xingye's beast, the Black Phoenix. Devour Curse, Bind. Chabatagawa knew his advantage and activated his SS-level talent, Devour Curse, right at the start. Under the effect of the curse, the Aoki serpent opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, and released a plume of black mist that enveloped the entire Black Phoenix. Crack, crack, crack. The bones of the Black Phoenix began to crack in a zigzag pattern. The undead fire and undead frost on its body quickly weakened. This is how Devour Curse counters an undead beast master. The Black Phoenix is an undead beast, belonging to the undead form, relying on its powerful soul to support its massive skeleton. And the effect of Devour Curse is to consume undead power. In the audience, Situ Shui analyzed the situation calmly, but her eyes showed no worry. Just as Huangfu Boyi said, all anyone had to do was believe in that red-eyed boy, and that was enough. As the curse was unleashed, Chabatagawa gained the upper hand and immediately summoned a large amount of soul power, shouting, Yatagarasu. The Aoki serpent let out an angry hiss and launched a ranged mental attack. Suddenly, 8 skeletal hands erupted from the Black Phoenix, like shackles, directly restricting its movement. Yatagarasu, the controlling skill that the Aoki serpent excelled at. The Black Phoenix lost its ability to act, and its aura was suppressed by Devour Curse, falling into a disadvantageous position. Chabatagawa showed an evil smile. See clearly, this is the gap between you and me. I will tell the world that our dual myth bloodline from the Eastern Sakura Empire is stronger than your ancient myth bloodline from the Flame Summer Empire. In the first round, Pei Xingye didn't even have time to fight back, getting suppressed by Chabatagawa's smooth moves. This made the Eastern Sakura spectators go wild, standing up to cheer and hurling vulgar insults at Pei Xingye in the arena. Every year's Flame Summer champion is indeed worthless. The outcome is already decided, Pei Xingye doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Phoenix? Ancient myth bloodline? Just like that. At this moment, while Chabatagawa was thrilled, he also maintained a venomous rationality. Father said, try to incapacitate Pei Xingye's beast in the arena. Next, I'll hit this stinky phoenix into a cripple. Chabatagawa felt fierce, his soul power stirring with even more passion, making his face look horrifying. Pei Xingye's red eyes gleamed with a cold light. When did it start? A snake at the bottom of a well dares to boast in front of a phoenix. Soul power surged, starting with 0 frames. Chapter 55, Nirvana Fire Lotus, Bloom. Qin Yanlin, second master, said he would take down Chabatagawa in one move. Huangfu Boyi, so coming next. Situ Shui, although I can trust him unconditionally, I can't imagine a way to defeat Chabatagawa in one blow no matter how hard I try. Chabatagawa is the most outstanding genius champion of the Eastern Sakura Empire in the past 18 years. His talent, Devour Curse, is regarded as the pinnacle of all SS-level talents in the Eastern Sakura Empire. The Aoki serpent, too, possesses a dual myth bloodline. Even though everyone knows Pei Xingye is strong, the predictions for this match are mostly themed around intense combat. In the audience, the people from Flame Summer naturally hoped for Pei Xingye's victory. They dreamt of Pei Xingye winning after battling his opponent for dozens of rounds and narrowly taking the victory with one move. They also fantasized about Pei Xingye exploding in adversity, exhausting his soul power, and staging a difficult comeback. In short, they imagined Pei Xingye winning in many ways, but they never dared to envision him being able to take down the first genius of the Eastern Sakura Empire in one move. Yet, the thing this red-eyed boy excelled at in life was creating miracles called impossible. In the center of the arena, the effect of the curse continued to amplify. The flames of the undead and the frost of the undead were continuously suppressed. 8 skeletal hands emitting black energy tightly bound the Black Phoenix's bone wings, and the powerful controlling effect continued to persist. At this moment, for Qi Zhang, it was a smoothly favorable situation. He once again urged his soul power, preparing to use a move to incapacitate the Black Phoenix. In his eyes burned a greedy desire. He wanted more than just a victory, he also wanted to break Pei Xingye's mindset, making this strongest top scorer of the Yanxia Empire endure the torment of inner demons. In the past 2 challenge competitions, the first 2 top scorers of Yanxia had met this fate. They suffered miserable defeats on the arena and lost all the dignity of the Yanxia Empire. Clearly gifted, they fell into despair because of a single defeat, turning into ordinary people and unable to fulfill their once held talents. Competitive matches are like this. You could say winning and losing are common, and sometimes you lose a match, and that's it. But when you step onto the arena carrying the name Yanxia, you really can't afford to lose. In this battle, Pei Xingye also could not afford to lose. However, he also simply could not lose. Soul power began to burn, and the teenagers will seem to play a sacred triumphant song in the cold air, intertwining with the powerful cry of the phoenix, resonating with the echoes of the god of the undead. Phoenix Rage, Nirvana Fire Lotus. The boy shouted loudly, with veins bulging on his forehead, a gaze of contempt for all things shooting forth a streak of crimson that stained the heavens. Above the arena, blood red like the sea. The temperature on Tianji Island rapidly rose, and the air twisted and distorted like a mirage due to the overwhelming heat. What is this? Lotus. Burning lotus. Qi Zhang was in a cold sweat, and the moment he looked up, his heart nearly stopped. At this moment, above the head of the Iraqi snake, floated a gigantic fire lotus. The figure of the Black Phoenix had vanished into thin air. This meant this blooming fire lotus was the embodiment of the Black Phoenix. The lotus is the most vital flower in the world, it can bloom in any harsh environment and can be reborn from decay. Below the arena, the 4 deans of the Yanxia academies were shocked and sighed in awe. Zhuge Qingfeng, Nirvana Fire Lotus. Li Jinyan, isn't this a skill that only the fully grown phoenix familiars can use? Lin Sunhai, the juvenile Black Phoenix learned the fully grown level skill Nirvana Fire Lotus? This talent of Pei Xingye is simply monstrous. How could he master such a heavenly beast control technique? This is unbelievable. As the dean of the Chaos Academy, Wang Defa's flesh on his face bounced up and down, revealing an excited smile as he happily exclaimed, "If I'm not mistaken, our Yanxia Empire's first beast master to master training across ranks is Lord Pei Chuzhuang." When the dazzling blood-red fire lotus bloomed above the arena, the older generation who had experienced the old era must have recalled the woman who once lifted the Yanxia Empire to the throne of humanity. Pei Chuzhuang, this person's resume was too rich and too mysterious. Every beast control technique she pioneered in her youth, even in this brand new era, was so outlandish and astonishingly advanced, leading one era after another. Theoretically, beast masters train their beasts to learn combat skills according to the beast's rank. Juvenile beasts obediently learn combat skills appropriate for their juvenile rank. But is there a training method that allows beasts to leap over their current rank and directly master higher rank combat skills? There is. Of course there is. At the same time, in the Yanxia Imperial City, Dragon Soul Hall. Above the hall hung a massive projection screen. Dragon Lord Ning and Jiang Muyan watched the live duel between Pei Xingye and Qi Zhang together. In the live broadcast scene, when the Nirvana Fire Lotus rose majestically, suppressing the Iraqi snake with its dimensional strike, the faces of these 2 women showed. The memories could not conceal her expressions. Jiang Muyan's eyes were misty, and in her hazy vision, the figure of Pei Xingye seemed to perfectly overlap with Pei Chuzhuang. Long Junning's expression was particularly complex. Pei Xingye's actions instantly pulled her thoughts back to a time in her youth. Ning, I have a bold idea, to let my beast transcend its current level and directly cultivate higher-level combat skills. Your idea is not bold, but a foolish fantasy. Ning, I succeeded. TSK, you are such a monster. Long Junning had told Pei Xingye that her relationship with Pei Chuzhuang was terrible. But when they were young, Pei Chuzhuang would call her Ning, so how could their relationship have developed to the freezing point it reached? Was the memory Long Junning lost just the memory of the Star Swirl War? Or was it that in her memories, she forgot a third person closely related to her in Pei Chuzhuang? The fractured memories left her only with the hatred she felt toward Pei Chuzhuang. 18 years have passed, and she cannot find a trace of the hidden truth behind this hatred, let alone the complete truth. At this moment, her dragon eyes revealed a longing for past memories. Today's Pei Xingye reminded her of the young Pei Chuzhuang and her younger self. But time keeps changing, and people are helpless against it. The sea turned into mulberry fields, things change, and people are no longer the same. Pei Chuzhuang had already fallen, and she, Long Jun-ning, was suffering alone from the torment of old wounds reappearing. Being young is so good, I almost forgot, I was once young too. Long Jun-ning remained silent for a long while, expressing a sense of regret, yet also helplessness. In the audience, Situshue's pupils trembled. The power of Nirvana is the exclusive divine power of the Phoenix clan. According to reason, the Black Phoenix can only cultivate skills like the Nirvana Fire Lotus when it reaches full maturity. Sitishue paused, smiled down. I almost forgot, with this man, you can never look at things with common sense. So this Nirvana Fire Lotus is a ruthless killer move unleashed by Pei Xingye. Oh no! Aoki Snake, defend. Full defense. We must not fall. Chibi Tianchuan was completely flustered. He used all his soul power to control the Aoki Snake in the strongest defensive posture. Why did he choose to defend? Because he had no other choice. The arena was large, but there was no place for Aoki Snake to evade. Because the Nirvana Fire Lotus loomed large, like a giant's hand, covering the entire arena, and Aoki Snake had nowhere to escape. The bud of the Nirvana Fire Lotus was ready to bloom. The young man with red eyes exhaled a breath of foul air, his voice deep and magnetic. Open! On the arena, the first opening, the gate of the underworld opened, summoning summoned beasts. On the arena, the second opening, the Nirvana Fire Lotus bloomed, rage falling from the sky. Phoenix cries echoed, and raging fires burned the sky. The oppressive feeling from the ancient mythological bloodline of scorching summer was impeccable. The Aoki Snake trembled like a timid little earthworm. The power of Nirvana suppressed evils. The red lotus bloomed, burning through the enemy's soul. When the Phoenix was enraged, the breaking army was like cutting cloth. Chapter 56, Invincible at the same level, slightly dirty edges. The power of Nirvana, the core divine power of the Phoenix clan. Only at the full maturity level can it unleash its effect. At this moment, it erupted from the young body of the Black Phoenix. When the Nirvana Fire Lotus bloomed with the Phoenix's anger, the overwhelming tide of flames instantly engulfed the entire arena. Chibi Tianchuan, hailed as the strongest genius of the Eastern Sakura Empire in nearly 18 years, now wore a pale face, stripped of all pre-match arrogance and arrogance. Trembling in his eyes was only endless fear. In this duel, Pei Xingye used only one move to illustrate what a dimensional strike is. The Nirvana Fire Lotus was mighty, directly cutting off all escape routes for the Aoki Snake. Under the crushing power of Nirvana, this so-called dual mythological bloodline summoned beast was as small and weak as an ant. Chaidachuan Zhang's face showed despair. My soul power is still remaining, but my beast has already lost the courage to resist. Beast masters and their beasts share a soul resonance, connecting deeply. This competition was very important, so Chaidachuan Zhang originally wanted to resist one more time, hoping to find a chance to turn the situation around. But he clearly sensed that his beast, the Huangqi Snake, had been tightly suppressed by the bloodline strength displayed by the Black Phoenix, with no chance to breathe, its trembling body left with only the instinctive fear and retreat. As the flames continued to spread, the Huangqi Snake was burned black all over, its flesh and blood a mess, not a single piece of snakeskin left intact. With injuries to this extent, this beast would be rendered useless even if it survived. All of this may seem slow in description, but in reality, only 1 second had passed since the Fire Lotus bloomed in fury. Yet for Chaidachuan Zhang and the Huangqi Snake, this second felt like an eternity of oppression and torment. 1 second later, the Huangqi Snake was gasping for breath, and above its head appeared the clear shadow of the Grim Reaper. The Reaper's crimson eyes stared at the Huangqi Snake's vital point. A skeletal hand raised the scythe of death, poised above the Huangqi Snake's critical point. The audience was in an uproar. The Huangqi Snake's blood level is below 10%, triggering the death strike. A Fire Lotus, in just 1 second, can drop a mythical beast's health to 10%? No wonder it's the ancient mythical bloodline of the Flame Summer. This Black Phoenix is beyond comparison. You're wrong. It's not the Black Phoenix that's beyond comparison, it's Pei Xingye. Exactly, even if we contracted the Black Phoenix, we couldn't make it learn complete combat skills across different stages. The bloodline strength of the Black Phoenix was undeniably extraordinary. But everyone who witnessed this duel had the deepest feeling: Pei Xingye's talent was not human-like. In the process of nurturing beasts, to allow a beast to learn higher-level combat skills, there are only a few people in this world who can do that. And these people had long become the top beast masters in humanity. A first-level beast master, Pei Xingye, suddenly squeezed into this ranks. Moreover, the Black Phoenix he raised didn't just learn skills from 1 level above, but 2 levels. A juvenile beast learning skills from its full form? If it weren't for the audience witnessing it firsthand, it would only exist in dreams. The Nephire Lotus, blood red like blood, seemed to drape the moment's shadow of death with a robe of Nephire. In this world, there are countless divine birds, but only the Phoenix dares to call itself the immortal bird. The immortal body stems from Phoenix Nirvana. At this moment, standing in the arena, wasn't Pei Xingye also beginning a story of rebirth? Mother died in battle, father unknown. Abandoned by the family, the sky split open at the start. But so what? The reason the immortal bird is called the immortal bird is because it can always turn the tables in a desperate situation and evolve in the nirvana. The match is over. The winner, Flame Summer Empire, Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. The referee blew the whistle, announcing Pei Xingye's victory in this duel. In fact, at the moment the death strike triggered, Chita Chuanzang's heart had already gone cold. Whenever the death strike is triggered, it causes opponents to lose all fighting spirit and hope, leaving them unable to even feel anger for the loss. The audience was like being drenched in hot oil, bubbling restlessly. Pei Xingye won. We won. Flame Summer Empire won. The importance of this match to the Flame Summer Empire is self-evident. Previous consecutive defeats in the challenge matches had shamed the Flame Summer Empire. Media from other countries were vying to report, discussing how the Flame Summer Empire's dominance was weakening year by year, with the new generation increasingly falling behind. At this time, a young person needed to step forward. Break these doubts and mockeries. Pei Xingye did not disgrace his mission, he accomplished it. On the surface, Pei Xingye only won one match. In reality, he regained all the dignity lost in the previous two matches. Because of this showdown, Pei Xingye's performance was enough to be described as shocking and extraordinary. No one doubted Chabada Kawai's talent and strength, but in this duel, under Pei Xingye's spotlight, he appeared so mediocre. In the audience, all the faces of the Dongying people were filled with dazedness and helplessness. Just one move, just one move. This Pei Xingye, with just one move, took down our Dongying Empire's strongest genius. It's just like a dream, a nightmare. This red-eyed kid is a devil. On the stage, the Nirvana Fire Lotus gradually extinguished, and the shadow of death disappeared. The wounded and crippled Hoki snake curled and convulsed, with not a single inch of skin intact, severely burned and irreparable. This beast has been completely ruined, its future evolution is bound to be limited, and it may not even compare to some epic bloodline beasts. Meanwhile, the fully rejuvenated black phoenix soared above the snake's head, spreading its wings and crying out, showcasing the dominance of its ancient mythical bloodline. In the audience, the teachers and students of the Imperial Academy remained silent. Chabada Taka's face had darkened to the extreme. He looked at his dazed son on the stage with a heartbroken gaze. He knew that in this duel, not only was the Hoki snake ruined, but even the talented beast master Chabada Kawai was utterly destroyed. In many cases, the power of killing is far less than that of breaking one's spirit. After all, this was a fair and open competition. Pei Xingye could not directly kill Chabada Kawai. But he could shatter Chabada Kawai's will. A crushing move is the greatest mockery to the enemy. In this brief and brilliant duel, one side's will collapsed, while the other side's garment was slightly soiled. From then on, even if Chabada Kawai continued down the path of a beast master, he would constantly remember the fear and despair of being suppressed and beaten by Pei Xingye. The younger generation is already not mature and stable enough, and the more talented the genius, the less they understand how to accept failure. So Pei Xingye has become Chabada Kawai's inner demon, making him lose appetite and sleep, sinking into nightmares. I lost. How could this be the result? Pei Xingye is just too strong. Anger? Unwillingness? Jealousy? Hatred? These emotions flashed briefly in Chabada Kawai's mind, then all turned into a helpless bitter smile. He lifted his head, gazing at Pei Xingye's indifferent face. He knew that the gap between himself and Pei Xingye could not be closed through hard work. Suddenly, Pei Xingye smiled slightly. Chabada classmate, I can give you time to catch up to me, but do you still have the courage to chase me? This sentence, each word soft, had a tone close to friendship first, competition second in kindness. But this sentence was the last straw that broke Chabada Kawai's back. Cannot catch up. Absolutely cannot catch up. Pei Xingye's talent and strength, among his peers, have already. At the judges' table, a judge from the Dongying Empire couldn't help but pick up the microphone, his tone deep and excited. As a Dongying person, I should not raise others' spirits at the cost of my own invincibility. But from the perspective of this match, Pei Xingye, this young genius from the Yanxia Empire, has already mastered the beast mastery known as peerless at the same level. That's right. The beasts Pei Xingye nurtured can cultivate and learn higher ranked skills across levels. Just this alone has already reached the concept of peerless at the same level. May I ask, among all the talents of the 7 nations of humanity, which first-level beast master has beasts that can withstand a Nirvana Fire Lotus and a soul-slaying attack? In the center of the stage, the red-eyed boy wore a calm and indifferent expression. The pains experienced over the past 18 years. At this moment for him, it was just some wind and frost. Unmatched at the same level, with slightly dirty cuffs. Chapter 57, The Calamity Sea God, Leviathan. The more attention a match receives, the more evenly matched the competitors are, and the duration of the match often intensifies into a grueling tug-of-war. But this genius showdown on Heavenly Extreme Island concluded in such a brief manner. How brief was it? Pei Xingye only made one move. The concept of genius is inherently relative. In the Eastern Cherry Empire, among peers, Qi Chuanzang had no rivals. But in this match, before Pei Xingye, he was like an extra blurred out in the corner of a movie frame. After this battle, the top genius of the Eastern Cherry Empire became a joke. The video of the match quickly spread across the 7 human nations, becoming widely known. Pei Xingye's title of unmatched at the same level echoed throughout the human realm. At this moment, the other 6 nations understood. The Summer Flame Empire, which had struggled through 18 years of decline, now, because of Pei Xingye's sudden emergence, was like a lion about to awaken, stepping on the path of revival to reclaim its former glory. In this era, the older generation of top beast masters had all suffered due to the Skystar Whirlpool War, growing old, weakened. Heroes grow old, and no one can defeat the god of time. So in this chaotic wasteland, the 7 human nations were doing their utmost to train the next generation, just to fight for a future for their own countries. The long-silent Summer Flame Empire now had a clear and bright future. Pei Xingye, like a shining star, rose slowly, astonishing this era with his talent and strength that crushed all competing beast masters of the same level. Xin Yanlin, second master, says he will do it, and he really finished off little Chiba with one move. Huangfu Boi, second master, will never lose. Situ Shui, it seems he will be the member of our Scarlet team to become a second-level beast master the fastest. Although the evolution speed of the Black Phoenix was slow, Pei Xingye's evolution speed in the realm of beast mastery was like a cheat code. On the Celestial Cloud ranking stage, he initiated zero-frame beast mastery. In the Moonlight City trial, he pioneered the skill-stacking stream of beast mastery. In the Heavenly Extreme Island duel, he showcased cross-level combat techniques of beast mastery. The miracles he created seemed even more unbelievable than Pei Chuzhuang's during the same period, always making one question if he truly belonged to the realm of humans. In the audience, the people of the Summer Flame Empire cheered enthusiastically, while those from Eastern Cherry hung their heads in despair. The students and faculty of Huangtian Academy were in shock, unable to accept this crushing defeat. Yu Hongsong angrily shouted, "Damn Pei Xingye, I want to challenge him." Suzuki Chika stirred her soul power, gritting her teeth, and exclaimed, "Let him face me in a duel, I will definitely crush him." Shibatsuru, as the principal of Huangtian Academy, reprimanded furiously, "Aren't you two enough embarrassment already?" "Principal, one of you is a second-year student, ranked as a third-level beast master. The other is a third-year student, ranked as a fifth-level beast master. Yet you want to challenge a first-level beast master? This is not revenge to restore dignity, it's bringing shame to our Eastern Cherry Empire." Yu Hongsong and Suzuki Chika finally calmed down. These two were the top scorers of the previous 2 national exams in Eastern Cherry, their strength and experience had long surpassed level 1. Yet at this moment, seeing Chiba Chuanzang's miserable defeat to Pei Xingye, they lost their reason and thought of challenging Pei Xingye. It was like 2 adults, in a rage from losing, preparing to fight an unarmed minor child. This kind of thought was ridiculous and also showed their inability to accept defeat. However, these two did not know that if Pei Xingye activated the Underworld King's Blood Shadow, it would not simply be unmatched at the same level. Even Shibatsuru, the principal of Huangtian Academy, couldn't withstand Pei Xingye's Death God 30 seconds. "Father, I'm sorry. I lost. I have lost the dignity of the Eastern Cherry Empire, and I am willing to commit seppuku to atone for my sins." This is the cultural characteristic of the small country of Eastern Cherry. If you fail and are humiliated in a competition, you cannot accept it, muttering about cutting your belly at any moment. Cheng Tian comforted, "It's just a match, as long as you keep working hard, you will eventually surpass Pei Xingye." "Surpass him? He defeated me in one move, what do I have to surpass him?" Dao's heart shattered into pieces, Cheng Tian's life seemed to be over. He could abandon the disabled Aoki snake, and with his family's resources, he could contract better beasts. Beasts could be replaced, but the spirit he lost to Pei Xingye could never be revived. On the ring, the winner stood tall and elegant. Below the ring, the loser slipped into shadow, from then on falling into despair. People often say, "It's just a match, is winning or losing that important?" If it were a seasoned general, an occasional defeat would only make him gain more experience. But for a young man who was just starting out, such a collapse of spirit in defeat could end his Beastmaster career. Is it cruel? Of course, it's cruel. But before Pei Xingye appeared, those proud young people of the Eastern Cherry Empire used the same means against the geniuses of Fire Summer. This is a battle of revenge. Pei Xingye has completed his revenge. In the audience, Qin Yanlin cheered and suggested, "Captain, let's go back to Highland City tonight, and the Scarlet team will have dinner together to celebrate Second Master's victory." "No problem, I've already booked Hongbin Tower on my phone." "Hongbin Tower?" The top restaurant in Highland City, the captain is generous. Qilin smiled without speaking. This girl's family background is public knowledge, being the head of the 4 major families of Tianyu City. But the financial power and connections she sometimes displayed seem to far exceed what the Qilin family publicly reveals. This is also the point that Pei Xingye suspected from the very beginning. The Qilin family is definitely not as simple as it appears. Qilin talents must have hidden secrets. After the match, Pei Xingye prepared to leave the arena, musing to himself. This is the first time using the Nirvana Fire Lotus. The crossdire skill is indeed useful, easily defeating beast masters of the same rank. But the power of crossdire skills, of course, cannot reach the level of a complete phoenix, at most mimicking some of its charm. In the coming time, I need to work on the goal of maturing the Black Phoenix and also develop other beast mastery techniques. People more talented than you are also working harder. Ask yourself what you have to win against this red-eyed youth? While peers are still at each other's throats, Pei Xingye has already begun to consider the ways of crossdire over power. Boom! Suddenly, the arena collapsed, and Pei Xingye had not yet exited, swaying as he struggled to stand. What's happening? An earthquake or a tsunami? The entire Tianji island is shaking. The incident was sudden, a natural disaster. This island, located deep in the ocean, suddenly seemed possessed, shaking wildly, with surrounding waves raising 1,000-meter water columns like dancing pythons. What is that? Beast tide. Not good, it's a monster army. In an instant, Tianji Island changed dramatically, a torrential rain swept over the island, and countless aquatic monsters emerged in the surrounding sea. In the Fire Summer Royal City. Dragon Soul Hall. Dragon Lord Ning's dragon eye suddenly constricted, the power of the dragon raging wildly, shattering walls and stone pillars from afar. To command such a scale of beast tide. One of the 72 great demon kings, the sea god of disaster, Leviathan. Zhang Mayan, activate the dragon pattern jumping array. There is no such thing as real coincidence in this world. All accidents are premeditated. Pei Xingye has garnered attention, right? Naturally, he will be targeted by the monster camp. In this era, humanity is focused on cultivating the younger generation to fight for a future. And the demons are using their wits to destroy the future of humanity. The Sky Extreme Island just held a challenge tournament, with a crowd of over 250,000 including scattered natives, attendees, staff, and media reporters. However, the raging magical energy ripples targeted only one among these 250,000. That person symbolizes the future of the summer flame, Pei Xingye. The arena shattered, and the infected black seawater invaded the island, with Pei Xingye's body entangled and bound by dense spiral currents, rendering him unable to move. As his consciousness faded, Pei Xingye heard a hoarse voice beside him. 18 years. The Summer Flame Empire has produced another genius that threatens our demon race? Hey young beast master, the necromantic power radiating from you makes me very uncomfortable. The necromantic beast master was once the nightmare of all demons and beasts. Chapter 58, Dragon Lord Nung comes to the rescue, the tragic plight of humanity. The altitude of Sky Extreme Island suddenly increased. It turns out that this island was actually controlled by a transparent magical claw. The surrounding sea roiled with pitch-black magical energy ripples, capsizing all the boats. Everything was like a tiny droplet lost in the vast sea, instantly swallowed by the cold ocean depths, as if even past existence and memories vanished together. The vast watery magical beasts formed a circular beast tide, imprisoning this sea in a bloody and dark hellish cage. Pei Xingye gradually regained consciousness from a semi-dazed state, but his body had lost the ability to move. His limbs were entwined and bound by tentacle-like spiral currents. When he raised his gaze, he saw a head resembling a fusion of a whale and a great white shark. This was the first time Pei Xingye encountered a magical beast of this level. Its level reached the Emperor Body, Stage 3. This magical beast's form was particularly unique because its physiological structure lacked integrity. Its head floated in the air above the sea, while its torso appeared as a piece of black earth continent, half submerged in the water. Simultaneously, countless black tentacles fluttered in the air, resembling half-melted oil, with bubbles bubbling up on the surface. This was a fragmented torso that emitted an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was proven that the higher the level of the magical beast, the more abstract its form. Pei Xingye's god-covering hand could touch the spiral currents coiling around his waist, which was equivalent to touching this Emperor Body magical beast, thus retrieving its detailed data. The data panel was densely packed, with obscure and difficult-to-understand skill descriptions, as well as one horrifying talent after another, all synonymous with extraordinary. One of the 72 demon kings, the disaster sea god Leviathan. Pei Xingye's heart sank to the bottom. Since the era of national beast mastery began, the public enemy of humanity, which is the magical beast race, also possesses a complete military system. The supreme leader of the magical beast camp, the heavenly demon Lord Francis, has a level that exceeds the 9th tier sequence, known as the superstar god body, making it the most powerful single life form on Earth. Under its command are 144 heavenly demon legions, each led by a monarch known as a Great Demon King. Their influence spread globally, continuously waging war to annihilate humanity, with the magical claws tainted by countless human blood. However, 18 years ago, a battle during the Stellar Whirlpool changed the standoff between the two factions. Humanity lost a total of 9 god-level beast masters. Among them, 3 from the Summer Flame Empire, and 1 from each of the other 6 nations. Since then, humanity has not had any god-level beast masters who reached the god master rank. At the same time, the supreme leader of the magical beast camp, Heavenly Demon Lord Francis, was sealed during the Battle of the Stellar Whirlpool, falling into eternal slumber. Its 144 heavenly demon legions suffered over half casualties in battle, leaving only 72 heavenly demon legions now. They are also called the 72 Demon King armies. At this moment, with just one tentacle, it played with the entire Sky Extreme Island in its palm. The one who imprisoned Pei Xingye with the power of the sea god was Leviathan, the leader of one of the 72 Demon King armies. In this era, both sides have weakened. The demon race lost its supreme leader, the divine demon lord, Francis. The human race lost 9 god-level beastmasters. If this were a game, it would be equivalent to both sides having all their T0 strength heroes disabled. But why is there far less hope and vitality for humans compared to 18 years ago? This brings us to the greatest weakness of humanity: birth, aging, illness, and death. In the Battle of the Starglobe, out of 144 Great Demon Kings, 72 survived. No matter how serious their injuries were, they have long since healed, and their strength even surpasses their past peak. As for the human survivors from the Starglobe battle, on the battlefield, Leviathan looked at Pei Xingye, who was only a first-step beastmaster, with a cold and malicious gaze. "I hate humans with red eyes. It reminds me of that terrifying woman when she goes crazy." Leviathan shivered, and the terrifying image of Pei Chuzhuang entering war god mode flashed in his mind, causing his healed wounds to throb in pain again. The Empire of Yanxia does not deserve a future. Leviathan activated the power of the sea god, intending to kill Pei Xingye in an instant. Oh no! Pei Xingye was a necromancer beastmaster, and his perception of death far exceeded that of his peers. At this moment, apart from activating the King of Hell's Blood Shadow and summoning the Dry Corpse, there was no other way to escape this crisis. But even with the King of Hell's Blood Shadow, could Pei Xingye defeat the disaster sea god, Leviathan, who was at the Demon King level within 30 seconds? The Dry Corpse was indeed a giant beast at the Emperor body rank, but Pei Xingye's essence was still a first-step beastmaster. The King of Hell's Blood Shadow only granted him the temporary qualification to control the Dry Corpse, but could not provide him with the beastmaster techniques needed to command it. How to use a giant beast. How to awaken a giant's potential. How to release the awakened form and domain power. These were all knowledge blind spots for Pei Xingye. An aura of death enveloped him, and Pei Xingye felt his blood within freeze completely, unable to maintain normal thoughts. In any case, a first-step beastmaster, in front of an emperor-ranked beast, was like a grain of mud at the bottom of the sea, fit to be manipulated at will. Pei Xingye is in danger. Locked onto by Leviathan, he's dead for sure. The Empire of Yanxia has finally produced such a genius, alas. In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye was nothing but a corpse waiting to happen in 1 second. At this moment of extreme peril, a cold and domineering female voice boomed over the vast seas. "If you touch my person, you will die painfully." In the sky above the sea, a dragon-pattern teleportation array suddenly activated. Within the array, the Air Force Beastmaster army of the Empire of Yanxia surged in, arriving just in time for support. In the dark clouds above, the soaring divine bird beastmasters gathered, like a galactic fleet from outer space, launching a frenzied bombardment against the tide of demon beasts rising from the sea. On Qingye Island, the fearful gloom over the people was lifted by half. After all fear comes from insufficient firepower. The Air Force Beastmaster army of the Empire of Yanxia was vast in scale, forming a firepower suppression against Leviathan's beast army. Buzz. A ringing sound echoed, and Leviathan's soul trembled. This aura. Dragon. The dragon's roar echoed across the clouds of the 9 provinces, and the dragon claw tore through flames. Leviathan's massive body glowed red, and his head involuntarily revealed a painful and twisted expression. Crash. With the tsunami raging, Leviathan was repeatedly pushed back by the shockwave of dragon power. Pei Xingye was plunged into darkness, he had no idea what was happening. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a giant dragon's claw. In front of Pei Xingye stood a tall and graceful silhouette. The woman wore a golden dress, and the dragon's breath fluttered her skirt. Long, beautiful legs exposed in the chilling air. "Your Majesty. It is the Empress of Yanxia, Long Junning. Great. We are saved." In the sky above, 2 black and white dragons twisted and intertwined, each extending a dragon claw to lift the disheveled Pei Xingye and the tall, heroic Long Junning above the battlefield, enjoying the noble view of everything below. In this era, Long Junning is the last face of the Yanxia Empire. A gentle breeze blew, and a strand of Long Junning's hair brushed across Pei Xingye's face, sweeping back and forth. Pei Xingye raised his hand to touch the hair. The woman's data panel flashed before Pei Xingye's crimson eyes. Name, Long Junning. Rank, Beast Emperor. Combat strength, currently, the leader of the 7 Beast Emperors of humanity. Totem belief, Dragon Clan. Injuries. Right pinky finger, permanent paralysis, no feeling. Left tibia, late-stage bone-eating curse complications, unbearable pain in the rain. Left eye severely blurred, unable to observe objects with high intensity, accompanied by intermittent bleeding. Spine irrecoverably dislocated, triggering strange itching and pain during battle, unable to stand upright. Heart, only half remains. Long Junning, the hidden injuries on this woman. And her heart. Yes. That's right. The seemingly glamorous and extraordinary Empress of Yanxia, after the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool, has long lost her peak. The people of the Yanxia Empire do not know that the ruler they believe in has been holding up a damaged body, supporting the last brilliance of the Yanxia Empire. This is the greatest weakness of humanity. No matter how high the rank of the Beast Tamer, they cannot escape the punishment of the God of Time, nor can they break free from the curse of aging, illness, and death. From the perspective of the Demon Clan, the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool was just the death of a group of compatriots. Relying on a strong reproductive mechanism and recovery ability, in 18 years, they have already regrouped. From the perspective of humanity, the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool began with a group of people and ended with a pile of graves. Among the few survivors, not only is Long Junning severely injured, but the situation of the pillars from the other 6 countries is also not optimistic. So humanity needs the younger generation to support a brand new future. Long Junning's dragon eyes were cold, killing intent fully revealed, the wrath of the Dragon King locked onto Leviathan. You can do anything, just don't touch the future of my Yanxia Empire. At this moment, Long Junning seemed to replace Pei Chuzhuang, truly protecting Pei Xingye for the first time. Chapter 59, Dual Dragon Souls Extreme Path Radiant Dragon Emperor. Long Junning descended into the sea battlefield, exuding overpowering aura, suppressing the souls of countless monsters merely with her dragon power. Leviathan, being one of the 72 great demon kings, ranked at the emperor body, 3rd rank, but under Long Junning's pressure, its mental state became tense. After a moment of silence, Leviathan lifted its massive head once again, its voice dripping with sinister amusement. Catastrophe Domain. In an instant, wild winds and giant waves surged above the sea, the cold seawater turning pitch black, like boiling melted oil, thick and pungent. This is Leviathan's domain power. Everyone be careful, don't let the toxic gas of catastrophe invade your heart and lungs. The Yanxia Air Force controlled their flying beasts, flapping their wings to disperse the surrounding black corrupt gas. This black corrupt gas, once it invades human hearts and lungs, will lead to organ failure, even lowering the concentration of soul power, thus severely weakening their ability to fight with beasts. Leviathan's title is God of Catastrophe of the Sea. As the name suggests, its innate divine power centers around catastrophe and the sea. Above the sea, water is the medium that spreads the virus the fastest. The black corrupt gas containing the power of catastrophe splashes high into the air, causing immense trouble for the Yanxia Air Force. Long Junning stood tall on the dragon claw, and in front of the public, she always appeared calm, bringing hope to the world. Thud. 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 Pei Xingye stood behind Long Junning, able to hear the beat of her heart. With only half a heart, each battle she fights is a tremendous strain. Long Junning hesitated to strike, which made Leviathan guess something. The wariness in its eyes lessened, and it spoke with a mocking tone. Flame Summer Empress, 18 years ago, you survived by luck, but your injuries have never healed, right? Long Junning frowned. Leviathan became even more excited. That's right, your human physiology is as fragile as paper without relying on beast mastery. And we demons. Leviathan suddenly let out a wild howl, raising a thick black tsunami that rolled toward Long Junning. In that instant, you couldn't tell the difference between the sky and the sea, as the pitch-black clouds and charred waves blended together, making the world seem to fall into an unfathomable mire. The power of disaster seeped into Long Junning's snowy skin, injecting into her blood, attacking that half-broken, powerless heart. At this moment, the power Leviathan displayed had already surpassed its peak strength from the Star Whirlpool battle 18 years ago. This is the biggest advantage of the demons compared to the humans. A terrifying physiological mechanism. In terms of reproduction speed, an inconspicuous beast nest can nurture new life with a monthly growth rate that rivals an entire year of human population birth rates. In terms of recovery speed, as long as the beasts don't die, even with the most severe injuries, they can return to their peak with enough time, and even have a chance to surpass their limits and undergo genetic mutations, becoming stronger than their peak selves. The disaster sea god, Leviathan, is just like that. It also suffered serious wounds during the Star Whirlpool battle. At that time, its entire body was focused on and attacked by the high-level beast masters of the human race, causing it to shatter into pieces. But it held on with the last bit of life and survived. After 18 years of recovery, it had adapted to its fragmented body and developed even stronger skills, with the strength of its domain power exceeding its past self. In contrast, Long Juning's injuries from the Star Whirlpool battle remained unable to heal. Especially her heart, which was left with only half. If it were a beast's physiological mechanism, even if the heart was reduced to 1/3, it could still restore itself completely over time. It could even abandon its heart and use other organs to replace its function, returning to its peak. But the human physiological mechanism is doomed to be unable to achieve this step. In a Star Whirlpool battle, although both camps suffered greatly, the recovery ability and revival speed of the beast race far exceeded that of the humans, whose bloodline genes were severely limited. In Leviathan's eyes, a bloodthirsty desire ignited. It knew that Long Juning's greatest weakness was that flawed heart. The power of disaster surged wildly, penetrating through pores and skin, continually invading Long Juning's heart. A mere imperial body dares to covet my life? Dragon pupils flickered with cold light, as a layer of shimmering golden dragon scales formed on Long Juning's fair skin. For a beast master of this level, they could already share power with their beasts. Behind Long Juning, numerous dragon souls suddenly appeared, letting out a dragon roar that shattered the sky, instantly dispersing all the power of disaster. How can this woman still be so strong? Long Juning made a slight move, and Leviathan felt immense pressure. It had to admit that it had underestimated Long Juning's current strength. After the Star Whirlpool battle, Long Juning's strength indeed plummeted, with only half a heart remaining. Her strength was only half of what it had been at her peak. Even so, she was still an Imperial-level beast master. Even so, the dragon she had contracted was the strongest among the 3 holy beast bloodlines. Even so, she is the strongest female emperor in the history of the human race. Dragon Soul Unity. The Dragon Lord Ning clapped her hands together, and an endless surge of soul power erupted from this perfect body. Standing behind her, Pei Xingye, for the first time, had a deep understanding of the Imperial Beastmaster rank. The concentration of this woman's soul power is like an endless vast ocean. Wait. The meaning of Dragon Soul Unity is dual dragons unite. Under the Dragon Lord Ning's feet, the black and white twin dragons simultaneously let out a wild roar, their massive bodies intertwining, as if day and night were embracing each other passionately. Starlight blossomed, dragon flames covered the sky. When Pei Xingye opened his eyes again, the black and white twin dragons had perfectly united. Pei Xingye's godly hand swept across a golden dragon scale, as if he were in the ancient times of the 4 seas and 8 directions, where everywhere his eyes landed, there was the brilliance thrown by the gods. This is the beast control at the level of Star God Body. This is the combat strength ceiling of the Dragon Clan. Extreme Dao Glorious Dragon Emperor. Beside Dragon Lord Ning, 2 dragons have long been coiled. One of the dragons has scales as white as snow, called the Extreme Noon Sky Radiant Dragon, symbolizing the scorching passion of noon, yet it loves to nap. The other dragon has scales as black as ink, called the Eternal Night Earth Burial Dragon, representing the dark night of the abyss and hell, but it is energetic and can stay up all night. However, these 2 dragons are essentially the same dragon. Just like humans, always having both a surface and an unknown dark side. The Dragon Clan's bloodline truly deserves to be the top of the 3 sacred beasts, this damn sense of oppression. Dual Dragon Souls Extreme Dao Glorious Dragon Emperor. The strongest beast master of the Dragon Clan. Although there are risks in this trip to Tianji Island, to be fortunate enough to witness the magnificent form of the Extreme Dao Glorious Dragon Emperor is worth the blood cost. Chapter 60, Demon King's 3 Extremes, Greed, Anger, and Delusion. On the battlefield at sea. Once the strongest creature of the Dragon Clan appeared, it shocked the souls of everyone in the world. At Tianji Island, everyone at this moment completely forgot how dangerous their situation was, all deeply attracted by the magnificent form of the Extreme Dao Glorious Dragon Emperor. If we were to describe the posture of this dragon using only words, how would we do it? The golden starlight radiating from its body was too dazzling, making it impossible for ordinary human eyes to stare at it directly. They could only squint and look up, vaguely glimpsing the blurred outline of something that only belongs in the heavens. Oh, it looks like a continuous golden starry mountain range. This was the thought that emerged in Pei Xingye's heart. The posture of the Extreme Dao Glorious Dragon Emperor was like an endless starry mountain range, towering and winding. Countless dragon scales, with every breath of the dragon, slightly fluttered, reflecting the beautiful starlight from the universe's Milky Way. So, when you try to observe this dragon from the perspective of an onlooker, you will inevitably have an absurd thought. Such a magnificent creature must come from the depths of the universe beyond Earth. The Dragon Clan, both in appearance and strength, does not look like a life form that could be born from Earth's civilization. The dual dragon souls shine together. At this moment, Dragon Lord Ning protected Pei Xingye behind her, as if standing on a vast, long starry mountain, towering at the top of the battlefield. With just one glance, she could suppress Leviathan's soul, causing its demonic energy concentration to suddenly drop. There is a saying in the Fire Summer Empire about the extreme Dao Glorious Dragon Emperor's beast control. One divides into two, demonstrating tolerance. Two combine into one, demonstrating control. Whenever the black and white twin dragons merge into one, it means Dragon Lord Ning is about to take control. After that battle, this woman's strength was reduced by half. How does she still possess such power? The greatest weakness of the human race: aging, sickness, and death. But in this world, everything follows the law of conservation. The greatest advantage of the human race: indomitable will. In the era of beast control, the physiological mechanisms of both sides have a huge gap. But why have humans been able to protect the last Pure Land for 1,000 years? When the body reaches its limit, willpower always leads these passionate beast masters to break through the encirclement time and time again. The situation is unfavorable. It seems we must give up. Leviathan's unwilling gaze swept over Pei Xingye, who was behind Dragon Lord Ning. It hated Pei Xingye's crimson eyes with a passion. Because those crimson eyes awakened its memories of fear from the past. In the Starry Vortex War, the 9 great god-level beast masters of humanity charged forward, engaging in a bloody battle against the demon god, Francis. For the demon beast camp, what they feared most in that battle was the crimson-eyed woman among the 9 gods. The world's #1 necromancer beast master, Pei Chuzhuang. The demon beasts have keen and powerful senses. At the moment Leviathan saw Pei Xingye, it detected a familiar scent, filling it with a bone-deep fear and terror of the soul. Logically, killing Pei Xingye would sever the future of the empire of Yanxia. But at this moment, facing the Empress of Yanxia, Dragon Lord Ning, Leviathan was no match and could only retreat, temporarily avoiding her wrath. Oh no, my body. Leviathan reacted a beat too late. Its fragmented body was imprisoned and locked down by the powerful dragon force, unable to move. Dragon Lord Ning's deep, cold voice pierced through its soul like a sharp sword. From the moment you prepared to attack him, you should have been ready to die without a burial place. Dragon Lord Ning's motivation was to protect the future of Yanxia, not Pei Xingye himself. But her actions did indeed protect Pei Xingye. Domain, open. Dragon Lord Ning whispered, and infinite soul power surged like a vast ocean, creating towering waves, roaring and surging. The extreme radiance Dragon Emperor roared and an unfathomable domain power unfolded instantly. In Pei Xingye's view, 2 types of dragon flames appeared, one black and one white. The black dragon flame covered half the sky, bringing eternal night to this world. The white dragon flame occupied the other half, painting extreme day across this world. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world was split in two, allowing day and night to coexist and perish. Then, Leviathan let out a pained wail. My soul! So painful! It's about to split apart. The wail of the imperial beast echoed across the battlefield. Its head was being pulled in different directions by day and night. Its soul was gradually torn apart by transparent dragon claws, half thrown into the shining white extreme day, and half thrown into the pitch black eternal night. This is the domain power of the extreme radiance Dragon Emperor. Rift of the Dragon Emperor. Once this domain is opened, it locks onto the soul of the target unit 100%, tearing it apart and preventing rebirth for eternity. One of the 72 demon kings, the sea god Leviathan, couldn't withstand even one strike in front of the Empress of Yanxia, Dragon Lord Ning. This scene fell into Pei Xingye's eyes, causing the blood within him to boil. Though Pei Xingye had no goodwill towards Dragon Lord Ning, in this moment, he was deeply impressed by the power this woman displayed. Dragon Lord Ning at the Imperial Beast Master level has already reached such a terrifying stage. What level of power could my mother, the Divine Beast Master, reach before her fall? Pei Xingye's imagination was limited. He couldn't fathom the peak power of Pei Chuzhuang. The Divine Beast Master, also known as God-level Beast Master, is the pinnacle of Beast Master ranks. Before the Starry Vortex War, humanity had 9 gods. After the battle, humanity had no gods left. A Beast Master like Dragon Lord Ning is currently humanity's top battle force. And she only has half a heart left. Leviathan's vitality quickly faded. It was powerless to resist the pressure of Rift of the Dragon Emperor, and its soul was about to shatter. At that moment, a blood-red demonic aura surged from the seabed, transforming into countless fangs, rushing straight towards Dragon Lord Ning. The Dragon Lord Ning urged his soul power. The extreme path bright Dragon Emperor violently swung its tail. The divine dragon flicked its tail, dragon flames sprayed across the sky, burning through countless demon energy fangs. Booming. The explosive sounds, one after another, gradually dissipated in the thick smoke. The battlefield at sea became calm again. Leviathan had disappeared. The demon beast army also vanished. Pei Xingye focused and couldn't help but worry. Your Majesty, you're bleeding. It's nothing. The crimson dragon blood slid down Dragon Lord Ning's wrist, swirling at his fingertips. On her arm, a tooth-mark-shaped wound was exposed, scratched by the earlier demon energy fangs. In a one-on-one situation, the demon beasts capable of injuring Dragon Lord Ning could be counted on one hand. That demon energy just now was terrifying. It should be a demon beast of the star god body level. In today's world, among the 72 great demon lords of the demon beast camp, the top 3 great demon lords have a significant power gap. These 3 are collectively known as the 3 polarities of demon kings. They represent greed, hatred, and delusion. The demon energy fangs just now came from Hatred King Sicily. In the desolate safe sea area, Leviathan, in a posture of error, submitted beneath a crimson shadow. Lord Sicily, I underestimated the strength of the Summer Empress, I was wrong. A trace of sarcastic coldness surfaced on the face of the crimson shadow. Leviathan, I have told you long ago. Aging, sickness, and death are indeed the greatest weaknesses of the human race. But you can never underestimate their will. Leviathan nodded heavily. I understand, and thank you, Lord Sicily, for stepping in to save me, otherwise I would have. The Crimson Shadow pondered for a moment and spoke. Regarding the suddenly emerging genius Pei Xingye from the Summer Empire, I have investigated, and he is indeed the son of that woman. That woman, no wonder they all have red eyes. Chapter 61, I and the Empress stranded on a deserted island. On the battlefield at sea. This battle came quickly and left just as fast. The air still held remnants of crimson demon energy. Dragon Lord Ning had a sharp sense of smell and knew it was Hatred King Sicily who intervened to rescue the disaster sea god Leviathan. Although the demon race had lost their supreme leader, Demon God Lord Francis, the strength of the 3 polarities of demon kings could still suppress humans to a certain extent. Your Majesty, are you all right? Pei Xingye asked cautiously. It's nothing. The wounds on Dragon Lord Ning's body healed at a visible speed, and her health bar showed no sign of diminishing. If any other beast tamer had been scratched by Hatred King Sicily's demon energy fangs, they would instantly turn to ashes, their health bar completely emptied. This must mention Dragon Lord Ning's unique SSS level talent Dragon Spring Bloodsea. When this woman activates her talent, both her beasts and herself gain infinite health bars, equivalent to being immortal. Although this talent is powerful, it cannot repair the severe injuries Dragon Lord Ning sustained in the battle of the Celestial Star Whirlpool. The half-heart that surged and thumped in her chest, regardless of how many years passed, could never return to its original state. However, even if this woman's strength is only half of her peak, Hatred King Sicily still wouldn't dare to recklessly challenge her head-on. Sicily chose a sneak attack to rescue Leviathan under Dragon Lord Ning's domain, which sufficiently proves that in today's world, Dragon Lord Ning is the last stand of humanity. But how much longer can this old era's stand hold? The demon beast army retreated, and the crisis alert was lifted. Just as people relaxed their guard and let out a sigh of relief, the changes in the sky once again brought everyone's hearts to their throats. What a piercing dragon roar! Why has the sky turned into a sea of blood? My head is spinning. Suddenly, an abnormality arose. The just restored clear sky was stained a deep crimson by thick, viscous dragon blood. The emotions of the extreme path Bright Dragon Emperor became agitated, and its dragon body, as massive as a mountain range, trembled violently, stirring up blood-red flame clouds that obscured the horizon. Pei Xingye showed a look of surprise, his crimson eyes scanning the dragon eyes of the extreme path Bright Dragon Emperor. Evil energy. What a fierce evil energy. As fellow 3 sacred beasts, why does the dragon emit such an evil aura? The dragon, phoenix, and unicorn are known as the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire, representing the bloodline of ancient mythology. Pei Xingye had a contract with the phoenix, so he understood the phoenix's bloodline. The phoenix bloodline symbolizes absolute justice. Even the black phoenix, filled with hostility and a spirit beast of the undead system, fights to protect, not for pure slaughter. In this era, although pure-blooded unicorn spirit beasts have become extinct, everyone in the Yanxia Empire knows that unicorns symbolize auspiciousness and peace, with skills focused on defense and purification, having nothing to do with evil. The dragon is the most powerful and prestigious among the 3 sacred beasts. Logically, the sense of justice it exudes should be stronger than that of the phoenix and unicorn. However, at this moment, the extreme path Bright Dragon Emperor inexplicably became furious, every breath of dragon energy releasing an endless amount of evil power. Pei Xingye, shocked, involuntarily associated a term with it. The nature of dragons is evil. In contrast, the phoenix and unicorn find it hard to make a terrifying expression. But when the dragon becomes fierce, its primal wildness can indiscriminately attack anyone's mind. Lord Monarch, what are you looking for? Pei Xingye snapped out of his daze, realizing that the usually aloof dragon Junqing displayed a hint of panic on her beautiful face. What is this woman panicking about? Facing the imperial body magic beast, she didn't even blink. Yet at this moment she looked anxious, her right fingers subconsciously touching the storage ring on her left pinky. Lord Monarch, your eyes. Suddenly, Dragon Junqing's dragon eyes erupted with a peak of evil aura, making Pei Xingye, who was nearest to her, shudder. At that moment, a voice came from the sea, echoing Jiang Muya. Lord Monarch, you forgot to bring your medicine. On the sea, a Yinxia Navy warship floated. Jiang Muyo looked pale and weak, holding a delicate small medicine bottle, shouting hoarsely to the sky. In order to save Pei Xingye, Dragon Junqing hurriedly set out and forgot to carry the forbidden medicine that she must take after every battle. Fortunately, Jiang Muyo was meticulous. After activating the teleportation array, she personally brought the medicine to the battlefield. Medicine. Oh no. There's no time. Failing to take the medicine in time caused her old ailment to flare up. The extreme path Bright Dragon Emperor let out a long, mournful roar, and the dragon's power swept across the battlefield, making Beastmasters below the 7th rank faint on the spot. Beastmasters above the 7th rank also lost their combat ability, weakened body and sealed in soul power. What the hell is this woman going crazy for? Dragon Junqing, please, wake up quickly. This was Pei Xingye's first time directly addressing Dragon Junqing by name. But Dragon Junqing, afflicted by her old ailment, had already lost consciousness. After a storm of dragon power, the sea fell into complete silence. Jiang Muyo anxiously called towards the end of the sea. Pei Xingye. Dragon Junqing. The monarch of the Yinxia Empire and the future of the Yinxia Empire both vanished at the same time. Late at night with frost falling. In an unknown sea area. On an unknown deserted island. In a cold and damp cave, Pei Xingye gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his heavy eyelids. You're awake. Lord Monarch, where are we? I don't know the exact coordinates, just a desolate island. Pei Xingye rubbed his burning forehead, trying hard to recall the events before he fainted. He only remembered that Dragon Junqing had driven back Leviathan and saved him. As for Dragon Junqing's old ailment flaring up because she forgot to take her medicine, causing a strange storm of dragon power, Pei Xingye had no recollection of those events. Following that, an awkward atmosphere quietly spread in the dark air. Pei Xingye could no longer hold on. Your Majesty, why are you staring at me like that? I am a great citizen, I love my country very very much. I watch Wolf Warrior 2-3 times every night and help old ladies cross the street, I assist them. Even though Pei Xingye had lived 2 lives, mature and steady, facing the supreme ruler of the Yinxia Empire in such a small space made him feel nervous and uneasy. At this moment, Long Juning's feelings were complicated. She still remembered when her old illness flared up, losing control of the dragon fury, pulling Pei Xingye into the center of the storm of dragon power. Dragon flames and wind blades cut across Pei Xingye's cheek, a drop of blood splashing and landing right on Long Juning's lips. The blood slid down her lips into her mouth, and at that moment, Long Juning regained her reason. This kid's blood is better than the locking dragon pill, it can take effect in an instant, suppressing my dragon fury. Pei Chuzhuang, is this fate? You have fallen, but your son, just like you back then, clumsily stumbled into my life. This was Long Juning's inner world. And Pei Xingye's inner world. The sky is getting dark, I am stranded on a deserted island with the Empress, sharing a room. Holy crap! This angle. I can't look, I absolutely can't look, if I do, I'm doomed. After the storm of dragon power, Long Juning also looked very disheveled, her gorgeous long dress torn by the wind blades, soaked by seawater, revealing endless spring scenery. Especially at her chest area, this made Pei Xingye think of a saying. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Pei Xingye, do you want to lose your eyeballs? Pei Xingye was almost in tears. After all, any hot-blooded real man couldn't resist sneaking a glance. Your Majesty, it seems I suddenly went blind. I can't see. Where are you? It's so dark, I'm so scared. Under the clumsy acting, there was an overwhelming desire for survival and self-redemption. Chapter 62, Confronting the Empress, the Dragon-Slaying Battle. In the dark cave, a long silence fell. Long Juning leaned against the cold rock wall, closing her eyes to rest, too lazy to pay attention to Pei Xingye beside her. Pei Xingye stood up, ready to leave the cave, to observe the terrain and try to figure out the location of this island. Long Juning's indifferent voice came, Jiang Mayan can locate my position, but now it's too late at night, and her body is weakened by the cold, she can't activate the teleportation array. Once the sun rises, we can return to the Yinxia Empire. Pei Xingye breathed a sigh of relief, so the Empress already had a plan. In the darkness, Pei Xingye's crimson eyes shone like blood, catching Long Juning's attention. Every time she saw Pei Xingye, it reminded her of that woman. The smell of blood? Your Majesty, your body. Long Juning's lips once again spilled blood, a look of pain flashing across her beautiful face. She instinctively covered her chest, as each beat of her incomplete heart was so difficult. For her, every battle triggered the dragon fury, only medication could relieve it. If the medication was not taken in time, after the outburst of dragon fury, the half-heart inside her would bear the pressure of complications, leading to heart bleeding. This imposing Yinxia Empress, who usually looked powerful and commanding, now showed a vulnerable side in this damp, small cave. Pei Xingye, a monster of the Great Demon King level is targeting you, you should understand what that means. Your Majesty, I understand. This time I will personally come to save you, you should also understand what that means. Yes, I understand. Communication between smart people doesn't need every word to be spelled out clearly. Pei Xingye knew that the talent he displayed now posed a potential threat to the Monster Clan, and for the Monster Clan, rooting out the grass and eliminating the roots is the true path. And Long Junqing, as the Empress of the Flame Summer, does not hesitate to risk her wounded body, personally rescuing Pei Xingye, which shows she has already regarded him as the future of the Flame Summer Empire. Pei Xingye is fully aware of all this in his heart. Perhaps it is the darkness of the deep night, and the son of an old friend beside him, that once again triggered Long Junqing's memories. Her dragon eyes focused on Pei Xingye's youthful and innocent face. Do you hate me? The sudden question left Pei Xingye stunned. Do you hate me or not? Answer me. This is a question from the highest ruler of the Flame Summer Empire, and Pei Xingye opened his mouth but hesitated. He cannot lie. Because on this topic, he cannot deceive his own heart. But he also cannot speak the truth. Because speaking the truth would be an act of treason. Your reaction is very real, I know, you must hate me. Long Junqing has not had a heart-to-heart conversation with anyone for a long time, and on this night, facing Pei Xingye, she couldn't help but speak impulsively. Pei Chuzhuang was a legendary beast master who made great contributions to the Flame Summer Empire, known for her countless achievements and heroic deeds. But after Pei Chuzhuang died in battle, the country offered no compensation to her only son, and the current ruler of the Flame Summer even ignored him. Pei Xingye, if I were you, I would also hate this woman, Long Junqing. As she spoke, Long Junqing glanced at Pei Xingye, who was holding his fists and looking down. She could feel the hidden resentment within him. How could anyone take Pei Xingye's perspective and not hate this country? Not hate this woman, Long Junqing? As the son of a hero, Pei Xingye has never received any care. For 18 years, he was bullied by Pei Shan and Pei Donlai, living with the script of a family castaway, struggling to survive while enduring humiliation. All this pain is why Pei Xingye hates Long Junqing. Your Majesty, since you have opened the conversation, I will not hold back. Pei Xingye's emotions surged, and he stood up, his handsome face appearing somewhat grim at this moment. My mother won over 10,000 battles for the Flame Summer Empire, saving it from peril countless times. She died in battle 18 years ago, and you, as the ruler of the Flame Summer, not only failed to erect a monument for her in the Flame Summer Divine Tomb, but also ignored her infant son, me, Pei Xingye. In 18 years, when have you ever looked at me? If I had not fought my way out of darkness, if I were not the top scholar of the nation, if I were not at the top of the Tianyun ranking, if I could not take down the Chaitian Xuanzang with one strike, you, Long Junqing, would never have glanced at me, even once. Is it just because you despise my mother that you also despise me? Pei Xingye unleashed his emotions, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, he had already ignored Long Junqing's status as the Empress of the Flame Summer. He was angry like a young lion, venting his emotions towards an elder who could not speak of her suffering. Have you said enough? Pei Xingye forced himself to regain his calm, pursing his lips and saying nothing, like a child sulking against a parent. Now it's my turn to speak. Pei Chuzhuang's life can be described as magnificent. Her achievements were witnessed by the people of Flame Summer. I don't need to elaborate, nor do I need to conceal anything. But do you know her mistakes? Pei Xingye frowned tightly. What mistakes did my mother make? The battle of the Heavenly Star Vortex that changed the world pattern is well known. But on the eve of the battle of the Heavenly Star Vortex, your mother, Pei Chuzhuang, initiated a dragon-slaying war. Pei Xingye's heart suddenly trembled. What? Dragon slaying. At first, Pei Xingye thought he had misheard, for the term dragon slaying was too foreign to him. Dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, these three ancient mythical bloodlines are the totems of the Flame Summer Empire, symbolizing justice and light. The people of Flame Summer have passed down through generations. For these three great bloodlines, there is only trust, fear, and worship. But in Long Junqing's mouth, Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, actually launched a dragon-slaughtering battle. Slaughtering dragons. My mom slaughtered dragons. How could it be? Pei Xingye felt disoriented, his mind in chaos. Long Junqing's voice came to his ears. People often say that merits and faults balance each other out. But regarding the dragon-slaughtering battle, your mother's faults cannot be compensated for by all her achievements in her life. After all, after the dragon-slaughtering battle, the Star Whirlpool War broke out. If your mother hadn't slaughtered the dragons, perhaps in the Star Whirlpool War, the human race could have achieved a great victory, instead of ending in the tragic outcome of the fall of all 9 gods. Pei Chuzhuang, the most controversial existence in the Yanxia Empire. She is the hero of Yanxia, but also the criminal of the human race. Again, there was silence. Pei Xingye's eyes were filled with tears. So is it because my mother slaughtered dragons that you hate her? Long Junning shook her head firmly. No, it is not. Then why do you hate her? Long Junning hesitated to speak. She couldn't even remember why she hated Pei Chuzhuang anymore. Pei Xingye clenched his fists and couldn't help but question. Did my mom really slaughter dragons? Your Majesty, did you see with your own eyes my mom slaughter a dragon? But even if I saw it with my own eyes, does that mean what I see is the truth? Long Junning's expression was vacant, lost in memories. 18 years ago. On the eve of the Star Whirlpool War. When Long Junning arrived at Tianwan Mountain, she saw Pei Chuzhuang standing on the edge of the cliff. Pei Chuzhuang's dress was stained red with dragon blood. Below the cliff, dragon corpses were scattered everywhere. Pei Chuzhuang, are you crazy? Ning, sometimes what we see with our own eyes is not the truth. But I no longer have time to explain. Long Junning could never forget Pei Chuzhuang's determined and fearless gaze. But there was no time to investigate the details of the dragon slaughtering battle, and the Star Whirlpool War exploded. Whether truth or misunderstanding, no one could verify. Because after the Star Whirlpool War, the so-called Dragonslayer sinner Pei Chuzhuang fell. Did Pei Chuzhuang really slaughter dragons? Or was there a setup? The secrets of the dead are usually the hardest to uncover. The Star Whirlpool War 18 years ago seemed like an unfathomable whirlpool, entangling everyone's fate and toying with everyone's feelings. Chapter 63, The Three Divine Beings of Yinxia, Regrets of the Era. That night, in this small and cramped cave, Long Junning's words about Pei Chuzhuang's past blew Pei Xingye's mind apart, his thoughts racing in chaos. Who would dare imagine that on the eve of the Star Whirlpool War, at the most mysterious Tianwang mountain of the Yinxia Empire, a battle stained with dragon blood unfolded? The secrecy surrounding the dragon slaughtering battle was even stricter than that of the Star Whirlpool War. Although the world knows nothing about the details of the Star Whirlpool War, at least everyone knows that such a war existed. And in this world, those who know about that dragon slaughtering battle are either dead, have lost their memories, or there are barely a few left alive. Long Junning did not expose this dragon slaughtering battle, but the consequences caused by Pei Chuzhuang's dragon slaughter indeed harmed the entire dragon race and severely interfered with the outcome of the Star Whirlpool War. How could my mother possibly slaughter dragons? There must be another hidden truth behind the dragon slaughtering battle. I must get to the bottom of this. Just as Pei Xingye was about to continue questioning, Long Junning suddenly leaned forward, her crimson lips spitting out a mouthful of thick black blood. Your Majesty! Old injuries flared up, and Long Junning's state was weak, but fortunately, the darkness in the cave concealed the pallor and despair on her face, preserving a bit of dignity for this Empress of Yinxia. Pei Xingye's hand of the Overgod once again touched Long Junning's wrist. Such severe internal injuries. How has she managed to survive for these 18 years with only half a heart? Long Junning, as the ruler of the Yinxia Empire, has to hold on even when she can't. It's just an old injury, no need to worry, I've already gotten used to it. Long Junning's voice carried a calmness that seemed to look down on life and death. In the darkness, Pei Xingye looked again at this stunningly beautiful face. Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful woman in the Yinxia Empire, without exception. Her features were so exquisite they hardly seemed human, like a piece of art crafted by the hands of a deity. However, this most beautiful face of Yinxia always wore a sour face that seemed to repel strangers. It was precisely this intense sense of world weariness that gave her an aura of untouchable holiness. As soon as she stepped onto the battlefield, even if she didn't strike, she would still exert an invisible pressure on the beast army. Pei Xingye, you are one of the few in this world who can see me in such a sorry state. Your Majesty, can you still return to your peak? Peak? Ha! Hearing the word peak, Long Junning lowered her head, shook it, and the blood spreading from her lips mixed with endless bitterness and sorrow. The truth is, this woman has never even stepped into her peak. In fact, compared to Pei Chuzhuang, Pei Xingye knew more about Long Junning. After all, when Pei Chuzhuang fell, Pei Xingye was still less than a month old. At the same time, 99% of Pei Chuzhuang's information was classified by the state, not disclosed to the outside. As for Long Junning, she was the ruler of the Yinxia Empire, always in the spotlight, appearing in headlines, so every citizen of Yinxia knew about this empress's past. This empress of Yinxia is actually very young. Young does not mean her age, but specifically refers to her time and power. Before the Battle of the Tianqing Whirlpool began, the ruler of the Yinxia Empire was named Long Junyan. Long Junyan, Pei Chuzhuang, and Sang Xian were known as the three divine beast masters of Yinxia. In the vast Yinxia Empire, even though there were many talented people, only these three divine beast masters emerged. While in the other 6 nations, each country only produced one. This is the true worth of a divine master. Long Junning's rank is only that of a beast emperor, and she is the younger sister of Long Junyan. If the 4 were compared together, Long Junning's strength indeed fell one notch lower. But she is the youngest. Moreover, her talent and potential only need patient cultivation, and it won't be long before she steps into the ranks of the divine masters. At that time, the Yanxia Empire would welcome a glorious era of 4 gods shrouding the sky. However, the story always develops against expectations. The dragon-slaying war broke out, causing Long Junning to suffer from dragon's fury, leading to stagnation in her cultivation. Soon after, the Battle of the Tianqing Whirlpool arrived, and Long Junyan, Pei Chuzhuang, and Sang Xian all perished. The 3 divine masters of Yanxia thus fell. With dragon's fury, and only half a heart left, combined with multiple old injuries remaining in her body, Long Junning was forced to ascend the throne in pain, replacing her deceased brother to become the ruler of the Yanxia Empire. This means, at the peak of her youth, this woman lost the opportunity for advancement, lost her elder brother, suffered severe injuries, and had to endure the pain of taking power alone, holding up the Yanxia Empire during its darkest times. Pei Xingye asked if she could return to her peak? Peak? Back then, she hadn't even had the chance to step into her own peak before already heading toward decline. Flowers may blossom again, but one cannot regain their youth. After all, the dragon-slaying battle was initiated by Pei Chuzhuang. However, for Long Junning, her hatred for Pei Chuzhuang did not come from that. She could guess that she must have lost part of her memories. But for 18 years, she couldn't recall a single fragment of the lost memories. Your Majesty, you look very tired, let me lend you my shoulder. You little brat, how could I fall so low as to need a man's shoulder? Cough cough cough. Weak, Long Junning's body lost control and collapsed into Pei Xingye's arms, her eyes darkening, her dragon pupils closing. This woman's bloodless face leaned against Pei Xingye's shoulder, letting out gentle snores. Pei Xingye could smell her faint, elegant fragrance and feel her soft skin. The Empress of the Fiery Summer fell asleep in my arms? This scene is simply unreal, like a dream. Pei Xingye turned his gaze to the moonlight outside the cave, his red pupils filled with confusion. Mom, what on earth happened between you and Long Junning? The next day, Pei Xingye woke up, but the beauty in his arms was gone. Your Majesty, good morning. After a night of rest, Long Junning's complexion had returned to rosy. Surrounding her were the residual shadows of black and white dragon spirits. In a non-combat state, the dual-born dragon spirit, ultimate Dao Huanlong Emperor, would split into 2. White dragon spirit, extreme day radiant dragon. Black dragon spirit, eternal night buried dragon. Pei Xingye became interested in dragons and couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, what do dragons usually eat? Are you asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? The white dragon. Beast crystals and beast blood. What about the black dragon? Also beast crystals and beast blood. Pei Xingye frowned and continued to ask. Is dragon poop smelly? Are you asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? The white dragon. Smelly. What about the black dragon? Also smelly. Pei Xingye struggled to keep a straight face, but still didn't give up. I've heard that a dragon's reverse scale can become a sword, is that true? Are you asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? The white dragon. True. What about the black dragon? Also true. Pei Xingye couldn't hold it in anymore. Your Majesty, why must you make me ask you the same questions twice? Because I am the Empress of the Fiery Summer. Ah, that's not. Pei Xingye lost all means and strength to refute, his bitter smile resembling that of a camel named Xiangzi. Long Junning suddenly stood up, her dragon pupils shining with golden light. Jiang Muyan is coming, we are preparing to return to the Fiery Summer Empire. Chapter 64, The Empress's Reward, a Dragon Egg. Above the desolate sea, a teleportation array surrounded by dragon-patterned totems began to swirl. The Fiery Summer Navy Fleet and Air Force approached this inconspicuous island together. Long Junning and Pei Xingye arrived at the seaside, meeting Jiang Muyan who was coming toward them. Jiang Muyan was about the same age as Pei Chuzhuang, but her physical strength was like that of an old lady on her last breaths, let alone running, she gasped even after walking a few steps. However, this weak woman was the most powerful formation master of the Fiery Summer Empire. The formation she created changed the tide of battle time and again, and in the era of the 3 divine protectors of Fiery Summer, she held a place in the thick record of achievements. Your Majesty, Xiao Yi, how are you both? Jiang Muyan's watery eyes were filled with worry, the sea breeze stirred her white hair, revealing a gentle and elegant face. Jiang Senior, I'm fine. Pei Xingye smiled as he said this while massaging his left shoulder. Jiang Muyan was sharp-eyed, still saying you are fine, your shoulder is injured. I'm really not injured, my left shoulder is sore because your Majesty leaned on me last night. Pei Xingye quickly hit the brakes on his tongue as he felt the murderous intent radiating from Long Junning. Last night, Long Junning fainted due to an old ailment and leaned on Pei Xingye's shoulder until dawn. That was why his left shoulder was sore and numb. There was also a strand of Long Junning's hair left on his shoulder, along with her lingering fragrance. Jiang Muyan took out a medicine bottle from her sleeve and stuffed it into Long Junning's hand, whispering, "Your Majesty, you must never forget to bring medicine from now on." Understood. Yesterday, after the battle, was the dragon fury still? Don't worry, I got through it. My lord, I will grow as fast as I can, and I won't make you or Yanxia wait too long. About your mother. My lord, rest assured, I am the son of Pei Chuzhuang, and I am also a son of the Yanxia Empire. No matter the grudges and issues between Long Junning and Pei Chuzhuang, they are all people of Yanxia. Pei Xingye is the son of Pei Chuzhuang, but he is also a Yanxia person. For Pei Xingye, the Pei family is already broken, and the only thing left is to do his utmost to protect the greater name of Yanxia. Long Junning was moved. Pei Xingye's mature mindset made her feel comforted. After a moment's hesitation, Long Junning waved her hand and said, "Come back, I will give you another thing." Pei Xingye returned to the Great Hall. Long Junning shook her wrist, and the Dragon Emperor's ring opened the storage space, summoning an egg. This egg appeared dark black all over, with countless cracks on its surface, and it held no life inside, filling the Great Hall with a heavy, decaying aura. Pei Xingye's pupils constricted. This egg. Long Junning, a dragon egg. Jiang Muyan looked at Long Junning with a strange gaze, for this action completely overturned her understanding of Long Junning. To be aware, Pei Chuzhuang was the initiator of the dragon-slaying war, the sinner of dragon-slaying. Yet Long Junning gifted a dragon egg to the son of Pei Chuzhuang in the Dragon Soul Hall. Wait. My lord, this dragon egg is completely dead. That's right, because it is a remnant from the Battle of the Celestial Star Vortex. In the Battle of the Celestial Star Vortex, Long Junyan and Long Junning teamed up, leading the heavily wounded dragon clan to slay countless beasts. During the battle, a female dragon gave birth to this dragon egg. But before the young dragon could be born, the dragon egg was choked of all life by the demonic energy. For 18 years, this completely dead dragon egg has fallen into Pei Xingye's hands. Strictly speaking, it fell into the hands of the necromancer beast master Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye, an excellent necromancer beast master, doesn't that start from contract with the undead? If you can hatch this completely dead dragon egg and nurture an undead giant dragon, your mother will surely feel proud of you. My lord, thank you. Pei Xingye clutched the completely dead dragon egg tightly. He was about to have his second beast. Chapter 65, one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Dragon Clan, Dragon's Grave. After Pei Xingye left, the empty Dragon Soul Hall was left with only Long Junning and Jiang Muyan. A gift for Pei Xingye, I cannot understand this. After all, Zhang initiated the Dragon Slaying War, and then Pei Chuzhuang, the initiator of the Dragon Slaying War. Pei Xingye, the son of Pei Chuzhuang. No matter how you analyze this relationship, Pei Xingye has a huge grudge against the Dragon Clan. But the Dragon Lord Ning gave Pei Xingye a dragon egg. This left Jiang Muyan unable to comprehend. About the Dragon Slaying War, I revealed a little to that child. What? He knows about the Dragon Slaying War? Dragon Lord Ning's gaze fell on Jiang Muyan, and her tone became serious. That was just a dead dragon egg. If he has the ability to nurture a giant undead dragon, it proves that the Pei family's bloodline still has ties and origins with the Dragon Clan. After all, once Pei Chuzhuang was the only beast master in the Empire of Yanxia who could simultaneously control the 3 holy beasts. Her son might also be able to do it. After hearing this, Jiang Muyan fell silent for a long time, suddenly saying, "Ning Ning." This address made Dragon Lord Ning feel strange. It was as if this title had long died in that battle of the Tianqing Whirlpool. This was Dragon Lord Ning's nickname, only those closest to her would call her this. Jiang Muyan was one, Pei Chuzhuang was another, along with her brother, Dragon Lord Yan. I could see it all, actually. After that battle, every time you confided in me, you would say how much you hated her. But you never said. You don't trust her. Dragon Lord Ning was a woman very adept at hiding her emotions. She knew she had lost part of her memory, so she never made absolute judgments about everything that had happened in the past. Her hatred for Pei Chuzhuang stemmed from a physiological instinct, and she could no longer remember the specific reasons. But deep down, she knew she had never doubted Pei Chuzhuang's loyalty to the Empire of Yanxia. 18 years ago, on the eve of the Tianqing Whirlpool War. Tianwang Mountain. Even though Dragon Lord Ning saw Pei Chuzhuang drenched in dragon blood, stepping on the fangs of a giant dragon, with dragon corpses all over the cliff below. Even though high mountains surrounded by the Dragon Clan's magical formations, besides Pei Chuzhuang, no one else was qualified to invade here. But Dragon Lord Ning's heart did not easily come to a conclusion. In her mind, Pei Chuzhuang was not an evil person. The dragon slaying war must have hidden truths. But since this woman had never doubted Pei Chuzhuang, why had she ignored Pei Xingye for 18 years? Cough cough cough. The Empress spat blood. Jiang Muyan felt heartbroken. Ning Ning, your dragon anger syndrome has worsened. It seems that your change in attitude toward Pei Xingye will lead to Don't say any more. Zhang Jiang, you step back first. Ning Ning. Zhang Muyan, I order you to step back. Yes, your majesty. Zhang Muyan exited the Dragon Soul Hall, the tears in her eyes drying in the gentle breeze. Outside the hall. The sun was bright, and the sky was clear for miles. Inside the hall. Evil energy surged, dragon roars broke through the wind. Dragon Lord Ning, in pain and torment, felt her consciousness dissipate, her soul plunged into a vast and deep sea of blood. In the sea of blood, thousands of dragon-patterned tombstones floated, as if this was a tomb of the Dragon Clan. Above the tomb, dragon souls twisted and danced, their faces twisted, expressing the accumulated hatred inside them with angry roars. This is the Tomb of Dragons. It exists in Dragon Lord Ning's Sea of Consciousness, one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Dragon Clan. All the fallen souls of the Dragon Clan throughout history are buried here. However, not a single dragon soul here has found peace. They roared in anger, their hatred unending. In her soul form, Dragon Lord Ning stood in the center of the Bloodsea tomb. All the dragon souls gathered around her, expressing their dissatisfaction with this totem beast master with heavy breaths. Thousands of dragon souls roared simultaneously, questioning and blaming Dragon Lord Ning. Dragon Lord Ning, have you forgotten your identity? You are the totem representative of the Dragon Clan. 18 years ago, after the dragon slaying war, how did you promise us? Have you completely forgotten? Dragon Lord Ning calmly replied, Pei Chuzhuang has died, what meaning is there in right or wrong anymore? Pei Chuzhuang is indeed dead, but she left behind a son. On Pei Xingye's body flows Pei Chuzhuang's blood. At that time, we countless dragon souls proposed together to eliminate that wicked child, to cut off future troubles. But it was you who insisted on keeping that child. Yet you also promised to let this child live or die on his own, never to interfere in any of his matters. At this moment, within the dragon tomb, countless dragon souls roared and shouted, revealing the true reason why Dragon Lord Ning had ignored Pei Xingye for 18 years. She is the totem agent of the Dragon Clan, she needs to comfort all the giant dragon souls slain by Pei Chuzhuang in the dragon slaying war. Dragon Lord Ning raised her deep dragon eyes, gazing at the countless dragon souls, her tone growing firm. I am the totem agent of the Dragon Clan, but I am also a dragon tamer. You all calling my full name is not appropriate. Countless dragon souls' momentum weakened. Master, your attitude towards Pei Xingye has totally changed, you even intend to train him, and gave him a dragon egg. How will you face us, the wronged dragon souls? I am a dragon tamer, and I am also a warrior of the inheritance of summer. The future of the current empire of summer can only rely on Pei Xingye. I have no other choice, I must take matters into my own hands. To nurture him. Countless dragon souls burned and trembled in fury. Dragon Lord Ning. You say you will nurture the son of our enemy? You are unreasonable. Dragon Lord Ning's expression was resolute, I have made up my mind. Good. What a resolution you have. Since you choose to do this, then obediently bear the pain of dragon's wrath. Countless dragon souls raged fiercely, Dragon Lord Ning's dragon rage illness erupted again, enduring infinite suffering and pain, as if countless ants crawled repeatedly on her broken heart and weary soul. This is the reason why Dragon Lord Ning had neglected Pei Xingye for 18 years. She could only keep a distance from Pei Xingye, giving him special care would trigger the curse of the wrath of the dragon souls. Dragon Lord Ning, now you promise us to sever all contact with Pei Xingye, or directly eliminate him, and you will remain our only faith. Otherwise. Dragon Lord Ning bore all the pain alone and said lightly, you are just beasts, not worthy to comment on my choices as a beast master. The only female emperor of the Empire of Summer, powerful not only in talent and strength but also in a tenacious soul. Dragon Lord Ning, you cannot hold on for long as the dragon's rage illness intensifies. Our anger will never disappear. Moreover, you are far from your brother. Countless dragon souls mentioned Dragon Lord Ning's brother, Long Junyan. Outside the Dragon Soul Hall. Zhang Muyan had not walked far, her pale face showed an unshakable worry. She knew how much pain Dragon Lord Ning would bear once the dragon's rage illness struck. How could someone who survived from the old era not have shackles and chains? Zhang Muyan suddenly froze and couldn't help but slap her own head. Oh no, I met Xiaoye this time and forgot to give him the underworld scroll. Forget it, now Xiaoye's rank is only a first-level beast tamer. I will wait for him to grow a bit more and then give him the underworld scroll. The underworld scroll is the fruit of Zhang Muyan's lifelong efforts. The spirit formation drawn inside is specially crafted for Pei Chuzhuang. Since Pei Chuzhuang has fallen, Zhang Muyan's efforts can only be poured into Pei Xingye now. At dusk. The sky over Highland City was covered with a layer of orange-yellow twilight. At the back gate of the academy, Situshui, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boyi stood by the roadside, waiting for the return of that boy. Suddenly, a tall, white-haired teenager with dazzling crimson eyes shone like gems among the crowd. Walking in with a smile. Second Master, we have finally waited for you. Welcome back. Qin Yanlin naturally wrapped his arm around Pei Xingye's shoulder, smilingly said, to celebrate your victory over Chaitian Chuan Song, our captain is treating us to a big meal, you choose the restaurant. Qizhuang crossed her arms over her chest, her beautiful figure casting a long shadow in the sunset. That's right, I'm treating, no need to save money for me. Pei Xingye thought seriously and said, Lanzhao pulled noodles. Hey, no way, Second Master, our captain is the rich lady of Tianyu City, we can randomly choose any 5-star restaurant in the city, why eat pulled noodles? Pei Xingye's lips curled up, a big bowl with extra noodles, meat and eggs flying together, pouring spicy oil over the noodles, isn't that better than the abalone and lobster in a 5-star restaurant? Qin Yanlin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, giving a thumbs up, as expected of the Second Master, very down to earth. Noodle shop. The Scarlet Squad of 4 gathered together. Qizhuang picked up the egg from her bowl and gave it to Pei Xingye. I don't eat eggs. Thank you, Captain. Seeing Pei Xingye eat happily, Qizhuang suddenly asked, your Black Phoenix has already reached the juvenile stage, 3 stages, the next step is to prepare for evolution. If you need any materials, you can make a list, I'll help you get them. With Qizhuang's family background, getting some top-level evolution materials for Pei Xingye is not a problem. Pei Xingye put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming serious. Actually, I have all the evolution materials prepared. But the Black Phoenix is an ancient mythical bloodline, so its breakthrough difficulty is higher than other beasts. In Pei Xingye's plan, it would take nearly 3 more months for the Gilded Phoenix tree to mature. As long as he waits for the Gilded Phoenix tree to mature, the Black Phoenix will rest on the Phoenix tree every day, soon able to break through and evolve into adulthood. But now thinking about it, Pei Xingye feels that 3 months is too long. Especially after the heart-to-heart talk with Long Junning, he deeply realized that given the current situation of the Yanxia Empire, the time left for him to develop quietly is already limited. It seems that I must go to the Imperial City again this weekend. Pei Xingye made up his mind and then shouted to the boss, extra noodles, extra meat. Qin Yanlin quietly complained beside him, this meat is too little. This noodle shop could last a year, and Master Niel would at most just get a skin injury. After the gathering, the Scarlet Squad prepared to return to the Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye separated from the team. Second Master, where are you going? Aren't you going back to the academy? I have something to do, you guys go back first. Watching Pei Xingye's figure disappear into the darkness, Qin Yanlin muttered, Second Master looks so sneaky, is he plotting something unknown? Pei Xingye is indeed going to do something big. In the quiet of the night on Qilin Mountain, it was empty, with only a few crows occasionally cawing. Under the moonlight, Pei Xingye stood at the edge of the cliff, opened his storage ring, and took out a charred dragon egg. This is the dead dragon egg given to him by Long Junning. This dragon egg has experienced the flames of the Tianqing Vortex battle. Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Qilin Clan, Giant Clan. Pei Xingye chanted, looking at the dragon egg before him, summoning memories. On the stage of the Tianyun ranking competition, the scene of him fighting with Sangwui was vivid in his mind. The special connection between the 3 holy beasts and the giants had always been a knot in Pei Xingye's heart. The dead dragon egg. It doesn't matter. I am a necromancer beast master. Next, let me feel your soul. Pei Xingye extended his hand, fingers touching the surface of the dragon egg. The charred shell gently trembled. Pei Xingye closed his eyes, carefully feeling the soul power within the dragon egg. In Pei Xingye's mind, a picture emerged. In the brilliant starry sky, a giant dragon with black-red scales stood on vast fiery clouds, emitting a domineering dragon roar, rolling freely, dragon claws obscuring the sky. Such a magnificent giant dragon should be the mother of this dragon egg. Black and red dual-colored fusion dragon scales. So it's the Bloodning dragon lineage. The dragon race is vast, and each faction varies in color patterns. Red dragon scales symbolize blood. Black dragon scales symbolize Ming. Therefore, the bloodline of this dragon egg is indeed from the Bloodning dragon lineage. As the hand of the covering deity continued to exert power, Pei Xingye formed a close connection with the sleeping soul inside the dragon egg, their souls resonating with each other. In Pei Xingye's ears, a mournful and wronged dragon's chant emerged. Not even born yet, and dead in the shell. You must feel so unwilling, right? Become my beast, I will help you live again. As the moment arrived, Pei Xingye bit his fingertip, and a drop of fresh blood seeped into the eggshell. On the surface of the shell, obvious cracks began to emerge, as if black and red magma flowed within. The blood contract was sealed, and this dead dragon egg officially became Pei Xingye's beast. In this world, apart from necromancer beast masters, no other beast master can contract with lifeless beings. Pei Xingye stroked the surface of the dragon egg again, now able to sense the gathering soul of the Bloodning dragon beginning to take shape and develop. Next, we must hatch this necromantic dragon egg as soon as possible. As for the hatching techniques, time flew by, and it was another holiday weekend. Pei Xingye rode on the Black Phoenix, crossing rivers and mountains, heading to the Flame Summer Imperial City. The map of the Flame Summer Imperial City is vast. It is no exaggeration to say that this city's area could rival that of the entire Eastern Cherry Empire. On the west side of the Imperial City stands a building styled like an ancient tower. When you stand at the base of this building and look up, it feels as if you have traversed through time, the weight of history coming at you. This is the place, the Flame Summer Repository. Pei Xingye held a black token in his hand. The earthly token. With this token, one can freely enter and exit the Flame Summer Repository at any time. Today, Pei Xingye arrived at the Flame Summer Repository to accomplish 3 things. First, to find the breakthrough evolution method for Phoenix-type beasts. Second, to seek the hatching techniques for the necromantic dragon egg. Third, to learn all the beast master techniques developed through the lifelong effort and wisdom of the predecessors. Chapter 67, Doubts, the Crimson Red Eyes. Pei Xingye presented the earthly token, and the guards at the entrance stepped aside. Entering the Flame Summer Repository, Pei Xingye's eyes sparkled. The bookshelves here are like towering spires, covering half of the national history of beast masters. The geniuses that have emerged from the Flame Summer Empire, their youthful manuscripts and notes of inspiration are all stored here. No matter how rare your contracted beast is, no matter how novel the evolution path your beast takes, you will always find corresponding cultivation manuals here. Records of the 3 holy beasts, history of giants, handbook for necromancer beast masters. Pei Xingye showed unprecedented excitement. Every book here contains the crystallized wisdom of his predecessors. Even if the knowledge recorded in the books can only be comprehended line by line, one can benefit for a lifetime. Just as Pei Xingye picked up a book titled Records of the 3 Holy Beasts, a voice full of age spoke from behind him. The National Master said that a young man would surely arrive here soon. Looks like it's you, Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye turned around to find an old man with a hunched back before him. Though simply dressed, he exuded a powerful aura that also gave off a kind and benevolent feeling. You are Ouyang Wenba. So you are Director Ouyang. Ouyang Wenba, the director of the Flame Summer Repository. It's worth mentioning that before he took on this directorship, he was the most formidable evolution master in the Flame Summer Empire. Previously, in the Tianyun ranking competition, the Chief Judge Lei Qianchong would respectfully call him master upon meeting Ouyang Wenba. This shows how high his status is. Pei Xingye, according to the rules, a first-level beast master cannot learn much here. This would be like taking a first-grade elementary student. Throwing oneself into a university classroom to listen to a course on advanced mathematics is the same principle. Ouyang Wenba revealed an appreciative smile, then changed the subject. But I have heard that you are able to develop a dual cultivation path of ice and fire using the bloodline of the phoenix. You also independently researched a potion that can cure the blood plague. With your comprehension and talent, you will surely learn a lot here. Director Ouyang, you flatter me. Also, I would like to ask. Ouyang Wenba understood and smiled. Some notes and manuscripts left by Lord Pei back in the day are on the top shelf of bookshelf number 999. Thank you. Pei Xingye's emotions gradually became excited, and when he stood on his toes to take down a worn, incomplete notebook from the top of the bookshelf, his heart suddenly raced. His trembling fingers gently caressed the yellowed pages. So much time has passed, and the notebook no longer holds anyone's breath. But for Pei Xingye, it felt as if he was holding his mother's hand. He could imagine his mother, Pei Chuzhuang, in her youth, holding a pen and writing about the techniques of nurturing spirit beasts at the moment of inspiration. However, in this era where spirit beast masters have already declined, who among those who have the opportunity to enter here would waste time observing the notes left by Pei Chuzhuang? Thus, the cover of the notebook was covered in dust, emanating a very old, worn-out feeling. Mom, how did you cultivate the necromantic spirit beasts when you were young? With doubts in his heart, Pei Xingye sat on the ground, his divine hand touched the yellowed pages, and a continuous stream of knowledge rushed into his mind. For Pei Xingye, this was an opportunity to connect with his mother across time and space. Between the lines, there flowed the passion and inspiration of Pei Chuzhuang from her youth. The gate of the underworld, it can actually be used like this? The phoenix spirit beasts can evolve like this when they reach a bottleneck? The spirit beast technique created by Mom is simply too amazing. What? The bloodlines of the 3 holy beasts are actually wonderful. Simply exquisite. The commotion caused by Pei Xingye attracted Ouyang Wenba. He walked to Pei Xingye's back with his cane, his squinted eyes suddenly widening in shock. Ah, this. Normal people read books, fully focused, analyzing word by word. Pei Xingye read with his eyes closed, his fingers rubbing back and forth on the book cover, while he laughed wildly and acted crazy. This scene left Ouyang Wenba, who had seen many things, in amazement. An hour passed. Pei Xingye's divine hand had touched every corner of bookshelf number 999. With his eyes tightly closed, he frowned at times and laughed out loud at others. Ouyang Wenba was in a daze, thinking, although I've heard for a long time that Lord Pei's son is a genius monster, this is just too strange. The Divine Hand has an impeccable ability of data reading. Whatever it touches, the powers and knowledge contained within will directly inject into Pei Xingye's brain and integrate seamlessly. A scripture library in the Summer of Fire, half a volume of national spirit beast history. Pei Xingye only needed to soak here for 2 days, and he could empty all the spirit beast techniques developed by his predecessors into his own mind. At this moment, Pei Xingye's divine hand touched a heavy book, as dense as a dictionary. Senior Sang Xian. This was a giant beast compendium of Yanxia, which recorded all giant spirit beasts that had appeared in the Yanxia Empire. Among them, the highlights were naturally the giants contracted by the world's #1 giant spirit beast master, Sang Xian. The giant ceiling, the 4 imperial corpses. Jiang Chen. Ho Qing. Ingo. Han Ba. Wait. Pei Xingye gently rubbed a certain page of the book with his fingertip, and all records about Han Ba flooded into his mind. Next, Pei Xingye activated his soul power, and the beast seal on his right wrist warmed slightly. In the next second, Pei Xingye's consciousness entered the beast seal world and opened the gate of the underworld. Behind the gate of the underworld, the drought demon is playfully poking the black phoenix with her giant finger. In front of the drought demon, the black phoenix looks smaller than a sparrow. Little ghost, is there something? Sang Xian, I mentioned this name last time. You said he is my former master, but I have no impression at all. Pei Xingye gets straight to the point. According to the information I've investigated, you, one of the 4 great emperor's corpse giants, the flame emperor witch drought demon, should have brown eyes. But since the first time we met in the underground of Moonlight City, your eyes have been red. So, what happened to your eyes? Why did they change from brown to scarlet? The drought demon looks confused, she has no memory of it at all. Little ghost, then why are your eyes red? I was born with red eyes, inherited from my mother. Oh, so I am your mother? You are my son. But why are you so short? Pei Xingye's smile is hard to bear. Drought demon, I can only give your IQ a score of 8.5 because I am a bit speechless. Chapter 68, Hell King Court, 3 Saints Altar. Giant Compendium documents all the giant-type beast masters that have appeared in the Yanxia Empire since the era of universal beast tamers began. Pei Xingye discovers that compared to beast masters of other bloodlines, giant-type beasts share a great similarity in fighting style and thought process with humans. Maybe someone would say, giant-type beasts, is it not normal for them to resemble humans? But in Pei Xingye's view, this is very abnormal. After all, giants belong to the category of beast masters, not humans. They can be contracted by humans, but they cannot contract humans. Their essence is that of beasts, and they can never become beast masters. So when a beast master controls a beast that is highly similar in physiological structure, fighting style, and thinking habits, wouldn't it send a chill down their spine for a moment? Drought demon, I speculate that your eyes should have turned scarlet during the Battle of the Star Vortex. Pei Xingye remembers clearly that when he fought against Sangwui, a natural phenomenon appeared, and fragments of the Battle of the Star Vortex emerged before his eyes. At that time, he saw the back of Pei Chuzhuang, who was dressed in a red skirt. He also saw a statue of a goddess, whose eyes emitted a scarlet glow. Pei Xingye has not yet clarified the details of the Battle of the Star Vortex. But the special color scarlet seems to run through the entire war. Little ghost, you mentioned the Battle of the Star Vortex again, how has your investigation into this war been? Pei Xingye shakes his head helplessly. Long Junning once said that all the information related to the Battle of the Star Vortex and the Dragon Slayer War is kept by her personally and is not stored in the Yanxia library. Simply put, what Pei Xingye can see in this academy mainly consists of the beast taming techniques left by the predecessors. And the books and literature involving state secrets or even human secrets are not here. Drought demon, we still need a long time to clarify the Battle of the Star Vortex. I must grow quickly so I can access more secrets and truths. For 2 consecutive days, Pei Xingye has been immersed in the Yanxia library. His goal is to fill his mind with all the knowledge of this academy. The hand of the god of overturn sweeps across the shelves, with a glimmer of purple and gold in the palm. Pei Xingye's soul seems to follow the footsteps of history, retracing the path called universal beast taming left by the predecessors. This path is filled with hardships and thorns. The predecessors traded their blood and lives for experiences and lessons for the younger generation. Their bones and stories have built a towering mountain of beast taming skills in this era. Normal people look up in awe at the mountain. Pei Xingye swims against the current. He is determined to conquer this mountain. He aims to integrate all the wisdom of the predecessors into his own mind. 2 days later. The weekend ended, and the holiday came to a close. Pei Xingye walked out of the Yanxia Sutra Institute, and his entire aura had changed dramatically. His eyes were sharper than ever. His steps were steadier than before. If it were another peer, even a talented and insightful person like Qilin, spending 2 days in the Yanxia Sutra Institute and understanding one book would be impressive. Yet Pei Xingye, in just 2 days, had absorbed the entire Yanxia Sutra Institute into his soul. With the hand of God, Pei Xingye naturally possessed the world's most powerful CPU processor. With a sweep of his hand, data was read. With a gentle stroke, he comprehended everything. The Yanxia Sutra Institute is indeed a great place. But from now on, I have no need to come here again. After all, for Pei Xingye, this academy had nothing left to teach him, he had emptied its knowledge. Dragon Soul Hall. As usual, Dragon Lord Ning was handling some difficult documents and reports. From the frown on her face, it was clear that the beast race's harassment and invasion of the Yanxia border was escalating daily. Of course, it wasn't just the Yanxia Empire, the other 6 human nations were in the same situation. Jiang Mai stepped into the main hall. Your Majesty, this is something Pei Xingye asked me to return to you. The Empress looked up. The Earth Ghost Token? Jiang Mai explained. Pei Xingye said that he has already absorbed all the books from the Yanxia Sutra Institute into his mind, so he no longer needs the Earth Ghost Token. After hearing this, Dragon Lord couldn't help but exclaim, this brat really knows how to show off. Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words. As a national ruler, it sounded so out of place for Dragon Lord to say showing off. Dragon Lord Ning ignored the Earth Ghost Token. Instead, she said in a serious tone, Jiang Mai, recently the Azure Dragon Department is investigating the case of the Black Prison Royal Court. According to the latest news, the forces of the Black Prison Royal Court have already infiltrated our Yanxia Empire, and you need to reinforce the formation of the Three Saints Altar. I'm worried there will be issues. This is the responsibility and pressure borne by a national ruler. In just a few words, she mentioned the Black Prison Royal Court and the Three Saints Altar. The former is a dark force that the Yanxia Empire, and even the entire human race, must be on guard against. The latter is the source of the Yanxia Empire's fate. Your Majesty, I will reinforce the formation of the Three Saints Altar as soon as possible, please rest assured. In Dragon Soul Hall, the strongest duo of the current era of the Yanxia Empire must continue to support their nation despite their weak and sickly bodies. Monday school began. Highland City. Chaos Academy. In the classroom, Pei Xingye finished the 3rd chapter of Analysis of Beast Weaknesses and casually tapped the podium. Attention, students. This Friday is the day for the 2nd underground trial. In this trial, all the contracted beasts of our students must be upgraded to the juvenile form, stage 3, to pass. I know the last Moonlight City trial has become a psychological shadow for you. But if you do not overcome it, you cannot become an excellent beast master. Next, Pei Xingye posted the details of the 2nd trial in the class group as a document. The Scarlet team of 4 gathered together. Xin Yinlin, this trial isn't too difficult, huh? Huang Fu Boyi, it's. Pei Xingye, he wants to say, as long as you have hands, it's fine. Huang Fu Boyi looked at Pei Xingye with grateful eyes. Pei Xingye was the person who understood him the most in the world. Qilin nodded, this trial is indeed quite simple, and now, the 4 contracted beasts of our Scarlet team have all reached the juvenile form, stage 3, however, I still hope this trial can go smoothly, without unexpected incidents like last time. The Moonlight City trial was a nightmare for every participant. Pei Xingye. What are you thinking about? Qilin noticed Pei Xingye staring blankly out the window. Pei Xingye collected his thoughts and smiled, it's nothing. Outside, the clouds dyed red by the setting sun looked like a sea of blood. The boy with crimson eyes thought in his heart, what does this scarlet color symbolize in the Battle of Tianqing Whirlpool? Chapter 69, The Night of Avalanche Village. Friday. The 2nd trial is about to begin. The new students of Chaos Academy used the teleportation array, arriving instantly at Sanglong Snow Mountain. This is a highland snow mountain located in the southwest region of the Yanxia Empire, with thin oxygen and snow year-round. The trial's location is in the underground cave of Sanglong Snow Mountain, called Guishui City. The theme of the trial is naturally to train everyone's ability to hunt ice-type magic beasts through teamwork. At the entrance of Guishui City, the new students of Chaos Academy entered the underground passage one by one, according to their teams. Second Master, it's our turn, why are you in a daze? Among the 4 members of the Crimson team, Pei Xingye was the only one who seemed distracted. His gaze passed over Sanglong Snow Mountain, looking at a higher peak. The topography map of the southwest region of Yanxia Empire is known as 100,000 mountains. Here, the mountains are stacked, each peak is grand and magnificent. But among these mountains, there is one towering and steep peak, like a pillar reaching the sky, overshadowing all others, isolated from the world, high enough to become cold. And this peak is the site of the dragon-slaying war. Tianwang Mountain. Pei Xingye is a necromancer, and when he closes his eyes, the wails of countless dragon souls echo in his ears. These wails express their anger from when they were alive, they want revenge, but they are powerless. Mom, did you really slay a dragon back then? If you did slay a dragon, what was the reason? Pei Xingye did not dare to rashly conclude whether Pei Chuzhuang had slain a dragon, but he believed that if Pei Chuzhuang did slay a dragon, there must be some unknown reason behind it. Or perhaps, someone deliberately designed Pei Chuzhuang to bear the name of the dragon-slaying sinner. However, with the information Pei Xingye currently possessed, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the truth. Pei Xingye, if you're not feeling well, you can skip this trial. Captain, I'm fine. Next, the 4 members of the Crimson team walk side by side into the underground passage, entering the trial of Guishui City. The last trial in Moonlight City was a shadow for everyone. This time, everyone was on edge. The sun slanted to the west, setting over the snowy mountain. I didn't expect this trial to go so smoothly. Yeah, getting an A score is enough if you have hands. The Crimson team got an S-level score again, it's really terrifyingly strong. Under the night, all the new students of Chaos Academy had completed the trial and gathered together, ready to use the teleportation array to return to Chaos Academy. Si Tushue stood in the snow, her beautiful nose frozen red. This trial really went smoothly. Pei Xingye took the conversation, it can even be said that it went too smoothly. The two looked into each other's eyes, their souls in perfect sync. In this world, sometimes you have to believe in metaphysics. When you do something very smoothly, without any obstacle, you might feel uneasy. As if the quietness in the snow at this moment is the calm before the storm. Oh no! The teleportation array is malfunctioning. Classmates, urgent announcement, there is a small problem with the teleportation array. I just contacted the dean, the array master needs a few hours to fix it. After the instructors in charge of the trial said this, they were met with the students' cries of complaints and grievances. The teleportation array is broken? The probability of the teleportation array malfunctioning is very low, our luck is too bad. It seems that this trial going too smoothly is not a good thing. Where there is good fortune, there is misfortune, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The problem is, the night temperature in the snowy mountain area can drop to -50 degrees, what do we do now? The mentors in charge of the team were also quite troubled, gathering together to study the map. At this moment, Si Tushue stepped forward. According to the map, at the eastern foot of Sanlong Snow Mountain, there is a village of minority ethnic groups, Avalanche Village. Avalanche Village is quite large, we should have no problem staying there for a few hours. Si Tushue's suggestion was met with approval from several mentors. Students, repairing the magic array requires some time. If you can't bear it, form teams to go to Avalanche Village for rest. But everyone must remember, do not cause any negative impact on the local villagers. An hour later. Avalanche Village. This village is nestled in a valley, tranquil and peaceful, glowing warmly amidst the white snow. The Crimson Squad chose a house close to the village entrance to stay. The owner of the house was an elderly lady living alone, hunched over, with kind features, and she was mute. Thank you, Grandma, for taking us in. We won't disturb you for long, just a few hours. Si Tushue was very polite and took out some valuable supplements from her storage ring to present to her. As soon as the Crimson Squad entered the house, the 4 of them were taken aback. It turned out that there were other beast masters. When going out, we must help each other when encountering difficulties. The mute grandmother brewed a bowl of steaming ginger tea and personally fed it to the unconscious Li Qingqing with a spoon. Xin Yanlin saw this and couldn't help but mutter cautiously, even if she's lost, it shouldn't be this coincidental. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind and snow outside grew fiercer, and everyone's focus was not on the unconscious Li Qingqing, but on when the teleportation array could be repaired. Si Tushue's gaze was fixed on Pei Xingye. She noticed that Pei Xingye's crimson eyes were staring fixedly at the unconscious Li Qingqing. Si Tushue reacted quickly and asked in a low voice, is there something wrong with this girl? Pei Xingye, open. Open what? The usually calm Si Tushue was startled by Pei Xingye's reaction. What has opened? The gate of the underworld. Boom. The sudden explosion shattered the tranquility and peace of the Avalanche Village. The already fragile houses collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a burning ruin. Everyone crawled out of the ruins, looking disheveled and dazed. How could this be? She's not even a student of the Devour Academy. She is a pseudo-human magical beast. In the rubble of the houses, immersed in a sea of vibrant green ghost flames. The gate of the underworld opened at 0 frame, and the black phoenix spread its wings and cried out, a ghost fireball striking Li Qingqing right in the chest. However, Li Qingqing's body underwent a change, her clothes and skin ripped apart at her back, growing a pair of bloody flesh wings, and her nose turned sharp like a poisonous hook. Si Tushue woke up from her daze, a metamorphosis-level pseudo-human magical beast, blood demon face hawk. Among the magical beasts, the giant-type beasts possess a physiological structure and thinking habits extremely similar to humans. And among magical beasts, the pseudo-human type magical beasts have a 100% ability to mimic human form. When pseudo-human magical beasts mimic humans, there are no visible signs at all. Their behaviors, thinking logic, and even expression changes are exactly like humans. This overwhelming imitation ability inevitably brings great trouble to humans. From the moment Li Qingqing entered the door, everyone might have their suspicions, but they could not see that she was a pseudo-human magical beast. Because in pseudo-human form, there was not a trace of magical aura fluctuation on her. However, among everyone, there was one person who saw through Li Qingqing's true form directly. That was Pei Xingye with the naturally red eyes. This scarlet eye inherited from Pei Chuzhuang displayed extraordinary power for the first time. Pei Xingye heard a system prompt in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Scarlet Eye, successfully awakened. Scarlet Eye can see through all false illusions, immune to illusion attacks. The definition of this eye is just a short sentence, but the information contained is extremely explosive. In this era where everyone controls magical beasts, whether magical beasts or men, those beasts capable of illusion typically possess strength that crushes others of the same rank. Because the effect of illusion in battle is incredible. Illusions can always deceive the opponent's eyes. And after Pei Xingye's Scarlet Eye awakened, it directly ignored any illusion-type attack and defense. At this moment, in the ruined ruins, in the sea of ghostly fire, in the snow falling late at night, against this bleak and eerie backdrop, Pei Xingye activated her soul power, gritted her teeth, and faced the metamorphosis-level blood demon Facehawk alone. If Pei Xingye hadn't acted in time, this pseudo-human magical beast, if it had launched a sneak attack, everyone in the room would have suffered. Pei Xingye saved everyone's lives. But Pei Xingye is a human, not a god. She is just a first-level beast master. She couldn't do everything. She couldn't save everyone. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. Hot blood falling on the snow at that instant was surprisingly covered with a layer of frost, like a few frozen roses.